I guess, support the semiconductor industry, which has become pretty competitive with the emergence of AI. You've got China and other countries that we're trying to compete with, and just a lot of chaos on that front in terms of who's going to win that AI arms race. In case you don't know, AI is really this interesting emerging industry that is that the United States appears to have a lead in. I'm not 100% sure, but it seems that we have the lead. A lot of the biggest companies in AI are in the United States, but also when you talk about making these semiconductor chips, it takes a lot of years to build these chips and or these factories that make the chips, and the chips are super advanced and they're related to AI. And then after AI, there's going to be a quantum computing, which is going to be kind of the next big frontier. And I remember seeing something somewhere that basically said that the country that can control quantum computing is going to pretty much run the world, which is kind of a daunting thought, something in between AI, VR, quantum computing, and everything else. We've got an interesting future ahead of us. It's either a very bright future or a very dark future, depending on how optimistic or pessimistic you are. And so, anyway, with this CHIPS Act, apparently that was an effort by the Biden administration to basically help the United States become competitive in that space, and to give big grants to big corporations that are going to that are a part of that industry, right? To sort of help them get ahead and get the lead. Well, it turns out, surprise, surprise, that corporations are sort of doing what corporations do. They're kind of engaging in this odd form of capitalist greed that Elizabeth, shout out to Elizabeth Warren. I like Elizabeth Warren as I don't like politicians that much. Robert F. Kennedy, I think that's his name, RFK. I guess that will be Robert F. Kennedy. He reached out, or his team reached out to come on my podcast, and I explained to you guys why I said no. It was more like, what's the point? Like, why? Like, what? Because the problems I'm trying to solve are not the same problems you're trying to solve. You're trying to get elected. You're trying to get elected. I'm trying to solve the racial wealth gap. I don't know how getting you elected is going to solve the racial wealth gap. So, given that your problems are different from my problems, I'm going to focus on solving my problems. You focus on solving yours. I'm not going to help you solve your problems because you're not helping me solve mine. So that's okay, because I think that he mentioned that he wasn't interested in reparations or whatever, and I understood his logic. His logic was that he's not going to promise reparations because he doesn't believe it can be done, and that any politician who promises reparations is lying to you. So I said, okay, thank you for telling me the truth, and I'm going to tell you the truth, which is that I don't see any reason for me to spend an hour sitting here listening to a politician. I just don't want to do that. But anyway, so here's the let's see. So Tara says, I was curious to know your thoughts about the interview he did with 19 Keys. I like 19 Keys a lot. I met him. I only met him once, but I liked him when I met him. We had a great conversation, and everything was respectful. But at the same time, just because you like somebody doesn't mean you would do exactly what they're doing. So I will say personally, when they did when Kennedy reached out, I guess that's what they do. They kind of reach out to these people they consider to be black influencers. I just personally don't really. I don't like it because I can smell a con game from a mile away most of the time. Sometimes I miss it, but most of the time when someone's trying to use me or something, I can sniff it out. And sometimes I don't mind it. Sometimes I let people use me. I'm like, yeah, use me because you're using me for a worthy cause. But when you're using me for something like getting elected, I'm just not interested in that. I went through all that with the Obama administration well over a decade ago, where they reached out, and I thought they were reaching out because they wanted to know what black people are thinking, or that they wanted to actually talk to intelligent black people. I do have a PhD in finance. I didn't think anybody in his administration did, and I understand the black wealth issue very well. I understood black jobs, all the black economy very well. But when they reached out, they did not seem interested in what I had to say. The conversation was meant to be one directional, and it was more so like, here's what we need you to go tell black people. And I'm just not that guy. I'm just not like, what. I can't make myself that stupid. Like, I'm not your messenger boy. I don't work for you. I don't have a is that are you offering me a black job? Is that what you're doing? You're trying to give me a black job, aren't you? That's what you're trying to do. But I'm unemployable. You don't understand. when I work for white people, they usually fire me a couple of weeks later because I'm just not that guy. I'm not built that way. Go talk to him. He's broke. He needs help. He's broken, stupid. Go get that person. Go get a rapper or something. But you're not gonna talk to me. I'm a scholar, and that's not interesting to me. So anyway, I'm being silly. I'm being facetious. But my point is, and it was all respect. I didn't have any issue with the Obama administration, but I remember being very surprised by how hard it was to get the administration to keep a campaign promise of fixing the incarceration issue. And I worked closely with Russell Simmons on that issue, and he did a great job. We got all these celebrities to sign. I wrote a letter to the president asking him to change his policy on incarceration. And Russell went and got a lot of celebrities to sign the letter, and he got well over 100 people. I'm talking about everybody from Chris Rock to Justin Bieber and Rick Ross, and even the Kardashians signed it. Just all these people that I've never met, don't have any interest in meeting, but Russell went and got these people. I went and got scholars and activists to give the letter more weight and legitimacy, and he went and got the celebrities, which got the attention, and it was a beautiful. He did a beautiful job, and I can tell you this, it was really like one of those basketball games where you literally felt like you won the game on the last second shot. Like it was neck and neck. It was really hard. They didn't want to do anything. I mean, I was just shocked. I said, gosh, why is it so hard to get them to do? It'd be different if I was trying to get them to do something other than what they believed in or what they stood for. But I was trying to get them to keep a campaign promise. I was like, well, you already said you're going to do it, so we're just helping you do something that you already said you're going to do. And that's when I kind of became very cynical about politics and politicians. I just don't feel like they care. When Michael Jackson said, was it? All I want to say is that they don't really care about us. And I was like, damn, they don't care. They're just like, I just think that there's a perception that black people are just not that smart. I really think that there are people who, in the elite spaces, who sort of just feel like African Americans are just not the brightest bulbs in the tree. And even this morning, I was talking to I talked to a mom who basically said I was looking for music to put behind my child's videos, and I was looking for black music, and I can't use any black music, not any of the popular music, because all of it's about being a stripper and selling your coochie and and everything else. And if you watch the BET Awards, almost every single young female artist on the stage was bending over, twerking, and everything else. And I said, gosh, that kind of sucks. Like Taylor Swift doesn't have to do all that to make $1 billion, but it seems like we do. It seems like the sex has to sell. And so where my mind ends up going is it ends up connecting. I connect all these dots, so my neurons are connecting all these dots in terms of the black experience. Just like when I saw this statement yesterday or something where there was a stat about how many tens of thousands of people each week are being diagnosed in Houston with HIV and lots of STDs. That's kind of on the rise. I remember a friend of mine at FAMU who said that the health department pretty much got concerned because of the unbelievable number of STDs coming out of just FAMU in particular. But that was a FAMU story, right? I'm sure a lot of other universities will have that same issue. And I said, but they have sex at all the schools. Like, why is it just the HBCU? And I really think that there's something just there with the culture. But anyway, connecting. Why am I talking about all of this? My general point is that whether you're talking about wealth or black health or black relationships, I don't think politicians really care that much. I don't think that when we were dealing with the Obama administration, I didn't get a sense that they really were all that concerned with the amount of trauma and strain that black families are going through because so many children had their fathers hauled away to the penitentiary in the 1990s and in the early 2000s. And it just didn't matter to people, and these things directly affect not just your outcomes and all the things that money can't buy. It definitely affects your wealth. There's no way a community can build wealth and close a racial wealth gap when you got damn near half your daddies in the criminal justice system. You do understand historically one way that black wealth was stolen on an unbelievable level is they would basically use the criminal justice system to steal wealth. They would find if there was some man who wanted to build generational wealth, by owning lots of land. If he owned 100 acres of land or 200 acres and they wanted that land, well, they would trump charges up against that man and get him arrested. And then once he's arrested, he can't pay the taxes on the land. So then they would say, well, we didn't take his land because he was black. We took his land because he's a criminal who didn't pay his taxes. But you don't talk about the imbalances in terms of of power within the justice system to actually even make that happen and get that done. So all these things are pretty insidious. This is why consciousness is really important, because a conscious person, this is one of the reasons why I decided to teach financial consciousness for free every morning, 7 days a week, is because I said, I think I know the problem. One of the biggest problems is that we have to really be able to see the environment that we're operating in. Consciousness is an awareness. It's an awareness where you're looking around. It's like you're in a cage and you're looking around at the cage and you're looking at how it's built. You're looking at where the holes in the cage are. You look at the person who built the cage. You study the design of the cage in which you're trapped in, which gives you a greater ability to get out of the cage and to operate on a different frequency and in a different space. So to some extent, I think that psychologically, a cage is built for us before we're born. Economically, a cage is definitely built for us before we're born. And there are other cages in terms of media. If you look at media, I know when I watched the BET Awards and I saw Sexy Red twerking right before Kamala Harris comes on to talk to Taraji about the importance of Black people voting, and she's up there twerking. It's like, get it sexy, and she's doing this, and this it's just this crazy thing. And then right after that, I see Kamala Harris come in and talk to Taraji P. Henson about how Black people need to vote. And I'm like, yeah, well, Black people need a lot of stuff. And I think that's just an ironic contrast that when you're addressing the Black community, they don't do this with the Jewish community. They don't come to some ratchet event where people are engaged in debaucherous behavior and then say, oh, that's how you connect to Black people. Like, I don't think there's any other group I've ever seen where they connect to that community through the strip club, basically. Because that's kind of what it becomes. It becomes like BET awards, unfortunately, a big chunk of it. And again, I fully acknowledge the more positive aspects. Like, for example, the group Infinity Song that performed at the All Black National Convention 2 years in a row. They just got invited to the BET Awards because they've blown up that much, and I thought that was great. Killer Mike, a friend of mine who I've supported for a very long time, he spoke at the very first All Black National Convention. He got a BET award. He gave a great speech, did a great job. But then you've got this other side that's just not representative of who we are. And I think it becomes almost like it becomes a little bit like the Bill Cosby or R. Kelly problem. If you point out the terrible things R. Kelly did, for example, in his life, which were absolutely terrible, do you exonerate all that because he did some good things? The BET Awards to some extent is a corporate personification of what R. Kelly looks like. They're kind of like the R. Kelly of the entertainment industry, meaning that, like, okay, on one hand, I'm gonna make a donation in my left hand, but I'm gonna molest you in the other. And so, does the good thing I do outweigh or make you ignore the bad thing I do? And that's what I would run into when we would talk about the BET Awards, because I can see where they'll throw in some stuff that's very positive and uplifting, but then at the next minute show you something that's completely degrading, insulting, incredibly racist. Incredibly racist. That's another thing about the BET Awards. Not only is BET kind of the R. Kelly of the entertainment industry, but they're also a racist organization. And you would say, well, how could they be racist? They're Black entertainment television, but you don't forget who owns BET. BET is owned by Paramount. Paramount is not a company run by Black people. I know Paramount very well. I've studied Sumner Redstone and the Redstone family, and I study the history of the organization. I know about the trouble that they're having right now at the corporate level, and BET is just a minion. They're colonized. The colonizers own BET, and they pretty much come into the Black community with this media, and they say, this is your culture. And I say, this is not the culture. They do not represent the culture. BET represents the vulture. They represent the vulture. They represent the corporate greed. They represent the racism. They represent the very same oppression that got your great grandfather's testicles cut off in 1902. They represent that same tradition. And I encourage you to really sort of think about these things as you're deciding what freedom looks like for Black people. If you want me to define what I think freedom looks like for Black people, it's very, very basic. Freedom to me, a great Black community to me, I'm going to draw this picture for you very clearly. A great Black community to me is one where our children are safe and happy, where our mental and physical health has been addressed, and we have sort of fixed many of these gaping holes in those areas. All these preventable illnesses, the massive STDs and cancers and diabetes and all that coming from bad food and all that. We deal with that. The mental health issue, everybody needs healing. The trauma, the amount of undiagnosed, untreated trauma is out of control. My wife is a therapist. That's why we're bringing therapists to the All Black National Convention, because a lot of us need therapists, including me. What else does a healthy Black community look like to me? A strong Black community also will be one where we have healthy relationships with each other. All the nonsense of Black men talking about Black women as a group in a crazy way is incredibly problematic. Black women who hate Black men because really you hate your daddy, but yet you're taking it out on every man that you meet. We got to deal with that. A lot of and it's really even affecting in terms of relationship category, it's even affecting our ability to reproduce. Because if you think about this, it's so fascinating, right? You've got the whole stripper culture being promoted on a mass level. So there's lots of really unproductive sex where people aren't getting together and sleeping together with the intention of one day possibly building together and growing together and having a family together and getting married or whatever it is that people want to do and having children together. They're not doing that. They're getting together for pleasure-seeking behavior. And what's crazy is it doesn't. It either ends up with unwanted and abandoned children or just no children at all. And I don't know if y'all know this, but around the world, there is a massive population decline. See, when you're listening to what Massa has in plan for you, and when you listen to Massa's plan instead of God's plan, this is where you get lost. If you remember 30 years ago, there was a whole conversation about, again, led by media that's not Black media. It was led by other people where they were telling us that the population was growing too fast, that it was getting out of control, that we have to slow the population growth. And that's when they were pushing things I'm going to use the A word. It rhymes with contortions. I'm not going to say it because I don't even want to bring that word up today because I don't want to get into the politics of it. You can feel how you want about it, but they were really pushing that at a high level. And also they were pushing, stuff just with birth control and just a general idea that somehow, having families and raising children was oppressive to women and things like that. And I went to South Africa in 2014, and I was absolutely stunned by how many ads I saw for abortion clinics. Like literally, if you went to the Black neighborhoods, you didn't see it in the white neighborhoods. It was in the Black neighborhoods. Every single street on every 10 feet, you couldn't walk 10 feet without seeing an ad for child termination. I'm going to use that term. I don't want to use the A word. But you literally, and I said, okay, I get it if you feel a way about it politically. I'm not judging that. But I said, this is interesting. This is so intentional. Like we do not want these people reproducing at all. So anyway, years later, it's fascinating. If you look at the stories now they're talking about a global population shortage. They said that human beings are not reproducing enough. They're not having enough kids. And I'm like, how do we go from having too many kids to not having enough? Even China is having that issue. They used to China's population kept growing and growing and growing. They created the one child policy to slow the population growth. Now they're going in the whole other direction. Now they're like, no, 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 no. We want you to have babies, have babies, have babies, have children, have babies. And I said that's so weird to me, right? So I personally think if you circle it back to the Black community, I think that because we don't listen to ourselves and to each other enough, and we listen to other people, we get bad policy in the community. And that's one of the reasons why we do the All Black National Convention every year, is because I think we should shape our own policy with our own people. We should have our own experts telling us individually or family wide, what the next move is supposed to be. And so a healthy Black community is one where, or a prosperous, successful Black community will be one where mental and physical health is strong, relationships are strong, family units are very, very strong, whatever that means for you, getting what you want. That's all I want for you. And then number three, financial security is an absolute must and an absolute plus. A lot of those people twerking on the stage at the BET Awards were pretty much slaves for money. And most of them come from economically impoverished backgrounds. If you look at, for example, a rapper like Megan Thee Stallion, I read her whole bio all the way up until the time she got shot in the foot by her boyfriend, the rapper Tory Lanez, or whatever his name is, some Canadian guy. I don't know his music at all. But anyway, I just thought about that, and I said, as I read her bio, and I said, okay, here's a Black woman who didn't have a father. Her mother was a rapper, and she saw rapping as kind of like this way out of her situation, which I guess it was. She signs a very bad deal in the music industry because somebody didn't read the contract properly, apparently, because she spent a lot of years complaining about the deal she signed. And then she gets shot in the foot by her boyfriend, but yet you're living the dream. So you are now twerking for white people and getting shot in the foot by your boyfriend. And that's your version of the American dream. And I don't know if that's necessarily a dream. I don't think that the whole entertainment dream is really a dream. I know a lot of entertainers. I know people that go to Hollywood and become hip hop stars and all that. And I think that the revelation of what's been going on in Diddy's camp is a reminder of the fact that sometimes the things that you dream about are literally things being handed to you by the devil. I'm not even religious, and I look at that and I say, Lord Jesus, if that ain't demonic temptation, I don't know what is. And I don't mean it like in a religious way. I'm just talking about in terms of something that is bad for your spirit, something that is bad for your consciousness, something that's just really going to have you vibrating on the lowest frequency possible. And I can't tell you how many people I've met, how many young people I met whose dream it was to go work with Diddy. I knew a young lady in Atlanta who told me that she said I went to college in Atlanta and I did not study my freshman year. And I said, why didn't you study? She said, because I knew that I was going to go in the music industry and meet Diddy. Diddy was going to hire me and then I would be able to drop out of school. That was her plan. That was her plan. And now, but this young lady, she had kind of a struggling family, a single mom, father was incarcerated, so she didn't have good guidance in turn to tell her that's not that thing that you think is a dream, sweetheart. That's not a dream. That's a nightmare. You're signing up for a nightmare. Because can you imagine what would have happened if she'd gotten her dream? Because she did meet Diddy and she did try to get his attention and he didn't pay attention to her. And that was the blessing of her life. Imagine if he did. Imagine if he took a liking to her. Imagine if he said, I like you. I want to date you. I want you right next to me. I want you in my camp. I want you to be my personal assistant. Can you imagine what horrible things would have happened? And I just personally think that we have to process these things because sometimes money, and again, we talk about money every morning, but when we talk about money consciousness, I'm talking about just really understanding not just money and how to get it. I can tell you all that. We're getting all that stuff. But I just want you to really understand all the things that come with money. Money is really powerful, and money really shapes a lot of outcomes in a capitalist society. If somebody has high financial consciousness, but not good intentions for you, they can use money to control you, enslave you, and ruin your life. There are wealthy men who will seduce your daughter with money and do horrible things to your child, and because she was chasing the bread and didn't chase a quality life. She wasn't interested in the man who was actually going to be good for her. She was interested in the man who's got the biggest bank account. And so you have to have financial consciousness to understand your relationship with money, the world's relationship with money, and how money really does run the world. Money really does shape everything. Now, what I want to actually dig into is a slightly separate topic, but you guys know every morning when we do financial consciousness, I kind of literally do a stream of consciousness, and these are all the things that came to mind, and that's why I'm discussing them. But I'm gonna actually move into the intended topic in a second. But before I do that, I want to remind you, in case you have Spotify, I do have a podcast on Spotify I just started called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, and I also have another one called the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. So if you go to Spotify or Apple and you look up my name, you can find the podcast there. So feel free to check it out. I put content on Dr. Boyce Daily 2 or 3 times a day, mainly updating you on the stock market. So if the stock market is your thing, which I think it should be everybody's thing, I think that when you talk about black jobs, I think your next black job should be wealth builder. How about that for a black job? How about that? Wealth builder, book reader, right? Student, hard worker, right? Those are my black jobs. So I don't know about everybody else, but anyway, feel free to go to Spotify, look up my name. You can find the podcast there. Also, you guys, if you text the word Miami, I told you guys we have Money in a Minute now, which allows you to have short, digestible financial lessons delivered right to your cell phone every day. So the first Money in a Minute that I did was on stock options. And if you text the word Miami to 87948, you will get a link where you can sign up for Money in a Minute. And because you're here, you can get a 35% discount. The big deal ended yesterday, but everybody in this class can get 35% off. So feel free to take a look at that, and you can learn stock options sort of in the flow of your day. And if you guys like it, I'm going to do money in a minute with some other areas, maybe real estate, stock market investing, entrepreneurship, whatever you're interested in, budgeting, whatever it is you want to learn. Okay, so feel free to text the word Miami to the number 87948. Okay, so let me mention something about the CHIPS Act. So let's go back to that. Okay, so how many of you said you heard of the CHIPS Act? Give me a yes in the chat if you've heard of the CHIPS Act. The CHIPS Act is a big deal with the Biden administration, and they've been sending all this money out to corporations to help them to build up their ability to make microchips and everything else, pretty much to help the United States become competitive. It's hard for us to compete with China sometimes because the Chinese government has a lot of massive subsidies for their corporations, which can be very difficult to compete with. So, for example, we don't like Chinese EVs being imported in the United States. They want to put big tariffs on them because the Chinese have pretty much flooded the market by subsidizing the industry so much that they're able to sell EVs at an insanely cheap rate. And so companies like BYD are just coming in with these EVs that are really good, that are like $10,000, $11,000 a piece. And the U.S. government's pissed. They literally send delegates over there. I think they sent uh oh gosh, what's her name? I can't remember her name. She's an old lady. She's a treasury secretary. um, I say old lady because she's just been around for a long time. I want to say like Madeleine Albright, but I know that's not who she is. She just reminds me of her. But anyway, she went. Janet Yellen, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, went to China to talk to the Chinese government to basically say, stop exporting these cheap EVs. And also, it was another one, not just EVs. It was like solar panels. Like for whatever reason, the Chinese produce all these solar panels super cheap, and so again, it's killing the whole industry. And really, this is interesting. This is a type of economic protectionism that the U.S. government does that I believe the Black community should consider also. A lot of times, if you have something that you're trying to build an industry around and get customers and develop business models and employ people with, you don't it's not always helpful if somebody else comes along and offers that same thing super cheap. So a lot of times a lot of African economies stay broken because whenever someone tries to build industry within that country, there's some foreign, interest that comes in and offers the product either cheap or free, and it completely undermines the ability to build anything in that country. So basically, this is what was happening with the EVs and with the solar panels. So anyway, with the CHIPS Act, the U.S. government is trying to subsidize its own industry so that we can build microchips in the United States, which I think is a great idea. It's very important for the future, et cetera. Well, what happened was, it was really fascinating, is that corporate greed kicked in, and the corporations basically were not using the money for what they promised to use it for. Again, shout out to Elizabeth Warren. I think that she's one of the good ones as far as politicians go. She's a smart lady. I think she's a Harvard professor, and I think she really cares about our society. I think she was like a school teacher or something too, and just somebody who really seems to want to do the right thing. Like if I kid you not, I'm gonna go ahead and just sound like a like I don't know what I'm gonna sound like when I say this, but I'm gonna be honest with you. If she ran for president, that would make me get up and go vote because I think that she wants to do what's best for the country. But the problem is that our government is so stifled that they can't fix significant financial issues like that horrible deficit. They can't fix the national debt level just ballooned unnecessarily during the pandemic. And if they have another pandemic or another crisis, it's going to be really bad. But anyway, so Elizabeth Warren pointed out that they're using this money not so much to invest in their chip facilities and all that. They are using that money to allow them to do more stock buybacks and to do things with the money that the government did not intend. So they're starting to try to investigate that, which is going to still be kind of hard to do because I'm sure every company dotted its I's and crossed its T's by making sure that that money went directly into what it was supposed to go into. But what happens is that if I have $1 billion of investment that needs to be made for me to make microchips, then that's $1 billion less than I can use to, I don't know, buy more corporate jets or pay a bigger dividend or do a stock buyback, right? So if you come along and you give me $1 billion to cover that funding gap to invest in microchips, then guess what? That frees up $1 billion that I can then deploy to go do something else, right? Do you see what I mean? So I could technically say, hey, look, your money didn't go toward the private jet. but it indirectly did. Do you see what I mean? Like if all you're doing is you're giving me money that's going to help me pay an expense that I was going to have to pay myself, then great. That frees up money I can use for whatever I want to use it for. So they are, in my view, because I know how corporations work, I know how they think. They are using the money to go and do other stuff with it. And this is one thing people don't understand. The first thing that they teach, let's explain like this. The University of Chicago is like the Vatican of finance. Like I did not get into the University of Chicago. I applied. They didn't let me in. NYU's like top five. They had 400 applicants. They took the top eight. I was ranked number nine, so I barely missed NYU. I got accepted into Columbia. I did not want to go to Columbia, and anyway, but University of Chicago is the place to be, right? And so in this place, the University of Chicago, which is the Vatican of Finance, and I'm jealous of my wife because my wife went there, her father went there, and her grandfather went there. So they've got a whole lineage at Chicago. It's pretty impressive, right? Not all black people are coming out the gutter. Like, so we got to stop believing that about ourselves. Um, in this place, one of the first things that they teach at the University of Chicago when it comes to the corporation is a very simple idea that says that the job of the corporate manager is to maximize shareholder wealth. That's it. Milton Friedman, that was a noted economist at the time. That was one of his key findings, if you will, is that the job of the company's managers is to do one thing: make the shareholders rich. That's it. And so they made this argument through thousands of research papers to the point where this is the first thing you teach in Finance 101. This is the first, when I taught at Syracuse, that was the first thing we taught. The job of the corporate manager is to maximize shareholder wealth. And they had all this math behind it to kind of legitimize it and everything else, but it sounds a little greedy and crazy and pathetic, honestly. And their ridiculous argument, I'm going to call it ridiculous, is that this is what makes the economy strong, right? If you make all the shareholders rich, then somehow that prosperity leads to the efficient use of capital, which leads to economic development and strength that ultimately benefits everybody because all these rich people you're creating are then able to go out and create all these jobs. Sounds a little bit like trickle down economics to me. It sounds mighty white of you to say that. It sounds like a bunch of arrogant white males sitting in a room deciding to come up with something that everyone else is going to buy into that's really just going to make them and their buddies rich. That's what, and that was the bias of the field of finance. That's why I was the only black man on the planet to get a PhD in finance in the year 2002 because there aren't a lot of black people welcome in the field. I had to fight like hell to get to the finish line. It was very difficult to do. So this is what you're dealing with, right? And these ideas have been adopted, and these ideas have been thankfully questioned, but not in a real practical way. Just a few years ago, Jamie Dimon and some other CEOs signed some type of pledge where they weren't gonna just buy into that theory that the job of the manager is to maximize shareholder wealth. They started to acknowledge the obvious, which is that when you have a corporation, you've got other stakeholders in the corporation. You don't just have the shareholders, you've got the employees, you've got the customers, you've got the suppliers, you've got you've got all these other people, you got the environment, you got they call them externalities, or you may call them stakeholders in the organization. There are lots of people that are affected by what a corporation does other than the shareholders. Why is that important? Well, because this belief that the job of the company's manager is to maximize shareholder wealth is so ingrained in society and so ingrained in capitalism, it just kind of is allowed to just sort of exist and grow without anybody really challenging this basic idea, this basic notion. So what happens is that when this money comes in from the CHIPS Act and is coming into this corporation, and the managers are deciding like, what are we going to do with this money? Okay, well, we could give our employees a raise, but that's not going to maximize shareholder wealth. Okay, well, we could make a better product for the customers, give them more bang for their buck. No, that's not going to make us richer. That's going to cut into our profit margins, and that's going to get me fired. Um, we could, we could help our suppliers get better at what they do. Maybe give them extra support so they can build stronger companies. No, 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 that's not very good. That's not going to help anybody. Oh, I know what we can do. We can do a buyback, which is, a way that we can, without connecting to employees or the environment or doing anything for the world. We could just, if we do a stock buyback, that'll make us just rich overnight or richer overnight. Or we could also engage in something that they call the free cash flow problem. There's a whole theory in finance called the free cash flow problem, where they can say, oh, now that we've got this extra cash flow, we can go ball out a little bit. We can get some private jets and have, let everybody have a corporate card and stay in first class hotels and, fly private, whatever we want them to do, because now we've got this extra money. And that is actually something that I thought about when these companies got all this money from the CHIPS Act. The biggest problem that happened here, in my opinion, and Elizabeth Warren pointed this out, and it happened during the pandemic, is that money is power, and power has to be targeted for it to have the intent that you expect it to have. Money that is not targeted ends up becoming wasted money. So what they did was they gave them a blank check, or not a blank check, but a big check. But it was blank in terms of exactly what they had to do with it. They kind of gave them guidelines like, hey, we need you to spend it on this or spend it on that. But they weren't real specific, and they didn't have any sort of enforcement mechanism to make sure that they did with the money what they were supposed to do. So it was similar to the pandemic. If y'all remember, anybody remember that during the pandemic when they were sending out all these PPP loans and stimulus checks, and whoever was in position to grab the money first is the one who grabbed the money, even if they didn't need it, even if they didn't use it for anything good, they were allowed to come and grab this money. And then the people who did need it didn't get access to it. That's one bone to pick I'd have with both the Biden and the Trump administrations, is that there were lots of high quality Black business owners who could not get access to the money, but there were corporations and organizations that didn't need the money that had access to millions. That right there is an incredibly horrible bias that could have easily been fixed by simply having a little more structure in terms of how the money's allocated. So now, because the CHIPS Act kind of sloppily threw billions of dollars out there, they're now looking back and saying, oh, wait a minute, you're not doing with the money what we asked you to do. Well, what the hell you think they're going to do with the money if you ain't going to make them do the right thing with it? These are corporations that were trained that the job of the company manager is to maximize shareholder wealth. So when that money comes through the door, oh, they're going to pay a bigger dividend to the shareholders. They're going to do buybacks, which benefit the shareholders. And then maybe they might engage in the free cash flow problem of buying, lots of extra crap for the managers to ball out a little bit. They're not thinking about the workers like that. You have to make them do that. Like again, even with trickle down economics. Anybody remember trickle down economics? In case you don't remember, I'll explain it very quickly. It was the basic idea that said if we make people at the top very rich, they're going to create jobs for the people at the bottom, which is almost comedy. But then again, when Reagan was in his last years in office, he was looking a little Joe Biden-ish at that time. So he wasn't his brain. I mean, the studies all show this man he clearly lost his mind before he left the White House. So he wasn't really paying attention. So they passed all these laws where they're like, yeah, just give all the money to rich people, and rich people are so wonderful that they're going to make sure that the poor people are good. You don't need to regulate anything. You can just deregulate. We got this. Right. And that's like if you have kids in your house, and we got 3 kids. We got the 20-year-old who's 6'9". We got the 16, 17-year-old, 17. She's 17 now. They grow so fast. And then we got the 13-year-old who's about to be 14. And imagine if I just gave a bunch of money to the oldest and said, oh, make sure you give an equal amount to your sisters. And I don't follow up. I don't check in. I don't do anything. Do you really think he's going to do that? Do you really think that everybody's going to get their fair share? Do you really think so? Especially, let's say he really needs the money. Let's say that he feels entitled to the money. Kind of like rich people have a lot of entitlement. So let's say that he's got a girlfriend and he's got expenses. He got to pay for gas in the car. He wants to go to the club or whatever a 20-year-old might do. Do you really think he's going to share that money equally? No, he's not. He's not. The only way he's going to share that money is if somebody makes him do it. Somebody has to hold him accountable. Somebody has to come back and say, okay, I talked to your sister. Your sister said that she did not get her cut. And then that enforcement mechanism is what leads him to share the money properly. So the company's shareholders are like our oldest son, 6'9", does what he wants to do unless somebody makes him do something different. And then the workers are kind of like his little sisters to some extent, where they can't beat him up. They may not even be aware of how much money there is in the first place. And so someone has to kind of make sure that they're kept in the loop, make sure their rights are protected. So in America, we don't do a very good job of protecting the rights of workers or protecting the rights of consumers. And a lot of this is because money, despite the fact that money can be intended for use in a lot of positive ways, it's actually been used in a lot of negative ways where your corporations are now kind of running your government. So it really kind of creates this economic shit show that isn't very productive for anybody. So the free cash flow problem, last point I want to make on this, where in the free cash flow problem, just to summarize it, is basically to say that whenever people who run a company have too much cash around, they tend to waste it, right? And this applies to you. And let me explain how this applies to you. I'll explain it in two ways. So if you start a business, a lot of you, when you go start your business, you're going to be looking for funding. You're going to be looking for money, things like that. I was the same way. When I started my business, I was looking for funding. I was going everywhere, sitting, trying to talk to investors, trying to get people to see my vision. It didn't work. I didn't get any money that I needed. We had one investor that gave us like $10,000, and he lived all the way in Africa, and we gave him his money back with interest, and he was very happy. We were very happy, etc. But we really didn't need 10,000. We needed more like a few hundred thousand. And but here's the thing. Here's what I'm gonna tell you a little secret. Not getting money, not having that extra money to burn was the greatest blessing of my whole entire life. That I mean, when I tell you this, you know that saying that necessity is the mother of invention, that applied 100% of the way. When we didn't have the money that we wanted, we worked with what we had. We lived within our means. Our financial consciousness was heightened because the money was so thin. We had to watch and count every penny. When money is scarce, when a resource is scarce, you're very conscious of that resource. Just like time, when time is tight and scarce, that's when we're at our optimal performance. Sometimes that's why the test is tomorrow, so you're not wasting time anymore because you don't have time to waste. But 2 weeks ago, when you had plenty of time, maybe you were chilling. That's an example of the free cash flow problem. When people have too much to work with, they're not particularly focused and not particularly conscious. It's just kind of the way life works. A man that's got 1,000 different girlfriends that he can have at one moment, it may not be as appreciative of love as somebody who had to work really hard to get the attention from one woman, right? And I think that speaks to even how we should even consider dating. I always say, I don't know how this sounds, but I always tell people I don't think you should really date the person that you want necessarily, unless that person also wants you. Those are two different things. Someone that allows you to date them is not always somebody who's going to appreciate you, but somebody that wants you as much as you want them, that goes a long way. So that was one way I evaluated my wife. I knew I wanted my wife. I thought she was the most beautiful woman I ever met, but I had my radar on. I was like, okay, I know I want her, but does she want me? Because if she doesn't want me, or if she just tolerates me being around, well, no, I can go. There's other places I can go where I'm really wanted. I'm not gonna be somewhere where someone doesn't want me. But you see it all the time, right? You'll see people that will choose relationships in the wrong way. They'll pick the best person they can grab without considering whether or not that person really values them. And that just creates like this weird situation where they're like, whatever, I don't care if you can come or go. I'm not going to make any compromises for you. I'm not going to sacrifice for you because I don't value you, right? So pick somebody that values you, right? But anyway, same thing is true, I think, with money or time or any other resource. Money, time, love, any resource that matters to you, money, time, love, health, food, all that. When that resource is scarce, we tend to have a heightened consciousness when it comes to that resource. So the best thing that ever happened to me as an entrepreneur was that I did not get the money I wanted. I read a story about a company called GigaOM, and GigaOM was this big website where they wrote a bunch of articles and stuff, and they made money from ad revenue. And this guy, because he was favored in Silicon Valley, he was just really good at raising money. So he raised like $50 million to build this platform, which was basically a big news website. And they were making decent money. They were making a couple $100,000 a month. He had a whole staff, and they were seemed to be doing well. And then out of the blue, he shocked everybody. He just shut the whole company down. And people were like, what happened? Like, we were doing great. Like, we were getting the highest traffic and all this other stuff. Why would you shut the company down? And what had happened was that he got so much funding and so much debt that he had overspent. He had too much overhead. And so even though his revenue might have been 200,000 a month, his expenses were 250,000 a month. So he violated one of the most basic, most fundamental rules of successful economics in in the universe, which is don't live above your means. If I had a choice between being a person that makes a quarter million a year who spends 300,000 or be a person who makes 50,000 a year who spends 40,000, I'd rather be the second guy than the first, because the first person that makes all the money but overspends is going deeper and deeper in debt. Their money, the power of money, remember, power can be used positively or negatively. If I have a gun, I can point it this way or point it that way. If I have a car, I can drive it north or I can drive it south. I can either drive it 100 miles an hour in the right direction or I can drive it 200 miles an hour in the wrong direction. Do you understand? So what happens is that when you get the power of money and you don't have the consciousness to go with it, then that money will destroy you. That money will ruin your life. In fact, I bet you that there are plenty of people on stage at the BET Awards where money, they're going to look back 20 years from now and realize that getting money was the worst thing that could have ever happened to him. Shout out to DMX. I think for DMX, I think the worst thing that could have ever happened to him was to become rich and famous instead of being forced to get the help that he needed when he got addicted to cocaine at the age of 14. R. Kelly, the worst thing that ever happened to R. Kelly was having another hit album, which simply reinforced his desire to go 100 miles an hour in the wrong direction. And now look at where he's at. I think the best thing that could have happened to R. Kelly was for him to lose his whole career, for him to be like the DOC. Remember the DOC? It's getting funky. It's getting, and he had the accident. He lost his voice and he talked like this. Now he can't rap. That would have been the best thing to happen to R. Kelly in 2002, because that would have forced him to focus and derail himself from the path of destruction that he was creating for his own life and the lives of others. Do you understand? So money ain't always a blessing. Or as my buddy D1, who's a great hip hop artist, likes to say, he says the devil can bless you too. So when you get those blessings from the devil, you have to have enough discernment to know what's good for you and what's not. Because sometimes the thing you want can be the worst thing in the world for you. So the best thing that ever happened to me was that I did not get the money I wanted. If you had asked me this question 15 years ago, Boyce, how much money would you love to raise? I'd be like, I want to raise a gajillion dollars. I want 50 million, 100, because I got this big vision that a lot of the things I visualized about my business were just wrong. The things I didn't even, you don't know. You're just starting. I would have made a lot of mistakes. But instead, because we had to count our little nickels, okay, we got two nickels over here, we could put two nickels over there. It pushed us to have a type of conservatism that allowed us to build a business that maybe was built a little more slowly, but it was sturdy. It was much, much sturdier than it would have been if I just had money to burn. Do you understand? So the free cash flow problem reflects that. It reflects the fact that when you have an overabundance of a certain resource, you tend to not be as conscious about the use of that resource as you would be otherwise. Same thing is true whether you're talking about the household budget and stuff like that. All that. I remember just to give you one more example that was real life. Anybody ever remember this? How many of y'all worked in high school? Anybody else have jobs in high school? I had like 50 jobs before I was 17. I don't know if anybody else did that, but I'm not playing. I was working like a grown man when I was 11. I used to deliver newspapers, get up at 6 in the morning, deliver newspapers, and then I sold candy door to door, which in hindsight sounds like a horrible job, but I actually loved it because it was my first time making any money, and I got good at it. I just would get up there and tell some little poor little black boy in the hood story and get white people to buy my candy from me. It was quite fascinating. But anyway, so I used to make a lot of money like that, and then I started selling candy at school. And I mean, I was like the neighborhood dope man. I'd come to school and everybody would line up at my desk because they knew I was the candy man. And then after that, in fact, I made so much money that they changed the rule at the school. They did some horrible. It was like really like some pimp type stuff. What they did was they said it's no longer allowed for students to sell candy at school, but then they started selling candy. They old hating asses. They literally opened a candy store in the school and told me to shut my candy store down. I mean, I'm still mad about that. But anyway, so I would have these jobs And I would run into the free cash flow problem because I literally had money. Like you, if you saw how many wads of cash I was carrying around, you really would have thought I was slinging something. And I was slinging like M&Ms and Snickers bars and stuff. And so what I found was, and I noticed this very early, that when I would get my money, or and then eventually I had a job, working in restaurants and all that. Whenever I got paid, I always felt rich. Anybody know that feeling? Anybody know what I'm talking about? Like every time I got paid, I would get my check cashed. It was back when you would get your check cash and they would give you, a bunch of $20 bills, and I didn't have any bills to pay, so it was like, just got paid. It's Friday night, like the good feeling you have when you get money, right? We all have that good feeling. That's dopamine released in your brain. Money does affect your brain like a drug. Shout out to Professor Andrew Lowe at MIT, who did a whole research study about this. So I'm like, just got paid Friday night, and what would happen is I would become less economically conscious. I would just spend $5 here, $10 there, $20 here. Because I mean, I got a stack of bills. So what's another five? What's another 10? And every single time I would always be shocked. I would be absolutely shocked because a week later, I would run out of money. I'd reach in my pocket for another five and I'd be like, damn, I have no more money left. And it happened over and over and over again. And I've always been fascinated by that. Like, how could I feel so rich that I feel like I'm never gonna run out of money? But then I always run out of money. But then I never learned. I was stupid. I never figured it out. I never figured out, like, stop this, boys. Right. So what I think happens is that dopamine release in your brain, it does affect your consciousness, just like any other drug. If you drank a whole bottle of liquor right now, your consciousness would probably drop. Your inhibitions would drop. That's why casinos will serve you lots of liquor when you go in the casino, because they know that you're not going to be financially conscious if you're half drunk. There was a man who sued a casino because he was betting $100,000 a hand, and they kept giving him liquor to keep him as drunk as possible because he was just throwing money everywhere. And then he lost $13 million. He lost half his fortune. A lot of NBA players, Allen Iverson, I think that poor guy, he's got banned from casinos because he would go in there, get to drinking and gambling, and his, he had all this money. He's an NBA player, so so he felt like he was never going to run out of money, and this is what happens. So that free cash flow problem can affect anybody, and money kind of does create this psychological numbing effect. One thing I would consider doing if your goal is to become financially secure and financially smart is, if you have a financial goal, do some, sometimes you got to trick yourself. Like my friend Willie D from the Ghetto Boys had that song, My Mind's Playing Tricks on Me. Well, when it comes to money, sometimes your mind plays tricks on you. Sometimes you can really think that you have more than you actually have, and you can waste more than you intend to waste. So one little trick you can do, this is in David Bach's book, The Automatic Millionaire, is that if you have a long-term financial goal, and if your goal is to save or to invest, or you want to do the $5 a day plan, get that money automatically deducted out of your paycheck before you become even conscious or aware that the money's there. I have seen people, you don't understand. I know people who've never taken a finance class, who couldn't tell you the difference between the stock market and the grocery store, who have made over $1 million by simply having the a maximum amount of money taken out of their check to put into their 401k, and have done that consistently for several decades and built an amount of generational wealth that's going to last their family for 100 years. Do you understand what I'm saying? Let me know if you get what I'm saying here. This is real basic. It's the simple stuff that makes the difference, not the complex ideas, not the high level stuff. The high level stuff matters and it's important, sure. We can get to that. But really it's the basics that really makes the difference. It's the fundamentals. So if you find that that's your problem, if money burns a hole in your pocket like it does mine, that's another thing I realized about myself, is I'm a spendaholic. I like to spend. So I had to find some way to convert that energy into something that was going to be productive, as opposed to something that was going to be destructive. So even to this day, instead of being a spendaholic, I turned myself into an investaholic. So if you watch how I buy stock almost every single day. And basically, all I'm doing is I'm taking the same energy that I used to put into spending money, and I'm now applying that to investing money, because I found that spending money and investing gave me the same psychological benefit, that same little dopamine injection I need from spending. Oh, I get that from buying shares of Google. The difference is that if I go spend money at the mall, that money's gone. I'm never going to see that money again. If I buy shares of Google, not only will that money remain, but that money might actually go up in value. So find something that really works for you. Everybody's different, but financial psychology is a really important part of your investing journey, which is why knowledge of self and healing and all these other things are all connected to those ideas. Okay. And so anyway, that's it. We're gonna finish up for today. Don't forget, tomorrow we're gonna meet for financial consciousness training at 10 a.m. If you're not on the text list to get an invitation to join the class, just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. I'll send you an invitation. Also, if you are interested in healing therapy, stuff like that, my wife is a therapist and she's actually written workbooks on things like financial anxiety and stuff like that. So if you are interested, in fact, in the Black Business School, we created the first ever Black financial therapy department. There is no other Black financial therapy department anywhere on earth, but that's because my wife and I were both two nerdy professors who sit around and think about stuff all day. We realized that therapy is something that can really help us when it comes to Black economics, but it also helps in all those other areas that are indirectly connected to economics, like health and relationships and all that. So a holistic approach, I think, is what's going to really help you not just make more money, but to really get the real prize. The real prize is not the money. I know a lot of people who have all the money, but they're not very happy. The real prize is when you're just generally happy with your life. That's when you feel safe and prosperous and connected and you are content and at peace with your existence. You know, not all the stress and trauma and fighting and self-hate and health issues and all these other things. Like I want all that gone, right? So I don't just want you to have the money, I want you to have the wealth. Do you understand? And wealth is far bigger than money. Money is just one type of wealth. Most wealth is not related to money. Give me a yes if you're following this idea, and let me know if you get what I'm saying. Okay. So last but not least, so if you want to check out my wife's stuff, her website actually is coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. And then also our bookstore. Some of her books are in our bookstore, so you can go to drboycebooks.com. This Dr. Boyce Books. There's actually a love and money section there. There's a section on children and money. So if you have kids, I believe that you should educate your kids on wealth, right? Why not get them ready when they're young so that they can succeed later on? All right. So anyways, Dr. Boyce, will you be on the rest of the week? Oh yeah, we do money in the morning every single day, 7 days a week. So every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, I will be right here with you. So just get on the text list and you'll get an invitation. Text the word morning to 87948. And the goal is to talk about stuff. I believe that the more you talk about stuff, what you're doing is you are brainwashing yourself, right? I brainwash myself all the time because I know I'm going to brainwash myself in a way that's going to make me better, make me stronger, make me more effective, make me more capable. I'm not letting Massa brainwash me because Massa wants me as his slave. He wants to give me the black job and I want the Boyce job. He wants me to be the clown. I want to be the king. He wants me at the bottom. I want to be at the top. He wants me to be a loser. I want to be a winner. And I want you to be a winner too. So whatever it means for you to be a winner, brainwash yourself to be a winner. Remind yourself of how great you are. Remind yourself of how great you can be, what your potential is, what you got to do today. And that's how you get there. That's what I do every single morning. You got to do it. We can do this. Important as going to work every day for a white man, right? We value, we'll go to work for that guy every day. We'll go to work for Massa every day, and that's our top priority. You know what I mean? Like that becomes the most important thing we have to do. Anytime the kid wants attention, it's like, well, I got to go to work. I got to go to work. I got to go to work. So I think maybe we can try to get to a point at some point where we can really distribute a true inheritance of a type of black privilege by basically saying, educating my kids or anybody who I adopt as a child, that's more important than anything else that I'm going to do, right? And I think if you do that, if you think about this, when I think about this brother who we talked for a while and he'd made some mistakes in his life in some areas where he felt like he didn't go as far as he wanted to go, but I had a lot of respect for him, a lot of admiration for him because I can tell clearly from his behaviors, from his choices, that his children were going to be light years ahead of him. I mean, think about this. He explains to his 17-year-old how he generates thousands of dollars every week selling his stock options. And nobody knows that stuff when they're 17. 17-year-olds don't know that stuff. So those little head starts mean everything. I give my grandmother a lot of credit for the head start she gave me. And my grandmother didn't even know anything about finance, really. She never took a class in finance or economics. My grandmother just, she knew how to save and hold on to her money and keep her credit score up, basic things like that. She knew how to buy savings bonds. That was another thing she knew. But she did not know the types of stuff we talk about up in here. I mean, I just want to be clear. This what we do every day in here is cutting edge. It is better than anything you would get. You could be at Harvard and you wouldn't get something this good because nobody understands Black wealth the way we do. Nobody understands the Black economic challenges, the struggles of our families, the issues that we confront. Most people can't even identify with some of the weird things that happen in our community. Like I don't know, like your mother uses your social security number and ruins your credit before you turn 18, or daddy's not in the house, so you have to figure out ways to make money for mom and them and everybody else, or dealing with applying for jobs and knowing that because you're Black, there's certain jobs that you'll never get. You're not going to get the good job. You'll get the Black job, or all the other things that we deal with every single day, when it comes to Black economics, or starting a business and not only not getting the capital that you need in order to start the business, like you don't get the financial support, you can't get the bank loan. Nobody in your family will loan you money because they don't have any money. But also you're dealing with, the Negro naysayers who, the Negro naysayers are the people who always have a problem with every solution because they operate in fear. Fear is a low vibrational, low frequency sort of lower level instinct, right? And because they're all living on this low vibrational frequency, when you try to rise, they emotionally weigh you down without even trying to. You get emotionally weighed down because everybody dumps their fear on your back and you're trying to fly like an eagle, but you got 80,000 pounds of fear on your back. And it's really hard. It's really, really hard. So I'm going to say this too. Not only should Black excellence and Black privilege, I think Black privilege can be delivered by a commitment to Black excellence. Excellence comes through preparation, but also I think that Black success is not the same as white success. Like I think that when we succeed, when we win, when we overcome it all and become successful, there's nobody in America anyway that can really match that in terms of understanding what we had to go through to get there. Yeah, there are some white guys out here that have PhDs in finance like I do, but I told my chairman when I was 29 years old, I went into I was kind of cocky when I was young, I was kind of like I'm from Louisville, we got that Muhammad Ali in us. And so I was kind of cocky, and I remember telling my chairman, I said, you don't understand. I'm not like the other students here. Not I have I'm the best, I know stuff better than everybody else, sure. But you're looking at us as a group as if we all started in the same place. You don't understand. They didn't start where I started. You don't have another student who could say he was born in the projects. You don't have another student who could say my daddy was on drugs, so he wasn't even there on the day I was born. You don't have any other students who can say that they overcame the things I went through in terms of growing up with growing up with roaches and stuff in the house. You don't have any students that can say that. So don't put us in the same category. We're not the same. Like Kendrick says, they not like us. I was saying that 25 years ago. So long story short, I'm going to just say to you, that your uniqueness, your individual experience, the things that you overcame, to me, those are your superpowers. If you study, the storyline of any superhero on a Marvel comic book or not Warner Brothers, the other one, DC Comics, you'll notice every superhero has a horrible origin story, right? Something really terrible happened to that superhero that made them great. So really, what I've noticed is that the difference between a struggle that weakens you and a struggle that makes you stronger is your attitude. How do you really embrace it? Do you embrace it and say, okay, this is what's going to make me stronger, or do you look at it and say, oh my God, this is what's going to give me another reason to feel sorry for myself? If you're in the latter category, then I hate to say it, but you're it becomes wasteful energy. It's like if I eat a bunch of food and then I just sit on the couch, then I'm taking a bunch of sugar or whatever and I sit on the couch. Well, that sugar is gonna just sort of sink into my body and become almost like a type of poison. It's gonna make me fat, whatever. But if I get up and I go use that energy to work out, then that's going to really fuel me and make me stronger, right? So I would encourage you, take those experiences that you have and just really understand that that really is a type of training camp that God created for you that gives you an opportunity to be as great as you want to be. And it's really hard to remind yourself of that because sometimes we go through hard stuff. And I think that the energy, the attitude, one of the reasons that Black wealth does not grow, and I'm going to explain why Black wealth doesn't grow. There's a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons why Black wealth doesn't grow is because there is a pessimism that sort of seeps over us from the time that we're born. And the pessimism is not just that fear that I told you about. You see, what you got to understand is that economies don't grow in fear. It's like trying to grow a flower in terrible soil. If you have really nasty soil and it's dry and it's toxic and whatever, and there's no nutrients in it, nothing's going to grow in that soil. You're trying to grow, you're trying to create life in a dead space. So to some extent, there are sectors of the Black economy that are just dead. They're dead largely because of the way we perceive time, the way we perceive risk, the way we perceive our circumstances. For example, I've talked to you guys extensively about how Warren Buffett and people like that will always tell you that a lot of wealthy people are made wealthy by basically buying assets extensively when the market's down. When the market goes south, they don't sit around and cry about how bad the market is. They say, "Oh, wow, there's so much cheap stuff out here I can go purchase." So they start moving, they start activating when times get tough. They don't sit there and just cry about it or just say, "Oh, well, this is look, they done did it to us again, y'all. They done took it from us again." I can just tell you that a lot of economics is really built on uh, psychology. This is why when they measure the state of the economy, they measure things like consumer confidence. How confident and optimistic are consumers? Because they know that an economy where consumers are optimistic and confident, which is connected, right? When you're a confident person, you're optimistic about yourself, your life, and your prospects. They notice that when consumers are optimistic and confident, the economy goes up. So I think you got to ask yourself that question. When you look around at your family, look at your family and economic consciousness exercise. This is what this is going to be. And when you hear them talk about struggles and challenges, do you pick up on optimism and confidence? Like, oh, we got this. We're going to go get this. We're going to make this happen. I'm feeling good today. Or do you pick up on pessimism and negativity? The negativity, oh, it's just so hard out here. How you been doing, man? Oh, man, just surviving, man, just surviving. Well, if you're just surviving, I mean, the truth of the matter is that's called survivalnomics or strugglenomics. That's not powernomics. You can't play powernomics if you're just surviving. It's like if I'm trying to win the Super Bowl and I have a great football team, and I think that we have the ability to win, but our goal is to just survive each game and not die by the end of the football game, just to survive. Like we might lose by 30 points, but at least we made it. At least we didn't get injured today. That's not an attitude. That's not a winning attitude. A winning attitude that leads to positive outcomes tends to be based on your prior perception of your self-worth, your odds of winning. I think a lot of people don't succeed because think about it. Why would you try hard to do something difficult if you believe that you can't do it? If you don't believe you can succeed, why? Like I didn't get up this morning with the plan to go climb Mount Everest because I think that if I tried it, I would probably freeze to death. I don't know how to climb. I don't know what I'm doing. I would fall off the mountain. That's what I would do. So you're not gonna see me get up this morning and be like, yeah, I'm gonna go up on Everest today and climb the. I'm not doing that. Partly because I know I don't have confidence in my ability to climb Mount Everest. Now, there are things I have confidence in. I have confidence in my ability to break down economics on a lot of different levels for you every single day. I have confidence that it's going to make a difference. I have confidence that it's going to start my day off right. So that's what I'm doing. You got to understand, you put your energy and you make investments. There's the word investment. Remember, I want to circle it back to the words like investment. So you'll stop. So no one will ever be tempted to think that we quit talking about economics. See, when I take you around the world, I'm talking about life and trees and happiness and everything. People think, oh, he's not talking about economics anymore. No, no, no. We're talking about investing, but we're talking about it in a holistic framework because you've been investing your entire life. Anything that you invest in has the capacity to grow. That which you do not invest in is not going to grow. A flower will not grow if you put no water in the flower. And you won't put water in the flower if you don't think the flower has a chance to grow. So it's a chicken egg situation. It's a feedback loop. They feed into each other. You feed the flower because you think it'll grow, and it grows because you feed it, and then you feed it more because you see it growing, and then it grows because you feed it. So it becomes a constant feedback loop. And so I want you to translate that to certain other areas where we don't invest. The Black community doesn't get a lot of investment, particularly from even Black people, because there are people who believe it's a waste of time. They don't believe it's going to grow. Lots of dreams die. The cemetery is full of some of the best, most brilliant ideas. The cemetery is full of visions that did not come true. The cemetery is full of people who had amazing ideas that would have been given life, But these people, unfortunately, due to a lack of vision, lack of confidence, lack of discipline, whatever it was, they let those visions just whittle away and disappear and die. In this room right now, there's several hundred of you, a few thousand people watch this, join us every single morning. Um, a lot of you have a vision for yourself, for your life, for your economics, for your family, whatever. That is brilliant. That's amazing. That's going to change somebody's life. That's really going to make a difference. But if you don't have that confidence in the vision, if you're not willing to invest in the vision, then the world will never see it. And then no one else will invest in it because you didn't even invest. It's your idea, but you're scared to invest in your own thing. Well, what makes you think anybody else is going to invest in something that you don't believe in? So part of my goal when I talk to you every single morning is I say, I think the first thing I got to do before I ask anybody else to commit to making any adjustment in their own life is I got to show you that I believe in this damn thing. I got to show you my own confidence in what we're doing here. I have to show that to you. I have to show you my commitment. And that's why I commit to popping in here every single day. If you've been watching me, if you've been watching me for 8 years, 10 years, 12 years, you've been seeing me pretty much every day for 12 years. I'm available somewhere every day. Right. So that's my way of saying like, no, 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 if you're investing in this road with me, oh, you're investing in something that's real. This is something. This is a dream that's made out of concrete. In my head, I see it as if it's already there. So I encourage you, figure out what that is for you. Figure out what matters to you. Figure out what it is that you are going to invest in and believe in and plant your seed in, and just go make that damn thing happen. And really every day, just understand though that there's a process and that psychology is huge in an economy where everyone is pessimistic, cowardly, and not feeling good about the future. Those economies do not grow. That's why they measure consumer confidence, because they know that confident consumers who are very optimistic are going to boost an economy. And I don't believe that we're always so optimistic about ourselves. This is why I was explaining to you all how a lot of economics is just like love. It comes back to love because it's hard to be confident in something if you don't love that thing. And it's hard to love something that you're not confident in. So really, at the end of the day, do you love yourself? And you better, because you're all you got. We're all we got. Right? So we got to love this. And if you love it, then you'll invest in it. If you love it, then you'll believe in it. If you love it, then you'll never give up on it. Do you understand? And if you do that and you position yourself where that's a consistent strategy, then guess what? You get to a point where you're kind of insulated from all the BS that's out here in the world. I've had scenarios where somebody got mad about something I said and they tried to cancel me. And I was like, you can't cancel me. You can't, because I know how you cancel, but you cancel people by creating scenarios where whoever is investing in that person, whatever company is supporting that person, backs away because they're so afraid that they're controversial or whatever. So then they get canceled, right? Because then they lose their TV show, or they're not they the record label drops them or whatever, right? But I'm like, but you can't cancel me because I'm not ever going to stop investing in Boyce. Boyce's backer is Boyce. And I've talked to him. I meet with him every day. And he tells me, hey, keep going because I got your back. So you can't cancel me. My funding is secure. Damn it. That investment is coming from God. It's coming from a place that you can't even touch. You can't take my soul from me. That's not going to happen. So I would encourage you to put yourself in a position where the world can never cancel you. They can't cancel you by taking your job. They can't cancel you by, a woman can't cancel a confident man by ending the relationship. A man can't cancel you by telling you that you're not pretty because you know how pretty you are, right? You've got to find a source, and this is something we don't think enough about. We don't think enough about the source of the funding for whatever it is that we're doing, right? And I'm not talking about just the financial side. I'm talking about all of it. When you are reliant upon funding sources for your vision, your dream, your empire, if you're dependent upon sources that are not reliable, that are not stable, that are not sturdy, that are going to back away at the sign of any problems or any trouble or any disappointment, then you're very vulnerable. That's a risk factor. Remember, when I studied under Renee Stoltz at the Ohio State University, he's one of the greatest risk management experts on earth. So we spent a lot of time talking about risk and understanding how risk works, how risk shows up. So one of the biggest things about the Black community in our economics is we don't understand risk. Because if you did, you would understand how risky it is that the number one funder of your dreams, of your education, and of your economic success is the same group of people that put you in chains, raped you, beat you, stole all your money, castrated you, hung you from trees, and all this other. If you understood risk, you would not be dependent on people who have harmed you in the past in the way that you do right now. You wouldn't. You would not. Nobody, that doesn't even make, that's not even logical. That is not logical. So the truth of the matter is that we will make these risky moves. You know, we'll have a job and we'll be working for massa and we'll think we're secure because massa's sending the paycheck on time every Friday. And then we're like in shock when massa decides, Tyrone, I found out about your conviction for possessing weed when you were 19 years old, and we're gonna have to go in a different direction, Tyrone. And then next thing you know, Tyrone's devastated because his financial backer has backed away. He no longer has his investor anymore. I'm the guy who kind of says, yeah, Tyrone, but I don't think they really ever liked you that much anyway. I think that they're not like us, Tyrone. They're different. You have to find some other way to get what you need without going to the people who don't give a damn about you. That's why, that's literally the whole premise of my life. And it's hard for me to explain because when I explain it this way, people get nervous. They think I don't like white people. No, I don't have any problem with white people at all. I got many white friends. Isn't that what they always say? I got a lot of white friends, and I'm very nice to them. And as long as they're nice to me, I'm nice to them. It's just I'm not gonna trust you to make sure my family gets fed. I'm not trusting you to make sure that I get to be a man. I'm not doing that. I'm not predicating my self-confidence and my self-respect and my self-esteem on whether or not you validate me or not. Because I know how y'all do. I know how you are. I read the history books. I've been kicking it with Dr. Claude Anderson for damn near 20 years. I understand that I know where the bodies are buried. I've read the secrets. I've read the real history books that really tell you about how you used to use black babies as alligator bait. So I don't expect more from you than anybody should expect from you with the history that you have. Your credit score is very low, so the trust is not there. I'm not loaning you anything. I might partner with you. I'll be friends with you. I can even work with you. I have nothing against people who are not black. And that's something I have to keep on explaining because people think that in order to love yourself, you got to hate somebody else. I don't believe that in order for you to love you, you got to hate nobody. I don't even wake up with hate in your heart. Hate is a toxic emotion that will kill you. It stresses you out. It literally destroys you. My wife just yesterday was going through, she was updating her trauma certification, and she said, Boyce, you would not believe. She always comes to me with everything she learns. I become the student. She has to come and she communicates, right? You know how you ladies like to talk a lot, and I talk. Shoot, I can't talk. I talk as much as I hung out with my mama a lot, so I'm a big communicator too. So she said, Boyce, oh my God, I was reading about trauma. And did you know that women are more likely to get cervical cancer if they were traumatized and they didn't heal from the trauma? I was like, really? It's connected to cancer? Well, I guess that makes sense. But still, like these little things, they affect you in so many different ways. And this is important stuff to know. This is important stuff to know. Now, let me move into one thing I wanted to bring up today. I wanted to bring this thing up because I was running with my wife. I run very slowly. My back was hurting and I'm fat, so I'm not a good runner. But I did cover my 3 miles, and that's great because as long as I cover my 3 miles, I know I'll never look like Roland Martin. So that's the goal. As long as I never have to, I'm playing. I'm being just so petty today. Anyway, but anyway, so here I was running with my wife. I shouldn't have said that, but I don't care. It was funny. And we're running, and I told her we were talking about jobs and working and working for people, and especially working for massa, right? Working for people who don't like you very much. And I said, I said, really, my dream and my vision is one where I don't believe black people. I think if we did right by our children, we could position all of our kids where they never have to work for anybody. I really believe that. I really believe that that's quite doable. A disciplined parent can do that. Any disciplined parent can really do it. The things of the $5 a day plan and all that. We've talked about that. So we won't go into the specifics of that today. If you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, that's free. It's all right there. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. That'll explain everything. And and she was, when we were kind of going back and forth. And she was saying, Somebody said you still have a neck though. Aha, Brandon. Okay, Brandon's got jokes. Well, my neck, I think my neck comes from lifting weights. I've been lifting so many weights that all my shirts don't fit no more. So, I'm doing my thing. So don't make fun of me, Brandon. Anyway, so my wife and I were talking about this, and I said because it really still bothers me deeply that we spend so much time in these spaces that we don't want to be. We spend so much time at work, and being at work becomes the dominant force in our lives. If you add up, I'll do the math really quickly. If you work 40 hours a week, and then let's say it's 50 hours a week, really, because you're spending time not just at work, 8 hours a day, let's say, but you have an hour to work or an hour getting ready for work and getting there, and an hour kind of coming home and decompressing. So let's say each week you're spending 50 hours at work, coming home from work, getting ready for work, whatever. And you do that for 50 weeks a year. That's 2,500 hours a year. If you do that over a decade, that's 25,000 hours over a decade. If you do that over a 48-year work life, you're talking about 100,000 hours of work. Most people really work about 50 years, actually. So if you go out 50 years, you're talking about 125,000 hours that you're spending, in many cases, doing something that you would not be doing unless you were getting if you something that you're doing that you wouldn't be doing if you weren't getting paid for it. You understand? And if you and here's the thing, right? So I was talking to my wife about it, and she said, well, some people, they like their work. Some people are fulfilled with their work. Work gives you a sense of purpose. And I said, yes, it does. But I kind of think that your purpose should be connected to something that you care about, something that is a God-given purpose, as opposed to massa just giving you a purpose and saying your purpose in life is to come to the Ford plant every day and pull this lever, or your purpose in life is to serve Chipotle every day to customers. All these things are fine, and it's not meant to work shame. I'm not saying that work is something we should be embarrassed about. I think hard work is important, right? It gives you something to do, a reason to get up in the morning. And they find that when people don't have work to do or something on their schedule, they tend to just waste time and engage in things that are very unhealthy, right? So, because the idle mind really is the devil's workshop. Okay, I get that. But I would love to ask everyone what I refer to as the $10 million question. Okay, I'm gonna ask you all the $10 million question. I want you to answer me in the chat. Give me a yes or no. The $10 million question is this: if you were not getting paid for your job, and let's say you had $10 million in the bank, if you had $10 million in the bank right now, would you keep going to your job every day? The job that you have, if you had 10 million, if you won the lottery tomorrow and you had 10 million in the bank, so money wasn't nothing but a thing, how would you keep going to work every day? Yes or no? Okay, and I see Tequila and Brandon and Patricia and Shirley. Okay, I see your answers. I'm looking at your answers. Okay, and I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm seeing a lot more no's than yeses. I really am. I'm seeing a lot more no's than yeses. Okay. And let me tell you, I did a survey on my Twitter. My Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins 1, Dr. Boyce Watkins and the number one. So if you're on Twitter, feel free to follow me. It's controversial because I just say what's on my mind, but it's fun. At least I thought about it before I offended you. And if you want to come hang out with me on Twitter, just go to Dr. Boyce Watkins 1. And also, I'd like for you guys to follow me because I get tired of debating with weirdos. All right. So here's what the results of the survey were. I asked that very same question, and 62% of the respondents said no. 37.9% of the respondents said yes. So that's about what I am seeing in this chat, that about 1/3 of the respondents are happy with their work. They feel that it's fulfilling. They feel like it's connected to their purpose. They're glad to be doing it. They'd be doing the work even if they were doing it for free. And for those that are in that category, I really congratulate you. I think that's really awesome. And I'm never a guy, and I want to make that's another point I sometimes have to clarify, is there are people who think that the only thing I want Black people to do is quit their jobs and become entrepreneurs. No, that is not what I'm saying ever. Because some of y'all will be terrible entrepreneurs. Some of y'all don't need to be running a business. Some of you don't want to. It's hard work. It's very stressful. It's hard to do. I've never said that everybody should be an entrepreneur. I've just said every Black person needs to own something. Remember, owning a business ain't the same as running a business. In fact, there's plenty of people out here who are very wealthy who own lots of businesses who ain't running nothing. They own donut shops and can't make a donut. They own shoe stores, and don't even know what shoes are in the store. So owning the business does not mean you have to actually run the business. So never ever think those are two areas I got to kind of clear up. Three areas really. One myth is that I don't like white people, which is not true. Um, because I just love myself. Another one is that I've been telling black people not to vote or to go vote for the Republicans, which is never true. I've only told you to vote for who you want to vote for and don't let anybody intimidate you out of that. And the third one is that I'm telling black people to all quit their jobs and start businesses. I don't do that. I tell you to find your happiness, find your bliss, whatever that is. And if that's a controversial response to you, then I don't know how to help you. If I say I want you to be happy and you say, screw you, then I can't help. I don't know what to say at that point, right? So anyway, so let's circle back to the $10 million question. Okay. So here's what I'm going to throw out there. If I ask you that $10 million question and I say, okay, on this job that you have, if you had $10 million in the bank, would you still go to that job? And your answer is no, then I'm going to argue that that is evidence to me that this capitalist economy and the whole black job seeking culture has disconnected you from your purpose. You are disconnected from the purpose that you were put on this earth for. And I believe everybody has one. To me, a purpose is just something that you're passionate about, maybe something that you're also good at. It's something that achieves a goal that matters to you, right? My purpose is to be a great parent and to raise my kids and love them and make them feel safe and happy in the world so that their lives are better. That's a great purpose to have. Maybe another purpose might be something in the community. Maybe your purpose might be art. Art, my youngest daughter, her purpose is clearly dancing and performance. So I want her to be as connected to her purpose as possible, because when she is connected to her purpose, that unlocks an entire universe of happiness and optimism and mental health and potential and excitement and genius that she would not have if I shut all that down and forced her to go and screw bolts for a living at a factory. Do you understand? So what I hope you'll get, and this is it's hard to fix this quickly. So I'm not telling you to run off and cuss your boss out today. Don't do that. But what I'm saying is that when you know the history of capitalism, you know the history of the American economy, you'll understand how deeply insidious it is and how much of a dream killer it is. This has not always been the case. This is more of an artifact of industrialization. If you go back before the Industrial Revolution, you really didn't have this culture where people were leaving their kids behind so they can go and spend their whole day in the factory. Like, you had to be trained, you had to be brainwashed to believe that that makes sense. And so really, to me, the greatest gift, one of the greatest gifts you can give a child, if you care about a child in your life, is to figure out, okay, how do we create a pathway where you can get away from the corporate plantation and do what you're supposed to do what you're meant to do what you're passionate about. And the thing about it is that following your passion is not disconnected from making money. If you understand economics and you have financial literacy training early, which every child in our community should have this, then you learn that almost everything has an economy around it. Everything has an economy. So if you know that everything has an economy around it, then that means you can find the things you're passionate about, go be great at it because you love it so much. It's not work. I haven't worked a day. I have not worked for at least 30 years. The last time I worked, I was 22 years old, going to like make food at Arby's. That's the last time I had a job. I ain't had a job. I have not worked since then because I love what I do. And I'm great at what I do because I'm passionate about what I do. And I'm passionate about what I do because this ain't work. If I had to work, I would get fired in about an hour because I get easily bored. You have me sitting around doing some bullshit, excuse my French. I'm going to say, why am I doing this? This is dumb. This is a waste of time. This doesn't even matter. I don't care about this. And I'm going to be terrible at it. And so the reality is that if you unlock that passion and you find and you connect to your purpose, then what it does is it just unleashes another side of you that really gives you an opportunity to be impactful and great in whatever area of life that you want to be great in. And again, I just think even basic stuff like just being like a superstar parent, like really, really, really such a great parent that your kids grow up and say, "Oh my God, without my dad, I would be nothing right now. I'm in the NBA now because of my dad. I'm a surgeon because my dad spent so much time with me and took me to science camps and whatever it is, right? Like I just think even something very basic like that. So if you think that there's no opportunity for you to connect to your passion, I would encourage you, number one, maybe that meditation piece of just figuring out what you are passionate about, who you really are, is important. But then also, life gives us many opportunities to be impactful and passionate in what we do. And I think that what happens with money, and this is where money becomes the devil, is money can distract you from where you're supposed to be, and also a lack of vision for your life that sort of that can drive our ultimate need to kind of follow other people's advice. And so you love something and you really want to do it, but you don't quite know how you're going to make enough money to survive. And then somebody comes along and says, well, that's not realistic. You should be doing this over here because they're hiring at the post office and you have to be practical and reasonable, right? And that's kind of, and I get that, right? These are people that think that they love us and they think they're helping us by doing this, because what they'll do is they'll take this big, gigantic, bold dream you have and they'll shrink it down into a nice, collapsible little reality that fits into the umbrella of the resources that you have access to and the rules. And they'll say, hey, why do you have this big black dream when you could just go get you a nice black job? And you get that nice little black job at the post office. And then what happens is you kind of spend, 10, 20, 30 years sitting there doing stuff that you don't really that doesn't have a lot of meaning to you, and then you're kind of sometimes sad, like you have a lot of regrets, like you're looking back and you're imagining what your life would have been if you had actually done what you wanted to do as opposed to doing what you were told to do. In fact, I read those studies about what old people on their deathbed say when they're reflecting on their lives, like what are their biggest regrets, and their biggest regrets tend to be that I didn't live for me, I didn't do what I wanted to do, I did what everybody else told me to do. I would feel my passion and the universe would tell me to go left, but all my relatives would tell me to go right. So I went right and I regretted it ever since. Right. So what I think is true as well is this. Let's just be realistic, right? We've got, when your kids grow up, they're going to have bills to pay. Um, we have to have money to survive in this economy. This is why I love teaching and talking about money, is because money is really important. Money's critical. Money's life or death for some people. Um, so if you are financially literate, then what you're able to do is you're able to understand that it doesn't have to be an either or conversation for yourself. It can really be a both and. So when I talk to our youngest child who loves to dance and loves to sing, and every now and then I'll hear her say something, or I hear someone say something to her, like they'll say, well, dancers don't make very much money. I instantly interrupt and I say, no, but that's not going to be your situation, because I'm going to show you how to make money. So you'll have all the money that you need. You'll make as much money as a medical doctor or whatever you want to do. And then you can go dance all day. Right? We can get the money part out of, again, let's go back to the basics. Money's not the be all end all. In a capitalist society, they make you think that as long as whatever you're doing is making you plenty of money, then you're doing the right thing. And the shittiness of that trade-off, that's just the thing that infuriates me to no end, is what they get you to do is they get you to the point where you're trading things that money should not be able to buy. You are 25 years old. You should be enjoying your life, traveling, living, learning, having experiences. But instead, you're sitting in a warehouse all day, or you're you're in an office and you're bored to death all day, or you're surrounded. And even worse for Black people, you're surrounded by these microaggressions and all this racial hostility that we have to deal with every day at the job. That's not supposed to be your life. So if you feel this sort of tingling with you, is that in your heart that you're in the wrong place. You know that there's another parallel universe, there's another reality out there that was supposed to be your life. That was supposed to be your life. And this goes back to when I was talking to you guys about the difference between God's plan, your plan, and Massa's plan. Right? Massa's plan for you is to put you in a nice little black job and keep you there so that you can contribute to the economy in the way that he sees fit. But that has to be superseded by your plan. But your plan is still limited. I encourage you to even go deeper and to rise, whether you want to call this spiritually or consciously, and really see if you can connect to God's plan. Like you can't tell me that it wasn't God's plan for me to be talking to you right now, doing what I do right now. In fact, and it was then, and that whole idea was even inspired by the fact that my 17-year-old mother, when she gave birth to me, she's not 17 now, but she was 17 back then. And she put me on the altar. She went to church and she was pregnant. And if you know, in the 1960s, when a black girl got pregnant, it was terrible. They didn't treat you well. People would call you dirty names and all that, which I think is an absolute sin because there's no more valuable of a job in all of humanity than the job of being a mother, right? I just don't understand how we lost connection to this very basic idea. It's insanity to me that we will look down on a woman for becoming a mom. Like I just don't understand that. Like there's nothing more important that a human being can give us than life, right? Like that's literally the most important thing that anyone has ever given me is the chance to live. And and so anyway, so my mother was dealing with this nonsense, of people, that were going to judge her because she was pregnant. And my father was 15 years old, so he didn't know what the hell he was doing. And then he went off and got on drugs and stuff. And my mother, so she's sitting in church and she's pregnant, but she couldn't tell anybody because she was so scared. And she just starts praying, and they bring you up to the front. I don't know anybody. How many of y'all go to black churches? Anybody been to a black church? So they have a time where they bring everybody up, and you have to go up to the altar, and you can say a little prayer. And my mother sit up there praying, and she just kept praying and praying and praying. And then everybody went back to their seat and sat down, and she's still sitting up there just praying because she's so scared of like having this baby, and so anyway, she said that she just felt something. She said that God told her, like, she just felt it. She said that she just said, "Okay, I'm good. I'm giving this baby to you, and I just need you to do this because I don't know what to do." I can't tell this story. Every time I tell a story, I get emotional. I don't know why. I gotta stop that. Stop it, boy. Stop it. Okay. So she literally said she gave me to God. She said I had a feeling in my heart that I had to have this baby, that you were going to do something important in the world, and I had to give birth to you. And so she said, I gave you to God, and that was it. And so long story short, here's the thing that's interesting, right? I guess now years later, and now all the problems we had back then, those are long gone. And years later, when we're reflecting on that story, I don't know which came first, the chicken or the egg, right? So maybe because she gave me to God and she saw me as having a purpose from God, maybe that's what led to the impactful things that we've done. Like we've been able to reach millions of people, and a lot of you in here, I hope that I've been able to impact your life in a positive way, right? But maybe it's the other way around. Maybe it's because she told me that I had a purpose, that maybe I internalized that and said that because I've been given a purpose from my mother, I need to be on level 10. Do you understand what I'm saying? So maybe it's all in my head. Maybe it's all just a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, okay, I was told that I'm the chosen one, so I better go out and do some important stuff, right? And here's the thing though, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter like why it happened. All that matters is that it happened. And this also speaks to the power of our children. When we talk about giving them black privilege is not just giving them a bunch of money. Black privilege might be instilling in them the specialness that they will carry with them through life, to know that because I'm representing something important and because I am an important human being, and I was important enough for my parents to spend lots of time with me and teach me things and prepare me. Oh, I got to go do something important in the world. It's mission critical that I uphold the standard. Do you understand? I really believe that in many cases, a lack of progress, a lack of success, etc., a lack of initiative for young people comes from the fact that nobody ever told them how important they were. Nobody told them that they were special. Nobody told them that this is the tradition that you're upholding. This is what makes things like the educational system so dangerous for Black people, is that from the very time I remember learning Black history, all I would hear is that you used to be slaves until Abraham Lincoln freed you, and now you should spend your life being grateful to white people for letting you go eat at the same lunch counter as them. I don't want to hear that shit. That's not inspiring to me. That means that I wasn't nothing until you decided that I was going to be somebody. You lifted me up and gave me my self-esteem. You gave me my identity. You made me relevant in the world. And then we carry that through life. The same person that brought you in this world can take you out. The same person who gave you your self-esteem can take it away from you. The same person who gave you your validation can rip it away when they get mad at you and you're not doing what you're told anymore. The same person who gave you your financial security can take it away if they're not happy with your behavior. So every time the situation calls for you to stand up, somebody says, sit your black ass right back down. This is the dilemma that we run into when we don't take control of what happens with our young people. If we don't inject them with the black privilege that they need early, to no, you are somebody, whether they say you're somebody or not. You were born somebody. You were born special. You're a Miller, you're a Smith, you're a Watkins, you're whatever, right? That's the standard you're upholding, and you don't need nobody out here validating none of that. You got the juice already. Don't go looking for the juice. The juice is inside of you. Look inside yourself to find out who you're supposed to be. Don't look at the world. The world's full of people that don't know who the hell they are, where they're going. All they know how to do is look around and see what everybody else is doing. What's everybody else doing? I'm gonna go follow the crowd. That's, to me, is not that's not the goal. That's not the objective, right? So the same way my mother, she gave me the story about giving me to God as a baby, and I believe her. It sounds like a real story, and she was really scared. And I thank her all the time. I say thank you for not aborting me. I appreciate that. But still though, I don't know. Maybe her telling me that is one of the things that made me say, okay, you know what? I got to go out here and at least do my best. And again, this goes back to what we said earlier. I'm gonna close on this point because I think this is a great point to end on for today. Remember, I told you a lot of the economics, and which is linked to success and everything else, a lot of it just goes back to self-love. To love, right? If you love something and you care about something, then you'll tend to value that thing. And if you value something, then you're going to invest in that thing. And I argue that many of us don't see investment in our community because we don't see the value of that. We don't invest in our families because we don't see the value of family. That's why I have to spend time reminding you of how your family is that multi-million-dollar asset that you didn't think much about. Because if you knew how valuable it was, maybe you'd put more energy into forming the connections that make a strong family, or working on the marriage, like taking classes on how to stay married, or maybe spend time working on figuring out ways to spend more time with the children. Okay. Or also, and then more at the core of this is that in many cases, I think that we don't invest in ourselves at a high level, perhaps because we don't see the value in ourselves. You think about this. And an unemployed black man, in many cases, will sit at home waiting for the phone to ring because he does not believe that his free time has value. He thinks, well, my free time only has value if someone hires me and they pay me for my time. But to me, an insightful person, a financially conscious man, would understand that, oh, wait, I've got 12 free hours every day to do anything that I want now. I can sit here and I can create a business. I can invest in my family. I can invest in myself. There's so many areas I can invest in now that my time has been freed up. I've got all this free wealth called time that I can then apply to all the things that matter to me. And that's where self-love and valuing what you have is really important. And you should be able to value what you have independently of whether or not a particular system acknowledges you or not. Because unfortunately, the reality is that we live in a country where being unapologetically black means you're not going to get invited into a lot of spaces. I had a conversation the other day with somebody who said, yeah, boys, we got these people that have this money that want to partner with you on blah, 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 but they're a little nervous because you do this and do that. Or we had you come to our event and we lost a corporate partner because we invited you. And I said, I appreciate you inviting me, but don't invite me next time, please, because I don't want you to lose money because you're affiliated with me. I know how dangerous I am. I know that being associated with someone who thinks like this, you're not going to fit into corporate spaces because they're just not quite ready for whatever it is that I'm bringing to the table. But I'm okay with it. Like, I don't need to be invited. I don't care if I come to your stuff. Like, I like you. I just don't. It's okay. So uninvite me, kick me out, and keep your partner if that's going to help you, because I can't back off of this. I'm not going to apologize for this. What I've got here is too valuable for me to not invest in this. I must invest in this. If I back away from this at all, I'm missing an amazing opportunity to do something that is the most important thing on earth I could be doing anywhere for anybody. So I'm sorry, I can't course correct now. Really. So really, I would just say to you, pick your thing, pick your juice. And if you really are committed to the damn thing and you're putting your energy into the damn thing the way you should be, you won't care what nobody else is doing. You don't need nobody else to invite you into the party for you to be relevant or to be important. They should be trying to come to your party. And that to me is an example of self-love. And when you love something, you invest in it. When you invest in something, it will grow. So the things in my life that grow, they grow because I invest in it. And I don't apologize for it. I don't hesitate. I do that every single day. So find your thing. I think you'll it feels good. It feels good. So anyway, Derek says I spilled my coffee after the Roland Martin comment. Sorry, Derek. When I see you, I'll buy you a cup of coffee. All right. So anyway, I can't start a day without being at least a little bit petty. But anyway, so let me stop. Roland's a good journalist. I've known Roland for a long time. We're not the best of friends. I can't lie, but I've known the guy for a while. All right. So anyway, let me finish up really quickly and say this. If you're not on the text list to get the text notifications when we go live, make sure you text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, if you want to take a look at the Prime program and see what we're doing with stock options, stuff like that, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. And also to go with Money in the Morning, we created something called Money in a Minute that allows you to learn any specific skill that you want to learn. The first one we did was stock options. And basically the lessons get sent to your via text message to your phone every day. So if you'd like to take a look at the Money in a Minute curriculum, just text the word Miami to 87948. It's $299 for lifetime access, and you get 35% off if you're here in this class. So just text the word Miami to the number 87948, and you'll get a link, and the link will give you a place where you can go sign up at the discounted rate. And then what will happen is every single morning at 9 a.m., there will be a stock option lesson that will appear in your phone. And it's basically for those of you that are beginning, that are just sort of new to it and want to understand how it works and the basic terminology. So it's very basic. It's stock options fundamentals. So if you're more advanced, it's not quite for you. But if you're just getting started or you want to reset on the basics, then text Miami to 87948. All right. So yeah. So I hope that Nina says, please repeat your stock options email. So the URL is drboyceprime.com. Dr. Boyce Prime. Prime stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine. The number one goal of that class, and everyone loves it, it's really popular, is the number one goal is to increase income. And it's a direct pathway. It's not hocus pocus. It's not, a bunch of goofy stuff. It's really stuff that actually works based on economic science. And I think you're going to like it. I know you're going to like it. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you. And I will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. And I hope you have a great day. All right. And let's see. Yvonne says text money to, the number is 87948. So that's the number for all. Because I just have to be honest with you in terms of what the research says and why people get slaughtered when it comes to the stock market. Well, if you know anything about sheep, you know that one thing a sheep will get is a sheep will always be slaughtered. So what I'm going to talk to you guys about is the difference between the different categories of investors and the different mindsets of investors, and how to avoid sort of being in that bad category. Like they say that every stock market has innovators, then you have imitators, and then you have what they call the idiots. And I don't want you to be the idiots. The idiots are the ones who kind of copy the imitators, and they don't quite know why they're doing it. They're just doing it because everybody else is doing it. And give me a yes if you've seen that before. Give me a yes if you think that maybe some of us as Black people maybe have a little bit more of a challenge with that, because we tend to really, really want to stick with things that are trendy and what everyone else is doing, or look for external validation for our next move, as opposed to simply just making the move because we internally believe that this is something that needs to happen, right? And so I think that that's a kind of a critical way to kind of think about investing, because if you don't, then bad things happen, and then what happens is, then when bad things happen, you come back and people say, "See, I told you that that investing is bad. I told you that investing will cause you to lose your money. I told you that the stock market is the devil." And I'm kind of like, well, no, the stock market is not really the devil. The devil is in whoever told you to approach it the way you kind of approach it. It doesn't mean there's anything wrong with it. It just means that if you approach things in the wrong way, like if I get in a car and I close my eyes and drive 100 miles an hour down the freeway and I die in the crash and I come back from heaven and I say driving is bad, well, that's not exactly the whole story. I'm indicting the driving process. I'm blaming automobiles. Anybody who's ever made an automobile is a killer. Hey, no, that's not true. They're not killers. You killed yourself. Right. So just I want us to kind of process it that way. All right. So let me shout out to your city too, if you want to. I'd love to shout out your city, especially those of you that are international. As you guys know, every morning we do Money in the Morning, financial consciousness. This is where we talk about the art of economic elevation, and we do this every morning at 10 a.m. And I know that to join, you get on the text list. The text list is text the word morning to 87948. That's how I send you guys notifications of when we have class, stuff like that. Text morning to 87948. Some of you just got a text in your feed or in your phone. But also internationally, if you can't text the number, just go to drboyceelevate.com, drboyceelevate.com. So I really want to see how many of you also are international, how many of you are coming in from other countries, because I want to know if it's actually working. And I see Linda from Cincinnati, Adrian's from Louisville, Kentucky. I love Louisville. That's my city. Carolyn out of Michigan, Sharon out of Detroit. Shout out to Detroit. Y'all, first of all, my condolences for that horrible, horrible football game last year. I was heartbroken. My stomach turned when I watched that game. And I'm not even a Lions fan. So I said, if I'm heartbroken and I'm not even a Lions fan, I can only imagine how the Lions fans must really feel right now. Because that was just terrible. That game, oh my Lord. I haven't seen anything that bad since Atlanta blew it. And after the Atlanta game, I called my Uncle John, who was a big Atlanta Falcons fan, who had waited 30 years for them to get a chance to win the Super Bowl. And I just said, man, I'm so sorry. But anyway, Gail, Richmond, Virginia. Let's see. I see Henry out of Austin, Texas. Sarah out of Burnsville, Minnesota. Gigi, Florida. Okay, Barry's out of Trinidad. Great. Brandon, Philadelphia. Cassandra out of Birmingham. Gwen, also out of Louisville. Very nice. Travis, Northern Virginia. Michael Wilson, from Cali. Helena, good morning to you. I see Zoe and Justin out of Nevada, Henderson, Nevada, Noah out of LA. Okay, I'm looking for the layout. If you're international, let me know if you're international. I want to see how many international people we have here because I want to make sure I want to reach other people around the world. But I know I got some Black London in here because y'all love me and I love y'all. Let's see here. Okay, I see Andre out of Jamaica. Let's see, what else do I see? Okay, I'm looking for international. Anybody? I know somebody. Come on, some of y'all got to be international. No, Elaine out of Northern California. Okay, Kalamazoo, Michigan. Kalamazoo, Michigan's not international, Kevin, but I appreciate you sharing that with me. Who's international? Let's stop for a minute. I want international only. Who's international? Miramar. That sounds international. Okay, I'm kidding. Unless it's like a part of Florida or something. I'm not. I failed geography class in school. Okay, so all right, so we're not big on international. All right, good. So what I got to do is I got to make sure I fix that. So thank you for sharing that. And that looks like we're all over the US for sure. I see Phoenix and let's see, New York and St. Louis and Arizona. All right, but I did not see a lot of international, which means that we want to fix that. I want to reach out to more people. Okay, thank you. John spoke up from the UK. Okay, that's good. All right, and I see Big Island, Hawaii, Liverpool for Jimmy Tibbs. Jimmy, you live in Liverpool? I thought Jimmy's a comedian. Are you being a comedian right now, Jimmy? Or are you really, anyway? All right. So by the way, Jimmy's going to come to the convention one year. We've been trying to get him to come out and do his comedy because he's funny and he's smart. I like smart, funny people. He's kind of like a Dave Chappelle-ish kind of guy. And I'm going to tell you, the All Black National Convention literally is the place where stars are born. No joke. So Killer Mike came to our All Black National Convention, our very first one. He just won 3 Grammys. Who else? D1 has come to probably 3 or 4 conventions. He's become one of the biggest rappers out there. He's been taking on all the big giants, and I saw him the other day with KRS-One and stuff like that. Victory Boyd came to a couple of conventions. She went to sing for Jay-Z, and And Jay-Z heard her sing one time and he signed her on the spot. She's now, I saw her kicking it with Adele or something. Like she's really doing the big thing. And then her siblings, Victory's siblings, performed at the convention. They just did a sold out tour all throughout Europe. And they're blowing up. They're called Infinity Song. You got to look them up. They got 1 million followers on Instagram now and they're just doing great. I'm so happy. I like to see the right people have high levels of success, and I also, and this actually spins into our topic for today. I don't like to discover people after everybody discovers them. I don't like to Christopher Columbus my way through life, where you discover stuff that other people already discovered and then say, look at what I found. And that to me is connected to what we're talking about today in terms of how you want to think about investing, how you want to think about money. There are people who don't know how to do anything without Christopher Columbusing their way through everything. They follow the crowd. They do things other people have already done, and maybe it's because we need this external validation, or we think that because everyone's doing it that it must be okay. It's certainly going to be trendy, but trendy is not always right. Trendy is not always right, and so when I talk about the people that we discovered at the convention, when I pick people to speak at the convention and people to perform and all that, I'm not picking people based on um how mainstream famous they are. I don't give a damn about that. I really don't care. In fact, being mainstream is actually a negative because I know what the mainstream is made of. I know how the decision makers make their decisions. I know about the people who have the capital, the millions and billions of dollars required to make someone famous, and I know their mindset. I know their culture. So I'm not impressed by that. If you say, I'm famous because white people put me on TV for the last 10 years, well, I'm going to look at you strange and say, well, why did they put you on TV? How many Diddy parties did you have to go to in order for you to be on television like that? How many, whose butt did you have to kiss? Whose agenda are you fulfilling? All right, because you can't be, this can't be something that is independent at that point because you kind of got famous really fast. And I think it's because you're connected to the right people. And I applaud you for that. I'm happy for you. But where's the substance behind what you're doing? So when I reached out to people, like for example, Jay Ortiz, who's a rapper out of Philadelphia, I reached out to Jay to perform at the convention because I thought Jay's a nice guy. He gets the B1 concept. He's got some talent, a lot of talent, and now he's performing on the road with Kevin Gates and stuff, and I'm really happy for him. And again, I take pride in that idea that I like it when we see our greatness before everybody else does. I like it when we see our greatness without needing massa to tell us who's great and who's not. You understand? A lot of us can't do that. A lot of us can't decide who we like and who we don't like. We look to social cues. We look to others to tell us what's good and what's not. And this relates to investing behavior, believe it or not. This really relates to investing behavior. Let me give you an example. Whenever you see the stock market start to go up, and you see Bitcoin start to rise, and then you see all the headlines saying Bitcoin went up 20%. The stock market just hit a new record high. Money's being made left and right. Well, then FOMO starts to kick in and people start saying, oh, there's money over there. Everybody's going over there. There's gold in them there hills. And then people start to follow the crowd. They engage in herding behavior. They start to become what I would politely refer to as economic sheep. So then you have a stampede of people that are all jumping in and they're buying anything they can get their hands on. They're buying NFTs for, $20,000, like some ugly picture of like a robot shaped like a dog will sell for like, $5 million and everyone will think that that makes sense. You'll see crypto prices just, skyrocket. You'll see people investing in things that they don't understand. And a lot of times people are coming in with this sort of wide-eyed crackhead frenzy, thinking that this is going to be your big lick. This is going to be your big flip. This is going to be when you're going to put in $100 and walk away with $10,000. In fact, that is actually when the scams start to rise up. That is when anybody see, how many of you, give me a yes if you got emails with those blessing looms? Anybody see those emails with the blessing looms or seen a video, where somebody's saying, we got to do what's best for the community. We got to believe in generational wealth. We got to invest in each other, and we got to do things, prepare financially for our children, right? They'll use all that language about generational wealth, and it frustrates me because this is language I've been using for a long time, and I'm like, that's not generational wealth, that's generational theft. That's not an investment, sir. That's what you call a Ponzi scheme. And the Ponzi scheme is not going to make nobody rich except for the people who started the Ponzi scheme. And the reason these scams start to really rise when the market goes up is because everybody's feeling good. Everybody's on financial crack. Everybody's high. Everybody's excited. Everybody's waking up thinking about that next big opportunity. And a lot of this comes from what they call social proof, which is because I'm seeing all my friends posting on Instagram and Facebook about what they've got and how much money they made. Well, I want to get a piece of that too. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to take me and my spouse are going to take our, last $20,000 and put it into our cousin's MLM in hopes that this is going to make us some fast money. And it makes me very sad because I've seen people lose hundreds of thousands of dollars this way. I know a lady who lost a couple $100,000. It broke my heart. I know people who've lost five or $10,000 at a time. And I can tell you that a lot of this is not fundamental investing. A lot of this is not the way investing should be done. And so what I'm going to do is take you through a quick case study of the Great Depression and the stock market crash of 1929. And I'm going to give you kind of the stages of this frenzy so that maybe you can see it when it happens and kind of know how to navigate this and how to be prepared. And by the way, I want to let everybody know, if you go to drboycebooks.com, if you want to take a look, we have financial flashcards for kids and also workbooks and things like that, and financial psychology stuff there. If you would like to get a discount, 30% off on anything in the store, if you use the code word book club, all one word, use the code word book club, it takes 30% off. We've got Dr. Claude Anderson's books. We've got all kinds of stuff in there. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com and take a look at that. All right. So basically with the stock market crash, the actually before I go into the stock market crash, let me kind of give you another three categories that they tend to have for investors. They have what they call the innovators, the people who move first. You have the imitators, the people who copy the innovators, who see what they're doing, they see the success, so they copy them. And then you got what they call the idiots. The idiots are the people who are not, and they call them idiots. I think idiot is a harsh word. I don't want to call anybody an idiot because they made a mistake with investing. Because if that's the case, then all of us would be idiots at some point. Because at some point, investing will humble you. At some point, investing will make you feel a little bit dumb, like you missed something you should have seen or a move you should have made. So I don't want to call it idiots, but that's kind of what's said in terms of the different categories. And so what I want to do is you can call this anti-idiot training or the idiot vaccination. I don't want you to be in that third category where you're following the imitators, because what tends to happen is that when everything kind of hits this bubble, there are people who really get to the party late. And these are also the people who tend to lose money when it comes to MLMs, Ponzi schemes, things like that. Because the way they're structured to eventually collapse. And some even argue, and I'm not going to say this is 100% true, but it's possible. Some would argue that capitalism in some of its forms is a type of Ponzi scheme, where the early adopters and the people in the middle end up making a lot of the money, and then you have the people on the fringes that kind of end up getting screwed. And I'm not going to say that that's 100% accurate in terms of that comparison, but I am going to say that it's not completely untrue. Part of that is true. This is why there's a documentary that was on Netflix. I don't know if it's on there anymore. It was called Boom Bust Boom. Boom Bust Boom. And in this documentary, they explained very eloquently with puppets, by the way, which I thought was brilliant. Puppets in between these Nobel Prize winning economists who all explained why capitalism's designed to have these big peaks and then these crashes, these big peaks and then these crashes. And is that bad? It's bad for workers for sure, because when these crashes happen, companies get shut down. Like a lot of you know about what happened with Red Lobster. Red Lobster was a company that was bought by a private equity firm, and they pretty much drained the hell out of that company. There was a whole goofy narrative that said that because they offered endless or unlimited free shrimp, that's what caused them to go bankrupt. And that was just about as goofy as any explanation I've ever seen. And I was like, how does free shrimp cause you to go bankrupt? That don't even make no sense. And when you dig underneath the surface, you find out that what happened was they allegedly bought the company so they could milk that sucker dry. They said, okay, we're a private equity firm. All we care about is making the money. We don't care about running Red Lobster as an ongoing entity. We don't care about helping people keep their job. All we care about is taking this asset and sucking this sucker dry and then leaving it for dead on the side of the road. And that's pretty much what they did with Red Lobster. But the point of the matter is to say that there are some elements of capitalism that are just flat out evil. I've told you all that capitalism in its worst form becomes a kind of slavery. And the reason I encourage you to kind of think differently about how you invest your life and your time and your energy, how you invest your children, you have to think innovatively if you want to avoid the slavery elements of capitalism, because we've talked about that in class. So I'm not going to repeat all of that, but that whole like, $200,000 in student loan debt, and I don't know how to start a business, and I have no capital base, and I have no financial literacy. That's just a recipe for complete total slavery. Like that's literally where you just like, lay your hands down and say, look, just do with me as you wish, because I need an economic God that I can pray to that's going to carry me through this, because I have no say in where I end up in this crazy situation. So to some extent, those who run the capitalist systems become economic gods for everyone else who's not really trying to be conscious and intelligent about the next move that you make. So anyway, let me talk about the Great Depression here. The Great Depression was an interesting time where you can talk about various stages of the Depression. You had what they call the pre-bubble stage. The pre-bubble stage was when you had this optimistic mindset of a lot of economic growth and a lot of investor confidence, a lot of consumer confidence. World War One, after World War One, and wars tend to kind of boom, push economies up. There were lots of technological advances and things like that. You started to have mass production for the first time, and mass production slash post-industrial revolution where everybody's inventing stuff and stuff is growing. I don't know if y'all know this, but I think I got to double check on the story to see how accurate it is. Make sure I'm not just making it up. But I could have sworn I read something somewhere that said in 1919 they shut down the U.S. Patent Office, or they thought about shutting it down because they said everything that could ever be invented has already been invented. Can you believe that? Like they literally like were ready to shut down the patent office because they were like, there's nothing else left to invent. And this was 1919. They literally thought there was that they'd reached the frontier of technology and that there was no further that they could go. And that just kind of is like the silliest, most non-conscious way to think about life, because consciousness allows you to see long and wide. When I talk to you guys about financial consciousness, economic elevation, things like that, what I'm really talking about is the ability to really rise outside of yourself and to see the bigger picture. So if you can do that, then you say, look, you know what, we've got iPhones and AI, and we really think that we're the stuff. Like we really think we're on the cutting edge. Like we really think we are the new Negro, and we just know all this stuff, and technology is just amazing. We're going to look like complete goofballs in 100 years. In 100, there's somebody in the year 2020, 21, 24, who's maybe they're watching one of these videos to study for their doctoral dissertation. I'm not like rapper famous, but I'm famous enough that at some point, maybe if somebody studies the Black economic revolution of the 2020s, they might pull me up and watch a couple of my videos, and they're going to look at me talking about all this so-called innovation we have, and they're going to be laughing. They're literally laughing because we look like a bunch of old-timey geezers, like they did in the 1920s, and where they wore those funny little outfits and they did those stupid little dances, and the music sounded absolutely terrible because the audio quality was so bad. Remember they put the record on the thing and it would sound like right, because the audio was so terrible because the phonograph had just been invented. So they're going to look at us, they're going to laugh at us, they're laughing at us at like our goofy little AI and our goofy little what is it, holographic technology, right? And that's how we're going to look. We're not really advanced. We're not the new generation. We're just a generation. We are just a pin, like a little pin in time, right? So ultimately, the most you can really do, if you talk about the greatest economic impact you can have on yourself, your family, your legacy, your descendants, is to plant seeds. You got some time to plant lots of seeds. You plant as many seeds as possible, so those seeds will grow after you're gone, because we're going to be gone very, very quickly. Now, with that said, let's jump back in one more time. Let's talk about the Great Depression. You had the pre-bubble or the bubble formation, which started in the mid 1920s. So first you had the pre-bubble stage, which is fine, optimism, economic growth, etc. The bubble formation period from mid 1920s to 1929 is where you had irrational exuberance, lots of speculative mania. So basically, the stock market started to really grow. Lots of people saw all the money their friends were making. Housewives would talk to other housewives in the neighborhood. And back then, you had a lot of housewives and stuff. So housewives would talk to other housewives about how much money they made in the stock market. People were writing articles talking about how you can flip your money and double it really fast in the stock market. You also had easy credit. You had a lot of margin available, a lot of a lot of lending available to expand the breadth and the depth and the strength of your ability to make money. And there was also just kind of a belief that you're in this new era. This belief that you've now reached this magical economy that cannot crash. You've reached this magical, yeah. Those people in the 1800s, they were a bunch of old geezers that didn't know what they were talking about. We're smart, we're young, we know everything. So we've invented a way to avoid depressions. We've invented a way to avoid economic collapses. And that's what people always think right before the economic collapse. Like we always think that we've solved the problems, we've cured the economy, and then the economy comes back and slaps us back into reality. The economy comes back and says, you don't know as much as you think you know. You think you know a lot, but you don't. So being financially conscious also to me means understanding not just what you know, but it means also understanding all the things that you don't know, and also knowing that the universe of what you know is like this. The universe of what you don't know is bigger than this whole freaking city. Okay, so ultimately, that overconfidence and making money makes you very overconfident. When I always make jokes about when I was talking on the phone to Kanye, and I remember how confident he was, and he told me he literally, for whatever reason, out of the blue, tells me that he's the most important man on earth next to Vladimir Putin. And my first thought was like, why are you telling me this? Because I really don't care. But my second thought was like, yeah, you know what? A man who's made hundreds of millions of dollars selling ugly shoes to teenagers and acting like a weirdo is probably going to feel validated in that behavior, right? I mean, who wouldn't be? Somebody, they're paying you 20-30 million dollars a month to just go out and act crazy. So yeah, it's easy to kind of think, okay, I've got it figured out. I know the formula. And maybe he does, who knows? But anyway, the third stage, after that, after you have the bubble formation, and this is where asset prices are getting pushed up to higher and higher levels. Inflation is high, but asset inflation is typically higher. This is one of the reasons why investing is so important, is because if the value of your assets is going up faster than inflation, then you're not going to feel inflation as badly as somebody who just has to get up and go to work every day and live paycheck to paycheck. So the third stage would be what they call euphoria. Euphoria is complete overconfidence. It's where stock prices tend to disconnect from fundamental values. It's where you start to believe that it can never go down, the party will never end. And so investors have this sort of blind faith where they'll invest in things that they do not understand. They will engage in massive amounts of speculation. All the blessing looms are everywhere at this point. They ignore the fundamentals. They don't care what the fundamental value of the company is. So people like the Warren Buffetts, they say, you're an old geezer. Nobody wants to listen to you. You're so behind the times. You know, this is 1929, dude. You got to get with the times. And this is right before the next stage. And by the way, another thing that happens is this is when the amateur investors start to really jump into the media or into the market, because the media has been attracting them with all these big headlines. So they're giving you all these headlines. Stock market hits a new record high. You know, here's a housewife who made 10 times more than her income in a year. So I'm drinking water because I got something in my throat. My apologies. So you see all these headlines. So a lot of amateur investors start pouring into the market. And this is right before this leads us to stage 5, which is the crash. So when you have the crash, you suddenly have this panic. You have this freak out where people are like, holy crap, everything that I've been working for, everything I've been excited about, everything I think about every morning when I wake up, all my hopes and dreams are suddenly dashed, because now that stock that I own, that stock that I knew would never go down, has suddenly dropped 50% in a day. You know, it's collapsed on me. I'm freaked out because I did not prepare for this. I did not engage in any sort of risk management strategy. I put it all on the line. Maybe I bought real estate and I own 6 houses and I'm barely making the mortgage payment on all six. And now I'm screwed. Now I'm scared. So then what happens after that is in the middle of the panic, everybody starts selling their stuff. Everybody's like, you know what? I got to get out of here. Here, my stock is for sale. I bought it for 100. I'll sell it to you for 75. Somebody else says, no, 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 no. I'll sell you mine for 60. Somebody else says, no, 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 no. I'll sell you mine for 40. And the price just drops and drops and drops. And that's the panic. That's the overreaction. This was Black Thursday, October 24th, 1929. And basically, this is when you started seeing people jumping out of windows and all this other sad things, these sad things that happen when people become overly addicted to money. And after that, you kind of had in the Great Depression, you had this sort of aftermath that lasted for at least 3 more years, from 1929 to 1932. You had a lot of despair. There's a loss of confidence. So before everyone's overconfident in the economy, now everyone's just sad and depressed. And that's another flaw. That's another flaw. So it's not like you came back to reality. Let me know if you're following what I'm saying. You're not coming back to reality. What happens is you create a new reality, another false reality that's equally harmful, which is the reality where you don't believe that it's ever going to end, right? It's another reality where you don't understand a basic rule of life that this too shall pass. You don't think about it like that. You're like, oh my God, everything's dead and people are broke and blah, 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 blah. And I get it. I totally get it. It's easy to feel that way. But then again, a financially conscious person doesn't feel that way. A financially conscious person knows that this is but a moment in time. But this is a moment that, hey, everything's cheap right now. I took some losses. I took some hits. I learned my lesson from this experience. Now if I've got a little extra money, I'm going to really look around and go shopping. This is the time for me to really be an aggressive investor. This is not the time for me to cry in my beer. This is the time for me to go buy a beer manufacturing facility so other people can cry in their beer while I'm selling beer to them. This is not the time for me to be sad about the losses I've had. This is the time for me to be excited about the gains I'm going to have when this is all over. And so the people that tend to build the most wealth are people who are buying the most during that time. A lot of people don't talk about this. They never talk about this. Lots of millionaires were created during the Great Depression. There were lots of families, the Kennedy family, for one, they did bootlegging and all that too, but they also invested in a lot of different things. They made their fortune during the Great Depression. And so what is never discussed in the media, they always want to discuss the sadness and the fear and the terrible experiences people are having, but they never talk about how many people get rich when the market is on its knees. They don't talk about that. You look at Detroit right now. Detroit has become this amazing city with all this innovation and all this prosperity and and possibility. Well, there are just maybe about 3 or 4 billionaires that own 80% of the damn city. Do you think that they bought all that property when Detroit was booming and prosperous and doing well? Or do you think that they bought that property when Detroit was a place where a lot of people didn't want to go? What do y'all think? I'm pausing because I want you to meditate on that moment. Do you think they just started buying property in Detroit? You think they just said, okay, you know what? Now that Detroit's doing well and now that it's safe and everyone's happy, we're going to go gentrify a happy neighborhood. Nobody gentrifies a happy neighborhood. They only gentrify the hood. Like nobody gentrifies the suburbs. You gentrify the neighborhood that nobody wants to live in, and then you make it into a better place to live, and then everyone wants to come there. Do you understand? So ultimately, and in fact, now that I think about it, it was probably my investor psychology that led me to pick certain people that were speakers or performers at our convention. I said, if I saw someone that was talented, I had my own internal metric of whether or not I thought the person was going to be successful and famous, and I would try to work with them before the whole world saw what I saw. Like when I saw Victory Boyd sing for the first time and at my event, and she's just sitting there like all humble as can be, her little guitar on her back. I said, "Ooh, this lady's gonna be big one day. Let me go ahead and work with her now because when she blows up, I won't be able to even get her on the phone." You understand? So you got to plant your seed at the right time. You don't everybody wants to plant their seed after the fact, even when it comes to other important investments we make in our lives, like when we pick a spouse. It's so interesting that there were women that were interested in dating me once I made $115,000 a year, which was a lot of money in 2001. By the way, I did not have many other 31-year-old black male friends that were making the same amount of money as me. Which what does that mean? That means if I want to take you to an expensive restaurant for dinner, that was very easy for me. If I want to take you on a trip, that was easy for me too. If I wanted to buy you something from Tiffany, that okay, sure. Let me get out the credit card. It was easy, right? So of course these things are appealing. I wrote a whole book called Financial Lovemaking about how just for thousands of years women are impressed with men that have money, right? So they would forget about the fact that I was only 5'8". I think I'm 6'3". I think it's fake news that I'm 5'8". But still, they would tell me I was 5'8", but they would say, "But you're 5'8" with money, which kind of makes you 6'4". And I'd say that's exactly right. That's what the science says. So what's interesting to me though was I did not. I remember kind of thinking about this. I said, "Wow, this is so interesting that I suddenly became handsome when I started making money. I like my jokes became funnier. I became the most interesting man in the world. The most interesting man in the world. And I didn't get that. I was like, wait, I'm the same guy I was 3 years ago when I was in the library 7 hours a day trying to work on my PhD. And now, mind you, that same guy, he didn't drive a nice car. He drove a hoopty. He drove a car that where I'd have to stop every now and then and put water in it because the engine would overheat. That's not fly. That's not cool. I was the same guy when I lived in that apartment that was this tiny little raggedy place that I could barely afford. I was the same guy when I was making $12,000 a year. But for some reason, because now I've got this economic outfit on my body, basically. Like I've got this economic shell of being a professor who makes 115,000 a year. Suddenly I'm just that much more of an appealing partner. And I remember thinking, no, you should have grabbed me when nobody was calling. Like now you're trying to call me when everybody's calling, and I can't take your call because I'm busy now. Boy's got stuff to do. But there was a time where Boyce didn't have anything. Boy, I was I this is I kid you not. People make fun of me. Sometimes they call me a simp because I just love my wife so much and I don't care. I don't care what nobody say. The most beautiful woman in the world I ever met. But they call me a simp, and they're gonna really call me a simp after I tell you this. I remember when I was like 27, 28, and I would read these articles and they would say, there's no good black men out here. Like they've been saying that narrative for a long time. They've been talking about that for a long time. There's no good black men. Where are the good black? And I would read this like in Ebony or Essence magazine, and I remember thinking, I'm a good black man. I'm a good person. I'm smart. If I love you, I'm gonna be dedicated. I'm gonna, I'm a good. I won't be out here running the streets and acting a fool. You ain't gonna catch me in the strip club, But but it just seemed like the flash was more interesting than the substance, and that's life. That's fine. I'm being silly when I say this, and I don't feel sorry for me. My life was fine, but I think about that, and if you think about it as an investment. I think that the best investment, let's assume that the goal is like, okay, I want to have a partner or marry a man who's gonna be a great father and a provider and all that. I mean, I love kids. I take care of kids that are not even mine, and it's great. I love doing these sort of things. I always campaign to be dad of the year if I can be. So if your goal is to nail someone like that and get in a situation like that, I think you invest, if you look at people in relationships as assets, not in a negative way, not in a derogatory way or an exploitative way, but just in a way that says, this asset enhances my life. You are an asset to my life, as opposed to the liabilities that we have in our lives, like those bad relationships and those people that abuse us and mistreat us and everything else. If having the right humans in your life is an asset to your life, then you should, in my opinion, I think a conscientious person invests in those assets before they become popular and in high demand, right? You seek out, if you're Michelle Obama, you don't try to get with Barack Obama after he becomes president, because then you got to wait in line. You go get with Barack Obama back when he's driving a hoopty, back when he's sitting in law school and he's showing a lot of potential, right? But he ain't showing a whole lot of money. He's not very flashy. He's not driving a nice car. He's not doing all of the materialistic symbolic things that make people think that a person is more successful than other people. And I'm going to tell you, I really believe, again, I only really know the black community in this way. I don't really know a whole lot about exactly how white people think about everything, because I have a few white friends and I love them all, but I don't have a ton. But I can say that with the black community, I can tell you that a lot of people, I think a lot of us are trained to arrive late to the party. They and it's not just financial investing. I went to relationship investing because that's another kind of investing that we do. It's basically kind of positioning yourself to be connected to the assets that you want in your life, but you have to connect at the right time. Like, for example, if you know the movie theater is going to be crowded on Saturday, Why are you going to the movie? Why are you going to go see the new movie on Saturday? Go on Tuesday when nobody else is going. Contrarian thinking. This is what I'm getting at. That's a financial term. There are thousands of research papers written about contrarian thinking and how the contrarians are the ones who win. The contrarians are the ones who go left when everybody else is going right. The contrarians are the ones who get there before everybody arrives. The contrarians are different because contrarians also have to be leaders. Contrarians have to have a type of courage where they say, "Look, I'm not trying to follow the crowd. I don't want to do what everybody else is doing. I want to be unique." Prince, for example, as an artist, was a complete contrarian. Right? Everything Prince did was weird, very weird. But then he would make it cool, and everybody would be copying Prince. There's a million Prince imitators, but there's only one Prince, right? So here's what I want you to understand, though, that the studies show that 70% of all people will follow the crowd, even if the crowd is wrong. Did y'all know that? 70% of all, this is what studies show. 70% of all people follow the crowd, even if they know the crowd is wrong. So, I'm talking to those of you who really want to know the value of what it means to make that first move. And the hard part about it is that to do that, you kind of have to know who you are. You have to trust your own internal instincts and value judgments. You cannot always look to other people to understand what you're doing. A lot of y'all, for example, got dreams. You got big dreams of big things you want to do. And it's very frustrating if you try to explain that big dream to a small-minded person who only follows the crowd. It's hard for me to lay out a vision that doesn't exist to somebody who can't see a vision unless it's real and it's right in front of them and it's built out of concrete. They can easily see things that are already established. They can look down at the McDonald's down the street as an established business. They can see Google as an established business, but they can't see your business as anything because you're describing something that's not real. So people that have limited low levels of consciousness, period, especially financial consciousness, are the absolute worst people on earth to explain your dream to. They don't get it. They cannot see a business plan, but they can easily see a job, right? So literally when you're talking to people that can only see, they can say, well, they're hiring down at the post office and they're paying $22 an hour. If that's where their mind is, I mean, that's fine. No, nothing wrong with the post office, nothing wrong with $22 an hour, not making fun of that. But I am saying though, that maybe there are times where there's something bigger, there's a bigger vision, that maybe comes from God or the universe or whatever. And the hard part is that you have to really protect that vision from the people that might influence you who are not necessarily able to see that bigger vision the way you can. And because here's the other thing too, the other reality you have to face is that maybe your vision isn't the right one. Maybe your vision will fail, or maybe your vision is not as good as you think it is, right? So they could actually be right, but at the same time, though, there is always an inherent risk when it comes to pursuing a vision, whether you're talking about investing or anything else. There's always a risk. So remember, 80% of all Black-owned businesses fail. So just because you have the vision and because you're passionate about it, that doesn't mean it's going to work. But I can tell you this. I heard Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon, and he talked about what it means to take your vision into and turn it into a business, make it into something concrete, make it into something real, make it into something that generates revenue. He said that is really, really hard to do. That is really hard to do. And the success is not guaranteed. So the best you can do is you can't guarantee a win or a success just because you put your heart and soul into it. But what you can do is you can maximize your probability of succeeding. And he said to maximize the probability of success, you have to be ready to go hard toward the thing that you want to see done. You have to commit to it. Yeah, and committing to it, especially when you don't have a lot of people around you encouraging you who can't see the vision because their consciousness is limited, it's going to require some sort of fuel that's going to really push you there. And what happens, unfortunately, is that that person who's innovative or who accomplishes at a high level typically has a very lonely life. Very lonely life. I don't know if I'm a high achiever or not. I think I could be. I have no idea. I'm not going to even talk about that. But I can tell you that I don't have a lot of friends. I do not. I do not have a lot of friends. I have a very small circle of people that I can talk to and I can come to them and they trust me enough that I can come to them with any harebrained scheme, crazy idea that I think is going to work and they will believe me because they just have worked with me so long and they've seen some success, right? I can talk to them and they say, Dr. Boyce, I don't understand it. I don't see how it's going to work, but you know what? I got your back. Those are the types of people that you want in your corner. Those are great people to have. The person that you don't want is the person who's like, I can't understand it. That doesn't make sense. How's that going to work? You can't do that. You failed at the such, right? I'm like, yeah, I know I failed. I failed a million times, but I'm going to keep trying because it's only through consistent failure that you find great success. Yes, I know I messed up. I know that I don't know how to do everything. I'm going to try. I'm going to learn. Right? Because here's the thing. You can't guarantee that you're going to succeed. You'll never be able to guarantee that you're going to win, but you can't guarantee that you're going to try, right? That's the only guarantee you have. And so what that might do is that might increase your probability of success from 20% to 40%, but you still have a greater than 50% chance and it ain't going to work out. But you take what you can get. And you can only go get it by being willing to be that innovator that we talked about. You got to be the first mover. You got to be the person that can walk alone in the dark by yourself when nobody else is cheering you on. Because I'm telling you, the bigger and the better and the more meaningful your goal is, the fewer people you're gonna have that are gonna sit there with you and completely get it. This is why mothers are so valuable. This is why, at least my mama, this is why I love my mom. You know why I love my mama? I love her for many reasons, starting with the fact she gave birth to me. I love my mama because my mother has always been my cheerleader, even when I was doing something crazy. My mother has always just been that person who's like, "You go, boy, keep going." And that was powerful. That meant a lot. Because I didn't have a lot of, a lot of people, they'll remind you where you messed up, where you didn't you got something wrong. They'll remind you what you don't have, and well, he's got such and such and blah blah. I sat there. I had an uncle one time, and I was 23 years old, and I sat with my uncle, and he said, "So what do you want to do with your life?" And I said, "I want to get a PhD in finance." And he said, "What are you going to do with that?" I said, "I want to be a finance professor." And I don't know what in the haterologist was going on with this man. I just still don't understand this conversation. I hope he ain't listening because it might hurt his feelings. But he literally sat there and just was like, "You really think you can do that? Like you don't you don't I don't think you have what it takes to be a professor." I'm like, I didn't even ask you your opinion. Why are you saying this? Wait, I thought we were family members. And he was like, he said, he said, Coco was my nickname. That's what my family calls me. He said, Coco, he said, they got a man at Harvard and they pay this man to think. All he does is he makes $200,000 a year to think. That's all and he said, do you really think you can compete with that? And I just remember sitting there thinking, why are you saying these things to me? Like, this is not helping at all because it's making me question, like, man, I don't know if I can. So, what I had to do was I had to stick my chest out and say, well, I'm going to do my best. I'm going to go for it. I ain't scared, like, and I'm sitting in the back of my mind. I'm like, damn, I am kind of scared, but I'm not going to be scared. I'm going to go for it. And what carries you through those situations is when you learn not to put so much weight into the opinions of others. You have to listen to the opinions of others, but there's nothing about the opinion of the crowd that makes that belief into gospel. But people do that, especially people who don't have a lot of confidence or self-esteem or don't know who they are. People who don't know who they are, they're looking to oh, the crowd's going that way. I'm gonna go that way. Oh, everybody's doing TikTok dances. I'm gonna do a TikTok dance, right? They're all buying this. I'm gonna go buy some of that too because they got to be right. Because I was thinking that don't make no sense, but since everybody's doing it, it must make sense. Because if it wouldn't make sense, everybody wouldn't be doing it, and they don't understand how stupid the crowd can be. They don't understand the psychology that I described to you, where 70% of all people follow the crowd, even when the crowd is wrong. And I think that this is detrimental, not just for us economically in terms of spending habits and financial choices, but it's also detrimental in terms of just the basic quest for so-called freedom and liberation, all these other buzzwords we use to describe what we're trying to do as Black people. It just doesn't work if you're just doing what everybody else is doing. So I piss people off a lot because everybody will go in one direction. I'll say, I don't like that. That don't make no sense to me. Like, oh, you're just trying to be a contrarian. I'm like, yeah, I kind of am in a way. I am. I do that. I am. I think it's literally somebody. Like, I'll give you an example, real life example, real life example. This has nothing to do with investing, but it does relate to that mindset piece that I'm talking about, which you can spin back into your economic behavior. But everybody, right? Like I'm a big fan of Kendrick Lamar. I love Kendrick Lamar. If you follow hip hop, you'll know Kendrick Lamar, the rapper, just pretty much dismantled and decapitated the rapper Drake in public and cut his testicles off, and it was beautiful to watch because you know Drake is this black Jewish guy who just makes this like weird music that I never liked very much, to be honest with you. But a lot of people like Drake, so if you like him, that's okay. I apologize if I offended you, but I'm more of a Kendrick guy, right? But anyway, and there's this really popular song, they not like us, they not like us, they not like us. Everybody knows. Give me a yes if you've been following this. Let me know if you've been following. I hope we're not too out of touch. If you're not if you haven't been following, you should look it up. It's interesting, right? It's very interesting because it's hip hop, and hip hop is a big part of Black culture, which means that this is something we should always pay attention to, in my opinion. But there was part of the song where he says, "You're not a certified lover boy, certified pedophile." And I was like, you know what? I'm cheering for the guy. I love it. I want to see him win. He's doing great stuff. He's uniting the gangs and every. But I was like, do you know the seriousness of what happens when a man gets accused of inappropriately touching children? Like, you do know that can lead to a permanent stain on a man's reputation, and they get 50-year prison sentences for this. In fact, in Florida, I think in Florida, they just implemented a law that says if you do that, you'll get the death penalty. I don't know if it's completely passed through Congress, but I do remember seeing that. And so I was like, so certified means like we certified this, like we've proven this, right? So certified is like a certificate. It's like a college degree. It's like like we have verified, like it's when a record is certified gold, it means that they've looked into it, they've studied it, and they said, okay, all the data says that this is certified. This has actually happened. So when you say certified pedophile, I was kind of like, I kind of feel like you need a little more evidence when you say that. I don't know if that is, again, maybe if he is, then whatever. And also there's just lots of debates around that. Let me just say that, and I'm not going to go into that. I know some people feel like he has receipts on it. Maybe he dated a 17-year-old or something, and I hear that. But I'm going to say that there is scientific differences between a guy who dates a 17-year-old versus an 18-year-old. I wouldn't do that, of course, because that's illegal. That would be wrong. Versus a person who wants to date a 9-year-old, right? When I think of pedophile, I'm thinking someone who's children, right? I'm thinking children as opposed to underage, which is all inappropriate, but I don't think it could be lumped into the same category like that. But I think it's all inappropriate, all illegal. Protect your daughters because it happens, right? But I think overall, though, just to make that accusation, I said, I don't. Did you really, does that really have to be said? Like, especially if it's not proven completely 100% true and it hasn't been prosecuted. If it's true, then someone should be going to jail. There should be a prosecution, whatever. Which would, by the way, would send probably about 1,000 rappers to prison because a lot of them dated the 17-year-old and the 16-year-old and stuff like that. But either way, though, I made that point, and I remember I got a lot of backlash because right now the Kendrick thing is very popular. He did a big concert and everybody's really on that bandwagon because of what's happened. And I remember people got mad and some guy said, you just try to be a contrarian, don't you? And I was like, yeah, actually, I probably do. Because I've never been a person who ever wanted to be on a bandwagon. I've never ever, if I find myself on a bandwagon, I look for reasons I need to get off the bandwagon because I want to make sure that if I'm agreeing with something and supporting something, I'm supporting it because I truly support it, not supporting it because I'm being a conformist. You understand? And Rose, that's a good term. I like that word conformity because that made me think of the word conformist. There's a difference between you going along with something because you love it versus you being a critical thinker the entire time. This is what can be confusing to people. People who don't think about these things deeply. And I hope that we can. I hope that this is a space where we're allowed to do this without criticizing each other. People who think about these things deeply are people who I think have an advantage because you can see things a little more clearly. Your consciousness is a little more, a little stronger than others. I think you're a little more sober. You're in the middle of a party where everyone's drunk, but you're the person who didn't drink anything. But you're still having fun. You're still in the party. You're still enjoying it, but you're not letting things get too far. And so one area that it can be confusing, for example, is that when I talk about like my two greatest heroes are Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali. I'm from Louisville, Kentucky. I draw inspiration from Ali all the time. I love the idea that this guy who ran the same streets as me, I'm like literally a second cousin to his by marriage. My aunt married his cousin or something crazy like that. I'll take what I can get when it comes to Ali, and I just love this man. Um, and but I look at his life, and if I was to describe the parts of his life that I didn't agree with, you would think I didn't like Ali. You would think that I was being a hater. We use that term hater, like, oh, you're a hater, you're what, and that's basically saying you're a nonconformist in some cases. But I'm like, no, I don't hate Ali. I love him. That's why I studied him so much. That's why I pay so much attention. But typically, what happens is that things that we're close to, things that we look at with a microscope, you're gonna see the flaws. You're gonna see the chinks in the armor. And so there's space though, in my opinion, where you can love something but still critique it. And this, I think, also it came from academia. If you go to academia, you'll see that all the time. Where Neil deGrasse Tyson was explaining this to Terrence Howard. He said, "Look, me putting red marks through your research paper. I don't know if y'all saw this, but Terrence Howard, the actor, it's real interesting. He was kind of trying to reinvent all of mathematics and chemistry, which was so fascinating to watch because apparently he studies it. I mean, he was citing all these names and all these ideas and but he starts off by saying one times one is two. And I was like, wow, that's a heavy statement. Like you're literally rewriting 5,000 years of math. Like he literally says one times one is not one. One times one should be two. And Neil deGrasse Tyson, he sends his work to Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's this scientist who's studied this stuff for 40 years. And Tyson does him the honor of reading the paper. And I remember Neil was explaining what went on, and I was thinking to myself, I wouldn't have even read the thing. The man is not a scientist. He's an actor. I'm not saying that actors can't be scientists, but you got to put in the time. It's like if I show up and I say, hey, Boston Celtics, I'm ready to play with you guys in the next NBA championship. They would laugh at me. They would say, what are you doing here? Not only are you unskilled and fat, but you're short. And that's what they would say to me. They wouldn't say, well, we don't want to be disrespectful and say that, Dr. Watkins can't be as great of a player as Jaylen Brown. But no, you have to put in the time. So Tyson explained though to Terrence in a very polite way, much more polite than I probably could have been, because I don't have patience for certain things, and that's probably why he's more mainstream, because he's a nicer guy. I'm not nice all the time. Something seems goofy to me, I'm gonna just say it. And he said that I was actually showing respect to you by taking the time to critique your work. If I take the time and mark it up in a red ink pen and chop it up, that's me saying, hey, I respect you. I want to go through this and I'm going to give you feedback. This is what happens in academia. If you get into this what you call this bandwagon behavior that says, oh, you just a hater. Why what makes me a hater? I'm a hater because I won't agree and go along with every single thing that you say. Well, then every time I talk to you, my goal, I'm a campaign to be player hater of the year. That's what you're going to think I am, because I'm never going to sit here and blindly sign on to anything just because you're telling me that this is what should be true. Because that's how people get played. That's how people get scammed. That's how people get misled. That's how people get dragged into these bad situations. So you never want to turn off that critical thinking skill. That's the point. And I think that and so if you were to hear me talk about like Malcolm X, another guy that I love. I love Malcolm X. And then another guy I love is Louis Farrakhan. I know all about, like, sometimes people come to me and they'll say, well, you know what happened with Farrakhan and Malcolm X, and they'll say it like I'm gonna dislike Farrakhan now because of what happened. I'm like, no, I know all about it. I not only have I seen everything, read everything, talked to people. I talked to people that were there, and I kind of have an idea of what happened back then. I don't know everything, but I know a lot. But it don't matter. I still love Farrakhan because I know that people make mistakes or people can be flawed or whatever. Same thing with Malcolm X. I love Malcolm X, even though I can point out I think Malcolm X was a little bit too critical of the Nation of Islam. I personally wouldn't have handled it the way that he did. I would not have continuously used the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's name, as I'm going out into the world, and not expect that the people that love him were not going to be heavily offended by my behavior, right? So in a way, I watched that and I'm like, I think he probably should have like left it like at some point just kind of said, to white folks especially, you know what, we had a disagreement. I'm no longer with the nation. I've moved on. Now let me tell you about the next thing I'm doing, as opposed to constantly referencing that. But again, that's my opinion. You don't have to agree with it. But my point is to say that this sort of critical thinking skill, let's circle it back to investing because we're talking about financial consciousness here. This is what the goal is every morning. Um, when you have contrarian thinking, you are a better investor than people who don't have the ability to do that. You never want to, as an investor, get into a mindset where you just go along with anything, you follow any crowd, you just do things because other people are doing them, because that's how people get slaughtered. So to circle back to that original premise, that original statement, which is kind of a mean statement, and I don't like the way it's set up, and I'm gonna say it exactly the way it was said, is that in the market you have innovators, imitators, and idiots. Innovators, imitators, and idiots. I think you're best off if you are an innovator, but there is a risk of being an innovator in that when you're the first one, you're gonna make a mistake. You're gonna have times where your instincts tell you that something is the best move, and all your research, independent research says it's the best move, but it ends up being the wrong move. And what you have to be able to do as an innovator is you got to know who the hell you are, to the point that when you get criticized, not if, when all the little imitators, when all the little sheep sit back, the people who ain't did nothing, think about this. There's the people who talk the loudest about what you're trying to do are usually the people who ain't doing nothing, are not even trying. So when those little non-trying, ain't do nothing Negroes start talking crazy and negative about the fact that you took a chance, you have to be able to withstand that and say, yeah, I took a chance and it failed, but I would do it again because I'm going to keep trying. Do you understand? Because you cannot guarantee success. You cannot guarantee a win. You are not going to win every investment. You're not going to choose every relationship the right way. Every move you make is not going to be a winning move. But you keep trying. The best you can do is try. And you cannot let people who have a follower herd mentality get you to the point where your confidence is zapped so deeply that you stop trying. You have to try because that's the only way you can bust out of this reality that so many of us as Black people are stuck in because we don't have the courage to do anything different. We don't have the courage to leave the pack and say, I'm going over here. We don't have that courage politically for sure. Because think about it, I don't have, I've never been offended that people wanted me to vote for the Democrats. I get that, right? Because I grew up like that. My grandma, mother, all that. What I get offended by is when you don't even give me a good reason why I should do what you're doing. Like if you tell me to do what you're doing, I'll just say, well, tell me why. And a lot of times people can't tell you why. They can only tell you that you should do it because everybody else is doing it, and that's not good enough for me. That will never be good enough for me. So this is my belief, and this applies to investing. Again, herding behavior is the easiest way to lose your money in the stock market. It is the easiest way to lose your money in real estate. It's the easiest way to lose your money when it comes to starting small businesses. It is the easiest way to lose even more things that are more valuable than money. You lose your soul when you follow the crowd. I don't know if you've ever, have you ever sat and you should go one day and sit and listen to old people talk about their regrets when they're on their deathbed, when they're 85, 90 years old and they're in hospice and they can't go back in time. All they have are their memories. They ask them, "What are your biggest regrets?" And one of the biggest regrets that they have is that they followed the crowd and they didn't do what was true to themselves. They didn't do what they wanted to do. They were worried about what Betty thinks and what Louis thinks and what JoJo thinks and what Tyrone thinks. And instead of listening to that internal voice and doing what was truly true to themselves. So this is bigger than just investing. This is really about the bigger investments that you make, which are your investments that you make with your life. So invest in the right way. I mean, if you make a mistake, at least make the mistake because it was your choice. Don't make the mistake because it was somebody else's choice, because they're not going to be the ones who suffer the consequences from the choices that you make. It's going to be on you. All right. I hope that this makes sense. I hope that this is helpful to you. I'm going to get on out of here, guys. Quick reminder, don't forget, if you want to get text notifications when we go live every morning with economic elevation training, just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also the All Black National Convention, reminder, that's going to be October 25th through the 27th. I'm going to talk about it a lot as we sign new people on and bring people in. And we've got a lot of different experts and things like that. This is where we get together right outside of Chicago, and it's an amazing, amazing event. And I see someone's asking me to answer their question. So Anthony says, can I buy this class? Yes. If you go to drboycedaily.com, drboycedaily.com is where all the recordings are, and that makes you a premium member. I don't talk about that so much, but if you do go to drboycedaily.com, there is a link where you can get the first month free and get access to every single one of these trainings we've done. I think now by June, we've probably done about 170 of these lectures just this year alone. And I have Chanel put all of the recordings at drboycedaily.com. So feel free to take a look at that. And let's see, Veronica says, not a question. Our magnificent ancient Egyptian pyramids should not be associated with criminality, dishonesty, etc. by the Ponzi versus pyramid. I think it's done on purpose. Oh, okay, interesting. That's a good. That's a good point. I don't know. Maybe that I got to look that up. When I think about pyramid scheme, I'm thinking about like the shape of a pyramid where you have people at the top of the pyramid who are, doing well because they're at the top. And then you got the people at the bottom at the base of the pyramid. That's what I think about. I don't associate that with the Egyptians, but we are going to Egypt actually in August. So maybe I'll ask around and see if there's a connection there. That group trip is actually completely sold out. However, we are going to do another trip. I think the next one will be South Africa. So if you guys want to join us as a group going to South Africa, then I'll let you guys know when that is announced. We'll probably talk about that for sure at the convention. And let's see here. Is there a particular day to buy one stock over another? Nope. Nope, it's not better. Now, buying it Monday versus Saturday, Barbara, most stocks you can't buy on a Saturday. The stock market is open from 9:30 a.m. until 4 p.m. Eastern. So if you want to learn more about stocks and stuff like that, the blackstockmarketprogram.com, the blackstockmarketprogram.com is where I teach a ton of stuff on stocks. I have probably 100 different lectures on stocks. So feel free to go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com. And also, Lydia says, can you post a link to your dissertation? If you Google it, it's out there. Just Google Boyce Watkins dissertation, Ohio State. It'll pop up somewhere. And don't ask me what was in it. Writing a dissertation is one of the most torturous experiences imaginable. It's 155 pages of math, and it was very stressful. And the goal was just to get the damn thing done. And basically, it was written on stock markets and stock momentum and stock prices. You won't learn a lot by reading it, except how to put yourself to sleep. And remember, I was a 31-year-old when I wrote this. So as a 53-year-old, my perspective has evolved quite a lot since that time. But I did know, I knew a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of computer programming. That was all I did every day, was 9 hours a day, just sitting in front of a computer. And so it kind of prepared me for it prepared me for the internet, which was kind of cool. You need to ask, where's Dr. Umar Johnson's dissertation? See, Ken, now you starting stuff. Don't be starting stuff this morning. We ain't starting stuff. All right. Oh, and yes, it is, Antoinette. It is the 20th anniversary of my 33rd birthday. So that's what it actually is. Anybody saying I'm 53, that's all fake news. All right. I have your dissertation, Doc. I read every word of it. Says Sharif, it's awesome to see your growth and genesis of how you've evolved. But first of all, Sharif, I'm very impressed. We're gonna clap for you, Sharif, for reading that whole thing, because I wouldn't even want to read it. If you paid me money to go back and read that crap, I'd be like, no, I don't want to read that thing. And it's not because I don't. I appreciate what it did for me at that time. My goal was simple. I wanted to finish the damn thing, get it approved, and get a job because I had no money, and it worked. I got through. There was a guy named W.C. Benton, a black man, who helped me get through because PhD programs are very political, and because I've always been an outspoken black man, I'd really angered some of the white people that were ahead of me, and they I think they were determined to kind of sabotage my progress. I really do. And this black man, W.C. Benton, I'll never forget him. He was the only, just to show you the racism. This is why I have very little faith in American institutions when it comes to racial equality. This black man, he was the only tenured black professor in the history of the whole Ohio State Business School. Like they had several departments. They never tenured any other black man. And he was like the top three in the world in his field. He had to be that good just to get something that hundreds of white people had gotten. So the racism was pretty bad, but he was a real man. He was a great guy. He was a Marine. And so he wasn't scared of nobody. And that's why I respect soldiers because of him and my dad and stuff like that. And Dr. Claude Anderson, just the soldiers. We need more of this soldier mentality in our community. I think if we have more people with a soldier's mindset, just in terms of like that discipline, that courage, that commitment to solving problems and just fighting for what you want, then we'd be unstoppable, right? So, in fact, that's why the whole Black Wall Street massacre kind of occurred, is because the soldiers came home from World War I and they said, "Oh, you got guns? Well, we got guns too. We're not going to just play defense. We're not just going to sit back and be scared of you. We could play offense too." And so they didn't necessarily win that fight, but they fought, right? Which I think is awesome. So anyway, so W.C. Benton, I'll tell you the story about him because I honor this man. I love him. I was in the middle of something where they were just giving me the business big time. And I told him, and we went to eat one day. We went to eat lunch at, I think it was Burger King or something. Don't judge me. I was 29 years old. And now he's the one that shouldn't have been eating at Burger King because he was overweight man, about 60 years old at the time. And anyway, I remember telling him about it, and he went in there and he went in guns blazing. And he went to the big boss of my department, a guy named Renee Stoltz, and he just basically told him, he said, if y'all keep messing with Boyce, I'm not gonna support you on this thing over here that you need me to do for you. And next thing you know, they were so nice to me. I mean, it's like he came in like Moses and parted the Red Sea and cleared a path. And that to me that showed me just what we lose when we have so many of these institutions where you don't have other people like you that understand you, who can mentor you and guide you. That was the hardest part about being affiliated with white owned institutions, is I didn't have any mentorship, any guidance. I didn't know what to do. I just know I was being traumatized left and right by all these microaggressions. Same thing kind of happened in Syracuse. So I just acted out. I just said, okay, well, you're not going to take me out. I'm going to fight you. So with Syracuse, it was just a big fight the whole time. Whereas if I'd had a couple of good mentors in my space to kind of protect me and train me on how to operate in that weird environment, I probably would have been more comfortable there. I would have been able to make it work. But there was nothing there. There was no infrastructure. So this is something that does happen. And in my view, the solution isn't like, okay, we need more black mentors. That's a temporary solution. That's a band-aid. But I think we need more black institutional ownership, period. I would have been much more comfortable in a less funded, smaller black institution than I was in this well-funded, big, strong white institution, and so my solution at the time was to try to go teach at an HBCU. So I applied to a couple, Howard, and I talked to somebody about teaching at Prairie View A&M. And the conversations were incredibly depressing. When I went to Howard to interview, I got interviewed by a Chinese man, which was the craziest thing I've ever seen in the world. With that literally you I was sitting there thinking, this doesn't make any sense. Why am I at an HBCU with a Chinese guy deciding if I am worthy of teaching African American youth? That was the craziest thing, because you can't go to China. I bet you go to China, I'll give you $1 million. You find one Chinese institution. Well, I'm not gonna say a million because in case somebody actually takes me up on it, I'll give you $1,000 if you can find one institution in China that is Chinese where Chinese students attend, where there's an African American who gets to choose whether or not Chinese people are qualified to teach other Chinese people. They would never allow that to happen. But we do, because we are inherently committed to this really awkward racial double standard. And I kind of think, even here you go. Here's another example. And just something to think about. I saw the other day where there were people that were really upset because in the Florida schools, they're teaching history different. They're teaching something about slavery, some things about slavery that are just not true, like that the slaves benefited from slavery and silly stuff like that. And people are outraged, as they should be, and I get it. It's wrong. It's incorrect. Um, but I remember just thinking, I said, we should also consider the fact that maybe it doesn't make sense that we are depending on our oppressors to teach us our own history anyway. Like I said, do other people look to us to teach them their own history? Like, do Jewish people say, "Hey, African Americans, we don't know nothing about the Holocaust, but we need y'all to tell us what it was like to be Jewish in 1942." Would that even make any sense? Does that happen? It doesn't happen. Nobody looks to another group to give them their own education about themselves. I will never look to my adversary to tell me who I am. Because they're going to say, well, you're a clown, you're a liar, you're a bum. That's what they're going to tell me. So maybe when we talk, I know we talk about the investing and the financial consciousness and all that, but the culture is connected. So the culture is a crazy culture. It's a crazy culture that leads you to do crazy things because we're led to believe that we should lean to other people to tell us who we are, and they're gonna lie to you every time. That what they're gonna tell you that you are is gonna be consistent with what they want you to be. Do you understand? So long story short, yeah, I did interview with HBCU. I interviewed with Howard because a lot of people ask me, well, why didn't you teach at HBCU if you're so pro-black? I was like, man, I tried. It was really hard. I didn't, and they were gonna cut my pay and everything. They were like, you're gonna make half the money and do twice as much work. I was like, okay, I'll do it. That was, and at Prairie View, the only reason I didn't want the job was because the lady said, not only are you gonna do twice as much work for half the pay, but we don't want you to do any of your other work outside of what you're doing here. So because by that time I was doing TV appearances and all that stuff, and they were like, "Well, all that stuff it's only going to make your colleagues uncomfortable and make them jealous of you." And I was like, "So you're telling me I gotta mute my light? I gotta turn off my light to make other people feel comfortable in their darkness? I have to stop being who I'm supposed to be to make you comfortable? I'm not doing that." I said, in fact, it's the other stuff that I'm doing that gives me the ability to take this job. You're going to cut my pay and make me do more work. I don't mind doing any of that, but I got to find another way to make money because I got to maintain my income level. And so, because by that time I was selling a few books and I was building my little business and everything. So I was willing to take the sacrifice, but I was not willing to sacrifice certain things. It's like I'll sacrifice money, I'll even sacrifice time, but I'm not going to sacrifice my dream. I'm not going to sacrifice my potential. I'm not going to sacrifice my greatness that I think God gave me. I think God put me on this earth to do something special. This was me at 34 years old now. I didn't see all this stuff that we've seen in the last 20 years. But I said, you know what? God put me on here, this earth to do something special. And I think I can do this. And I'm not going to let you get in the way. I will run right through you and I will frustrate the shit out of you because you're never going to stop me from going after the purpose that I know God put inside of me to pursue. That is not going to happen. We will fight to the death before I let that happen. So at the end of the day, I just want to give you guys a glimpse in terms of I think what is a more adequate mindset for our kids, a more adequate mindset for those of us that really want to win. I think we have to be, and again, going back to the soldiers, we have to be soldiers for what you believe, and what will happen is you're going to find that translates into your economic outcomes as well. The world does not reward the coward. The world does not reward the coward. The world does not celebrate the coward. The coward just dies a lonely death and nobody knows the coward was here. The coward has no impact. The coward means nothing. The coward is the coward's children are ashamed of the coward. I don't want to be a coward. I think that we should be brave. And I think that inner Harriet Tubman, that inner Malcolm X, all of us have it. And if you don't have it, you should tap into it and tap into people that also have it. And then go out here and do something special, do something significant. Even if you do it wrong, even if it blows up in your face, even if you make a mistake, go do something special so that you'll know the world will know that you were here. That's the goal. That's why we're here every single morning. We're here every morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 days a week. No excuses, except for, if I can't make it, I let you guys know. But for the most part, you guys know I'm gonna be right here with you. All right. So have a good day, everybody. And if you want to get the text notifications when we go live, just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can find a copy at drboycebooks.com, as well as for our financial flashcards for kids. Business, my wife and I, all of our books, any book that I send you that's autographed or otherwise, comes out of literally an office we built right in our basement. And our 17-year-old, to teach her business, I had her come work for the family business. All the kids work for the family business at some point. And all of them usually get fired at some point because we have high standards and we will fire your black ass if you come in here and you're lazy and you're not doing what you're supposed to do. However, we usually rehire them once they mature a little bit, and so she's been in and out a couple times, but she's actually working with me pretty regularly, and it gives us an opportunity to spend a lot of time together. And so, anyway, one of the things I was talking to her about was investing. And she really, everybody has their little vices. Everybody has their little thing that they like to do with their money that may or may not always be healthy, but it's just something that they want to do. And you know, it might be shopping, it might be video games, maybe it is you know, I'm not gonna lie, I know I'm 50 something, 50, I can't remember. Well, I'm on the 30th anniversary of my 33rd birthday. So I'm 33 plus 20, whatever that number is. I can't do the math in my head. But anyway, I actually like the video games. I do. I think that they're fun. I got back into them, and I play Call of Duty. Sometimes I even play on my YouTube channel so I can make myself look even dumber than I look half the time. And it's just a lot of fun, right? So everybody has their little vice. Everybody has something that they want to do. Maybe you like luxury cars. Maybe you like nice vacations. There's nothing wrong with that. And I think that that's okay. And I think that there's a way, and this is something that you know, it's not in a textbook or anything, but I'm always thinking about little ways that we can make little adjustments that can make a big difference in our lives, right? Little things we can do that are going to get us to the next level financially, you know, without requiring like all the work that we think is necessary for us to be successful. So let me start off by asking a really basic question. How many of you, give me a yes in the chat if you would like to be rich one day? Let's do a consciousness exercise. This is consciousness training. So I want us to consciously reflect on being rich and successful. And I'm gonna tell you, and I'm gonna explain to you why I am asking you that ridiculously dumb question. How many of you want to be rich? How many of you want to be successful? Give me a yes in the chat. All the rich and successful people, future millionaires, generational wealth builders, give me a yes in the chat. I think you have to declare what you are and who you are so the universe will hear that and other people around you will hear that and people will eventually see that. So all the big wealth builders in the building, put a yes in the chat if you are a generational wealth builder and you're going to do amazing things. Okay. All right. So why did I ask you this crazy question? Well, the reason I asked you this question is because I had a conversation yesterday in the kitchen with with our oldest, who is so it's just really, so today's conversation really is kind of a mashup of conversations I've had with the kids literally in the last 24 hours, and I'm gonna explain why. I promise you, it'll all come together in some comprehensive framework that hopefully will make sense to you when we're done. So I was in the kitchen with our 13-year-old and our 21-year-old, and we were talking about being successful. And the 21-year-old says, "I really want to be successful. My biggest concern is that by the time I'm 40, I will not have accomplished anything." And I just that concerns me. And the 13-year-old also said, "I want to be successful and I want to do this and I want to do this and I want to do this and I want to do this. I want to all these things I want to do." So I'm just listening about to them talk about their success. And the first thing I said was, I said, I think before you decide that you want to be successful, which I think is great, which I think you're both, I know you're both going to be, I said, I think you have to figure out what success actually is. Like, what is success? You know, and that's when I just I probably get on people's nerves when I do this, but I like to think I at least try to be a deep thinker. I think the first step to being a deep thinker is to at least try to use your brain cells. So I said, what is success? What does that look like for you? And I think the 21-year-old, his name's Quincy, he's 6'9". He says, "I don't know." And I said, "Okay, so I think that maybe that's the first step, right? Before you decide that you want to be successful, I think it's very important to decide what success looks like." I said, "Now, it's what the mistake a lot of people make is they think success is all about the money. You know, like literally, you have people in the room and they can say, 'Oh, I'm successful and you're successful.' And that, because, well, why? Well, because I'm a millionaire and you're a billionaire. And what you'll find actually is that there are many, many people who are financially successful who have these really horrible lives, who are terrible, terrible people. You know, their kids hate them. Their spouse left them. Their health is horrible. Their mental health is just out of control. I saw Eddie Murphy talking about when he was 19, hanging out with John Belushi and Robin Williams, and they were using all these drugs, and both of these guys are now dead. And it's like, but these guys were successful. You're successful, but you're dead. Right. So that's and then even before he died, because of the drug use or partly connected to the drug use, Robin Williams had a lot of psychiatric issues, and I don't think the drugs helped. I don't again, I don't know which this chicken or egg kind of thing. But my point is to say that, I think when you talk about success, it's very important to be very clear about what success actually looks like. And that's the conversation I had with the kids was, what is success anyway? What does that look like? And I talked to them about a conversation I saw on the internet where there's this guy, I've never seen, he's a YouTube influencer apparently named Bandman Kivo. I don't follow him at all. He's got a few 100,000 followers, but I saw him because they said that he got a surgery where he's going to allegedly go from being 5'6" to 6'8". Not only does that sound impossible, but it sounds very painful and very dangerous. But whatever, good for him. Height matters. I didn't. It's funny. I've always been 5'8". I like to believe I'm 6'3". That's what I keep telling myself, but people keep lying to me and telling me that I'm only 5'8", and I just think that it's all fake news. And but the thing is, I didn't even realize that 5'8" was actually short because a lot of women like the tall men, right? So literally, if a man goes from like 5'6" to literally even just 5'9" or 5'10", that makes a big difference in his dating options. Really, it's kind of crazy how the psychology works. But I never knew that I was short. I guess maybe because I just never, I don't know, I never really thought about it. And I found out that actually when I wrote my book Financial Lovemaking at Syracuse, when I researched like mating tendencies and attraction, I found that there's many, many ways for a man to be tall. So a man can be tall not just through physical height, but he can be tall through stature if he's a powerful man, if he's a wealthy man, if he's a really intelligent man. So, I'm not a stupid guy. I got a little bit of money. I was like, okay, I think I can compete with the tall guys, right? So the point is to say that I was talking about this conversation with Bandman Kivo, and he's talking to another dude on this podcast, and he says, I don't drink or smoke, and I'm successful. You drink and you smoke a lot, and you're successful. What's the difference? And the guy's sitting back and he's smoking something. He's got some liquor in his hand. He says, "Well, it kind of depends. It's different from person to person." And I was sitting there thinking, hmm. I don't know. I wonder if he's really successful, or I wonder if he's just a person that has money. Do we at least acknowledge and understand that sometimes you can be a very wealthy failure? Did y'all know that? Do y'all understand that because I was looking at the guy and I say he doesn't look successful to me. He looks like he might be a alcoholic or a drug addict, or maybe I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the guy. But he didn't seem like, I was like, what makes him successful? What is your criteria? And I think that one of the biggest mistakes we can make is when we define success by one variable. It's just like defining, if you talk about a great woman and someone says, well, she's a better woman than her because she's really pretty and she's only average. I don't think that's how you shouldn't pick a wife like that. If you do that, you're headed for trouble. You're gonna have some problems. So what tends to occur, I think, in a simple-minded world where people don't spend time doing some of the things that we do every day, like literally just thinking and reflecting, is that we come up with these one-dimensional answers to multi-dimensional questions. You see, like the a question should involve multiple variables, but we just pick one. And I don't think money should ever just sort of be this one variable that determines whether a person's successful or not. So that was the conversation I had with the 21-year-old and the 13-year-old. With the 17-year-old, I had a different conversation about finances. Actually, you know what? I didn't actually have the official conversation with her yet. I'm gonna pitch it to her today, and y'all pray for me and hope that it actually works. Because as y'all know, teenagers don't be listening. They just don't. Their ears are full of cotton. But I'm gonna try. But I had the conversation with her mom, and I said, "Here's what I think we can do." I said, "I really want her to do what I have found to be the most important thing a person can do when it comes to building wealth. Y'all ready?" I said, I need her to invest consistently. I need her to consistently buy stock every week, every month, even every day if she wants to. I need her to get into the habit. I need her to form wealthy habits that are going to ensure that when she gets older, she's going to have a big pile of money and not a big pile of regrets. So here's what I said. Here's what I threw out there, and this is what I'm going to throw out to you. And this will make you rich in a decade if you stick to this. I promise you. I said, if you think about all the places that we spend our money, the average American spends probably thousands of dollars a year on fast food, for example. And I said, imagine if you did what the environmentalists do. What environmentalists do. Has anybody ever seen this? Where in order to save the environment, one thing, which I don't think they're going to be able to save because we just want to destroy it so badly. One thing that environmentalists have in place is this sort of like replacement mechanism where every time they chop down a tree, they plant like another tree. Right? Anybody seen that? Let me know if you've seen stuff like that before. Where, so if for every bad thing they do something else. And then they even do something with carbon emissions. I don't know. I'm not an environmentalist. So if I say it wrong, just please forgive me. But really, there's kind of like this idea that says every time you deplete a resource, you replace the resource. And maybe sometimes you even replace it with more than what you took away. You chop down one tree, you plant three more. Right. And I like that. I think that's a great idea. So I said, what if we did the same thing when it comes to wealth? I mentioned to you all that the ability that having a culture and a series of habits that lead to the acquisition of wealth, the preservation of wealth, and the growth of wealth, those are the characteristics of families that become filthy, stinking rich. Those are the families that become, if you start success with financial success, these are the people that tend to become wealthy. So I said, what if we approached it like environmentalists? What if you took your biggest vice, right? And instead of feeling bad about it, because I'm not a guy that's gonna like see you on the street and slap the Starbucks coffee out your hand and say, "What the hell are you doing? Why are you drinking coffee? You know that if you were to invest the money that you spend on coffee every day, you can have $1 billion by Tuesday." I don't do that. I don't believe in doing that because then what I'm doing is I'm taking away from your happiness because that coffee might have made you happy. I got coffee. We need our coffee, and Starbucks is good. Starbucks is not the devil. Starbucks is not the reason that your bank account is empty. I don't know what other people do, but it's not. I'm not here to make you feel guilty because you drive a Mercedes. I don't want you to feel bad because you went to the mall. But here's what I'm gonna challenge you to do. And I promise you, it's beautiful because the more financially ratchet you are, the more effective this is going to be. So I want you to pick your most ratchet vice. Like think about something that you spend money on. You're like, damn, I can't believe I spent money on that. Like maybe you went to the strip club and you're like, man, every time I go to the club, I put $400 in a stripper thong and I feel really guilty about it afterward. Or maybe you go to the mall and you have a shopping thing and you buy shoes, even if you don't have 3,000 feet, but you got 3,000 pairs of shoes in your closet. I get that. Or you go on vacation and you want to ball out, or you want to fly first class, or you want to drive a Bentley or Mercedes or whatever car you have, right? Some of y'all do really drive Bentleys. There are millionaires in this room. I've talked to a lot of you. So think about your habit that is your biggest vice. And then all you have to do, if you want to be rich in a decade, is turn that energy from that vice, because money is energy. Take the energy from the vice and just turn it in a different direction. So what I think you can consider is this. If you take that biggest financial vice that you have, make a commitment to yourself, and you can do it today if you want to. I hope you'll do it today. And just say, every time I spend $1 on this, I'm going to invest $1 in that. Every time I chop down a tree, I'm going to plant two more trees. So every time I go, if fast food is my vice, it's not the healthiest thing, right? But we've all eaten fast food at some point. Most of us have. I know I have. Then maybe the rule could be if I go to McDonald's and I spend $22 in the drive-through, I'm gonna get on my app right then, right at that moment, not later. We're not doing level one. We're doing level two. We're not doing one day. We're doing 2 day. Not one day. I'm gonna go and buy the stock. No, 2 day. Right now, in this moment, I'm going to get on this phone, and that $22 in spending spree is going to cost me $44 because I'm going to buy $22 worth of stock to match the $22 that I just spent at McDonald's. And if you want to make it fun, maybe buy stock in the company that you're about to buy a product from. So you're buying their products, you're giving them money on the front end, but you're going to make an investment on the back end. If people did this, like let's say you take somebody that's an enthusiast over iPhones, for example. If a person simply said, every time I go buy a new iPhone, I'm going to buy the same amount in Apple stock, that person would be incredibly rich to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars. If they started doing this in, say, the year 2001 or 2008 or whatever, when the iPhones came out, that person would have hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank, even if all they did was invest in Apple stock. Now, obviously, we know that investing all your money in one company is a clear, blatant violation of the rule of diversification, which is don't put all your eggs in one basket, but it's still better than nothing, right? So pivot. I promise you, if you make that one little tiny pivot, if you pick your biggest vice, your biggest financial vice, the biggest thing that you get mad at yourself for spending money on, and you just simply do a matching program with yourself, then what's happening is now you're taking that negative energy and you're making it into positive energy, right? Instead of pointing the gun at yourself, you're pointing it in a different direction, or instead of using the fire to burn yourself alive, you're using the fire to keep you warm and heat up the whole house. So effectively, if you do that, then what happens is that not only can you enjoy your life and do all the things you want to do, but you're also investing in the future. If you think about your present and your future. Think of your present, your life right now, and then your life 10 years from now. Think of them as like having kids. Let's say you got two different kids. And the mistake people make is that they feed one child and they starve the other one. They feed the moment, they feed the present, they feed it with instant gratification. So you're feeding one child. In fact, that little child is fat and spoiled and obese and got diabetes because you're just shoving food down his throat, which is the instant gratification. You're feeding the moment but you're starving the future. Do you understand? And I don't want you to starve your future because you're gonna get there. The future's coming. A lot of y'all didn't even think 2024 would ever get here. We didn't think about 2020. If you're over the age of 40, you probably remember when 2024 was like so far away that you didn't even process it. You didn't even, if somebody said, let's do this, and then by 2024, you'll have this much or money, or it would have sounded crazy. It sounded weird. Even in 2012, it would have sounded weird. But now we're here. We're in 2024, and then we're going to get to 2034 and 2044. Those years are coming, and those are again. I would think of 2024 as one child, 2034 as another child, 2044 as another child. You got to feed all the kids, so the whole family gets to eat. You got to feed the whole timeline. You can't just feed the moment and ignore the future, and that's what people do. That's the culture. That's cultural. Do you understand? If you watch, I always make jokes about the BET Awards and how crazy and ridiculous it can be. But that's what I see. I see a lot of instant gratification where people want to be cool and hip and fly and have fun in the moment, but they're making choices that have horrifically bad long-term consequences when it comes to their physical and mental health, when it comes to their relationships. You got a bunch of baby daddies or babies mamas, and you're not even thinking about what your children are going to say about you when you're 20 years old. And then also financially speaking, they're chasing the money, chasing the Diddy parties so they can become famous and fly and wealthy now. And then there's going to be all these prices to pay later on down the line. At some point, you always have to pay the piper. So feed both. Enjoy your life, but also prepare your future so that you can enjoy that too. And so I think this is a simple way, a very simple idea that I hope you'll consider incorporating into your life that will help you. It'll make you wealthy in a decade if you do this consistently. This is not something I've never spoken about this before. I've never given like a lecture about this or anything like that. It literally was something that came up because I was talking to the kids. Because when the kids ask me what I think they should be when they grow up, I say I just want you to be happy. That's it. I don't want you defining your whole life by a profession or hoping that you get the right black job. We're not doing that. I want you to be able to create black jobs if that's what you want to do. But I don't want you chasing whatever crumbs master decides he wants to deliver to you. I want you to be the master of your fate. I don't want you to be colonized. I want you to at least colonize your own life. Don't colonize other people. That would be unethical. But really, I need you controlling your life. And the way you do that is through financial planning, financial preparation. You got to prepare. If you're prepared for the future, then you can pretty much overcome almost anything, at least when it comes to the degree of economic warfare that is cast upon us when we're not financially prepared. Most people that have to get up and go to work every day to a job that they hate, they have to do it because somebody did not prepare for their financial future. It's really that simple. So anyway, that's my thought for today. Actually, I'm not going to talk much more than that. If you have a question, you want to put a question in the Q&A section, you can, and I can answer a few questions before we bounce out. I promised you guys yesterday I'd answer a few questions. I wanted to mention also, if you still wanted to do the Money in a Minute series, which is stock options. Stock options is the first Money in a Minute series where each morning I'll text you a financial lesson on that specialized topic. So right now we're doing stock options. So if you'd like to sign up, you can get a 35% discount for lifetime access. Just text the word Miami, MIAMI to 87948. Text Miami to 87948. The lifetime access fee is $299, but it takes 35% off. So feel free to text Miami to the number 87948. And then you'll start each morning at about 9 a.m. You'll receive a lesson on stock options that'll allow you to learn stock options within the flow of your day. And then at some point, we're going to do some more specialized lectures and options in stock market investing. We do a lot of stuff here in the Black Business School. You guys know that. All right. So what I want to do is I'm going to reach in here and answer a few questions. Let's see here. Were you able to send out the dividend stock list? Asked Barbara. I thought that I did. I thought that I put it in the chat last time. Did I put it in the chat yesterday, or am I just making these things up in my head? I thought I shared it with you guys yesterday in the class, but maybe I should. I try. I don't want to text it. I don't want to send too many text messages out unnecessarily per se. But maybe I can do that. Yeah. So let me. I'll send it out again today. All right. So yeah. So if you want to get the list of stocks that pay dividends, just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. So you're not just getting an invitation to Money in the Morning or Economic Elevation Training. You'll also get that list of dividend stocks. So feel free to text the word morning to 87948. All right. The next question is when will we get the new Dr. Boyce's buying this week? That's going to be done today. So yeah, that's part of the Black Stock Market Program. So if you go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com and look under the section called What Dr. Boyce is Buying, you can find that there. That's theblackstockmarketprogram.com. And that's the first month is free. So feel free to take a look at that. There's a lot of stuff in there. I've been doing it for about 7 to 8 years now. So I save every single thing, every single training, every single lecture, every single thing. And you can sign up. You can bring your whole family with one membership. So feel free to go there. Okay, let's see. Kamisha is asking about the Miami list. You didn't get the Miami this morning. You know what? If you have any challenges or issues, you can email the support team. Email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and I'll take a look. I'll take a look to make sure you're getting what you're supposed to get. And if you didn't get it, then that could be a mistake on my end. The Miami program is really kind of new. We're testing it out, and so yeah, that feedback is helpful in terms of knowing what is or is not working properly the way it should. I'm going to look at that now. I'm going to make a note of that. All right. All right. Let's see here. Dr. Boyce, what does it mean for a stock to have volatility? Volatility is basically just if you think about what it means for somebody to be a volatile person, right? What does that mean? If a person's volatile, that means they're not stable. They're kind of crazy. Maybe they're bipolar. They're kind of out of control, right? So volatility is just like that for a stock. A volatile stock is a stock that goes up and goes down and goes up and goes down. So it's kind of a bipolar asset, just kind of insane. So that's kind of what volatility looks like. What do you think about SAVA? You know what, Naomi? I don't have access to stocks in front of me right now. So we do our portfolio power plays where I can look up a bunch of stocks then, but I don't have that with me now, so I can't really tell you about that stock. I don't know much about that particular company. Let's see, but later on we will do stock market stuff. So we do that on Tuesdays, but maybe we can even do another session. Let's see here, Antoinette, which S&P would you suggest? Which S&P? Well, there's a ticker symbol SPY, Sierra Papa Yankee, which is an S&P 500 index fund. And so you can feel free to take a look at that. That's what I mentioned on the $5 a day plan, which you can take a look at for free at blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's blackwealthmasterplan.com. Let's see. Tana says, how's Dr. Anderson doing? He's having a book sale. How's the award going? I don't know what you mean by the award. I know that we at the All Black National Convention we have the Dr. Claude Anderson Lifetime Achievement Award, and that is fine. That's going to be done this year. If you want to join us at the convention, it's in Chicago, October 25th through the 27th. Well, Chicago, Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside of Chicago, just a few minutes from the O'Hare Airport, at the Westin Hotel there. So you can go to allblacknationalconvention.com if you'd like to join us. I hope you will. It's a lot of fun. Let's see here. Next question. How's Dr. Anderson doing? He's 90. That's it's a challenge. He's not young like he was, but he's great to talk to. And I call him about once a week and we have a great time. It's pretty much me listening to him tell stories. He's the elder. So I just feel like my job is to listen and be supportive and to love him because I love the guy. Let's see. I'm new here, Doc. Been following you for a long time. What's your web address? Hey, Leroy. Everybody say hi to Leroy. Welcome, Leroy here. Leroy, my main website is boycewatkins.com. That's boycewatkins.com. And also, if you want to know some of the stuff that we have going on, we have some Black-owned businesses that we support, as well as some stuff we have going on in the Black Business School. There is a platform my team just created called Dr. Boyce Offers. So if you go to drboyceoffers.com, that's where you can find some offers on some things that we have that can benefit you, that you can, access at a discount. So drboyceoffers.com. Greg Harrison, hey, Dr. Boyce, when you get margin, do you have to use it right away? No, you do not. That's just almost like a line of credit. So margin is not something you have to use, and it's something you should use very carefully, in my opinion. Can you give an example of the money in a minute? Well, money in a minute is basically where money in a minute, we call it Miami for short. Basically, if you text the word Miami to 87948, you can take a look at the money in a minute program and decide if you want to sign up. But money in a minute basically is something where I was thinking about innovative ways to try to incorporate financial literacy almost like in the bloodstream or the daily flow of your day without it being something that where you have to consciously sit down and, watch a video or take a class or take notes or whatever. It's like, how about we just flow it into your day where you can sit there and you can watch some stuff from us that is going to help you add a little bit to your learning level in that particular topic. And really, that's the whole theme of it. And so what we decided to do based on what you all voted for is stock options. Stock options is really popular now. I think it should be. I make most of my money from stock options now. I love stock options, but I don't gamble with stock options. I don't like to do that. There is always risk, but I like to sell stock options. And so, yeah, so there's lots of opportunities there. So if you want to take a look at money in a minute, just go to, just text the word Miami to the number 87948. And then what'll happen is after the first day, you'll receive a text every morning from us with a lesson for that day. And then if you want to just go through them all at once, you can log in and just fly through them all. But by texting them to you, you can just hit the button and watch it real quick and get your daily dose. Almost like a financial multivitamin, right? So every day you take your financial vitamins and you're learning a little bit more every day, and it's easy. It doesn't take a lot of time, that kind of thing. Well, let's see. What do I think about Nancy Pelosi's portfolio being up 39%? Well, she's got inside information. She's probably legally allowed to use it. I think the fix is in definitely when it comes to Congress. We have a pretty corrupt government in that way. They shouldn't have let money infiltrate the way the government's run. That's absolutely appalling to me. What do I do with stock investments that are in the negative? I didn't know what I was doing when I first started. If your investments are in the negative, just remember, just because it's in the negative doesn't mean it's going to stay there. It's really a personal decision to decide if you want to remain in a particular investment. Selling stock, one thing I don't do when it comes to selling stock is try to predict whether that particular stock is going to go positive again or if it's going to go up or down, because you can't predict that. You sell stock for a few reasons. One, if you need the money, you just need the cash. That's what they call liquidity reasons, because you need to turn your money, your asset into liquidity, into cash. Or two, you have just another investment that you think will be better for you. Or three, maybe for diversification purposes, you want to spread your money out because maybe the investment has done so well and you want to move your money. I don't sell stock because I think that the stock is going to keep going up, because nobody knows what it's going to do in the near future. Also, remember that most investments, and yeah, Cliff, I am still invested in Riot platforms significantly. Most investments are long-term plays. So if you buy a stock and you're thinking, oh, I hope this goes up next week, rubbing your hands together like Birdman, that's not really how you want to invest. You don't want to judging a stock investment based on how it does in the next 3 or 4 months. That's like somebody giving birth to a baby that they say is going to be in the NBA, and somebody coming back a year later and saying, how is he going to play in the NBA? He can't even walk. He's not even, he's 1 year old. We waited a whole year and he can't even walk yet. So what makes you think he can ever be a basketball player? Well, babies have to grow up. So stocks need a long-term 5 to 10 year horizon before you can really determine if it's good investment or not. So I would not get caught up in the short-term instant gratification day trading culture too much. It's fun, it's exciting, it's like sports, but you can't take it too far, because short-term, short-sighted thinking is how people lose money. A lot of people miss opportunities because they don't have patience. Warren Buffett, one of the greatest investors of all time, pretty much said that investing is a wealth transfer from impatient people to patient people. That's what he said. He said that the patient people get all the money because they wait. They just chill. They sit back. They don't make a move. They just buy and they hold. That's what they do. So and then when they've held for 20 or 30 years, then that investment that they spent $1,000 on is now worth 100,000. That's what patient investors do. Do you know how many stocks there are that if you simply bought some of those shares 20 years ago and just kind of let them sit for a while, you would have millions of dollars. If you did that with like with Apple, if you just consistently made small investments in Apple, it would be very easy to turn that into a $2-3 million asset, just literally with less than $100,000 in total capital. So just and think about this. If you make say $50,000 a year over the course of a 20-year period, you've spent about $1 million on stuff, right? And of course, these are things that are required to live. So it's not like you were wasting the money, but we all waste money at some point, I think. And if you were to just sort of think about this, just what would have happened if you'd say bought some Bitcoin back when it was $20 a coin and just waited. Think about how much that would be worth right now. You'd be a multimillionaire. So don't keep on shuffling and making moves and always reacting to everything. You don't have to react to everything. It's just like life. They always say like somebody says something about you. You don't have to react to everything. You don't have to respond to everything. Sometimes you have to sit back and process and think. This to me is a type of consciousness, that ability, and it's maturity too. When you are emotionally mature, you learn that you don't have to respond to everything, whether it's a person or an asset or anything. You see it happen and you just say, okay, let's see how this goes. Let's see how this unfolds. Okay. All right. So anyway, let me see here. A few more questions and then we'll bounce out for today. Let's see. Can we make money in options with little to no money? You can. It's easier to sell options if you have a capital base though. And if you want to know what we do with selling options and all that, we do a lot there. Feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. drboyceprime.com. It's very popular. Everybody loves it. And it's a great way to make money. It's better. I used to talk a lot about starting businesses, which I still am a fan of that. But this to me is better than starting a business. This is better than real estate to me, because the ROI that you can earn from selling stock options is higher than what you can earn from most real estate investments. Also, it doesn't require any work at all. Also, it's a liquid investment. You can easily convert it to cash. Anybody who's ever done real estate knows how hard it is to get out of a deal. Once you've bought the property, if you want to sell it, you can't just sell it in 10 minutes. You have to talk to people and work with the agent and, find a buyer and all this other stuff. With my investments that are in some of these stocks that I own, that I sell options on, I could sell that stock in 30 seconds and get my cash out and do whatever I want with it. So I highly suggest looking into it. I think it's a great way to make money. But the best thing too is when they say it takes money to make money, well, that's why it's important to be a saver and to be an investor. These processes are much easier for people who've been saving and investing, for their whole lives. So when you have, say, a couple there's a lot of couples I work with, I do a few one-on-one sessions, stuff like that. And I'll see where they've been savers and they have, tens of thousands, if not a couple $100,000 that they've saved up and they're ready to stop working. It's perfect for people like that, right? But if you haven't saved anything at all, it's really hard to get capital, because your only capital that you have is your brain and your body, your time and your labor, and maybe your education. And those are all important forms of capital, but those are not as liquid, right? So you're still stuck in that trap of trading time for money. And I just hope that you over time will aim to get out of that trap and train your kids to get away from that trap, because it's really hard. It's really difficult. All right. So anyway, drboyceprime.com is where you can go if you want to take a look at what we're doing over there. And then also, if you have any questions about anything, or if you want to do a one-on-one or stuff like that, you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They can take care of you. Support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Did you ever check on the fan base investment? Yeah, I did. And I'm not I wouldn't put my money in it. Um, I just kind of I don't know. I kind of feel like some of the stuff that you see online, I'm gonna Google it real quick. A lot of the stuff that you see online, yeah, okay, it looks like fan base is okay. It says you can invest in fan base for $3.99. It looks like it's a way to raise cap. Okay, next generation social media for people who value content and community. Um, yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. I don't. and I think it's great. It's innovative, but I wouldn't put my money into it because startups are really risky. One thing that people don't talk about is how risky startups are. Venture capitalists that invest in startups, they'll invest in 10 different startups, hoping that just one of them will make money, maybe two, if they're lucky. Um, I I'm not a fan of, I don't like that kind of investing, honestly, because I don't, number one, I don't want to take that much risk. And number two, I don't want to wait 5 years to get my money. I just don't. I want my money available. I want to be able to pull my money out if I want to within, say, a year or two. And my feelings on that have changed over time too. And I'll also think that I know that when I've been asked about some of the stuff that even we do in the Black community, some of the stuff is we get excited about it and we think that this one project is going to be the one thing that just changes everything. Like I was really kind of I was highly disappointed in just everything that went down with the Tulsa real estate fund, for example. I just really I just There's so many things I didn't like about it. That it wasn't that I invested in it, by the way. I did want to support it because I want to support things that involve a bigger vision for the community. But at the same time, I didn't think it was run well. I thought that people had too much faith and too much belief that it was going to be kind of the one thing that was going to turn their $500 into 50,000. Um, I learned a lot just watching how the fund kind of fell apart. I have not checked to see. I know they had a meeting the other day about it. I haven't checked in them on the meeting. I was just kind of disgusted just with a lot of it, just a lot of what occurred with that, because I don't think that one investment should ever be that important in your life. I really want you to invest in a way where you spread your money out, you stay liquid, and if something doesn't work out, you should be able to just say, okay, that's my investment that didn't work out, but here are my investments that did. Um, I see so many examples where people will start a business and put everything into their business, and then if that business is gone, then all their wealth is gone. And when you're in that situation, that's incredibly vulnerable. It's like a single mom who is the sole breadwinner for the household, who, let's say, doesn't have any insurance, doesn't have any plan Bs, doesn't have any other streams of income. And then if she gets killed or something, or she just drops dead of a heart attack, there's nothing there. There's no plan B. And one of the rules of finance is that you always have to have a plan B. You always have to be prepared for the possibility that something is not going to work out. And I don't know if we think that way. And also, even in job culture, people think that having a job is safe. That's as vulnerable as you can get, especially if you have one stream of income. That means that whoever's paying you, if they stop paying you, you're done financially. So I would avoid the temptation to do what people do. A lot of people, maybe because they don't know better, they haven't been taught on this, or they haven't had time to fix this, but they might live paycheck to paycheck. Don't save money. Don't sort of even consider things like family. Like if you get married or something, that's important not just for you to feel good or to wake up next to somebody who's cute. It's also your chance to have a little more financial security than you would have otherwise. So, even myself as a man, I'm not a poor man, but one of the incentives I have for making things work with my wife is that I know it's much easier to solve certain economic problems with a teammate than it is for me to do it by myself. So I'm not going to jeopardize the relationship over silly things, or allow my ego to block the blessing that we can both pursue together. I'm going to try to figure it out. I'm like, okay, let's sit down and talk about this because you're an important business partner to me, and I don't know if we're even taught to think that way. Maybe it's because we have a wealthy country and a wealthy society, and everybody's doing better than most people are in the world, and we feel like we don't have to think about financial security. But I think that we should. I think that it's important. And if you look at where people are right now, what people are talking about, especially younger people under the age of 35, how much stress they're feeling financially. I can tell you for a fact that a lot of these problems would have been easily solved with a little bit of planning and preparation. If somebody had simply, if their family just simply had a rule that says we're going to start a trust fund for every kid that's born in our family, or an investment account, or just have some money invested that's going to grow, that's where they're consistently getting, and it could be as little as $100 a month. that's going into an investment account for them so that when they get 25 years old, they've got a capital base. That would go quite a long way. But anyway, let me keep going. Travis says, are you familiar with the public app for stock trading? I heard about the public app. I heard that they are, oh, public. Yeah. I've heard good things about it. I haven't tried it, but I've heard good things about it. How do I feel about gold? Lamont, I like gold. I think gold is something that will keep you rich, but it's not something that will make you rich. Travis, you already asked about the public app. Okay. Gigi says, can I text the dividend list? Yes, I'll text it right after we're done for sure. King May, what is a limit order and the purpose? That's kind of beyond the scope of today. That's a lot to explain, but basically a limit order is where you place an order and you tell them only sell or only buy if certain conditions are met. That's more of a training kind of thing. I did a training called How to Invest in the Stock Market. If you email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, they can guide you to that. Or if you go on the blackstockmarketprogram.com, you can take a look. It's hard for me to kind of explain that with a quick answer. Let's see, Wildon, how would the election affect the stock market? The Republicans are known for less regulation. Trump, in particular, is being favored by Silicon Valley because he's not going to regulate, whereas the Biden administration has pushed forward with a lot of antitrust, sorts of not prosecutions, but antitrust investigations. So basically Biden is favored by the tech companies and by Wall Street. Trump is. I'm sorry, Trump is. And Biden, though, is a person that is, in my view, seen as a sort of a better senior leader for the United States, even though he's mentally just kind of messed up and gone. I think people have faith in his ability to just have a good administration around him. And but either way, I think both of the candidates are pretty terrible. All right, let's see. Alry says, "What's a good range to invest in for dividends of $400 a month?" I'm thinking here maybe. Well, $400 a month would be 4,800 per year. So 4,800 per year. I would say that if you want to have enough stock to produce $4,800 a year in dividends, I'm guessing maybe 90 to $100,000 worth of stock would do it. So I'll send you that list of dividend paying stocks today, and make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948, and I'll send it to you. It's morning to 87948. Are you a fan of using the VIX during a volatile stock market season? The VIX is the fear index. It measures how people are feeling. I think the VIX is very important in terms of telling you how investors feel. When investors are afraid, prices tend to go down because a market that is full of scared people just isn't a very good market. It's not a good economy. My question is, how do you, and actually, what's interesting is in terms of the Black economics, part of the reason that Black people have a difficult time building an economy is because there is kind of a lack of trust and there's a lot of fear, a lot of and this was one of my concerns about just the whole debacle with the Tulsa Fund and the fighting that occurred, which I just didn't want to get in. I just didn't want to participate. I didn't like it. Is that there's a problem with the fact that I think as Black people we really do trust white people more than we trust each other. And then when something weird happens, where somebody loses money or whatever, and it becomes a big deal, I think that sometimes we analyze it in a way that is specific to like what's wrong with us, and this is what our people do and stuff like that. And one of the things I pointed to was Adam Newman with WeWork. He actually had a company that was worth $47 billion, and the valuation completely zapped down to zero. So he literally destroyed $47 billion worth of value, and he did it by basically running the company poorly. He did a lot of self-dealing. He personally made money from the decline in the company's value. And when it was done, they gave him $2 billion or something and sent him on his way. They fired him. And it's like you move on. You deal with whatever happened, and then you move on to the next investment, right? And I encourage you, if you want to be an investor, you have to sort of have an idea of how you're just going to deal with the punches. There's no investor out here that just makes money over and over and over again. It just doesn't happen like that. You make some, you lose some, you make some, you lose some, and you just over time you're going to make more than you lose. That's what's going to happen. So I think it's very important to understand that mistakes are going to be made. And so for example, with the Tulsa Fund, I see someone says Julian Gordon was right about him. Yeah, Julian's right, but Julian was wrong too. Julian invested $40,000 into the Tulsa Fund. He read the contracts, he saw everything, that was going to occur. And then later on, he feels that he was surprised and that things didn't go the way he thought they were going to go. So now he's upset about it, and I understand that. But I think at the same time, though, no investor goes without making a mistake. No investor goes without sort of looking back and saying, God, that was a terrible place to put money. Disney, for example, had a big proxy fight recently because literally, $100 billion worth of value was destroyed because the management was so bad. But the original investors that put the money in were smart people. They went to Harvard and Yale and they did all the analysis, and it was just wrong. They just got it wrong. So effectively, with investing, one of the things I think is really important to just know is that sometimes you're gonna get it wrong. And one big thing, in my view, that you can't do too much of is spend too much time dwelling on your mistakes to the point where you can't move forward to your next win. The more time you spend getting upset about the fact that you lost money over here, the less time you have moving forward to your next big opportunity that's around the corner. Just like dating, if I date somebody and they break my heart and they do me dirty, and I spend the next 30 years trying to get revenge on the person that I feel broke my heart, that's going to block me from meeting somebody better. You understand? And this is I think an important lesson. There's billionaires like there's a guy named Palpatilia or something. I can't pronounce his name, but he's a multi-billionaire and he was one of the original investors in Facebook. That was one of his biggest wins. He made a lot of money when he invested in Facebook, but he also promoted a lot of SPACs, special purpose acquisition companies, back during the pandemic when they were really big and these companies were worth billions of dollars. A lot of these SPACs went bankrupt and people were mad at him and they said you lied and you're a crook, blah blah blah. Well, you know what, this guy's moving on. He's now investing in something new. He's moving to new stuff, and he's doing just fine. He's making money, right? And again, it's sort of like uh it's not completely cool, right? Because billionaires get away with stuff, investors get away with stuff, and that's true. But at the same time, I think just understanding the nature of the game and the mindset required to be a wealth builder is really important for you to get. And I think you can ethically just say, hey, I got it wrong. Um, I'm gonna get it right next time. I'm still learning, and I think that's the most important thing you can learn. Remember, I have a whole PhD in this stuff, but I never wake up on any given day and think that I understand everything there is to know. Every day I wake up saying, "What can I learn today? What mistake did I make? What am I trying to do next?" Right? So I would encourage you to kind of think that way because sometimes I think if we can get so caught in a cycle of dwelling on the negative and dwelling on the past that we really can't move forward to the future. So that's my 2 cents on investing in general, as far as philosophies and stuff like that. All right. So let me see here. My question is, how do you enjoy your profits? Well, a few ways you can enjoy profits is sometimes you could just sell a little bit of your stock and take some off the top. That tends to happen when the stock goes up by a lot. People will start selling a little bit, and the price will pull down because people just don't want to be overcommitted to one asset. Another way to just sell it to enjoy your profits is if you sell options on the stock. When you sell the options, you're selling the upside of the stock. So there are people who will sell options to pull income from the stock. A lot of people don't know that you can pull enough in. If you have a decent stock portfolio, you can pull enough income that you could quit your job. You can make enough money to pay all your bills. I have a lot of students who are doing this right now. This is very doable, but the requirement is that you have to own the asset to use the asset. It's no different from having cows and chickens and pigs and selling the eggs and the milk that comes from the cows and chickens and pigs. Let's see here. Next question is, how do we join the stock portfolio sessions on Tuesdays? Yeah, well, you can join the Black Stock Market Program if you want to. You can do the first 30 days for free to try it out, see if you like it. You can go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com. So feel free to go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com. Sharon says, what are margins? Margin is money that they loan you so that you can actually buy more stock. And why is that important? Well, because it's not just what you own, it's also what you control. Whatever you control gives you the ability to make money from the thing that you control. So you may not own it, but you can deploy it. And what you deploy can make money for you. Like if I have a house and I don't own the house, the bank owns the house. I can still use the house and rent the house and make money from the rent that comes from the house. So stock is the same way. If I can only afford, say, $20,000 worth of stock, but I get margin, which lets me control $40,000 worth of stock, I can sell options on all 40,000 and generate income from that, and then use that income to repay the debt. What do you think about index universal life insurance? I think IULs are fine. I don't hate them at all. I think that they are better than nothing for sure. I just don't have one because I just have better uses for my money, but it doesn't mean I think IULs are bad at all. And I like the way it combines the insurance component with the investing component. But you have to have some type of investing vehicle to survive in the economy. So if that's your best option, then I say go for it. SPY or VOO or both. I like both, Michael. I like them both. Let's see, Christopher. I purchased stock options course. Am I eligible to get Miami messages as well? I'm not sure what you got, Christopher. But if you're not sure, just email our support team. That they'll help you. They'll respond to you within 24 hours, and they're very nice people. They've all been working with us for many, many years. So we have a good team here at the Black Business School, and we treat people well. And the testament is that our most of our team's been here like 6 years. They're all just really good people. And one rule that we have is I just tell them to really um respect the students. Like you must respect. If you don't do that, then that's a problem for me. So yeah, so if you email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, they can answer any questions that you have. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. How did my daughter's dance recital go? It went really well. She got top 10 in individually. She did an individual like a solo and got top 10. She is on the high school dance team now. She is a really super talented young lady. I'm super proud of her, and she's beautiful like her mother. So we whenever she's like dabbled in stuff, like she was in an acting class, and they did some display or something, and all that black girl magic came out, and they were literally inviting her to do commercials and everything. But my big thing is like I want to make sure that she understands Hollywood and entertainment and not get caught up in that industry, because terrible things happen to little kids in that industry. Diddy, I'd use Diddy as an example because Diddy was a very powerful man. And a lot of people would send their kids to be with Diddy or to be with the R. Kellys of the world because they want them to be famous so bad. And they would use their power to get things that money should not be able to buy. But because people were so desperate to be famous, and be next to these people because they're famous and they're celebrities, you let a lot of things slide. And so we have a lot of conversations about just protecting yourself, just not we're not gonna get caught up in all that. And I just tell her also, I say, look, if you ever want to make a play or make a movie, talk to me. I can help you get the money to make a movie, because if you fund the movie and you own the movie, then you can make yourself the star of the movie. A lot of the desperation that I see with my friends in LA who will go to these auditions where there's 500 people auditioning for one role, they don't understand that there are the economic gods, the people that actually raise the capital, who get to control other human beings like puppets. They get to say, we're having an audition, and there's one role and we need 1,000 people to apply, and 1,000 people will sit there in the hot sun all day long begging for this one opportunity. And I'm like, I don't want you to be a person who seeks opportunities. I want you to be a person who knows how to create opportunities. So we study Tyler Perry. I say, look at Tyler Perry. Tyler Perry, he's making those weird ass Medea movies. I don't like any of them, to be honest with you. Most of them they're just not my thing. But they're harmless. They're not hurtful movies. They're not as bad as like really bad gangster rap or whatever. But then again, Medea is kind of this goofy stereotype. But he owns his stuff. I admire that man. I said Tyler Perry wanted to be a playwright. He didn't wait for anybody to give him the right to be a playwright. He did not ask for anybody to give him permission. He said, if I'm a playwright, I'm going to be a playwright. So you write the damn play, you get a stage, you get your actors, you direct the thing, and you get it done. And then you try to sell tickets. And that's what he did. And he built a business off of that. And that's what I told her. I said, never wait for anybody to give you permission to show your gift. She said, I want to be a director. I said, if you want to be a director, then you're a director now. Direct something. Go direct something. Do not ask for people's permission. There is no such thing as a gatekeeper when it comes to you and your passion. There is no gatekeeper. God, maybe God is the only gatekeeper, and God gives you the power to do anything you want. The universe allows you to be whatever you want to be. So don't wait for the gatekeepers to give permission. Don't wait for massa. Don't wait for their validation. That all that's a trap and a trick, in my opinion. It really is. And then what happens is not only do they withhold the validation and charge you for it, there's a price for admission. Do you understand? Do you know how many famous Hollywood celebrities there are that I can name for you right now who literally slept their way to the top? They literally got a chance to be famous because they decided to get in the bed with some crusty old man who had access to money and power and the things that they wanted. And these are people that are mainstream celebrities that you would know. If I said their names, you would know them right away. And to me, it's an abomination. It's problematic when we raise our kids to really admire that and aspire to that and want to be that. There's nothing good about selling your body so you can be in a movie. So we talk about these things because it's all, to me, it's all a trick and a trap. And I'm not a fan of any of that. I want, just be great at what you do and build on that. Don't, these all these gatekeepers, that's a bunch of not, it's a bunch of BS, a bunch of crap to me. And then the stupid thing is, like, when they do validate you and they give you these so-called opportunities, it's not usually because you're showing up as the best version of yourself. Like, if I were validated by mainstream America, it wouldn't be because I am the real and the raw Boyce Watkins. It wouldn't be me showing up as the best version of myself. They would validate me because I would show up in the way they want me to show up. Remember, I was a finance professor at Syracuse University. I had a lot of media access because Syracuse has one of the best media schools in the country. So when they would call CNN or ABC and they would say, "Oh, he's a professor at Syracuse," there would always be a Syracuse alum that was on the production team that would say, "Oh, he's from my alma mater." So I had some access there. It was fine. I mean, but the problem is they didn't really necessarily want this version of me, not the version that I'm most proud of. They wanted whatever their vision of what a black man from Syracuse is supposed to say, and so I personally feel like that's just not the best of who you are. I don't think that other people will ever celebrate the very best of what black people have to offer, but they will celebrate the sexy reds, right? They will celebrate the thug image. They will celebrate the comedian. They will celebrate the athlete. I don't think they're ever going to celebrate, the husband, father, mother, sister, thinker. I don't think they're not, it's not their job. They're just not going to do it. So in order for that to be celebrated, I think we have to create those spaces. That's just critically important. So yeah, there we go. So that's my response to that. All right, so I'm gonna get out of here, guys. It is 10 o'clock or Central Time. It's 11 o'clock Eastern, and so that means it's time for us to get on out of here. So I hope you guys have a great day. God bless you, and don't forget, if you want the list of dividend stocks, just get on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948, and I will send you the list now. That's morning to 87948, and I hope you guys have a great day. God bless you, and I'll see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. We do this every day. Financial consciousness, economic elevation. That's what it is. And one little trick I've always done that kind of helps me a lot, that's really helped me as far as goal setting, is I give myself opportunities to hit the reset button. I live my whole life in pretty much 30-minute intervals, right? So if I have a bad 30 minutes, like if I oversleep or I just waste time or do something wrong, I challenge myself and then I forgive myself. Self-forgiveness is really important because you're not going to be perfect and you have to love yourself no matter what. And if you love yourself and you have the capacity to forgive yourself, then you'll never give up on yourself. So I don't want you to give up on yourself. Never give up. Never believe, "Oh, I'm not good enough. I can't do this." But you always have to kind of strive for something better. Each day I think you should wake up and ask yourself one basic question: how can I do things better today than I did yesterday? How am I going to be a better man today than I was yesterday? How am I going to be a better woman? How am I going to be a better parent, a better student? How am I going to get better at my economics? How am I going to get closer to my goals? And I think that if you have that mindset, I think that goes a long way. That way you're not dwelling on mistakes. A lot of times we make mistakes, we do things wrong, things don't work out, and sometimes that can linger. Almost like just an ugly cancer, that just eats into our future and our potential because it shapes our self-perception. It reshapes how we view ourselves, what we think we're worthy of, what we think we're capable of. And I just think all that's kind of a waste of time because as I tell you, like, to me, part of consciousness, I really look at consciousness as leveling up, going to higher dimensions. And every dimension you go higher, you're getting closer to God, because God actually, in the universe, whatever you want to call it, has access to all the dimensions. They say God lives in the sixth dimension. One day one day when it's like a Friday night and I'm just really looking to have a crazy deep conversation, I'll explain why God's in the sixth dimension. I don't even know if I can explain it. I understand it from a mathematical standpoint, but I cannot quite explain it. And so being in that sixth dimension kind of means you can kind of see all things from all sides and all possibilities and even the possibilities behind the possibilities. And so that's kind of what I want. I want you to level up. If you talk about leveling down, I think low vibrational stuff, lower level, one dimensional stuff is stuff like where we define success based on whether or not somebody has money. Like if you really think a successful man is simply the man that has money, that to me is not high vibrational thinking, because you're kind of missing all the other variables that determine whether a man is successful or not. Money does matter. I believe money is very important, but money can't be the only variable that shapes how you view a human being. If you do that, then I mean, think about it. There's horribly creepy people out here in the world who have lots of money in their pockets. So we don't want to get caught in that thinking. All right. So anyway, give me a yes if you understand what I'm saying. Let me know. Also, give me a quick yes if you can hear me. I want to check my audio. Can you guys hear me? Okay, let me know if you can hear me. Did I see somebody write a comment in Arabic? Wait, is that wait, no, Al Hunt Bay. That is that an Arabic comment? Like why you up in why you up in the chat writing in another language? You know I don't know Arabic, man. Anyway, I'm kidding. I'm joking. All right, so all right, so let me and actually fun it's just given that you mentioned that, and it's so funny. I have some things I actually want to cover, but here's a funny story that relates to the flaws of one-dimensional thinking. I knew this guy that I grew up with, and he was my friend in childhood. I did not know he was going to grow up to become literally the most unbelievable con artist I've ever seen in my life. I knew he was a fart and a crappy kid. I knew he was spoiled by his mother. I knew he was a punk. I knew he was a liar, but I did not know what that was going to turn into when he became an adult. So let me tell you about this guy. It's a funny story, but it's very tragic. So here's what this guy did, and just this kind of speaks to consciousness and the limitations of one-dimensional thinking. So one thing that he understood, or what one philosophy he had about women, he was a tall, handsome guy, very handsome man, who had a way with women. The ladies all loved him. Me, I wasn't that tall. I had to work to get a girlfriend. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't have no game. I wasn't tall, and I didn't have. Back then I was broke. Now when I got rich, when you get rich and stuff and famous, you don't need game. You just show up, and everyone thinks that you're just this husband material just because of stuff like that. Again, flaws of one-dimensional thinking. You should never think that way, but that's what. So, but back then, when I was young and broken short, I had to hustle to get a girlfriend. But that was actually that was good for me though, because I appreciated a woman's attention. I didn't disrespect women because I was like, I might not get a chance to get another one, so I'm gonna be nice to the one I got. So I've always been a nice guy. I like I'm still nice. I'm nice to my wife. I don't treat her bad. Anyway, so here's the deal. But he was the opposite. This guy had all the chicks. He was tall, handsome. He knew exactly what to say. He also knew what they wanted. He knew that there are people who get caught in their fantasies. So let me know if you know what I'm talking about. Like when I asked him one time, I said, "So what is it with you and all these girls?" And he said, "Oh, you just got to sell them a dream. Just figure out what they want." And then just promise them whatever they want. Right? If they want a pink elephant that flies, that with $1 million attached to his tail, just build that fantasy for them. Tell them that that's what you're going to give. That's literally what he. What he said. So anyway, so this guy, he was so insidiously horrible to people in the sense that, and that's why I had to cut him off when we became adults. I said, I can't hang out with you, man. You're gonna get me locked up, dude. You're not a good person. And what he would do to women was really fascinating. He would actually meet a woman. He would love bomb them. If you don't know what love bombing is, look it up. My wife is a relationship therapist, and she would have a lot to say about love bombing. The person that shows up and literally figures out what your fantasy is, and they present themselves as the fantasy. Or as TD Jakes always says, he says, "You're not meeting the person, you're meeting their representative." Anybody ever heard TD say that? He's a wise guy. He says a lot of smart stuff, and so his representative was the smoothest guy. He was very handsome. I love you. I want to marry you. Why don't we have a baby? Stuff like that, right? And you say that in the middle of the drug-induced experience called sex. That really is a drug-induced experience. If you look at the effects of oxytocin, for example, and vasopressin and phenylethylamine and dopamine on the brain of a human being, particularly also on the brain of a woman, we have different receptors. We respond differently. What oxytocin does is it makes women lower their guard and they become very trusting of the person who is helping them to deliver all this oxytocin. And that's so things like orgasm, we think of it as pleasure. That's actually designed to really shape your perception. it affects your consciousness. You really, if give me a yes if you notice this, that maybe if you sleep with somebody, they're just in that moment, they're the most amazing person in the world, and you don't see their flaws anymore. You think that they're going to be the person for you forever, and it glues people together. That's what I that if in fact if you took the oxytocin out of a woman's brain, she would have no attachment to her baby. Like you see how women are attached to their kids. Women will fight you for their child. They'll kill you for their child. But if you took the oxytocin receptors out of their brain, she wouldn't care. She'd just say, "Here, take the baby. I don't care." Right? So basically, he knew how to get a woman to lower her consciousness. This is all consciousness, and this is an investment. This is not an investment in money. This is an investment in things that money cannot buy. This is an investment of love. This is an investment of time. This is an investment in a human being. Human investments in human beings and investments of time and your energy and your love and everything. That's far greater than money because once you have a bad 5 year relationship, no matter how much money you have, you can't go back and get those 5 years back. Right. So this is deeper than money, but it's still investing. It's still investing, right? It's a low level of consciousness that can cause you to make mistakes. So here's what would happen. He would meet the lady. He would tell her everything she wants to hear. He would say, "Hey, let's have a baby," and she'd be pregnant in like about 2 months after the relationship starts, right? In that real heated part of it, they say that you shouldn't make any heavy relationship decisions in the first 6 months because you're literally high. You ever see somebody just falls in love, they're like all crazy and stuff. That's because of those chemicals I talked about. So anyway, I read a whole book about it because when I wrote my book Financial Lovemaking when I was at Syracuse, I was fascinated by this process and how this traps us, how this puts us into really horrible situations. Like you see how many men are complaining about their babies, mamas, and their child support. You see how many women hate the fathers of their kids, and people will say, "Well, why would you choose him?" Well, because she was high. That's and if you don't know what's happening, if you're not conscious of what's happening, then you're going to make bad decisions. A lot of us have made bad decisions in relationships. Raise your hand if you have. I know that I have. Give me a yes if you have. So, long story short, he would get the woman in this trapped kind of crazy situation. They'd be living together. She'd be pregnant, and it was crazy to me because they would have been together like 8 or 9 months, and she wouldn't even know his real name. He would fabricate a whole history of his life that where she didn't even like. He would be like, "Yeah, in 5 years ago I was in Afghanistan, and 10 years before or 5 years before that I was in Shanghai selling carpets on the street, and then I spent time working for IBM." Like, he would make up this whole everything. So he would build this whole carefully construct this whole false reality, and then what would happen is it would slowly but surely just kind of be picked apart. It would fall apart brick by brick to the point where she would start asking questions and like, "Well, wait a minute, you said that you did this, but then you did that." And I looked it up. I did a background check and I found out that there is no person named Dave McMillan that was in Arizona in 1992. Well, but whatever, right? And then after a while, after maybe about 9 months, he would just abandon ship and leave the baby, leave the lady, leave everything, and leave all the problems, all the financial problems he created. And then he would go to a new city and he would literally hit the reset button and just start all over again. And the reason he came to mind is when I saw that Arabic in the chat. I think it was Arabic. I don't even know enough Arabic to know when I see Arabic, but it looked like Arabic to me. Is the reason he came to mind is because he was such a genius that he went to the Middle East and he learned Arabic in like 6 months. He literally his emotional intelligence was so high that he literally went to a whole nother country, absorbed the culture, learned the language, and blended right in. And in fact, he blended in so well that he convinced a prince to let him marry his daughter. And he told the prince his whole story about this big mansion that they had in the United States and all these maids and servants and everything else that they had, and none of it was true. It was all a big old lie. And so that made me really think about this interesting thing where even having high consciousness does not mean that you are ethical, right? He was very conscious of the environment. He understood how to blend in. He understood what you wanted. It's like he could look down at the world and just see the world from an elevated status where he knew, okay, these people go over here, these people over here, they like to do this. When the party starts, this happens, and that's a type of consciousness. But consciousness does not mean that you're ethical. right? So there are lots of unethical people that have high consciousness that are in the business of significantly manipulating other individuals. And in a way, what's interesting too is when you talk about consciousness, and in this class every day, we're always focusing on economic consciousness, which is deeply connected to things like emotional intelligence and other forms of consciousness. It's like it reminds me of what the study that they had where they said that kindergartners that were the most quiet kids in the room, they always understood the room better than anybody else. They could talk to the little kid that wasn't part of any group, and he could tell you everything that's happening in the room. He wasn't in it or of it. He understood it. So as an outsider, because that little kid, that little quiet kid that nobody plays with, that's just sitting there watching everybody, can tell you, Billy always likes to play with the blocks. Terry and Cindy, they fight over the sliding board. Jamie and Cindy they used to be boyfriend and girlfriend, but then they broke up. Like that little kid is the one who had the highest level of consciousness. Because he had the thank you that Cal. See, there you go. You're doing it again, Calvin. He would have the power of observation, right? And I really think that there's something to that. I think that there's something to consciousness that also connects to things like meditation, some degree of separation, where you disconnect and you just observe. You think, you process things, you look and you see what you look for patterns, you look at other people's behavior. You don't always, some people are always in it so much that they can't see the forest for the trees. They always in one thing after another, fighting with this person, in love with that person, talking to that person. And sometimes when you're just always in the mix and always in the shuffle, you lose yourself. You don't know who the hell you are. You don't know what the hell's going on because you're reacting to everything. Sometimes you got to step back and just observe. Step back, or if someone asks you a hard question, sometimes you step back and say, "I don't know. Let me think about that. Let me think about that." You just be quiet. Just watch, right? And what you'll find is that your consciousness level will go much higher. The act of simply being alone for a while gives you so much more vision and perspective that I can't even describe it to you. When I went to Indiana University, that was the year I met my wife. um, I lived by myself, and I had this apartment, and I didn't have a roommate. And for about 6 months, I was lonely. I was lonely and bored because I had nobody around to talk to. I had no one to engage with. After about 6 months, I just made a decision. I'm going to embrace this. I'm not going to sit around and be sad all day. I'm going to find I'm going to enjoy this. And what I would do is I would just sit there in my apartment and just think about stuff. And at that time, at the age of 22, I remember noticing how many things I started to observe that I never would have noticed if I was always busy talking to people. And I said, "Oh my God." And at that moment, at 22, my biggest one of my biggest dreams was I said maybe one day I'll be like a famous professor where I'll get a chance to go tell people all the things that I'm figuring out because I'm sitting there thinking about stuff all day. So I started getting into the act of just thinking, just thinking hard about something. And not assuming that you understand it all. Like, oh, I got it. I already heard that. I already know that. People who talk like that get on my nerves. But the smartest people in the world to me are the ones who say, I don't know. I'm gonna just think about that. Like you could look at one little picture and just stare at it and keep thinking, and then look at it again the next day, and then look at it again. Or when I teach classes, I taught probably 30 or 40 different types of finance classes, from banking to international finance, all that. I've never had a problem teaching the same class over and over and over again because every time I teach it, I learn something new. Every time I talk about stock options, I see it from a different perspective. Like, oh, I didn't, that's how those things connect. Do you understand? And I really think that life is like that. I think life is like this big, complex video game that is hard to figure out sometimes. And in this game, you've got people with different levels of consciousness who are sometimes are trying to manipulate you. And if you're conscious, you can spot the games as it's being played. You can spot the manipulation. Like in politics, you're being manipulated by politicians. And let's spin to the actual original topic that I was going to hit today. Even when you talk about luxury brands, it was just discovered that Dior, this brand that everybody wants and loves, Dior actually, the Italian prosecutors basically accused Dior. I'm gonna read the story to you. They accused Dior of spending $57 to produce these bags, and they would sell them for $2,780. It says the Italian police raided some of Louis Vuitton's Dior suppliers that make luxury handbags. They found that Dior paid $57 to produce the bags that retail for $2,780. Bernard Arnault, who runs Louis Vuitton Moet Hennessy. Anybody heard? How many of y'all? Give me a yes or no if you've noticed that how many black people love Moet. Uh, anybody know how many? Give me a yes if you notice how many black people love Henny. The Henny. Blame it on the Henny. I want to drink the Henny. Right? We have probably put $10 billion in this man's pocket. How many of y'all know black people who love Louis Vuitton and Gucci and all this other stuff and or Tiffany? Just all these luxury. We love luxury stuff. We love it. So basically, what they're saying, they're claiming is that Bernard Arnault is playing with your mind. He's like my cousin. He understands how to basically fill voids in your soul that should have been filled by your daddy, or to fill voids in your soul that are created by the fact that you are victims of racism. I don't want to call you a victim, but you know that we didn't cause the racism that got us to where we are. But seriously, he knows what those weaknesses are. It's pimping 101. That's what it is. Pimps are really, really conscious and observant people. Pimps know how pimps be pimping. Pimps be pimping. So, and pimps are not just the guys on the street corner who talk fast and talk circles around you and get you to get your head filled up with all these fantasies, like my cousin, like the person did earlier that I was telling you about. Pimps also are people that you got pimps in corporate America, you got pimps in politics. Your boss might be a pimp. He's trying to figure out, okay, how do I manipulate? How do I get you to do these things I need you to do? At the end of the day, what they're saying here in this article, I'm gonna read some of this to you, and then I'm going to actually talk more deeply about luxury brands and just sort of what that process ends up looking like, so that at the very least, if you are going to be pimped, at least you know that it's happening. Like sometimes I'll know someone's manipulating me or playing with my head, but sometimes if I enjoy it, I'll say, okay, keep going. I like this process. This is actually kind of fun. What isn't fun is when you don't know that it's happening. Okay, so it says here that the judges placed Dior and Armani units under judicial administration for 1 year. Two Italian luxury giants paid just a small amount to produce handbags and retail for thousands of dollars, according to documents in a sweeping investigation of subcontractors. Italian prosecutors in Milan investigated the Louis Vuitton Moet Hennessy subsidiary Dior's use of third-party suppliers in recent months. Prosecutors said these companies exploited workers to pump out bags for a small fraction of their store price. Citing documents examined by authorities, Reuters reported last month that Dior paid a supplier $57 to produce bags that retail for $2,780. The relevant unit of Dior didn't adopt, quote, appropriate measures to check the actual working conditions of the technical capabilities of the contracting companies. In probes through March and April, investigators found evidence that workers were sleeping in the facility so bags could be produced around the clock. They also tracked electricity consumption data, which showed work was being carried out during nights. Okay, so what's interesting here as I'm reading this is that it sounds to me like they're not necessarily being accused. They're not necessarily being prosecuted for overcharging for the bags. It seems like this conversation is more so about the rights of the workers that are in the factories, right? That they're overworking them and making them sleep in the factory and all that. But I think that the release of that information, that they pay $57 to sell a bag for 2,700, I bet that is just kind of like a little jab that they're like, okay, in addition to prosecuting you for this thing over here for workers' conditions, we're also going to tell your customers how you're playing them. That's what I think. I think that was strategically released because I have not read anything here in this article that tells me that they did anything illegal by overcharging for that bag, because that's a markup, right? Companies do that all the time, and there's a big question about what's an appropriate markup. Nobody knows. The probe also extended to Giorgio Armani contractors, and the luxury company was accused of not properly overseeing its suppliers. See, again, Armani paid contractors $99 per bag for products that sold for more than 1,900 in stores. A spokesperson for Armani Group told BI Business Insider in a statement after publication that it is collaborating with the authorities, blah, blah, blah. The prosecution said violating labor rules was a common industry practice that luxury giants relied on for higher profits. Quote, it's not something sporadic that concerns single production lots, but a generalized and consolidated manufacturing method. The main problem is obviously people being mistreated, applying labor laws, so health and safety, hours, and pay. Okay, so it's interesting, right? They're talking about workers' rights, and I don't, and it doesn't necessarily connect to how much they're paying per bag. But I think the only connection I can see here might be that they seem to also be implying that if you gave your workers better rights, if you paid them more money, if you gave them safer working conditions, then the bags would not cost you $57. The bags might cost you $157 because you're paying the worker more to produce the bag. You're paying more money to make sure the factory's safe. You're not working them as many hours as you're working them right now. So I think maybe that might be the connection. Bernard Arnault, the CEO of Louis Vuitton Moet Hennessy, is the world's third richest person, according to the Bloomberg Index. His daughter, Delphine Arnault, is the CEO of Dior. So Bernard Arnault, again, I'm not going to speak to the ethics of how he runs his companies, but I am going to say that I brought Bernard Arnault up in class because one thing that he does do that you can learn something from is he meets with his children regularly, and he invests heavily in training his kids on how to run the family business, getting them to want to be a part of the family business, compensating them well to be a part of the family business so they don't want to run off and go work for other people. And so what he does is he's positioned each of his children to run various parts of his empire so that his empire will last in the next generation. And that's actually what the Rothschilds did. The Rothschild family did the same thing. They understood something that I talk extensively about in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. One thing that the original Rothschild father did, the one who started the whole empire, is he understood the importance of family. He understood that family is a multi-million dollar, multi-billion dollar asset. So when you meet that beautiful black woman or that wonderful black man and you have a bunch of babies, those babies are not what everyone thinks that they are. Everyone thinks kids are luxury items. They think that, and what do I mean by that? They think that children are these just wasteful little expenses that get in the way of you getting your freak on the weekends. You going to the club, you can't go to the club no more. You can't do what you want to do. They whine and they cry and they cost money and all this other stuff, and they talk back eventually and it gets on your nerves. No, children are also, if you use it properly, if you think about it the right way, children are a very important investment. And it's funny, it's like you go from one side of being wasteful and just thinking that children are just these little humans that you just pop out and you just do stuff for them, and then they never appreciate it, and then they end up going to work for the white man. That's one angle. But then you got the other extreme of it, where when I say that no, your children can be an investment, your children are an asset, family's an asset. People have thought this way for thousands of years. People start saying, oh, well, that's not right because you're using your children, you're trying to get something out of your children. I don't give my children stuff expecting something back. Well, why not? Why not? You don't put up with those little sons of bitches since they were babies, and all their whining and crying and ungrateful attitude and all the little ups and downs they took away a lot of your fun. You can't have as much fun if you're trying to. Now the parents that are having too much fun, see, y'all not good parents. We got a lot of those on the BET Awards. You ain't really parenting if parenting is easy and fun for you. That means you just dropping the baby off at grandma's house and going out for the weekend. That don't count. But for the parents that are putting in the work, and a lot of you are, the parents that are putting in the time, a lot of you are, the parents that are giving the love and the attention and the teaching and all that, that's very, very draining. That's very, very draining. So if you are that kind of parent, I want to propose you, I want you to at least consider a very basic idea. You don't have to believe me, just consider it. You deserve an ROI on everything that you're putting out. You deserve it. You should be first in line. And I'm sorry, like I never, I'm not gonna lie. I never understand when there's some mother or some father who has sacrificed night and day to get their child to the NBA, and then people act like that this NBA player who's making $100 million a year or whatever, or 20 million a year, not 100, 20 million a year, that he doesn't owe anything to his family. I never understood that at all. I'm like, no, the family should be the first ones to get taken care of. And some people get it. They're like, oh, what are you gonna do with your money? I'm gonna buy mama a house. And you should buy daddy a house too, if mom and daddy are still together. Hopefully they are. If they're not together, you take care of everybody who took care of you. That to me is very logical. That's how economies work. Economies are an ecosystem. Economies are not these spaces where one party gives it everything and the other party just takes. That's not how you create a functioning ecosystem. It's like imagine a relationship where you're doing everything to make the relationship work and the other party's doing nothing. Well, that's very draining. Eventually, you'll be drained and sucked dry like a tree where all this nutrients sucked out of it, and then eventually you're going to die. You're going to just die broke and devastated and heartbroken and sad and weak and everything else. And no, what's supposed to happen is you pour into me, and then when I get my stuff straight, I'm gonna start pouring into you, because by the time I have my energy up, my economic energy up, money is energy, but I have my economic energy up, your energy might be declining. My parents poured into me for many, many years. My father poured into me. I've told you all this. He poured into me for many, many years, and he didn't have to do none of that. He could have been out getting high. He could have been out having women. He could have been out living his best life. But instead, he spent all his 20s, his 30s, his 40s, and his 50s looking after me. So I'll be damned if you ever going to convince me that I don't owe that man something. I owe him my life. I owe him everything. So at the end of the day, it has to be an ecosystem, and that's the way it's supposed to work. When you get to retirement, you're tired, you're drained, you may have financial problems, and the children that you poured into are the ones who are supposed to step up and have your back. And everybody who's in a good family understands this. People who don't get it, I encourage you to kind of expand your thinking and imagine what a world looks like where someone does a lot for you, and you feel like you owe them nothing. Really, you probably owe them something. So anyway, what are Louis Vuitton, or sorry, Bernard Arnault and the Rothschilds and others understood is that if I make a strategic and economically intelligent investment in my children, not investing money, but investing the other things that money can't buy, like time and love, right? If I invest time and love and attention, time, love, and attention, TAA, ATA, time. Well, sorry, LAT. Sorry, I said L. I forgot the L. Okay, I was trying to think about tall, TAL. If I build tall children, right? TAL, time, attention, and love. So if I build tall children, I just made that up. Maybe it's a good way to remember it. Then those children are gonna continue my legacy, but then they're gonna come through for me in the event that I need help. Also, the stronger I make them, the stronger I'm making us. I'm pouring into them so that I can have some people that are going to have my back, so that we can all go out here and fight as an army. Because we all know from Dr. Claude Anderson's book, Powernomics, that economics is a team sport. A lot of the reason the black community loses in the economic game is because you forgot that economics is a team sport. You got all these single mamas out here trying to do it all by themselves. That's very hard to do. You got single daddies paying child support on 5 kids, trying to figure out how to get ahead economically. That's very, very hard to do. You got people that don't get along with nobody, cut off everybody, don't want to work with anybody, don't wants to compete with everyone and everything, never wants to collaborate. And then you wonder why you struggle. Well, because when you're competing with everything and you have no energy toward collaboration, that every time you do that, you are reducing your probability of success. And collaboration is a kind of energy that is built in an ecosystem. If you and I are collaborative, that means that we're going to understand that the group is more important than the individual. This is in direct contrast to American culture. American culture is built on this nonsense called rugged individualism. It's all about me and mine and everything. And then you listen to hip hop and rappers. Look at me, look at I, look at me, look at I. I told you that. I didn't even know. One of the reasons that Kanye West and I couldn't even have a good conversation is because we were speaking different languages. I'm like, okay, what can I do to help, brother? He's like, well, me, I'm the most important. I'm Kanye West, and I'm like, what? This? Stop it! Shut up! Shut up! You sound stupid right now. It's not I. But here's the thing. You get that is heavily, that idea, that mindset is heavily promoted all throughout entertainment. All rappers, unfortunately, they pretty much train most rappers, not all of them. I'm not talking about the good ones. I'm not talking about D1 and people like that. Most rappers that I observe, if you listen carefully, you'll pick up on the narcissism in the way they communicate messages. And hip hop is very influential in the black community. Everybody thinks it's all about me. It's all about me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at what I did. And then also the competition versus the collaboration. When Kendrick Lamar is competing with Drake and attacking Drake, everybody loves that. But when J. Cole says, no, 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 I don't want no smoke. I want to collaborate with him. Like I think Kendrick is he's one of the dopest artists in America. Everybody's like, oh, you a punk, you a simp, blah, blah, blah. There's nothing wrong. Collaboration is how people win. Collaboration is how they've kept your black ass enslaved for the last 400 years. They couldn't have done that without a tremendous amount of cooperation amongst many groups, individuals, and federal agencies. They had to, if you don't believe me, go open up Dr. Claude Anderson's book, The Black History Reader, and read on how strategic they were and how conscious they were in the collaboration to keep your black ass enslaved. Really, that's what they did. They made laws. They would get together and they'd say, okay, you know what? I don't like you, Billy Bob, but I'm going to work with you because we all have one goal. And the goal is to control the Negroes and make sure that we all get paid and that they get nothing. You can't have control over a group of people without significant amounts of collaboration across various groups. And this happens not just in terms of slavery and stuff. Even the NCAA, for many years, the NCAA had formed something called in economics, it's called a cartel. A cartel ain't nothing but collaboration. That's a group of people getting together and coordinating their strategies and saying, how do we make sure that all of us are getting paid and that those people over there are getting nothing? So the question is, who are you collaborating with? Even gang affiliated people, actually, we look down on gangs, Crips, Bloods, all that, but there's gang affiliation actually is a very natural state of the human condition. Animals understand this. Animals understand collaboration. That's why they run in packs and herds and they're all together because they say, well, if I'm by myself, I'm very vulnerable. But if I'm if I'm with the posse, if I'm with the group, I'm with the gang. Oh, you can't mess with me because we run 2,000 deep. We might all be a bunch of geese, but you can't. We could kill a lion if we wanted to because we're running deep together. Do you understand? So anyway, let me move back into this luxury thing, because there's more to say here on this, and because I want to actually share some stuff here that will help you in terms of understanding this. Okay. And by the way, the book is called, but Dr. Anderson's book is called Black Labor, White Wealth. Black Labor, White Wealth. He does a very good job of highlighting all of the laws that were put in place through collaboration that were designed to pretty much control black people and to extract wealth and resources out of the black community to make sure you got nothing and they got everything. That's the very nature of cartel-like thinking, or maybe for terms like oligopoly, things like that. That's basically coordination and collaboration amongst a group of people that want to keep power and resources for themselves. So what the Bernard Arnault and the Rothschild guy had in common that you may want to pay attention to is they got their children together. Their consciousness was at a level where they were sacrificing for the future. That's one dimension of consciousness, that you're not into instant gratification. You're thinking about delayed gratification. And so they said, okay, let's make a plan. Let's get together. Let's talk about what we're going to do. I'm going to pour into you. I'm going to basically invest heavily in you to make sure you're trained, to make sure you're loved, to make sure you're connected, to make sure you're on code. And then later on, we will all reap the rewards because we're all operating with a coordinated strategy. Do you understand? So that strategic thinking, that collaborative thinking, that long-term planning is the key to success. And if you pay attention to the culture, and again, in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, I talk about the culture and how the culture does not breed collaborative strategic thinking. It breeds competition. That's why everybody loved seeing Kendrick Lamar destroy Drake. A lot of people would have been disappointed if he'd said, I want to work things out with Drake. People don't really like that. And I can just tell you that that's not how you succeed. That's literally, and as Denzel Washington said in the movie Crimson Tide back in 1995, which is a great movie, he said, in a war, pay attention now, in a war, the enemy is not the true enemy. In a war, your ops are not the true enemy. And the guy said, well, who is the true enemy? He's the military commander is like, well, if he's not the enemy, then who's the enemy? He said, the enemy of war is war itself. That's the enemy. The enemy of war is war itself. So my goal with you is not to destroy you or to defeat you. My goal is to figure out a way to stop fighting with you, because if you're a worthy adversary, I might get in some licks, but you're gonna hit me too. I don't want to get hurt. I also know that the best way to overcome an enemy is not to destroy the enemy. It is to figure out how to make the enemy into a friend. When countries invade other countries, or even in Game of Thrones, they talked about this a lot. When this lady, she had the dragons and she was about to go in and take over the whole, all the seven kingdoms. They told her, they said, look, you can't go in here just burning everybody down, destroying everybody, because if you destroy them, then you're going to pretty much be ruling over a bunch of ashes and a bunch of people who hate your guts. They said, no, be nice to the people. Like, just let them know, look, hey, I'm walking softly, but I carry a big stick. I'm the dominant one here. It helps you to understand that I'm the leader here. And now, as the leader, I want to be nice to you, gracious to you, so that we can work together, so that 2 + 2 becomes 5. Do you understand? Instead of 2 - 2 becoming 0. So ultimately, so I would encourage you to consider that. I think that when you're talking about children, I think that that's really important. I don't look to dominate my children. In fact, I had a complex experience, that was enjoyable, but it required some consciousness. As I moved into a space where it was me, my wife, and her children, and she loved me, but they didn't. So I had to figure out how to connect with the kids, and it didn't come from me coming in and saying, "I'm the daddy, damn it, do what I say, sit your ass down." Blah blah. Blah. I don't operate like that. I try to figure out who you are, what you love, what you care about, and where we can find common ground. And I give the ground so that later on, when I need you to give me a little something in terms of some cooperation or to listen to me, I earn your trust, I earn your respect. I don't come in and take it. Right. We're trained to just go in and take stuff and beat people up and make people feel bad. And when you do that, all you're going to do is you're going to have a bunch of people plotting against you. You got to have a bunch of people wishing, praying for your demise. And at the end of the day, that's not how you win. That's not how you become successful. Collaborative energy, 9 times out of 10, is better than competitive energy. And that is very inconsistent with what you're taught in this society. But I believe that that's part of the reason why you see so many people struggle. It's because competition is also driven by ego. Like because I'm insecure, I gotta prove I'm better than you. I gotta prove I'm more important than you. Like when I had that weird conversation with Kanye, he seemed to be determined get me to submit to his dominance as Kanye West, and that does not work with me. I'm a man. I have testosterone. I don't bow to nobody. I'm not here to be your servant. I can work with you. I will partner with you, but I'm not. I can't. I don't do that. And when you're forcing people, when you're stepping in with your ego first in a relationship, for example, you step into a marriage and you're all about, I need you to submit, I need you to do this and do that. That's why that stuff never ever works. Ladies, when you try to change your husband and make him be who you want him to be and do what you want him to do, that don't work. It ain't gonna, at least it's not gonna work with a lot of men I know. A lot of men I know are like, no, I'm not. I'm going to resist just to make the point that you're not going to enslave me. You're not going to force me to do what you want me to do. But the same thing is true, I think, for men. I think that when we talk about submitting, I believe deeply in submission in all relationships, not just marriage. But submitting to me is deeper than just submitting to a person. That's not it. When I talk about submission, I'm talking about submission to the relationship. I'm talking about submission to the collaboration. So me submitting doesn't mean I'm submitting to you. You don't have to submit to me. We have to submit to something higher than ourselves. That's where consciousness comes into play. A lot of people, because they have no consciousness, they can't even connect to something higher than themselves because they don't even see it. When I'm your friend and you're my friend, I'm gonna always submit to the friendship. If we have a problem, I'm gonna say, gosh, how do we make sure that we fight the real enemy? The real enemy is not you, it's not me. It's the fight itself. How do we deal with this? How do we work through this? Right. And that to me is that's when you're operating as your highest self, in my opinion. I think that's how you handle disputes. You don't come in blaming and attacking. In fact, I spend a lot of time with therapists now because my wife is a therapist, and they talk about like the four horsemen of an argument that you should avoid. And I think it's like criticism, contempt, stonewalling, and there was a fourth one: criticism, contempt, stonewalling, and I forgot what the fourth one is. There's a fourth one, right? And basically, what they were saying, it was really hard. Actually, it's like it felt like some hippie stuff at first, but basically, like you have to know how to argue the right way. So a lot of times, the ability to maintain a relationship or marriage or anything doesn't come down to your to whether or not you can avoid fighting or avoid disagreements. It's how you handle them, right? So let me see if I can remember. It's criticism, contempt, stonewalling. Oh gosh, I should know what the fourth. I can't remember what the fourth one is. I'm so mad right now. Anyway, let's get defensiveness. There we go. Yeah, yeah. Was it defensiveness? I think it's defensiveness. Defensiveness. Stonewall. Yeah, let's say defensiveness because I can't remember what it is exactly. All right. So anyway, let's move on. So one thing I want to mention to you all also, I want to play this video. Here's a video. Let's go back to the luxury goods stuff and how much money we waste on goofy luxury items to make us feel better about ourselves. And it's all a complete waste of time. I'm going to play this little thing. I put this up on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance, if you want to follow me there. And I have another Instagram, Dr. Boyce Money, because they keep taking my Instagram pages down. So if you follow me on both, that'll help because I don't know why. I don't know why white people get so mad at me, but they just do. All right. So here is this is very short. It's a white boy rapping, and he said something that I thought was really clever and hilarious. And then I'm going to follow up and kind of give you some science on some of this. So check this out. All right. So let me know if you can hear this. All right. I'm going to play this. I'm going to try to play this now. Hold on.
Chorus time forward for the Mac. Thank you. Calvin Klein, maybe Dolce, a Cavalli, all black. Hey. Armani, Ralph and Tommy, you're the Prada with the strap. You don't got a job, but you still got the white man on your back. Dior, Michael Kors, Tom Ford for the Mac. Thank you. Calvin Klein, maybe Dolce, a Cavalli, all black. Hey. Armani, Ralph and Tommy, you're the Prada with the strap. You don't got a job, but you still got the white man on your back.
Okay. I thought that was funny. I just thought that was a really funny way to kind of talk about this too, is there is a big racial angle to what's going on with Dior and Louis Vuitton, Moet, Hennessy, and all this stuff. They really couldn't, their brands wouldn't be where they are without black people. Black people, we are the tastemakers of society. We're the tastemakers of the world. We have all the style, all the class, all the, everything. Well, I don't know if you call it class, but at least creativity. Some of us, unfortunately, aren't trying to have a lot of class, but we're creative. We're original people, and people follow what we do. So swag, that might be a good word too. Thank you, Mr. Jan Jasmine. So basically, one of the many ways that wealth is extracted out of the black community is you have lots of individuals and companies that simply take black swag, and they know it because they understand distribution, marketing, and monetization. They will market black swag to the world and make a massive profit from it. So a lot of these luxury items that we embrace so much, the ones that we want, the ones that are marketed heavily by hip hop artists who are shown to be the greatest influencers in our society, is incredibly detrimental to our ability to build generational wealth. There's nothing about wealth building that says that it makes sense to go spend $3,000 on a bag that costs $57 to make. There's nothing there that says that that's a good move. So what I want to do is, since we have the first Black financial therapy department ever in the Black Business School, where we work with the best therapists to figure out the psychological barriers to building Black wealth, let me give you some science behind this that you can kind of consider as you think about how to spend your money. So here are some studies. I found 5 studies that basically talk about why we buy luxury items. It's all psychological. It's all just like that person I told you about earlier, who manipulates women by figuring out what they want, figuring out what their emotional voids are. His pimping worked best when he ran into a woman that didn't feel loved, or didn't have a father, or whatever, was abandoned by her baby daddy, or traumatized people. They're easily manipulated because you can kind of figure out where the emotional holes are, and you can sort of pretend to fill those holes, and then they'll kind of do what you want them to do. For example, I just saw a video this morning with Joy Reid on MSNBC, who was, and again, I don't care if people vote Democrat or Republican. So I want you to just, if you're a Democrat or Republican, don't feel unwelcome to this space. I truly do not care who you vote for, to be honest with you. But one thing she was doing that I had an issue with was she was doing exactly what happens in every election. Every election, they tend to lean on fear to get you to vote. They don't really say, vote for this person because of all the great things that can happen in your life if you do this. They say, vote for this person because the other person is dangerous and you're going to die and it's terrible. Like, remember when Diddy did vote or die? Like, those words were deliberately selected, that if you don't vote, you're going to die. If you don't vote, then your life is going to come to an end. And I think vote or die, that when Diddy ran it was like back in 2012. How many of you, give me a guess, how many of you died because you didn't vote in that election? Did anybody, or give me a guess if you didn't die. How many of y'all didn't die? How many of y'all remember vote or die, and you lived, and you lived to tell the story? Because I mean, Lord, how did you make it? How did you make it this far? I know some of y'all didn't vote, and you supposed to be dead. Somebody's supposed to show up at your house and put a bullet in your head because you were supposed to be dead by now. So how in the hell did you survive? That, I don't know. It's got to be rare. I'm sure most of us died. Maybe I'm dead. Maybe I'm just doing this conversation from heaven or something. I don't even know, because maybe dead people don't even know that they're dead. So I could be a dead guy because I'm gonna just tell you the honest to God truth. And I hope nobody gets too mad at me for exercising my freedoms. But I don't think I voted for anybody that year. But I think I survived. I think I lived. Okay. So here's the deal. One of the things that happens is that when people are seeking to get you to do something, there are various psychological tricks they might use. So in politics, fear is one of the things that tends to be a go-to strategy. Every election, something is going to come up where they say, okay, stop thinking, stop worrying about what you want, stop having desires. It's crunch time. It's emergency time. If you don't do what we say, then these horrible things are going to happen. So why would you do that? Why would you resort to fear? Well, because fear is a low vibrational emotion. People who are afraid, their consciousness level is incredibly low. They're not a conscious person is not a fearful person. So if you live in your life in fear right now, I just want to tell you that's inhibiting your ability to grow from a consciousness standpoint. So one of the biggest things you have to do in order to become more conscious of the universe and who you are is you gotta find a way to operate or push the fear to the side. You feel it. We all feel fear. But things like faith, which is a type of consciousness, right? Shout out to the Black church. I think the Black church can give us a lot that can help us achieve our goals, right? Not everything's perfect, but faith is a type of consciousness. That's when you're connecting to God. And a person that has faith is a person who overcomes fear. They feel the fear and they do it anyway. They get scared like everybody else, and then they say, you know what, I got faith. I got the power of God behind me, or I believe everything's going to work out. What will come will come. What will be. I'm going to be okay, right? And if you can find something to hold on to, I think that allows you to operate with a higher level of consciousness than a person who's just always responding to fear, always operating in fear. And one of the things that I've mentioned to you all repeatedly is that the Black community, one of our biggest challenges that I've discovered from talking with therapists, including my wife, is that your biggest problem, the biggest source of your manipulation, economically, politically, and otherwise, is the amount of undiagnosed, untreated trauma that exists in your community. The trauma levels are insanely high. The trauma is a financial STD that has affected millions of people. The trauma is deep. The trauma kills you. Trauma, go look up one day and look at the effects, the physical and mental health effects of trauma. A traumatized person does not live as long as a person that hasn't had trauma. They have bad relationships. Their physical and mental health is a wreck. They're more likely to suffer from anxiety and depression. They're more likely to end up on drugs. And they're definitely not going to have what's required to go fulfill their dreams until they heal, until you fix the trauma. You have to clean it up. Once you clean it up, then you can go and have that healthy relationship without being triggered. You can go and you can make financial decisions without someone emotionally manipulating you into spending your money or scaring you around every corner to get you to go make a move. Okay. So anyway, let me read to you a few studies really quick on why people buy luxury items. And I want you to connect this to Black people. And I want you to give me a yes if you know Black people who might fall for this trap. There's a study by Veblen from 1899. This goes all the way back 100 years. And he introduced the concept of something called conspicuous consumption, where people buy luxury goods to display wealth and status because you are so insecure that you're worried about what other people think. So you buy luxury items so people will see. They'll see the Mercedes emblem on the front of your car. They'll see the Louis Vuitton bag. They'll see that you are wearing the $3,000 suit. This behavior, they said, is driven by the desire to gain social recognition and admiration. Now, give me a yes if you know people who kind of just really want to keep up with the Joneses, people who want to be seen, people who worry a lot about what other people think about them. And what you find is that people who are conscious and have the self-love and everything else, they're not as concerned about what other people think. Also people who are not as concerned about what other people think, they tend to be freer than people who are always worried about other people's opinions. Part of my journey to become a free Black man is I had to let go of people's opinions of me. I had to really, it never really goes away completely. You're always still conscious of it and kind of aware of it and aware of the trade-offs. Like if I say something that I know is going to piss everybody off, I think about it and I say, okay, is this a battle I want to pick? Is this trade-off really worth it? And if the answer is yes, I'll just do it. And it's like, no, well, you know what? Nobody likes Boyce right now, but I like Boyce. My mama likes me. So I'm gonna be all right. My wife likes me, so I'm gonna be okay, right? You have to have something to hold on to, and I learned my personal journey of learning this about not worrying about what people think is when I was at University of Kentucky and I was in grad school and I was writing all these radical articles about race and just how Black people were being treated. I was just sort of growing into the person I am now. I was literally half the age that I am right now, so I had a lot to learn, but I knew something was wrong, and I would write about it and I would express my frustrations as a Black man. And I remember number one, 90% of the white students either hated me or they were afraid of me. Most of the white students on their campus didn't understand me. They thought I was just this angry, scary black man. And when they met me and they saw that I'm actually, I think I'm a pretty nice guy, they would say, I'm really surprised that you're like that. And because I think that they would expect somebody who's just going to be mad at white people. And I was like, I'm not mad at anybody. I just want us to address this. I want to talk about this because this affects me. But then also what I learned is that I had some black people that really loved what I did, right? And I became very popular, and it was the first time. Again, I told you, like when I became kind of popular, it's like it was, all the girls wanted to meet me and stuff, and it was like, oh, this is kind of cool, okay, But the thing was, what I learned was that that can also be a trap. Because when you get caught up in that admiration you get from other people, it does become an addictive drug. And you then get to the point where you become afraid of doing what you need to do and saying what you need to say because you're worried about people not liking you anymore. And at 25 years old, I dealt with that. And I went from being loved to being hated to being loved again. And then what I learned from that experience is that it doesn't matter what people think. When people say bad things about you, that's not important. When people say good things about you, that's not all that important. You have to find your own internal compass and you got to stick to that. That's what you got to commit to. It's just like investing. Just like investing. I always talk to you guys when we're in prime class, I talk to you about paper losses versus realized losses versus FOMO. And I say, these are the things that I don't think you should really pay attention to. You got to learn how to let these things happen and just remain consistent. The most successful people I've noticed in the world are people that are able to pick a strategy and stick with it and be consistent, be the same person every day, all the time, without fear, and be okay with that. You got to be okay with you. That's what I'm saying. To succeed in anything, to have anything, to be smart about your money and your life or whatever, you got to be okay with you. And I can tell you that if you're okay with you, then you won't give a damn what the son of a bitch down the street has to say because it won't matter. When you're running a household, when you're trying to head a household, you're trying to be a father, you're trying to be a mother, you're trying to be a leader. You can't be running around like, oh, well, what about what these people think? What about what those people think? They don't pay your bills and they don't live in your house. They don't. And listening to other people will just have you making a bunch of dumb decisions that you didn't even make. You just did it because you were following the crowd. And then when those decisions don't work out, none of those people are going to come through and bail you out. You're going to have to answer to you, period. And shout out to my dad for teaching me that. My dad never gave a damn what people think. I would come in and my mother would ground me for 2 weeks for something small, and I'd be kind of mad. I'd be like, well, mama, he didn't even his mama didn't ground him. And first thing I would always hear is, well, that's what they're doing. I don't care what they're doing. And that was the best thing ever because I told you most of the boys I grew up with ended up in jail, on drugs, dead, unemployed, right? Every single one of them. Every one of them. So you know what? That old school wisdom in the community, that's gold for you. And I don't go through life thinking white people have all the answers. I turn to my family. I'm like, well, y'all did something right because you look at what you overcame, look at what you accomplished, and nobody helped you. You didn't have help. And I really think that that's something I think that we don't tap into enough. See, your grandmother and your grandfather have wisdom that is remarkable and it's undervalued because it's never going to get attention like a Sexy Red video or the BET Awards. Ain't no wisdom in the damn BET Awards. The BET Awards are full of formulas and recipes on how to destroy your life, how to catch every STD in the book, how to end up broke, how to get hooked on drugs, how to have a broken family, and how to be as miserable as you can possibly be. That's what they're going to mass market. The BET Awards, the BET is that white-owned company owned by Paramount and the Redstone family. The BET Awards to me is like this place where it's like almost um like chitlins for your soul. Like it's like taking the most unhealthy food, most unhealthy spiritual food, and getting you to digest it on a mass scale by the millions, and then you wonder why you're sick and you're dead and you're dying and everything's falling apart around you because they're mass selling poison to you. They're literally mass producing poison and selling that to the black community. And it's coming through this thing that's very impactful on your subconscious mind called hip hop music. Hip hop music is the most influential force in all the entire black community. Those who are conscious of this, those who want to control you, want to get things out of you. Every politician, every luxury brand, every media outlet that wants to control the black community knows the first thing they got to do is go to the rappers. They know that if we go to the rappers who are the Pied Pipers of the black community, Black people will do whatever we tell them to do. That's why Kamala Harris sat down with one of the guys from the Migos, Quavo, and was talking about how much of a great leader he is. And Quavo didn't even know how to answer the damn question because he knows he's not a leader. But that's kind of what happens in this world. She would never sit down with a scholar in the Black community who truly is authentically working on behalf of the community, but she'll sit down with a 28-year-old rapper who barely knows, up versus down, right? So this is done. This is the world we live in. This is something that you have to be aware of. So to me, the wisdom that will help you survive in this society is the wisdom of grandma, who knew how to survive in a world before affirmative action. She, granddaddy knew how to get what he needed without the white man's help. He's very he's if your parents and grandparents are like mine were, they're very suspicious. My grandmother was a woman who never ever, she got divorced when she was 19 and she raised five kids by herself. She never made more than $22,000 a year. She had she didn't have a college degree. She had an associate's degree, and she never had a financial problem in her life. She never did. She never ever, like, all her credit cards were paid off. She had perfect credit. A lot of your grandmas are like this. A lot of you have grandparents that operate like this. And what I noticed with that culture, and this is why when I wrote an article for Essence magazine when I was on the faculty of Syracuse, I was writing this for, about, financial stuff. I talked to my grandma because I said, wow, here's this person who never got any financial training, but she's a financial masterpiece. And a big part of her culture and her self-belief was, if you don't do it for yourself, nobody else will. You have to be sort of focused on taking care of you and yours. Stop worrying about what other people are doing down the street. Ain't nobody coming to save you. My grandma did not have a Superman to come save her at any point in her life. So she knew that she was kind of all she had. She knew that family was all you had. So going back to the very basics, I think those foundational elements that really constitute a sturdy human being, I really believe that is one of those things where if you embrace all of that, nobody can stop you. No one can stop you. Nobody can stop a person who's sturdy, self-confident, who has plenty of self-love, who knows exactly what they want, who ain't scared, who isn't worried about what the Joneses think. People like that can't be stopped. They can't. Like, stop talking to me. I get it. We talk about the racism and all that, and I get all that, but I know Black people. I know some solid Black people who cannot be stopped. And I really encourage you to study those people and stop studying the idiots that you see on TV. Let me keep going. Let me keep reading. Here's some other reasons why people buy luxury brands. Okay, another psychological reason. This is found in a study by Escalus and Bettman in 2003. They said that consumers often use luxury brands to construct and communicate their self-identity. The association with high status brands helps individuals feel a sense of belonging to an elite group. How many of y'all feel like you know people who just don't know who they are? Think about this. Who's more vulnerable to that temptation of establishing your identity with stupid labels on your body? Right? Who's more connected to this idea than somebody who was never taught who they were? So as Black people, we go to school and we're never taught who we are. We're never taught about the greatness of ancient Africa and Kemet and everything else. We're never taught about the strong traditions that exist within our community. We're kind of taught that you're nothing unless a white person validates you. That when you get on TV or when you get the fancy job or when you get the degree from the big white university that you gave $200,000 to, then you've become somebody. You're now important because you got that fancy job, you're driving the Mercedes, you bought the luxury brands. So what they're doing, and I need you to really understand this, is that what they're doing is they're selling you your self-esteem. Just like that person I told you about, the con artist I knew who would sell women their dream. That's what he used, that specific term. He said, you got to sell her a dream. If you sell her a dream, she'll buy it and she'll give you things that money cannot buy. He didn't say that, but that's what I'm adding that part in. But that's what happened. She would give things that money cannot buy. She would give her time, her love, her attention, and her body because she's buying from him all the things that should have come from her parents. Her father should have given her these things, but because the daddy wasn't there, 76% of all Black women grow up without their father in the house. I don't care what anybody says. That's a Holocaust. I don't think that we would ever think that it's normal to have a society where 76% of all black children grew up without their mother. If 76% of all children grew up without their mother, then we would have a whole nation full of serial killers because we know how important the mother is. But I think the reason we don't react to the missing father is because we've been trained to believe that it doesn't matter. We've been trained to believe fathers don't matter, black men don't matter, and I don't give a damn what anybody says. In my household, I matter. In my household, my wife is the queen and I'm definitely the king. She's impactful and I am a freaking juggernaut. I'll be damned if you're going to tell me that me being here with the kids every day and teaching them, coaching them, guiding them, and interacting with them isn't going to make a difference in their lives. You will not diminish the relevance of my existence. But that's what they've done. They've diminished the relevance of the existence of the black male, and this has cost you in ways that are literally cannot be measured in money. It cannot be measured in dollars or numbers or anything. It's so deep, so much deeper than that. So anyway, let's keep going. The third reason that people buy luxury items is a study according to Lynn in 1991. They conducted a study showing that scarcity increases the perceived value of luxury goods. Limited availability and exclusivity make these products more desirable as they signify uniqueness and rarity. So there are a lot of people who will pay millions of dollars for something, or at least thousands, for something that they perceive to be rare. So a lot of people don't know this. How many of you knew this? Give me a yes or no if you knew this. How many of you knew that diamonds are like not really all that rare? How many of y'all know that? How many of y'all know that diamonds are just everywhere? Like diamonds, they make you think diamonds are rare and they're hard to get. Did you know that De Beers is the company that controls a big chunk of the diamond market? And so they go to Africa and they just extract all this wealth out of Africa by making these deals with corrupt leaders to go and take all the diamonds so the people get nothing. Well, well, one thing that the De Beers had to do was they said, okay, wait a minute, there's an oversupply of diamonds. There's too many. So diamonds are not getting the same level of respect that they used to get. So they started to artificially restrict the supply of diamonds so that people will feel like they're rare. But really, diamonds are not rare. But actually, in fact, diamonds are not as valuable as a lot of other minerals. But what De Beers did was they basically did, excuse my French, cover your ears. I'm about to cuss. What De Beers did was they did a mind fuck on the earth. They did a campaign. Anybody ever heard the campaign "Diamonds Are Forever"? Anybody ever heard that term "Diamonds Are Forever and Ever"? And they what they did was they did a campaign. It was an award-winning campaign. It won marketing awards because all the other pimps were like, "Man, that's some good pimping right there." They went to the pimp and player awards and they got every award that year because they were like, "Wow." You really convince people that diamonds are something that they have to have, that diamonds are forever, that they're rare, that everybody needs them. You immortalize this idea of diamonds being significant by putting it in a James Bond movie. Oh my God, that's some real good pimping right there. So Bishop Magic Don Juan would have been impressed by that. And so they did the campaign and they put it in the movie. And then also here's another thing that they did. They specifically and strategically put it in the advertisements that if a man does not buy you a big old fat ass diamond for your ring finger, that means he don't love you. Girl, he don't love. Look at that rock he got you, girl. He don't love you, girl. He don't if he loved you, he would spend all his money, give us all his money to buy your love. That's what they did. That's that. Look it up. Go look it up. And again, I'm not saying, ladies, I know if you like diamonds, that's okay. I'm not making fun of that, but I am saying that this was deliberately implanted 100 years ago. If you said, well, you got to get a diamond if you're going to marry somebody, they'd be like, what are you talking about? Like, no, that's not. But they put that in an ad, and because people fall for the advertising, that's what happened. And then another thing that they did with diamonds, I want to mention. Oh, give me a yes if you've heard this. How many of you have heard when about the ads where they tell you that you have to spend, I think, what was it, like 3 months salary on a diamond? What is that what it was, or was it 2 months salary? I can't remember what it was. Anybody remember that? Where they tell you have to spend 2 months salary. And I remember just to reveal something, this isn't the first time I've ever gotten engaged. I actually got engaged to marry an awesome woman back in 2007. I literally proposed to her on the Wendy Williams show. It went back when Wendy was on radio in New York, and I kind of did that because I kind of wanted everyone to know that I was taken because she was a great lady. We didn't get married for various reasons, but it wasn't because she was a bad person. It was just how life be life, and sometimes it doesn't work out. But I remember when I was like thinking about like what kind of money I would spend on the diamond. And so I remember hearing like, okay, you got to spend 2 months salary. And I did the math. I said, oh, hell no. Like that's a lot of money. Like I'm not spending 2 months salary. I'll be broke. And so a lot of people, People who are not conscious about their economics or just follow the crowd, um, that's part of why they end up broken. Like, look at how many people get married and they go so deep in debt for the wedding that they're not even done paying off the debt by the time they get a divorce. They put more energy into getting married than they spend learning how to stay married. You should put more energy. It should be the other way around. I'm sorry. You're supposed to put more energy into learning how to stay married because that's a puzzle for your ass. That's complicated. You should put 10 times more energy into knowing how to stay married than you put into getting married. But because people are so addicted to the dopamine of the ceremony and the status that it gives you, I'm now a wife now. That makes me more important. Now, we spent $100,000, $50,000 on our wedding and everybody's coming and it looks like a big deal. And I get it. You celebrate. There's nothing wrong with that. But Lord Jesus, if you were to compare the amount of money people spend getting married versus the amount that they're willing to spend to learn how to stay married, there's no comparison. There's no comparison. And then that helps you understand why so much wealth gets lost from the divorce rate because they make money on you coming and going. So they're gonna make a bunch of money from you when you go get married. Then they're gonna make a bunch of money from you when you go get a divorce. There's a documentary that Dr. Drew did called Divorce Corp, CORP. And in Divorce Corp, he basically explains that there is a multi-billion-dollar industry of in the family courts where all these people are making billions of dollars every year from all the people who end up in divorce court. And then they end up in family court. And then you got to pay lawyers and administrators to sort through the mess that exists in your life. So here's a little wealth hack. In order to avoid paying all your wealth to have people clean up your mess, try to not be so messy with your life. If you're a person that is conscious enough to minimize the mess, then you don't have to be the person who's constantly paying to clean up the messes. But if you follow society, which teaches you nothing but instant gratification, they teach you nothing but short-sighted thinking, or they call it myopia. Myopic thinking is short-sighted thinking that's heavily promoted. You just move based on feelings. Oh, she looked good. I'm gonna go sleep with her, or what? Or it feels good. I'm gonna go spend the money, right? You move based on emotion, and you move with this myopic thinking. Then guess what? You just create one mess after another, and then you have regrets, and you're like, oh, I messed up. I shouldn't have got her pregnant. Or I shouldn't have. And this happens not just to this is not just something that happens to poor people. It happens to rich people. It doesn't just happen to uneducated people. It happens to educated people. I had a friend that was a really good. I told you. I had to admit I told you I didn't have no game with the ladies. I had to work to get girlfriends and stuff. I got a few. Like I was a decent little. I was on the track team and I had lots of muscles and I was very fast. I was faster than every boy on the football team and I had muscles. So girls like that. But I still didn't quite know what to do with all. It was very complicated for me. He didn't have that problem. This man, he was very handsome, and he was also super smart. He became a professor. And one day I saw this guy and I hadn't seen him for years. And I said, how you been, man? What's going on with you? And he said, man, dude. He said, man, it ain't going so good. And I said, what's going on? He said, man, my baby mama, I hate her. She's blah, blah, blah. She's doing this with my daughter and doing that with my daughter. And I'm paying all this money. And I was like, ooh, that sucks, man. What happened? And I'm always thinking like, how do we get to this point? Like, you're a smart person. How did you make such a stupid decision? But I wasn't calling him stupid, but that's what happens, right? Your emotional intelligence is not always connected to your logical intelligence. Your emotional intelligence is that's in a whole different department from your education level. And a lot of educated people don't understand that. You think that because you went to school a long time that you can't make those mistakes. But no, emotional intelligence that's a whole nother university you got to go to. That's a whole nother set of classes that you never took. That's a set of classes they'll never make you take. That literally a person who just spends time learning how to be emotionally intelligent is going to be 100 times more successful in life than a person who spent no time doing that. So if you fall for the okie doke like most people do, and you spend no time developing your emotional intelligence, then what's going to happen is your emotional gaps, your emotional failings, your emotional mistakes are going to destroy everything that you earned on the other side of the building. Every single thing you built, every good job you got, every empire you created, every success that you've accomplished in your life will be destroyed by the lack of emotional intelligence that comes from your unmet needs, undiagnosed, untreated trauma, emotional voids that were never filled, and you're going to go through life destroying everything. I want you to process that for a minute. I want you to process people who are so smart, but their choices are incredibly dumb. And I might even be talking about you. I might be talking. I think I'm talking about myself right now. I'm revealing because there were times where I would say, "Damn, I'm a smart person. Why would a smart person do something so stupid?" Well, that's because there's another level of intelligence that goes beyond just how many damn books you read at that big white university you went to. The breadth of knowledge in the universe is a billion times bigger than what you learned in school. So, but some people make the mistake of thinking that because you went to school, that you got intelligence all the way across the board. That's like thinking that because I spent years learning how to play basketball, that I automatically know how to play lacrosse. No, you don't. Lacrosse is a whole different sport. You got to start over if you go play lacrosse. If you've been playing basketball your whole life, you're not automatically a great tennis player. There are different types of intelligence that a human being needs to navigate this world. And I can just tell you, I don't know. When I think about which is more important, emotional intelligence or going to school for a long time, it's neck and neck. I don't know. I know I can tell you, emotional intelligence saved me from a bunch of horrible shit. I was saved from a lot of bad outcomes. Because I'm gonna tell you, you get tempted by that real pretty girl, or you want to go for that fast money situation, or you want to go and just do something. You want to be lazy instead of working hard because you haven't thought about these things. Like all these variables are important. So I really think I would encourage anybody that wants to succeed. I would spend a lot of time studying emotional intelligence. And here's the thing: the formula and the recipe, the remedy, the what's the word? The treatment plan for everybody's going to be different because we all have different experiences. We all have different emotional voids that were unmet needs when we were children. We all had different experience. Some of us have gone through abuse. Some of us went through abandonment. Some of us have self-esteem issues. Some of us have issues with dealing with temptation, right? So your treatment plan for yourself, which I highly recommend everybody pursuing something, is going to be different. And the interesting thing about it is that you can connect that directly to your economic outcomes. People like Warren Buffett will tell you all day that wealth is nothing but a transfer from undisciplined, impatient people to patient people and disciplined people. Discipline and emotional intelligence is one of the most important aspects of wealth building that there is because the emotionally intelligent person is not going to have to go back and rebuild something because they're not going to destroy it in the first place. An emotionally intelligent person is going to say, I'm really mad at my wife right now and I want to walk out the door. How do I calm myself down? I'm gonna give myself 3 days to think about it, and then I'm gonna go talk to my wife and I'm gonna call the therapist and fix it rather than getting the divorce and paying the $50,000 to the attorneys. The emotionally intelligent person isn't gonna have, years of dealing with being a single parent with a horrible co-parent because they're going to stop and say, gosh, I really want to have sex with this person, but sex creates babies. And I don't know if this is a person that I should trust with my body. I don't know if this is a person I should have in my life. Let me think about it for a couple of days. So ultimately, I'm just going to tell you the emotional intelligence piece, that's huge. That's important. It's really, I think, important for Black people because we go through so much hell. Some of us, not all of us, but a lot of us just go through horrible things that never should have happened to you. Poverty in itself is a trauma factor. If you grew up poor, that right there speaks a lot to what you're going to do economically because you formed an unhealthy relationship with money, where there's a good chance you're going to overvalue money. Just watch the BET Awards. The BET Awards on stage is full of lots of people who grew up poor to the point where they're willing to do anything and degrade themselves, destroy their community, and ruin everything in order to make a couple dollars, right? And so BET, the people that own the network, Paramount, they dangle a couple nickels over your head. They tell Sexy Red, hey, if you come up here and degrade and embarrass Black women all around the world, we'll give you $50 and a bag of Cheetos. And she shows up and she does everything that she's told because she probably went through a ton of trauma. You can see it all over her face. You can see it in her behavior. It's everywhere, right? So anyway, let me go ahead and finish up. Let me dig in. Let me finish up this quick list real quick. We gotta go. I always try to do 30 to 45 minutes, but sometimes it's just more to say. All right. So the fourth factor that determines people's commitment to buying luxury items is social influence and peer pressure. A study by Bearden and Etzel in 1982 demonstrated that social influence and peer pressure significantly impacts luxury consumption. People are more likely to purchase luxury brands when they observe others in their social circle doing the same, driven by FOMO, fear of missing out, and the desire to fit in. And what's interesting about this study is that this was written 30 years before social media. So with social media, one of the downfalls of social media is that people get on Instagram and they see their friends living their best life and they're wearing the nicest of everything. And they say, I want a piece of that, or I'm missing out. I should be driving that kind of car. I should have that kind of relationship. I should have that kind. And it's unfortunate because social media is not a reflection of people's real lives. It's a fake life. It's a representative life. It's a pretend life, and we believe in that and we buy into it. So we invest in something that isn't actually real. And so ultimately, if you can let go of these things, like if you can be conscious and aware of these things, and let them go or deal with them appropriately, then you're going to find yourself in a better economic situation than people who don't. Right. So a lot of these things, and I'm gonna summarize it like this. I'm gonna pull it all together like this. A lot of these things I have found over time, and again, I'm speaking as a 53-year-old college professor who still hasn't learned everything. I'm probably going to have a different story when I'm 80. But what I have figured out over time, because I like to collapse complex ideas into some very simple things that you can hold on to, I really find that self-love goes a very long way. I think self-love is the cousin of self-confidence. If you really love yourself, then you're confident in who you are. When I didn't love myself, then I would feel like the world didn't have a reason to love me either. That woman, why would that woman love me if I don't even love me? So then what happens is you do stupid things like you'll chase somebody that is going to mistreat you because you feel that it's someone who actually loves you. There must be something wrong with you because why would you love me? I don't even love me. You're clearly flawed. Why would you love a flawed person like me? So that means because I know that you must be flawed, then I'm not going to pick you because who the hell would want someone like me, right? So little things like that. So I found that self-love is really, really big. So when I spent a lot of years just learning how to love myself and not just loving myself when I'm doing things right. You gotta love yourself when you fuck up. Excuse my French. You gotta love yourself when you're not perfect. You got to love yourself when you make mistakes. You got to love yourself when you come up short. And that's actually what it's funny. I feel like this is a great time to go full circle with this. When you start the conversation, remember I was telling you, I said my goal every morning is to be in the 5 a.m. club. I wasn't in the 5 a.m. club. I was in the 8:30 a.m. club. But then I went into a self-love conversation to say, hey, you just got to forgive yourself. You got to know, hey, you got to do better next time. Don't give up, right? Because you are your own biggest investment. You are the investment. You can't walk away from you. So to me, if I'm expecting the world to invest in me, then I got to be the first one willing to invest in me. And in order for me to invest in me, I got to love me. I got to believe in me. And one of the things that I think holds us back generally as Black people is that because we don't love ourselves, we don't invest in ourselves. And because we don't invest in ourselves, our families fall apart, our communities fall apart. Because why? Well, because we love him more than we love us. And because we love him so much, we will invest in his businesses. We show up for him every morning, 9 a.m. We show up for him for work, right? Because we love him more, we'll go buy his products, right? Because his products, if I put his labels on my ass, that makes me more valuable because I'm associated with him. And in marketing, they call that co-branding. So I'm nothing. I'm just a lowly Negro that's worthless. But man, when I slap the Louis and the Gucci and I go to Brown University and it cost me $200,000 and I got the fancy job working for IBM in the big corner office and they put me on the BET Awards. Oh, now I'm somebody. Now I am co-branded with with something that I respect, something that I love, something that I admire. Because basically you've put lipstick on a pig because I ain't nothing but a pig. I'm worthless. So if you reverse that process and you know your worth and you love yourself and you see the value inherent in who you are, then everything switches. That's when you start becoming a dangerous Black person, to be honest with you. What makes you dangerous? Well, because you know that you are the juice. You know that you got the gold buried in your backyard. Why the hell am I going to go look searching in the neighbor's house when I got 10 times more wealth right here in my own family? Why would I want what you got when what I got is already seen in my view as being the most important thing I could ever have, right? I've already got the wealth. A person who's already got what they need is not a person who spends their life running around begging for other people to give them what they need. Do you understand? Do you follow? Let me know if you get what I'm saying. When you understand your worth, when you understand your value, when you understand the power of the resources around you. Yeah, I got smart siblings. I got good people around me. I got an amazing wife. I got kids that are hardworking and smart. I don't have time to go chasing down Mr. Massa to get a piece of what he got because we're good over here. So I think that this is an appropriate message because today happens to be Independence Day. Well, shit. What does independence look like? Independence means I don't need you because I got what I need. Really, and I think that generally speaking, I believe deeply that as Black people, I believe we are raised not to be emotionally independent, not to be financially independent, not to be socially and politically independent. We don't even know what independence and self-reliance really looks like. And this is why people like Malcolm X and Marcus Garvey are so important. And this is why they don't teach you about these people in the way that they should, right? But really, to me, if you're talking about Independence Day, well, then shit, be independent. Whatever that means for you. Whatever that means for you. You should be able to get your emotional fulfillment independently because it's sure as hell a whole lot cheaper than going out buying a Gucci bag so you can feel like you are somebody. You were somebody before you bought that damn bag. And don't you dare let the spending on goofy luxury items determine your self-worth. That's all silly to me. So anyway, emotional intelligence. That's my suggestion. I hope that this was helpful to you. And I apologize if I sound a little bit preachy, but I love myself so I can forgive myself for when I mess up. All right. So anyway, I hope you guys have a great day. If you want to get notified when we do Money in the Morning Financial Consciousness Training, this is a free class that we do every day in the Black Business School, 7 days a week, 10 a.m. Eastern. Pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. I will invite you to class. We do this every day. We do this 7 days a week, including holidays. Number two, if you live in another country and you can't text the number, you can just go to drboyceelevate.com. I know some of you live in England and Jamaica and other places, so just go to drboyceelevate.com. You can sign up there. Number three, my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, our financial flashcards for children, our financial workbooks for kids, etc. And even my wife's books are all at our bookstore, which is drboycebooks.com. That's drboycebooks.com. You can go take a look there. And also, I hope to see you guys at the All Black National Convention. The All Black National Convention is going to be October 25th through the 27th, right outside of Chicago in Lombard, Illinois. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. So have a good day, everybody, and I hope you have a wonderful holiday. Next Wednesday, this is where we do the free Powernomics training every Wednesday night in the Black Business School. And the reason that Powernomics training is so important is because we know that money is power, and we know that we want to go get some. We want to have power so that others do not use their power over us. And also, for the last several years, we've been reading through every single one of Dr. Claude Anderson's books because he's the GOAT in terms of individuals that have made tremendous contributions to our society and helped us to just learn the things we need to learn and be who we need to be. And so tonight we're going to do a couple of things. We're going to read in one of his books. His book is called The Black History Reader, and I'll let you guys know what page we're on in 1 second. And also another thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about a little bit of a current event that I just saw that I thought would be worth analyzing, exploring, and breaking down. Because you know what I do. I do the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. In fact, I have a podcast on Spotify called the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. And literally there's stuff up there every single day. So if you have Spotify on your phone and you support independent Black media, we would love to have your back. We would love to have you subscribe. And so feel free to look me up on Spotify, look up the Dr. Boyce Breakdown, or the other podcast I have called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. All right, so let me see who's in here. I want to say hi to some of y'all before we jump right into it. Hey, Lori Eubanks. I see you, Lori. Good to see you today. Thank you so much for coming in. Let's see. I saw Karen. Oh, Kendall and Karen from New York. Good to see you. All right. I love this. Bed-Stuy. Rodney Ward, San Francisco. Let's see. Landetz T. Jones. Is that right? I probably said it wrong, but good to see you. Sacramento in the house. I love Black Sacramento. I did an event in Sacramento about 7 years ago, and I never forgot how amazing that city was and just how awesome the black folks were in Sacramento. DMV for I see Rev Joe. That's all I see of your name. I don't see the rest there. Aquila Hooker, good to see you, Aquila. Taquana Logan from East Rancho Dominguez, California. Did I see East Atlanta for Kwame? Okay, good to see everybody in here. And I saw Black London in the house. Good to see everybody. Okay, so yeah, so here is the first thing that I wanted to kind of discuss and sort of address. Did anybody else hear about this? Did anybody else hear that that BET is on the chopping block in terms of being sold by by their parent massa, Paramount? Because BET is not a black owned company. We know this, right? BET. It's not black entertainment television. It's white entertainment television in blackface. That's what that is. It is. It's not a black company. It's a white company that has black people in it, that uses black culture and sells black culture to you pretty much, and gets corporate sponsors to give them money because they go to the corporations. They say, we have, like Trump said, we have all the black people. We have all the black people. And we will gather all the black people to come and watch Sexy Red twerking on the stage, get it sexy, get it sexy. And when we get all the black people, they love to buy things. They buy everything. So you advertise to us, you pay us money, pay us billions of dollars, and we will go gather the black people, and then we're all gonna get rich together. And that's kind of what BET is. And BET, in case you don't know, is owned by a company called Paramount Global. And for many years, Paramount Global was run by a family called the Redstone family. The patriarch of that family was a weirdo named Sumner Redstone. He was a funny guy. I don't know I think he's dead. He might, but maybe he's alive. I don't want to kill him too quick. But I think he was like 92 and had like a 35-year-old girlfriend or something. So he was probably doing some old Diddy Hugh Hefner type stuff. And anyway, so the Redstone family, apparently they have run Paramount into the ground. BET, if you work for BET, you better be worried because your economic daddy is having some problems. If you study Paramount Global, you'll see that Paramount Global has a big problem, and their problems can be summarized very quickly in terms of too much debt. They got about $15 billion in debt that they can't really service. They overpay for their content. They put out way too much money for content. Now they don't overpay for BET content. That they overpay for other content. Not, but the BET content, they get the discount. And I don't. Yeah, they're not going. Sexy Red probably cost you like $8 in a bag of Cheetos to get her to twerk on stage while she's pregnant or something. So that's cheap. That's there. So BET is, as black people always have been, BET is the golden asset of Paramount. It is really a nice little business where they're like, hey, we can go buy these Negroes for $1.99 and we can then sell them to advertisers and make our money just like we did in slavery. So it's something to rest on. Died in 2020. Thank you, Janet. I did not know that he was dead. I could not remember. I don't know the family that well. I know the basics. So let me kind of read to you about the sale of BET and what I've sort of seen, and then kind of give you a Dr. Boyce perspective on this. And just so you know, I'm coming. You know what I am. I'm probably gonna sound like a hater because I am. I kind of am. I hate anybody who hates us. I just, well, I don't hate. You know what I mean? But I don't. When you hate us that much that you just want our children dead, you want our kids in prison, you want our people as ignorant as possible. You want more broken families. You want to celebrate all the things that harm us. You want to celebrate black people dying young from diabetes and fried chicken. You want to celebrate mental illness. You want to celebrate busted, broken relationships. You want to celebrate economic despair. You want to celebrate poverty. You want to celebrate the lack of education. That's gonna make me a hater. I'm gonna sound like a hater. So I have to be honest with you. I'm really not particularly interested in having a lot of patience with anybody who's probably doing more damage to the black community than the KKK ever could. There is no Klansman. There is no Trump supporter. There's no Democrat or Republican that could ever do as much damage to the black community as BET is probably doing when they celebrate some of the stuff that they celebrate. In fact, if you recall, BET was the network that really, really, really elevated R. Kelly right after he got caught on video with that little girl. If you go back and you look back maybe about 2003, 2002, 2004, something like that, this was way before I was doing any of this. This is way before any of you knew who I was, because I was just on the faculty at Syracuse University. No one knew who I was. Nobody cared. I remember I called my wife, Alicia, who's now my wife. She was my friend back then. And I remember calling her and I said, how in the hell are they putting this Negro on TV and making him the keynote performer? They didn't just, it was right after. If you recall, go look at the history. It was right after this man, was on this tape with this little girl. I don't know if that was the time he peed on the girl or not. I get them mixed up. There's so many pee stories about R. Kelly. And if you remember, the only network that really stood by him was BET. BET brought him on for an interview after the incident, and that was where he was given an opportunity to do some damage control. And he kept saying, "Just focus on my music, just focus on my music," because that's the goal, right? If we get you to focus on how good my music is, then you're going to forget about all these other things that are going on. And then for the BET Awards, I will never forget. I said, I wonder if they're going to have him perform on the BET Awards, because a lot of radio stations had banned his music at the time. Not only did they have him perform on the BET Awards, they gave him the longest set. Like everybody else's performance might have been 3 or 4 minutes. His had to be like 12 or 13 minutes, maybe 15. It was really long, and it was a full-fledged music video, all that stuff. Maybe it was 03, 04-ish, around that time. And I just remember thinking, Lord Jesus, is that all? So y'all really, that's all y'all really care about is the money, huh? And so this is the history. And I'm sorry, you can, I don't think you can be nice about it. What BET kind of does is, I understand what they're seeking to do. They try to balance the crazy and the negative with a little bit of positive, to try to say, well, no, we got this and we got that. And I love that. They have Infinity Song, who performed at the All Black National Convention several times. They were at the BET Awards this year. I think D1's been invited, stuff like that. So I think that their goal is to say, look, we got a range. But I think I was talking to my wife about it the other day, and I said, okay, so if I gave you 30 gallons of Kool-Aid, and it was like the best Kool-Aid you've ever had. But I tell you, oh, by the way, there's about 2 ounces of piss in the Kool-Aid. Like I just put a little drop of urine in the Kool, just a little pee, just a little. It's not a lot. You won't taste it. You won't taste the pee in the Kool-Aid. But because there's 30 gallons of Kool-Aid and just one drop of pee, is that okay? Like, would y'all drink the Kool-Aid? How many of y'all, yes or no? Would you want to drink the Kool-Aid if it had even just one little drop of pee in it? But it was like the best Kool-Aid you ever had. But it's just one drop, just a little drop of pee in it. What do you think? I don't know. What do y'all think? And I think that's kind of what the point, the argument would be, is that, if you think about it, if someone was to make the argument and say, well, no, look at all the good things BET does, that outweighs the bad things. I think that's an interesting conversation, because then you can make that same argument about R. Kelly or Bill Cosby, or really anybody, any person or entity that's done terrible things. You could say, well, even if you dislike Donald Trump, for example, or if you look at Joe Biden and know that he incarcerated more black men than any president in American history, or you look at Donald Trump and what he wanted to do to the Central Park Five, you can make the exact same argument. You could say, no. But look at all the good things. Look at all the good stuff he did. It's okay. It's all that's forgiven because he did this good stuff. And I think that's not an argument. That's not a debate for me to have for you. That's a debate I want you to have for yourself. And I think all of us have to kind of balance that out and figure that out. Like, what does this look like? So BET is very dangerous, to be honest with you. And I know I upset people over there, and I'd hate to be the guy who's saying these things. But I think that they know these things. They know these things. And the reason I know is because I had a conversation with a guy named TJ Holmes, and back when he worked with BET. And I remember he called me. Somehow Don Lemon gave him my number, and he called me on my phone and we talked. And I think he was surprised that I understood their business model so well. He said, I was in a meeting, and he said, I could have, it was almost like you wrote that article as if you were in the meeting with us. I couldn't believe that you wrote. And I said, yeah, well, because I understand how racism works. I understand how powerful media is. I understand what capitalism does. I understand when you mix money and media, that can be a formula for oppression. When you mix money and media, so y'all got to understand this. This is an economic lesson. I'm about to dive into this article in a minute. But when you have the money, which white people have much more than you. So if you measure your success based on how much money you have, then you're automatically going to be a white supremacist. And the reason is because white people have most of the money. That's like a fish measuring it's the quality of the fish by how fast it runs the 100-meter dash. A fish will always be inferior to a panther, because panthers run fast, and fish do not. Fish, they swim. So what the fish would have to do in order to create a level playing field is stop trying to be a track star. Stop trying to be something that you're not. Stop trying to give your opponent the advantage by competing with their rules and their standards. Do you understand? So stop measuring success, your success, my success, black success by how much money you have or how famous you are, how much you're on TV. Because that's something, if you want to talk about this whole oppression, white supremacy thing, well, they own the TV networks. They own the radio stations. They have the capital bases. They own the banks that fund these institutions. So how the hell are you going to compete with that? How are you? You can't do that. The only way you can really win is you have to change the rules. You have to throw out the whole competition altogether and create something that gives you an advantage. So ultimately, when you mix money and we love money, it's really fascinating to me. In case you knew, my background is I'm a finance guy. I've been teaching finance for a long time. When you really consider how much we love money and how much we worship people just because they made money or just because they're on TV, um, it's really fascinating to me because we don't have that much money to begin with. So you can't measure black success based on who has the most money or who's the most famous. Give me a guess if you understand that. We have to pick other criteria. What are those criteria? I'm going to allow you to decide what that's going to be, but it has to be something other than that. So with BET, it's the perfect formula for oppression. And I'm gonna read this article to you and tell you what's going on with BET. Another real surprise with this pending purchase of BET is that they cut the price in half. And the price when Byron Allen made a bid for BET, he bid $3.5 billion. Now they're in talks to sell it for 1.7 billion, according to Variety. Now here's what Variety's saying. Now that was a real shocker to me. I'm like, why? So maybe BET's struggling. I don't know. I mean, this is very surprising when the price gets cut that much. So they said here in this article in Variety, it says BET or Paramount is reportedly in talks to sell BET for 1.6 billion in a buyout led by CEO Scott Mills. I don't know Scott Mills. I guess he's the CEO of BET. He seems like a nice guy. I don't know. He's a bald. He's got a bald head like me, but he's got kind of a little George Jefferson thing going on. But he seems like a nice dude. I don't know this man. It says Paramount Global's trio of co-CEOs have publicly said they've hired bankers to evaluate the sale of certain assets. Industry speculation has swirled around BET, which has been the target of acquisition offers in the past. Now, Paramount Global is engaged in exclusive discussions to sell BET in a deal valued at 1.6 to 1.7 billion to quote buyers that include end quote BET CEO Scott Mills and Chen Chu, founder of private equity firm CC Capital, Bloomberg reported, citing anonymous sources. The BET Media Group comprises the BET cable channel, VH1, and other networks, the BET Plus streaming service, and BET Studios. Reps for Paramount Global and CC Capital declined to comment. Shares of Paramount Global rose on the report of the renewed sales talks, closing up 5.7% for the day to $10.72. Interesting, right? The latest reported price range for BET is less than half of the 3.5 billion that media mogul Byron Allen extended to Paramount Global in late 2023. So let's think about this for a minute. Let's be conscious of time for a moment. What month is this and what year? This is July 2024. And just late 2023, you had a bid that was twice as high as what you're selling the company for now. What's happening? That just doesn't add up. It seems to me that Byron Allen was offering you 3.5 billion 7 or 8 months ago, you would have taken the bid. Now, the only possibility I'm thinking about is perhaps they didn't believe that it was credible. Remember, anybody can bid anything for anything. Anybody can pop up and say, "Oh, I'll give you $10 billion for your house or something." But they have to be able to raise the money. And so I think that with Byron, I think the question might have been, can he really go get the money? Or is he just making big bids, hoping he can go raise the money? Is he just doing it for attention? Nobody knows. And I know that with Byron Allen, it seemed to me that the Griot was having some trouble. I know he bought the Griot. I think that they were overspending on their content. I got that sense because I know he had to let a lot of people go. He had to fire a lot of people. The media business is a tough business. So some other bidders were were Tyler Perry and Sean Diddy Combs. Can you imagine if they sold BET to Diddy? Wouldn't that be something else? In August 2023, Paramount called off the bidding process for BET because, quote, a sale wouldn't result in any meaningful deleveraging of its balance sheet. I'm confused. It's just 8 months later. So now it wouldn't. So 3.5 billion wouldn't result in you paying off enough debt, but 1.7 billion will. So I think that what's happened is that Paramount's in even deeper, much deeper trouble than it was at the end of 2023. But I can tell you, as a person who's been following Paramount stock for a long time, that company's been in trouble for a while. So I'm very surprised that they're even talking about this. Let's see here. The three executives running Paramount Global have outlined a three-pronged strategy of job cuts, asset sales, and streaming partnerships to right the ship. The company's going solo for now after controlling shareholder Sherry Redstone, who's the daughter of Sumner Redstone, nixed M&A talks with Skydance Media as those came down to the wire. The leadership trio, George Cheeks, president and CEO of CBS, Chris McCarthy, president and CEO of Showtime, MTV Entertainment Studios and Paramount Media Networks, and Brian Robbins, president and CEO of Paramount Pictures and Nickelodeon, were installed as co-CEOs after Bob Bakish's dismissal. Okay. Another prime asset Paramount Global is expected to shop around is the Paramount Pictures Studio. So basically, okay, here we go. Let me move on to they talk about Chris Mills, the guy that I mentioned. I think his name was Chris Mills, the CEO of BET. I hope I got Scott Mills. I'm sorry, Scott Mills. Um, let's see. They said here, speaking of the June 25th employee town hall, CBS's Cheek said the Paramount's co-CEOs are looking to sell certain Paramount-owned assets. In fact, we've already hired bankers to assist us in this process, blah, blah, blah. Scott Mills has led BET since January 2018, adding CEO to his title in 2021. He first joined BET in 1997 as a senior VP of business development and rose through the ranks over the years to various senior roles. As COO of BET, he led the launch of his Centric channel, and as president of digital media, launched BET Mobile and BET's digital video distribution operations. Okay. So there's more. You can go look up more if you want to. But basically, BET is owned and run by Paramount, as we mentioned earlier, and basically Paramount has too much debt. The traditional media that they built their business on, Sumner Redstone is really good with traditional media and traditional cable. All that stuff's kind of dying. It's kind of going away, and so they're losing money in a pretty horrible way, and they're just overspending on their content. They had this show that I liked called Yellowstone, and they had this writer named Taylor Sheridan who wrote the show, and I guess because his shows were so good, they gave him like the ability, kind of a blank check to just create a bunch of other shows that are on the network. I forgot the name of it. I think one of them stars Sylvester Stallone's like Tulsa King or something, and a couple more. But anyway, the funny thing was that they were, and this is something for you to remember when you go build your own business, is that if you recall, remember the other day, how many of you were in financial consciousness training in the last couple of days where I talked about the free cash flow problem? Does anybody remember when we talked about the free cash flow problem and what happens when companies or even individuals just have too much access to cash? Well, what happens is you become less efficient, you become less financially conscious, you start to just make it rain, you start throwing around, you start becoming a rapper in the strip club, dropping $100 bills in stripper thongs, right? So basically, Taylor Sheridan, there was a deep Wall Street Journal analysis of Taylor Sheridan and the toxic financial relationship between Paramount and Taylor Sheridan, where basically they said that because Paramount Global had given this guy free range to do whatever the hell he wanted, he was creating amazing content, but he wasn't profitable anymore. This man was going around talking to other farmers, from what I understand. At least that's what the report insinuated. He was literally talking to his homeboys and saying, look, these people are suckers. These Hollywood suckers, they got all this money. You can rent your horses for $2,000 a day. You can use I use my property and they pay me $50,000 a day to use my land. He would fly in horse trainers from other states when he would be in a state with plenty of horse trainers, but he would feel the need to fly his horse trainers in from Texas or whatever. So basically they didn't sort of consider the fact that yes, you do have a hit. Yeah, you are making money, but you have to remember the most important rule of financial success. It is to live within your means. It is to spend less than what you make. I don't care if you make $1 trillion a year, if you spend more than you make, you're only digging yourself into a deeper and deeper financial hole. And so what happened with Paramount Global as a result, and this just gives you the backdrop. And I'm talking about this because BET is part of the community, and y'all people be out here thinking that it's a black owned company and it's not. So the thing about Paramount that was interesting. So what happened was Taylor Sheridan, his shows were so good that they got a million new subscribers with Paramount. That's really good. They got a million new subscribers in a quarter. But that same quarter, I think they lost either $1 or $2 billion. They had $1 billion loss. While like literally the greatest period of growth in your company is a massive loss. And so keep that in mind. Be efficient with your money. Be efficient with your income. Conservatism is a culture. And I can tell you that if you don't embrace that, then you could have some financial challenges. And this goes for an individual, this goes for a company, or in everything in between. Okay, so just keep that in mind. I think that's a lesson to learn. I'll keep you posted on what happens with BET and who their new massa is, and maybe maybe Scott Mills will buy it, and then I guess it'll kind of be a black owned company. But the other thing is I'd always be interested in who's really funding this, right? Because I'm a believer that it's not the manager who makes the difference, because he's been managing BET for a long time. He's been the economic babysitter of this entity for a very long time. The real power is the person who's actually writing the checks. That's the person who, or the group who has the veto power. And the big problem you have with black media right now, here's the problem that you have. And this is something I want to talk about before we dig into the book. Unhealthy black people are very profitable. Vices and addictions are extremely profitable. Vices and addictions and unhealthy behavior are much more profitable than people living with intelligence, consciousness, and discipline. And what do I mean by that? It's much easier to sell black people fried chicken than it is to sell them health food. You actually have to care about them to get them to buy health food, because you're not going to make as much money. So if money is your only criteria, then you don't sell people things that are going to help them. You sell them their vice. You sell them the things that they want, not the things that they need. And that's the biggest problem that you have with BET, is that there is a part of the culture that has become quite accustomed to all of the cultural poisons that kill our young people at an early age. There's a part of the culture that really embraces the drugs because drugs are fun. I don't use drugs. I never popped a Molly before, but I bet I would like it. I ain't never hit the crack pipe. But if you'd say, well, how do you know crack is bad if you never tried it? Well, no, I know that if I tried, I would probably enjoy it. In fact, if I was to try it, I wouldn't be the man that I am right now. I'd be on here justifying crack use because I wouldn't want to give up that high. The reality is that when you talk about the problems that we have, we're very comfortable in the dysfunction. We're starting to celebrate the dysfunction. We celebrate it because what they do is they sprinkle money on top of it, and they sprinkle fame on top of it. So you look at a young lady like a Krishan Rock. I don't know if you ever know, if you anybody, how many of y'all, I keep up with all the culture. Me and my wife do. I don't know, some of y'all I know don't keep up, but you need to look up Krishan Rock and Blueface. How many of y'all are familiar with Krishan Rock and Blueface? Anybody else? Because I watch the culture, because I like to see, because in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, I talk about economics, but all I talk about is culture. What does a strong economic culture look like? And we don't have one, people. We just don't. We have a long way to go. Well, Krishan Rock and Blueface, to summarize it, they're kind of like the new version of, it's, imagine Bobby and Whitney at 25 years old, but also imagine that neither one of them have any talent. Like Bobby and Whitney could sing. Bobby could dance and jump around and sing and wiggle and all that. And Whitney had the most beautiful voice ever. She actually had to earn her way to fame. Krishan Rock and Blueface don't really have any talent like that. They're not that great. They're okay. I think Blueface made a song or two, but they're not that good. But they're similar to Bobby Whitney. They're just this train wreck in slow motion. Like you're watching these two young people literally kill themselves in public. And the reason it ends up seeming okay is because they've got lots of money and lots of fame, and they've got millions of Twitter followers and Instagram followers that will watch them destroy each other's lives. And Krishan had a baby that my wife is a therapist who can identify things like fetal alcohol syndrome by looking at the face of a child. And she was deeply concerned with Krishan's child because she knows that Krishan loves to party it up. They were at the BET Awards twerking, and, pregnant women twerking and holding liquor bottles. And one of the things, for example, this is one of many things we could talk about, but I'm not going to go into all of it because I don't want to depress anybody. But do you understand that when you're promoting the city girl culture of all these young black women that are being told to go out and twerk and drink liquor all day and have sex with just anybody, fetal alcohol syndrome is literally one of the quiet epidemics that's occurring in the black community. If you look at the symptoms and in the effects of fetal alcohol syndrome, you're talking about significant cognitive delays and significant behavioral problems of millions and millions of black children. I was shocked by how little alcohol the mother had to consume during her pregnancy for fetal alcohol syndrome to kick in. So think about this. You live in city girl life because you've been watching the BET Awards and Krishan Rock and Megan Thee Stallion told you that's how a young girl's supposed to live. You've been having sex. In case you don't know, sex results in pregnancy, and that means children are going to be born. For those who need a biology lesson, sometimes we forget. And so you're pregnant for maybe 4 weeks, but you don't know you're pregnant. So every week you're getting drunk and getting high every single week. Well, that is where the fetal alcohol syndrome comes from. And what many people, what nobody has talked about, I have not seen anybody on the internet address this at all, is that millions of young children, young Black children, are getting fetal alcohol syndrome because you don't have to drink that much for that to really disrupt the brain of your child. I'm talking about significant neurological problems, like they're slow for the rest of their life and have behavioral problems for the rest of their life. So this is one of the many things that I think has to be addressed, right? Somebody has to talk about it. And when people talk about these things, you can't just say, well, you be hating. That can't be your response. Man, that's not hate, that's love. Now, the real hater are the people who celebrate this kind of stuff, who know what it leads to, who see the millions of Black kids going to prison and getting killed and all this other stuff and think that that's okay. And so part of my job, in my opinion, is as a person who talks to you about money, is I need you to really understand money from a 360 standpoint, which means that money is good, it's nice, but it can destroy you or distract you and mislead you. Money can get you to heaven, but money can also be the devil. Money can be the devil shows up with a bag full of money. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, but BET has become kind of the devil of the Black community. Everything that is harmful and destructive and terrible about being Black tends to get celebrated in these spaces, and they dress it up with money and fame, and we think that that makes it okay. But even before people realized that Diddy was a predator, there were people who always said that, but there were many people who would have argued you down because they would have said, no, 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 Diddy's one of the leaders of the Black community. And process this. Think about this for a moment. One of the biggest predators that in the media right now is a guy who 4 years ago was telling you who to vote for. Anybody remember Vote or Die? He was telling you got to vote or you're going to be dead or something stupid like that, right? And people were doing this. Millions of people were following the lead of a person who has a complete track record of 30 years of doing horrible, harmful things to people, possibly including starting with killing Tupac, right? So I think generally, and this is where we're going to dig into, we're going to read tonight about Black leadership and the history of Black leadership so you can understand that sometimes you're following the wrong leaders. That's my point. In fact, it's so dangerous to follow a Black leader nowadays, in my opinion, that I don't really want you following any leader. I don't even want you follow. I don't want you following me. I'm just an advisor. I'm a person who's got a perspective. If you'll hear my perspective, then that's all I ask you to do. I'm not asking you to follow me because generally speaking, it is difficult for Black people on a mass scale to distribute a message that is going to be beneficial to all Black families. Most of the messages that are healthy are not going to make as much money as the unhealthy messages that are going to point you to more ignorance, drug abuse, and ratchetism. That's what makes the money. This Black intelligence stuff is not a big money maker. Okay. All right. So let me jump into the book. We're going to read tonight from Dr. Claude Anderson's book, The Black History Reader. We're going to go to page 158. Now, Dr. Claude Anderson, his books, I always have to mention his website. It's powernomics.com. So you can go to powernomics.com. Get all of his books. These are the must-read books for every Black person in America that wants to do better. He's the modern-day Marcus Garvey. He's one of the greatest Black thinkers in the country, which is one of the reasons why he's seen as dangerous even by many HBCUs, because their bills are being paid by people who don't want to see the Black community gain too much power and influence. But if you read his book, Powernomics, it will transform you immediately. And I'm not here to say every entertainer is bad. I can tell you, Kanye West saw Powernomics. He immediately was affected by it. Ice Cube saw Powernomics, immediately influenced by it. Charlemagne the God, Tiffany Haddish, people like that. A lot of celebrities, even Diddy flew Dr. Anderson into his office because he has so much respect for Powernomics. So some of this, so what's going on, in my opinion, is that there are people who know that something's wrong. They just can't put their finger on it. Like they're just not sure. They're like, okay, something ain't right here. It's like you're playing a game and somehow the other team keeps winning. Somehow Massa he ends up with all the money, all the power, and all the positive outcomes belong to him, and you always end up in last place, and you can't figure out. And every time you say, wait, this game seems rigged, he has you brainwashed. He's been educating you and grooming you, right, so he can exploit you, right? Just like a groomer would groom. He's been grooming you through the educational system to buy into a set of ideas where all of the disparities can be explained away. And so you walk away concluding a bunch of nonsense like, oh, well, the reason that white people have all the money is because white people just work harder than black people. And the way to fix those problems is we all got to go vote for our favorite white man, either the old arrogant narcissist or the old guy who can't remember his kids' names right now. Like that's the guy, that's what we do, and that's going to get us where we need to get to. And so to some extent, the reason that Dr. Anderson is dangerous is because he's encouraging you to wake up. And really, I will tell you, my position is very simple. I'm not really telling you to do what I tell you to do. I'm not telling you to do what I believe you should do. I'm telling you to do what's going to be best for you. And I want you to study that. I want you to figure this out. And again, it goes back to very simple things: health, wealth, and relationships. What does it mean for black people to be physically and mentally healthy? There wasn't much on the BET Awards that led to physical or mental health. None of that. There's nothing about a pregnant woman twerking and holding a liquor bottle that says anything about a young lady having a positive, wonderful life. It speaks that she's going to be abused, assaulted. She's going to be depressed, and have and fatherless for her children. Her children are going to be unhappy. There's going to be a lot of poverty. There's going to be a lot of despair. What's healthy about that? What's physically and mentally healthy about any of that? That's the second area is relationships. We need families. We lost our families. Who's getting our families back? What is it when you watch the BET Awards? What about the BET Awards on any level, in my view, is pro-family? There's nothing. I mean, if you're highlighting the sexy reddish, type stuff, there's nothing about that that's pro-family. Nothing. There's nothing about that that speaks of responsible planning of when you have a child and who you have a child with. All that's promoted typically is very irresponsible, very sloppy sex. I'm going to go sleep with whoever I want. STDs are very, very high because a lot of people fall into this culture. And also broken families are very high. A lot of people don't even have the training of what's required to even have a healthy relationship with another human being that is necessary to provide a protective space for a child. So when a child is not protected by a father, that increases the probability that he ends up getting molested, or that he ends up in the street, or that something bad happens to him, or ends up in prison. And then you go down the third area. What does it mean for black wealth to actually go up? There's nothing that I've seen rappers really do that's improved or increased black wealth in the black community at all. Nothing. And then when you turn to the politicians, all they do is they offer you jobs working for white people. So those are the two options you get. You either get a rapper who brags about how much money he has, but ain't putting nothing in your pocket, or you get a politician who says, here, come work for me, Negro. I'll give you a job. I'll help you in your desperate situation. Well, who's giving you the long-term plan that's going to really allow you to have the peace of financial security? Who's really giving you the solutions that are going to allow you to actually prosper instead of just survive? Who's doing that? There's nothing in mainstream media, or very little in mainstream media, that I see that is really sort of doing these things that's really going to get the black community where we need to be. Not only are we being given the wrong medicine, we're being given no medicine, and we're given a bunch of poison disguised as medicine. So that's what I believe. That's my 2 cents. All right, so let me start reading here. And by the way, if you're not on the text list to get invited to Powernomics training on Wednesday, just pull out your phone, text the word greatness, GREATNESS, greatness to 87948. Text greatness to 87948. And also, we have my book is The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can get a copy at drboycebooks.com. Use the code word book club and get 30% off everything in the store. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com and you can check that out. All right. So here's what Dr. Anderson reveals on page 58 of the Black History Reader that it was really fascinating to me. Did you know that black leadership changed their position on immigration around the 1960s? Did you know that they actually had a completely different policy on immigration before the civil rights movement? And basically, whoever was controlling them pretty much got them to pivot and shift in a different direction. I don't know if y'all know this, but let me read this to you. I'm going to tell you, this is what Dr. Anderson says. I literally have not read this yet, so I'll be as surprised as you when I get to whatever he says. So he says here, black leaders and activists unilaterally expressed opposition to the nation's open door policy on immigration throughout the 19th century. These conscious black leaders expressed concern that immigrants were reinforcing the subordination of the native black population, as well as usurping the access of blacks to rights, privileges, employment, education, and wealth building opportunities. The negative impact of immigrants worsened after the Civil War when millions entered the country. After slavery, there was a labor shortage, and one would have logically expected the former slaves. Think about this. You have a labor shortage. You got all these former slaves. You got all these black people, hardworking people that they've been working for free. So you know they're going to make good employees. They've been working for free. So here on page 159 of the Black History Reader, Dr. Anderson is telling you that whatever you learned in school was a bunch of BS. So listen to this. The negative impact of immigrants worsened after the Civil War when millions entered the country. After slavery, there was a labor shortage, and one would have logically expected the former slaves who had been skilled tradesmen, carpenters, blacksmiths, cooks, artisans, and farmers to fill those jobs. But the country recruited and imported European immigrants instead. The pattern was just beginning. For more than a century, black leaders had struggled and challenged the white power structure to close the nation's immigrant doors. So they were asking them to shut the doors. They were like, look, you got your workers here. We got you. We can do this. But they were like, no. Rather than working with you, we're going to go get some people from England. That's what he's saying here. So it says, for more than a century, black leaders had struggled and challenged the white power structure to close the nation's immigrant doors. In his famous 1895 Atlanta Expo speech, Booker T. Washington pleaded with white industrialists, businessmen, and politicians not to look to European immigrants to develop skills and work in their businesses, but to instead look to native blacks. How about that? Washington also pointed out that many already had the skills, attitudes, and experiences to meld into the mainstream society. W.E.B. Du Bois was against immigration and spoke frequently about the downside for blacks of 40 million white immigrants coming into the country, doing the jobs of former slaves and being automatically elevated into an overseen white management class. How many of you have ever heard this before? How many of you have ever heard this anywhere? So maybe their concept in their head was, if you do have black jobs, every job should be a black job. Any job we can do is a black job. A black man can fill that job. So I believe that you have to own the companies and all that for sure, but you can't, Booker T. Washington, that was a great man. George Washington Carver, W.E.B. all these individuals were people who said, yeah, well, some of us want these black jobs. We don't want to have fathers and mothers that are unemployed. We want to have opportunities to make money and to go to work like everybody else. We're already very hardworking people. So stop bringing in outside recruits to replace us. But now, years later, we support wide open. A lot of us just support wide open doors and don't even know why. Only reason you support it is because Joe Biden told you to support it. That's it. That's the only reason you support it. You forgot about the mass incarceration and the crime bill and all. You don't even think about it. That's why Shaquana ain't got no daddy. You're not even connecting the dots on that. You're just so quick to just do whatever they tell you to do that you don't even think about it. I'm not mad at you for voting for Democrats and Republicans. I get that. I know lesser of two evils. Okay, I get it. But still, what I have a problem with is that some of us don't even think about it. Some of us don't even come to our own conclusion. We just say, okay, what you want me to do? What you want us to do? And that's my problem. That's my problem, is that you're not even processing the information. You're not even thinking like, well, what's best for me? You've told me what's best for you, but I need to make sure that what's best for you is also best for me. That's the problem that I have. And that was really the whole crux of why I just really got really annoyed when I would get calls, when I was at AOL Black Voices 14 years ago, whatever, and I would get calls from the Obama administration. At first, I thought it was kind of cool. It's interesting. It's like, oh, wow, okay, President Obama, I'd love to help. But Lord, when I got on the phone, all they were literally trying to do was get me to do what they told me to do. And I was like, who do you think I am? I'm not fit for slavery. I don't do that. And this happens a lot with Black elite people. I'm gonna be honest. That was the gist of the conversation I had with Kanye West. As we get on the phone, he's like, I want you to do this and do that and do that. And I text my friend, I said, does this guy think I work for him? He doesn't. I don't work for nobody. The things that matter to you don't matter to me, bro. I don't care that that you got a million little Asian kids to buy your ugly ass shoes. Those things are overpriced and ugly. I wouldn't wear them for free. So what makes you think I'm gonna bow to any of this? Like we're obviously playing different games with different rules. This makes no sense to me. So again, what you have in America, generally speaking, is you have a class. You do have that elite class that is very quick to sort of expect that the masses will simply do what they're told. And the unfortunate reality is that they're almost always right. They're almost always correct. The studies show that most people, because they're not sure who they are, they're too scared to be different. They don't want to be seen as radical and dangerous and all that. They just go right along with whatever's cool, whatever's hip, whatever's popular. I can't, that's not healthy. That's not good. So let me keep reading here. So according to Dr. Claude Anderson, and by the way, if anybody asks what page we're on, if somebody in the chat could just tell them so that I don't have to say, I'm gonna say it like a couple of times, but then I see sometimes, then even if I say it 3 times, someone will say, what page are we on again? Just tell them if they ask. If y'all could help me out with that, I'd appreciate it because that's gonna trigger my ADHD and y'all know how I get. All right, so let's pop in page 159, the Black History Reader. So Dr. Anderson mentions Booker T. Washington, W.E.B. Du Bois were very much against wide open borders. Let's see here. When the Black Civil Rights Movement commenced in the late 1950s, the new Black leadership dismissed or ignored the opinions of their predecessors. One can only speculate as to the reasons. Perhaps they did not have the foresight to fully understand the politics of displacement that was occurring, that they were being replaced. Or maybe they were unknowledgeable about this nation's immigration history, where Black people used to have a much larger percentage of the population. Or maybe they wanted to demonstrate altruism, or they simply preferred to ignore or forget history and go along to get along as much as they could. Whatever the reasons, the new Black leadership switched from the anti-immigration stance of their predecessors to being pro-immigration. While the reason for the change in position is not clear, it is clear that they made the switch without fully understanding that providing unearned rights and benefits to people who are from other countries chasing the American dream caused native Black Americans to be neglected, disadvantaged, and rendered invisible in all respects. The old Black anti-immigration fighters must be turning over in their graves. Black civil rights organizations and politicians began to presume alliances with newly arriving immigrants. They began to presume that anybody who comes into the country is automatically going to be unified with the Black community. And I want to ask y'all a question. Give me a yes or no. How many of y'all think that the majority of people that come in from other countries are just, vehemently pro-Black? How many of you believe that everybody who comes from, say, I don't know, south of the border is going to just line up and show up at the reparations rally and and just really make sure that y'all are good? Anybody believe that nonsense? Yeah, yeah. So maybe they're making us into Boo Boo the Fool. And I say Boo Boo the Fool because, almost like the little kid, the kid who rode the little bus to school, who thought that people were his friends when really they weren't. So you think that the bully is your friend when really he just beats you up and takes your lunch money every day. Or you think that every time he makes a joke him and his friends are laughing at you, you think that you're laughing together, so you start laughing too. And the kid starts laughing too. Like the slow. So maybe we're like the slow kids on the little bus. Maybe we're the ones who, and no offense if anybody in here rode the little bus, or if you got a relative, I'm not making fun of those people because I think that they're actually smarter than us in certain areas. But really, you think about that. Sometimes you don't know when the joke is on you. Sometimes you don't know when people are laughing with you versus when they're laughing at you. And I think that we, to some extent, fall for the rope a dope because many of us get our political habits from people who just told us what to do and what to say and what to believe. We didn't actually form those beliefs on our own. And that's very, very dangerous because propaganda is real. Manipulation is real. This does happen. So let me keep going here. So here's what else Dr. Anderson says on page 160 of the Black History Reader. He says civil rights organizations and politicians began to presume that there were alliances with newly arriving people from other countries. I'm gonna try not to say the word immigrant too much, just because I don't want to trigger algorithms, because again, there's censorship out here. Those alliances, especially with the Latino community, did not and do not exist. The Latino community firmly denies that such alliances exist, and it takes little analysis to determine that any alliances Black leaders presume are one-sided. Again, like the little kid on the little bus. You think they're laughing with you, they're laughing at you. Black leaders even support policies that benefit immigrant groups at the expense of Black people. Many Black leaders, for instance, support increased immigration, but immigrant groups such as Hispanics, Asians, and Arabs do not commit to or give support to any Black issues. There is no reciprocity, and immigrant advocate groups not only do not represent the interests of Blacks, the very purpose of their advocacy is in outright opposition to Black interests. Why is it that after all these years, leading Blacks cannot recognize circumstances that are harmful to their own people? Why is it that the people permit those whom they have accepted as leaders to continue doing them harm? So he says here, so the next question is question 53. How do immigration policies specifically injure Native Black Americans? So this is a good conversation to have in terms of if someone asks you, like, well, why do you have this issue with wide open borders or whatever? Well, let's see what Dr. Anderson has to say. He says, throughout the history of North America, waves of I'm going to say people from other countries have entered the country to take advantage of the considerable economic opportunities extended to them and to enjoy the elevated status, respect, and privileges they automatically receive over Blacks in the labor force. Since the Black descendants of slaves are not immigrants, they are excluded from the privileged status, benefits, and rights extended to people from other countries and must compete with every person from another country for basic rights and life resources. Immigrants and Blacks compete for space, rights, economics, and privileges. Reaching America has been a dream come true for people from other countries, but it has been a nightmare for many Native Blacks and their forefathers. Space. Although a growing number of legal and illegal immigrants are located in the suburbs, most immigrants find residential and commercial space in urban areas. Once they establish a toehold in the urban centers, they then mark and close the space using their language, culture, or religion as barriers to encroachment. Within the confines of their closed communities, they concentrate their resources and build socioeconomic enclaves or niches. Immigrant niches can be found in most urban areas like Detroit, Miami, LA, Philadelphia, New York, DC, San Francisco, and Chicago. After closing their territories, they mark them for their own cultural image, such as Koreatown, Chinatown, Frenchtown, Japantown, Little Cuba, Greektown, and Mexicantown. As their numbers grow, they spread out and gentrify the Black areas, such as Harlem in New York City, Overtown, Liberty City, and Coconut Grove in Miami, Inglewood, Compton, and Watts in the LA area, and Sweet Auburn in Atlanta. Has anybody seen any of this? Let me know if you've noticed any of this in your communities. Anybody seen any of that? All these formerly Black dominated cities are now occupied predominantly by Hispanic immigrants. Interesting. Numerical displacement means diminished economic and political influence by Blacks in mainstream society. Since 1900, this is interesting. Pay attention now. Listen up. Since 1900, the Hispanic population increased from 100,000 to 55 million in 2016. They have surpassed and made Black Americans a minority. Hispanics boast that they are now the nation's new majority minority and will gentrify urban residential areas along with whites and Asians, displacing Blacks. And that's what a lot of people in Chicago are protesting right now. They're very, very upset about this. The economic impact. Okay, so the economic impact of immigrants on Native Black Americans is quantifiable. For every 10%, now listen to this now. For every 10% increase in the number of immigrants, Native Black income is reduced by 0.3%. Blacks had an earnings ratio of 56 cents to every dollar earned by whites in the 1950s. Because of the Black Civil Rights Movement in the 1970s, Blacks' earnings ratio rose to 66% of every dollar earned by whites. So we went from 56 to 66. However, between 1970 and 1990, there was a 300% increase in the number of legal and illegal Asians and Hispanics that entered the country, and the ratio of Blacks' earnings to white earnings dropped from 66% to 57%. Where it was nearly 40 years earlier. So in 40 years, no progress in that earnings gap. Give me a yes if you follow that, if you understand what I said there. So what he's basically saying is that you are making progress when you have policies like affirmative action that were specifically designed to close the racial wealth gap, specifically designed to address grievances that were grievances that were done to you, right? But then when everything started to dilute, when other people started to jump in and grab your benefits, your income ratio went down again. So this is what he's saying here. In short, the 9-point economic gains due to the Black Civil Rights Movement were wiped out by the 300% increase in immigration population that occurred between 1970 and 1990. Employment, whether the job category, this is where we talk about black jobs, whether the job categories are skilled or unskilled, this nation has a long history of displacing blacks to make employment opportunities for other people. According to a U.S. Department of Commerce survey conducted in 1865, over 100,000 of the nation's 120,000 skilled artisans were Black Americans newly freed from slavery. What? Damn. Did y'all hear that? Let me read it again. This is interesting. According to a U.S. Department of Commerce survey conducted in 1865, over 100,000 of the nation's 120,000 skilled artisans were Black Americans newly freed from slavery. This is when we had trade, y'all. This is when we had skill. Let's pause for a moment and reflect on. Let's do an economic consciousness exercise. Are our kids coming out with skill now? Coming out of high school? Are the majority of our children coming out of school knowing how to do anything? Knowing how to, I don't know, paint things, build things, carpenters, bricklayers, plumbers, electricians, welders. Are they getting any of these trades coming out of school? I mean, I'm gonna just tell you like this, in my opinion, we should be ashamed of ourselves. We really should be ashamed. We should be absolutely ashamed that that people 100 years ago had more skill than we have right now with our bougie asses, our high tech, internet having asses, all these opportunities we supposedly have, all this progress we claim to have made, but our children have less skill than the children had 100 years ago. That's downright shameful. I'm very sorry. That's downright shameful. So anyway, let me keep going here. All right. So let's see here. During the same time that 100,000 of the 120,000 skilled artisans were Black Americans right after slavery, during the same time, 55 to 65% of all Southern farmers were Black and former slaves. Instead of Lincoln's administration mainstreaming the 5 million former slaves, he and his administration chose to enact immigration reform that attracted 26 million Europeans into the country to replace Black farmers and artisans. Initially, newly arriving immigrants replaced Northern native Blacks in the lowest paying and dirtiest jobs. Later waves of immigrants replaced native Blacks in the South as well as the North in skilled trades, artisan crafts, and agricultural-based occupations. For those who would argue that immigrants did not displace Black Americans in jobs and employment opportunities, why are so many of the jobs that Blacks used to hold in hotels, retail sales, restaurants, airports, trash collection, banks, and other local businesses and all levels of government now staffed by Hispanics, Arabs, and other ethnic groups? Many Blacks were displaced by immigrants in business and public offices because they could not speak Spanish or other languages. The actual hidden or structural unemployment rate for Black Americans is nearly 50%. According to a report from the Center for Immigration Studies, matters were made worse between 2006 and 2016 when approximately 50% of all new jobs went to Hispanics. Where's the economic justice for Black Americans? And the scary, interesting part about this is that he's talking about 2016. When he wrote this, he didn't even know about the wide open borders we have right now. He didn't know that we were bringing in 2 million people a month or something crazy like that. Just wide open, literally people climbing through the fence. Like that's very interesting. And what that speaks to is that the future is coming and it does not look bright if your goal is to sort of live off this integrationist dream of sort of like getting the same jobs that your parents would have gotten. I don't think the future looks good for that. I think that specific skills, specific wealth building strategies, specific economic survival methods are absolutely essential for anybody that wants to survive this new economy. And I haven't even talked about AI. AI, if we have, I don't know, 50 million immigrants that come through a fence in the southern border, well, AI is like bringing in 1 billion new immigrants. Like AI is everywhere. AI is going to be all over the place. So you really have to adjust to this new economy. And if you just simply, live as a sheep and do what you're told and just follow whatever they're telling you to do, you're probably going to get displaced. We're already being replaced when it comes to voting and stuff like that. I'm convinced of that. I think that the whole idea that a lot of black people aren't automatically voting blue no matter who is leading them to say, okay, well, we got to get new voters to replace black people, especially black men. You've got these troublesome black men out here who are questioning Democratic Party politics. So we're just going to get rid of them. We're just going to deal with something that's easier to deal with. And so that's happening on the political front. I think on the economic front, it's incredibly important to have a strategy. So the solution is wealth building. The solution is twofold. One, in the Black Business School, for example, we believe every black child should learn how to start a business before the age of 12. They should have someone should be buying stock from them from the time that they're born. And also, every child should know the difference between ownership and renting. In addition to that, skilled trades are incredibly important. College degrees are nice, but having either a skilled trade or a capital base is typically better. And what I mean by a capital base is just a set of resources that allows you to generate the income that you need in order to pay your bills or to survive financially. I don't think it's very, very safe to send your children into an economy that has proven itself to be racist and has proven itself to marginalize black people for the last 150 years and just sort of say good luck. I wish you the best. I don't think that they're going to be safe in that situation. So that's a solution. The solutions are out there. I personally think we need infrastructure building, we need investment. Job seeking, chasing down those few little black jobs that they decide they want to give you is not going to get you to where you want to be, typically. Okay, so let's keep going here. It certainly is not a solution for 40 million people. All right, so let's read here. We're on page 163 of the Black History Reader, which you can find at powernomics.com. It says the U.S. Supreme Court's Brown versus Board of Education decision was supposed to have corrected damages inflicted on black students for more than 400 years of zero schools and poor schools. But before any major educational improvements could be made, the immigration reforms of 1965 brought in a massive influx of immigrant minority children, quote unquote minority children, who began to compete with native black children for resources. There are no constitutional mandates to giving newly arriving immigrant children legal or illegal, accompanied or unaccompanied educational advantages over blacks. Prevailing policies and laws, however, give immigrants preferential treatment over blacks. Another area is affirmative action. Affirmative action programs were originally designed to correct injustices to one race of people, blacks, by another race of people, whites, and to eliminate the legacies of slavery and Jim Crow segregation. Today, affirmative action programs have been converted into preference programs for immigrants, though most categories of immigrants are white and have never been negatively impacted by the racism and racial conditions that caused these programs to be necessary. This error can be traced to the Immigration and Reform Control Act of 1986, which effectively required employers to treat immigrants exactly like native-born citizens. Since nearly 90% of all immigrants are classified as white on their immigration records and driver's licenses, why aren't immigrants treated like whites and excluded from affirmative action programs? Why are they categorized with blacks only in the instance of affirmative action? So they don't live the whole black experience, but when it comes time to benefit from being black, everybody wants to be black. But when it's time to really be black and to deal with the struggles of being black, everybody walks out of the room. So he says here, putting apples and oranges in the same categories set up a situation where immigrants of any race displace blacks from the very programs designed to help them. It is not possible to justify including Hispanics, Arabs, Asians, and other immigrants and women who are a majority in affirmative action programs. Yet in 2016, black civil rights leaders, elected officials at the highest levels, and other members of the black overclass publicly supported immigration reform and granting citizenship to 12 to 20 million illegal immigrants that had entered the country since 1990. The black overclass agreed with those who wanted to reach out and invite even millions more immigrants. Our federal and state governments may have reasons to support increased immigration, but they have a moral obligation to avoid and correct the devastating harm it causes native black Americans. I'm done. There's nothing else to talk about. Um, I'm irritated. I'm very irritated because you're really in a fight. Basically, you're really in this fight that you're losing. Collectively, you're losing. But there are solutions, and I think the solutions, I don't see the solutions ever being implemented on a national level. And part of it is because if you go back to the beginning of our conversation where we talked about the BETs of the world, BET, this big white owned company that pretends to be black, that uses black people and sells them and makes billions of dollars doing that. These platforms are not positioned, this overclass is not positioned to do the things that are absolutely essential to really create the sort of um, economic or cultural or educational foundation required for you to truly succeed in this competitive economy. In this society, the more mainstream you are, the more mainstream your ideas are, the more you're relegated to the underclass. Because in the mainstream, there is a presumption that blackness means you're at the bottom. They will always have more sympathy for, I don't know, say a George Floyd situation where a guy gets killed by a cop and everyone feels sorry for a black man. They'll highlight that, but they won't talk about all of the other black men that are just trying to survive economically with their families, or the abuse that happens when men get incarcerated, or what's happening, how our families get broken when you have things like the Biden crime bill where so many men are in prison right now, and all these other variables that are affecting families. I get it. The police shootings are something worth addressing 100%, but that's not really something that is absolutely foundational to the existence and survival of the average black family in America. If you want to look at solutions, here's the deal. I think you have to get rid of the old school black leadership model where you have these civil rights superstars who are, going to be at the Grammys and the Oscars and taking pictures next to the presidential candidates claiming to represent the black community. In almost every single case, none of that ever really works. None of it. I still remember even when President Obama got elected and everybody was so excited about who he was supposed to become for the black community. I was speaking at a church in New York, and on the day he got inaugurated, they changed the words of the song "We Shall Overcome," and they started singing "We Have Overcome." That's what they started singing. And I remember sitting there, I couldn't even sing it. I just kind of moved my lips because I said, I cannot believe we're singing "We Have Overcome." What have you really overcome? Barack overcame a lot for sure. He's president. He should be proud of that. I'm very happy for him. But you ain't overcame nothing. Like what are you getting excited about? And then the same day, I remember a lady came out and she had this real nice picture of Barack Obama. It was like a painting. And I said, "That's a nice painting." And she said, "Absolutely. I just bought it." And she was real excited. She said, "I'm gonna put it up in my living room next to my pictures of Martin Luther King and Jesus." That's what she literally said. She was going to put it up next to Martin Luther King and Jesus, and that was like her inspiration for the day. And I get that. I'm not anti-Barack on any level, but I think that you have to kind of know the difference between substance and symbolism. Also, I think you have to know the difference between um, a pseudo solution and an actual solution. I don't think the solutions for the black community typically are going to be mainstream, led by mainstream leaders on national media outlets, because there's too much money being made from your oppression. There are too many people that benefit from controlling you. If you have a pimp and he's making money from his pack of hoes, because that's what we become. We become everybody's hoe except for, we don't benefit ourselves. We become a pack of hoes. That pimp has no incentive to liberate any of the women or any of the hoes, because he maybe got some male hoes too. He has no incentive to do what's best for those individuals, none. So to some extent, black people, we've always been this commodity for other people. We are the perfect consumer because we will buy anything. We are wonderful for the educational system because they make money when your kids are going to these schools and not being properly educated. There are, we also give away so many things for free. We have the best athletes in the world, the best performers, the most interesting culture. People can package it up like BET and they can sell it and make money from that. And so there are so many people that are positioned properly to extract things from you. So when you're looking, when the pimp, when the prostitute is looking to the pimp to say, how do I become a better person? How do I do more for me? How do I make my life better? All he's going to do is tell her a bunch of lies. So you have this overclass, these pimps that pretty much Or if you let them lie to you, they're going to keep lying to you. If you let them keep telling you, like, oh, yeah, the best way for black people to move forward is to everybody make sure you vote for the Democrats, and make sure you come to work every day. Make sure you go to school every day. Make sure you go to college and go $200,000 in debt to get a college degree. And that's how you become successful. They're walking you right down the rabbit trap. What they're literally saying is we're okay. See, the thing is, people think that there are others who just flat out hate black people. First of all, I don't care if other people like me or not. I assume that they don't care that much about me. If I have a neighbor across the street who has a big Trump flag in his front yard, and I don't hate the guy. I don't like him or dislike him. I don't know if he likes me or not. He has a big pickup truck. He's like a former cop. He could be a black people hating redneck or something. But I don't care. Um, he doesn't care about me. I don't care about him. I don't need him. I don't need him to like me. I just need him to like not bother me, right? So I don't know if there are all these people in the world that just sit around and think how I can, how do I hate black people today? I don't know if there are people out there like that. Maybe there are a few, but I don't think that there are lots of people like that per se. But I do know that if you're talking about people that are going to love you, that has to start with you. And if you talk about people that are going to represent your interests, you have to start with you. And so similar to that prostitute who everywhere she turns, the pimp is always there explaining the world to her. She's going to have to get her validation from somewhere other than the pimp. She's going to have to get her advice from somewhere other than the individual who has a direct incentive to exploit her. Do you understand what I'm saying? So this whole system's designed to benefit from you, to extract things from you. That's just how it's built. So in order for you to find your solution, you're gonna kind of have to wiggle out of that. You're gonna have to spend some time alone and really look at your life, look at your family, look at your situation, look at your goals, and come up internally with the solutions that are gonna liberate you and get you to where you want to go. And you have to know that some of those solutions are gonna cause you to lose favor with your master. If I go, for example, when I go and when I started saying to black people, look, I don't think you have to vote for Democrats or Republicans. I think you should do what's best for you. A lot of people got real mad at me. And I was like, why are you mad at me? They're like, because you're telling black people not to vote. I said, I never told black people not to vote. You're telling black people to become Trump supporters. I never told black people to become Trump supporters. I told them to do what's best for themselves. Why is that such a threat to you? Why is that so bad for you? Well, oh, I get it, because you have a direct interest and you benefit directly from the control and the management of black people. So you don't really have leaders. Leaders are people that lead you to a better life. Leaders are people who improve your situation. You don't have leaders, you have managers. Managers are people whose job it is to keep you in a nice little collective bucket so they can serve you up to the next person that wants to exploit you. They can pass you around. Like Diddy did with some of his victims. Shout out to poor Justin Bieber. I wonder if that's what happened to him. I'm not gonna say one way or the other, but that poor guy, he'd been through something, right? So really, the thing is, I think we have to know the difference between people that want to serve the black community versus those who want to sell the black community. That's what you have. So in every election, you have these political bosses who go into, the office typically of the Democrats and sometimes the Republicans too, and they say, I can deliver black votes. How much you gonna pay me to deliver black people? And then their job is to deliver. And if they don't deliver, then their bosses say, I'm not going to compensate you because you didn't deliver black people the way you're supposed to. Just like a farmer delivering chickens to KFC. You are a commodity. You are a commodity. And I could keep going to other analogies, but I'm not going to keep on dragging this on and on. But I want you to really understand that. So in order for, if you have a prostitute who wants to do what's best for himself or herself, she cannot go to the pimp to get guidance or advice on any level. If you are a chicken on a farm and all your friends are being fattened up so they can be sold to KFC, you can't go to the farmer and say, what should I do next with my life? What does it mean for me to be a good person? You can't do that. You have to figure that out internally and know that at some point, your interests and the farmer's interests are going to just be different. So your interest, so when you start to become economically independent, an economically independent black community or an economically independent black family is at the very least a family where that family benefits as much or more from its own labor, skills, and resources and intellectual capital than anybody else, right? So economically independent, let's draw a picture of that. What does that look like? Well, if I've got a family and there are 5 of us in the family and we all work 40 hours a week, and traditionally we all go out and we find some white guy to work for. You know, you go work for Ford, you go work for GM, you go work for Walgreens or whatever. We're all giving our 40 hours a week to this broader system that's owned and controlled by other people. So we're pouring into the wealth of other people. And then after we get all our money, we go shopping to pour into the wealth of the people who own the mall. And then after that, we also pay the landlord. So we're pouring into the landlord's wealth. So you're draining yourself by making sure that everyone else is good, making sure that everyone else is well taken care of, because they've trained you to believe that that's what you do in order to be a good citizen. Well, an economically independent family, in my opinion, if you want a direct solution, is a family that says, how do we sort of shift the system a little bit where those benefits, at least a portion of those benefits, are coming to us too? How do I create a win-win with this economy instead of the win-lose that we were raised on? See, you were raised on a win-lose in this economy, and the win-lose means this. It means that you have millions of people in the Black community who work hard every day, went to school, who have been very responsible, law-abiding citizens, who have not broken any laws, raised their families properly, worked their butts off for 40 or 50 years, and are dying with a negative net worth, and somehow you feel screwed and you don't know why. You're trying to figure out, you're like, something isn't right, and I just don't know. Like, how is it that I did everything the way I was supposed to do it, but everybody was winning except for me? Well, that's because you got to really go back and question the assumptions of the game that you're playing. You have to sort of figure out, like, what does that look like for me to pour 40 hours of labor into something that's going to benefit me and the people that I care about, as opposed to pouring 40 hours into something that's not going to give me any benefits? What does it look like for me to spend money on a product that's where the part of that money is going to accrue to either myself or people that are in my space, versus me spending money in a place where those financial benefits aren't coming back at all? Do you understand? You have to think about these things. Critical thinking is essential for anybody that wants to deal with all this. You are going into, in my view, the most complicated economy and society that we've ever had. We've never had an economy, for sure, in American history that's more complicated than the one you're entering into now. You've got illegal immigration over here. You've got corrupt politicians and the failing government over there. You've got artificial intelligence back there. You're going to have to think. You're really going to have to think. And to me, what does that mean? Well, that heightens the importance of little things like the family meeting. Maybe we sit down together as a family and say, how are we going to help each other out? How are we going to make sure everybody in here is good? I've got an extra X number of hours per week that I'm going to put toward one of my goals. How do I do it in a way where I'm winning and you're winning? What partnerships can we come up with that allow us to bring our energy together, as opposed to dividing and diluting our energy by all of us just going out here chasing the black job? Right? Do you understand? That's what we all do that. A lot of us traditionally, we just do that. It's like, you got 3 siblings, all of you are hardworking, smart people, but all of y'all are running off trying to go get some degree and go work for some white man somewhere when you could be working with each other. What is it about white folks in creating businesses and institutions that makes us believe that they're the only ones who can do it? Asian people do it, Arab people do it, Jewish people do it, white people do it. We can do it too. And we are doing it, by the way. So shout out to those of you who are trying. And I just want you to understand that you're gonna fail. It's not gonna be perfect. It's not gonna always make sense. It's gonna be hard, but it's better than the other version of hard, which is where you work your butt off for 50 years and then you die broke, or you die with a net worth that is much lower than what it should be, or you find out that the people that you've been pouring into your whole life are all getting rich every time you're making that car note payment. The car dealer's getting rich. You pay your rent, the landlord's getting rich. You go to work, your boss is getting rich. What about you? Where are you getting rich in this process? And if you can't see where you're getting rich, where you're at least getting a piece of the benefits of all the things that God has blessed you with, then that means you're playing the wrong game, partner. You in the wrong system. You got to fix it, buddy. You got to look around, elevate your consciousness. Consciousness is critical. So again, I want to reiterate, I am not here telling you what to do. When I talk like this, I know that there are people who get mad at me and they think that I'm out here just misleading people and all. I'm not telling you nothing about what you need to do next. What I want to be able to help you do is I want to help heighten your consciousness to the point where when you decide what you're going to do next, it's the right move for you and those kids that you got. It's the right move for your family. I think every parent, some of y'all in here are parents like me. I'm a parent, and my number one goal as a parent is to make sure my kids, I'm not raising no goddamn slaves. I'm not raising I'm not raising anybody's servant. I'm just not doing that. I want them, maybe they can serve humanity or something, do good things in the world. I want that, but I'm not raising, I don't want children that were raised under me to go out into the world and be miserable, broke, struggling, selling stuff that they shouldn't be selling just to go pay the rent. I don't want them in that situation. So I think, just something as basic as like loving yourself and loving your kids means that maybe it's worth sort of reconsidering the things that you were told, because a lot of things that they tell you are just wrong. And here's the thing about, and this is the last point I'm gonna make on this about capitalism, the dark side of capitalism, is that they're not just doing this to black people. They're not just doing this to you. They're doing this to everybody. The capitalist system, it harms it harms pretty much everybody, right? Anybody that's in the working class is pretty much getting screwed in America right now. I want to make that clear. So you're not the only ones, but it tends to happen worse to black people because we are so vulnerable. Do you understand? So effectively, when you're in that situation, I think it's important to at least start the conversation by realizing we don't have any friends, we don't have any true allies. Because if you were really an ally, you'd be fighting for us to get that 14 trillion in reparations. But from what I understand about money and power, people don't give those things away easily. I hope that this discussion was beneficial to you. That's what I'm seeing. I thank God for Dr. Claude Anderson for explaining the truth behind the historical immigration policies and what that does to us. I'm not telling you that you have to agree with him. Maybe he's wrong about things. I'm not going to say that he's right about everything, but this is another perspective for you to consider. Okay. All right. So anyway, I'm going to let you guys go. Tomorrow morning, we're going to meet for a financial consciousness training. If you want to join us, we meet every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. It's 100% free to join the live session. So if you want to get an invite, you can text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, if you live in another country and you can't text the word morning, just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. I'll send you an invitation, and we're going to meet tomorrow morning because I want your economic consciousness on 10. That when you have that heightened awareness, you just understand things better and you can get more out of life that you want without sort of hoping that somebody eventually gives you things that people just don't give away. Nobody gives away money and power. You got to learn how to take it. All right. So let's see. Where can you hear the recording? Well, this particular recording, I am streaming on my YouTube channel, which is drboycetv.com. If you want all of the trainings that we've done in this class, we've probably done 200 or 300 by now. You can actually go to drboycebookclub.com, or I think Amani's in the chat. Maybe Amani, if you have the link, you can share the link where if you want to just go get them all and you can share them with your family. There we go. Amani put the link in the chat. So feel free to take a look at that, and all of that's in there. And in addition to that, if you want to get a copy of my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, you can go to drboycebooks.com. That's drboycebooks.com, and use the code word book club, all one word. You get 30% off. All right, guys. Well, have a good night. God bless you. It was great to see you, and hopefully I'll see you guys in the morning for consciousness training. And I wish you the best. So let's educate ourselves. Let's be great. Let's make black people great again. I'm kidding. We've always been great. We never stop being great. It's other people who got to be great again. I don't know about y'all, but I think most of y'all in here have been kicking ass for many years. So everybody ain't losing. So keep on winning. God bless. And if you haven't got an invitation to financial consciousness training, Money in the Morning, just text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, I mentioned to you all that I created something new to go with Money in the Morning, and I call it Money in a Minute. And it's basically bite-sized financial lessons that you can get delivered directly to your cell phone every single morning, so that you can learn specific topics like stock options or whatever it is that you want to learn. And so the first Money in a Minute sequence is in the area of stock options. So if you'd like to sign up, the lifetime access fee is $299. But those of you that are in class can actually get lifetime access for 35% off. So I want to say it's maybe $230 or something. And you can share it with your whole family if you want to. So feel free to sign up. If you want to sign up, text the word Miami, Miami. That's money in a minute. So text the word Miami to the number 87948, and you can get access to Money in a Minute. And so what will happen is within 24 hours, you will start getting text messages delivered to you that have 90-second videos that will give you some new concept within the area of stock options that you can watch each day that will make you stronger in that area. So feel free to take a look at that. All right. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. Let me know how your stock portfolios are doing. I hope that you're making an insane amount of money. I want you to be filthy, filthy rich. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to sort of break down what I'm seeing in the market, what I'm doing with my own portfolio, and also as we go along, I'll let you know about a stock that I plan to purchase that I'm just going to add to my portfolio that you can consider or take a look at if that is of interest to you. All right, so let's see who's in here. Give me a second here. I got all these screens up. I see you, Angela McKinney. Good morning, ma'am. And let's see who else is in here. I see. Let me hit the chat button so I can see everybody that's here. Elaine Johnson. Let's see. James Keller. Good morning, James from Philadelphia. Natasha, I love your beginners training to investing. It was so helpful, and I'm sharing it with family and friends. Yeah, absolutely. We did. I don't know if you're referring to the training we did on how to invest in the stock market. But everything, is each one teach one in the Black Business School. We do our financial education like soul food. This is like financial soul food, except it's healthy and won't kill you or give you diabetes or nothing. And basically, we want you to share it just like you would food, because knowledge is food. There's nothing better I can do for a loved one, I think, than to help them to become financially secure to avoid all of the problems that we run into when we have to deal with financial stress, financial anxiety. I know people who've been killed for $50, so to me, if somebody needs killing, you shouldn't kill them for $50. Make it at least 5,000 or something. I mean, I'm playing. Don't kill nobody. Don't go kill nobody. But seriously though, when you when you talk about economic desperation, you can see scenarios where people do desperate things because of money. And I just don't think that that should be our story. I don't think that has to be our narrative, right? Long term or short term. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop in and look at some of your questions. And if you have a question, I only ask that you kind of keep it kind of tight and condensed so I can make sure I answer as many questions as possible. And then also in a second, I'll talk about the stock that I like for today that you could take a look at if you'd like. And also, let's see here, what else? Oh, and also if you're in the Black Stock Market program, you can log in, and I have a new set of stocks that I picked this week under what Dr. Boyce is buying. So for those of you that are in Prime or in the Black Stock Market program, the Prime members have free access as well. You can look it up there as well. All right. So in those who want to join Prime, where we generate income from selling stock options, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. All right. So let's see. I'm hopping in. I'm going to start answering questions here. All right. So the first question I see. Oh, there is no first question. Okay. So put your question in the Q&A section. That way I can see it. I thought I saw the chat and I thought those were a bunch of questions. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll start in the chat and then I'll work to the Q&A. So if you have a question, put your question inside the Q&A section so I'll see it. Natasha White says the May and June training for introduction to the stock market. Oh yeah. That was something we did, and it seemed to go really well. You guys really liked it. I always like to make sure that I'm giving you what you need, and I'm glad you guys enjoyed it a lot. And also we had our stock options summit in California, and I think at some point we'll just do a stock options summit online. So the stock options summit, we call that the SOS. Well, maybe the stock options summit online can be called the SOSO, the SOSO, right? So we're going to do it, not a SUSU, we're going to do a SOSO, where we're going to do some sort of stock options summit online where we'll spend the whole weekend going from A to Z with stock options. I'll talk you through it. I'll pull out the slides. We'll take a field trip. I'll break it down for you. And you know me, I always have the analogies and stuff because I think money is connected to life, and I want your regular life to help you understand your economics because they kind of go hand in hand. I'm not teaching you anything new. I'm only igniting the things that you've always known your whole entire life. All right, so let's see here. Okay, so the first question is, King May, Chipotle is down. What do you think? Chipotle is interesting because I saw where Chipotle was getting beat up online a little bit with all these, I guess Keith Lee, the food critic, was talking about how little food they give, and apparently this guy's got a lot of weight in the food. It's crazy, and so after that happened, Chipotle ended up kind of getting blasted online pretty bad, where people were making fun of the fact that the food portions were not big enough. But I can tell you, I have made tens of thousands of dollars from Chipotle stock. I invested. I did a stock option strategy with Chipotle, where I don't like to take the risk of buying a lot of stock options. So what I did was I did what it's called a stock replication strategy. So I did a long-term, deep in the money call spread. That's what it's called in stock options on Chipotle, where basically it was set up where I had 2 years for Chipotle stock to recover, and it recovered in about 2 months. It didn't take 2 years, it took 2 months. So basically, I just had this position, and it did really well. I did the same thing with Amazon. It worked really well. And Chipotle is just a strong company. And my belief is that when you invest in strong companies that have strong earnings and strong earnings growth, and you hold those companies for 5 years or more, it's very, very hard to lose. It's very, very hard to lose because these companies are going to survive and do well. Chipotle is one of those companies. So I think Chipotle is a solid investment. Although you can't predict things, I don't think this stink that's kind of on them now is going to last. They're just really good at adapting. They have great management. So do I think that it's a good price to buy? The fair price is 40, according to Robinhood, says Natasha. I don't think that's, let me see, what's the price of Chipotle? Um, Chipotle, Chipotle stock is trading at 61. Um, a lot of analysts really like it. I didn't see anything that says the fair price is $40. I don't think it's $40. I think it's higher than that, but I see that here. I see the research report says, now this is just Morningstar. So one thing you got to remember about analyst reports is that analysts in many cases are just wrong. Nobody really, just so in case you want to know, no one really knows the fair price of a stock. Nobody knows. I sat in the lab with the best financial scientists on the planet, with the best equipment, the best mathematical models at the highest levels, and seen people sit around and try to come up with the fair value of a stock. Nobody really knows exactly what the fair value is, and no one knows what the market is going to pick as the fair value of that stock. For example, Donald Trump's company is pretty worthless. That stock is worth about $1, maybe, if you want to be nice. It's trading right now probably in the 40s or something. Why? Nobody knows exactly. Can you really explain why human beings, do what they do? Humans be human and humans be human in, right? So basically we just the market just picks the value that it wants. What tends to happen though is that when the economy starts to crash or the market starts to collapse, you see stocks tend to gravitate back to their fair market value and the cream rises to the top. That's when you begin to scrutinize. The market becomes much more financially conscious. It's almost like at a party when everybody's drinking and getting high. Nobody's really paying attention to what's going on. Everybody's doing whatever they want to do. But after the party, when the police have arrived and the drugs have worn off, everyone's suddenly extremely aware of every little detail of their lives. And that's what a market crash, that's the visual I get when I see a stock market crash. The market becomes sober. So right now, with the market doing so well, the market's a little financially drunk. There are some stocks in there that are a little overpriced. The AI stocks are at the biggest risk of overpricing, although nobody knows for sure because everyone knows that AI is going to be this big, gigantic economic boom. That's no secret. That's no secret. Everyone knows AI is going to be a massive. What you don't know is you don't know who the winners are going to be in this new industry. You also don't know how much exactly how massive it's going to be. You may think it's going to be mega massive, and it may not be mega massive. It may just be massive without the mega, right? Which would be a disappointment, which could lead to a correction, which feels like a crash. So effectively, you just don't know. So a lot of market growth has been collapsed into these magnificent seven stocks, the big tech stocks, the Nvidias, Apples, Microsoft, stuff like that. And there is a school of thought that says that it's at some point it's going to have to spread out. But then again, there's another school of thought that says maybe they really have the juice like that. Maybe their juice is that strong that they're going to just maintain this sort of market power for a long time. I doubt it. So to basically summarize with Chipotle. I'm looking at the report here on it. I'm a big fan of Chipotle. I'm sorry. I think the company has great management. They're run very well. The stock, it looks like it's gone down 5% this week, 1.3% this month. But year to date, it's up 34, 35%. In my view, if I wanted to approach a Chipotle, I would look at it as, okay, I like this company. That means I'm going to go ahead and marry this stock. And marrying the stock might mean I'm going to dollar cost average my way into this stock, which means that I'm going to consistently buy a certain number of shares every month or every week and just keep doing that for the next 5 or 10 years. That means when the stock goes down, I'm buying a little bit more. When it goes up, I'm getting a little bit less. But either way, I'm in bed with Chipotle financially. That's where I'm going to use as my store of value. And remember, when you buy a stock, there are two things you want that stock to do. One is grow, right? You want your money to grow, but growth is not really the primary goal all the time. The primary goal is protecting your money, protecting your wealth, not collapsing. Just like in football, and when I was asking you all, like, what's the most important job of the quarterback? It's not to throw touchdowns. It's not to run the ball. It's not to throw passes or anything. The job of the quarterback, the first and most important job is to protect the ball. If you don't protect the ball, then nothing else matters. So Chipotle isn't just a great company, in my opinion, because of its growth potential. Chipotle is also a great company because I believe that the stock is not going to collapse on you as badly as some other stocks will if the market goes south. If the market goes south, a company like AMC is going to kill you. If the market collapses, a company like DJT, Donald Trump's media company, oh, that's going to make you cry. It's going to break your heart. But Chipotle, it's going to be pretty solid, I think. I mean, it could drop. Don't get me wrong. Any stock can drop, but it's probably going to make a comeback, and it's going to maintain a lot of fundamental value. Like there's a lot of meat on them bones, if you know what I mean. All right. So anyway, enough of that. Let's see here. Is Chipotle a good stock to do cover calls on? I don't think it is, Jonathan. I think there are better companies out there for sure. Errol, do you expect a market correction at some point this year? I really thought that there would be, Errol, and I think that there could be because the market's very fragile. But you know what? They did a study where they basically found that whenever the market does this well the first half of the year, it almost always does well the second half of the year. So the odds are saying that the rest of this year is going to be strong too. But that doesn't mean it won't collapse in 2025 or something. But if it does collapse, here's the problem with waiting for the decline before you make a move. When you sit on the sidelines waiting, what happens is that you're missing all of the upward trajectory that occurs while you're waiting, right? So if let's say that I want to buy a stock and the price is $20, and I say, oh, I think it's gonna go down. I'm gonna wait till it gets cheaper. So then it goes to 22. And you're like, oh, I'm going to keep waiting. 24, you keep waiting. 26, you keep waiting. 28, 29, 30, 34, 35, 40, right? It hits 40, and you're like, I'm going to keep on waiting because I want this stock to go down. And then then it collapses, right? Then you have like the worst day ever, right? Then the stock drops from 40 to 33, right? That's a massive drop. But 33 is still higher than the 20 you could have bought it at 2 years ago. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, you had a little bit of a win if you're not financially conscious. You have a recency effect. You think, oh, well, it went down from 40 to 33, so this stock is cheap now. But what you've forgotten is that stock also went from 20 up to 40, then down to 33. So you missed that whole climb. It's like relationships. You know what people, they have a breakup and they say, I'm never gonna date again. I'm gonna stay in my house and never date a man, date a woman, whatever, for the rest of my life. And then someone comes along and says, well, it's better to have loved and to have lost than it is to have never than to never have loved at all. I said it wrong, but you get the point, right? Well, what does that mean to me? What that means to me is like it's better to have invested in the stock and lost a little money than to have not invested at all or to have waited until the crash. If you wait until the crash, you're sure you're getting the stock cheaper, and you miss the overpricing of it, but you also miss the climb. You missed that whole climb from 20 all the way up to 40. Now maybe the last seven was garbage. The last seven kind of got taken away, but you had the previous 20 points of that stock that you missed out on. People do that in real estate all the time. I never understand that. Where people say, I'm not going to buy a house now because I'm going to wait for housing prices to go down. I need you to go look at any major area in the United States and look at the real estate market. And I want you to show me one decade where the real estate in that major city was cheaper 10 years later than it was 10 years before. You're not going to be able to find it. Real estate always goes up in price. And this is where, when we do our financial consciousness exercises in the morning, this is the kind of stuff I want you to be able to think about, because money consciousness is a very important part of money acquisition. If you can't acquire something and control something if you're not conscious of how it works. So part of financial consciousness is just knowing that, knowing little things like I remember seeing this news story from 1983 where they had some serious experts that were talking about how overpriced the San Diego housing market was. And they said, according to recent studies, the average home in San Diego costs $88,000. And they're like, oh my God, that's so insane. Who would ever buy a house for $88,000? And that looks ridiculous to us now. It's like a joke now. But some of your parents went and bought that house for 88,000 in 1983, and that house is worth $1 million today, or half a million. So don't get, I wouldn't get caught up in trying to time things. If you want to invest in Chipotle, then I would consider investing in Chipotle. Not, this is not investing advice, but if you overthink it, you're gonna mess it up. That's a part of consciousness too, is knowing when to kind of tone it down and not talk yourself out of doing what you need to do. All right. Okay. Let's see here. Natasha says also Ian Dunlap from Earn Your Leisure said that the price to get an Nvidia is 107 or 112. Your thoughts? You know what? I never met Ian, but I like him. And I'll tell you that that the research says that trying to predict an individual stock price is kind of a fruitless exercise. It's widely done by market analysts all the time, and the reason it's done is because people believe it's possible. It intuitively seems like you should be able to just, someone says, "Oh, the stock price is too high," or "It's going to go down," or "It's going to go up." It's not so easy to do. It's not. In fact, there's a whole theory around this. They won a Nobel Prize on this, called the random walk hypothesis. And the random walk hypothesis basically says that stock prices move in a random walk, like a drunk person. Like a drunk person, his walk is random. You don't know if he's going to go left or right, forward or backward. You can't really predict individual stock prices like that. And also another thing that I can tell you as a person who's just kind of gone through all the math on how a stock price is formulated, nobody really knows what the true value of Nvidia is. That's the enigma of Nvidia. The price right now of Nvidia is 122.09. That price could either be incredibly high or it can be incredibly low. You will not know probably for another 5 or 10 years. Just like right now in 2024, we could look at prices in 2016. We could look at Apple and we could say, holy crap, in 2016, what was Apple trading in 2016? Let me see here. Apple, let's look up the history of Apple stock. Let's go on a little digital field trip here. Okay, Apple stock. Okay, Apple stock price. Okay, so let's pull this up. The price of Apple right now is $219. Okay, and I've owned a substantial stake in Apple. I think I sold some of my Apple, not because I hate it, but because I wanted to do something else with my money. But anyway, okay, so you look here and you see that Apple stock is trading for 219. Now, if I look a year to date, it's gone up by 18%. The last year has gone up 14%. Last 5 years, it's gone up 329%. So the last 5 years, so that means if you bought Apple in 2019, you could have got it for $50. And now it's trading for $219. That would have been a beautiful investment for you. If you bought Apple in, say, 2016, you could have bought it for $29.41. Now, here's what I want you to understand from a financial consciousness standpoint. Let's move up right here. Let's look at September 21st, 2018. Apple stock was trading for $54.42. Give me a yes if you can see this chart. Let me know if you can see this on the screen. Can y'all see my screen? Give me a quick yes so I can just know that this is visible for you guys. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm trying to look at the chat. Just a minute. Okay. All right. Thank you, Claudia and Angela. I see you in there. All right. So here, if you go right here to 2018, September 21st, that price is $54.42. Now, I want you to imagine yourself living in the year 2018. It wasn't that long ago. For a lot of you, it felt like yesterday. At this point, I guarantee you that there were analysts that were looking at the price right here, because you hit what they call a local maximum. That's what they call it in mathematics. It's a local maximum that is of limited perspective. I bet you there were people who said, okay, Apple's overpriced. You need to sell Apple because Apple is too high. Now, and why would they think that? Well, I don't know. Let's see. The stock is at $55 or $55 a share. And if you went back, say, 5 years, it was trading at 15. So they're thinking, oh my God, this stock went from 15 to 55. Holy crap, it's overpriced. It's time to sell. So let's say, for example, that they, did sell. So here you notice that the stock goes from 54, and then in 2019 it drops down to 38. So that makes you feel redeemed. Like, haha, I'm so smart. Look at me. I sold my Apple stock before the price went down. I'm a genius. I'm a financial genius, right? This is these are the financial geniuses that you find all over the internet. There were financial geniuses all over the internet who said, "Ha ha! I told you. I told you that you should have sold your Apple. Look at it now. Look at Apple now." Well, I call some of these geniuses don't know what they're talking about, to be honest with you. Because if you have the right perspective, you understand that the first step to true knowledge, in my opinion, is to know how little you actually know. The the first step to knowing anything, in my opinion, is that you must acknowledge that there are some things that you just don't know. You don't really know shit. You think you know everything, but you don't know shit. So I'm a professor. I have more education than 99% of all people, but I never walk into a room assuming I'm the smartest guy in the room, because the first thing I'm thinking about is how little I know, not how much I know. So here's the deal. You don't know nothing because you're looking at January 11, 2019, like that's the be all end all. That's not the end of the story for Apple stock. In 2019, they might have thought it was an important part of the story, but no, it's a microcosm of a much bigger story. And the best was yet to come. If you look at Apple since January 11, 2019, look at what this stock has done. Look at this stock. This sucker's up to 219. And every time it hit a local maximum, and people thought that this was it, the stock has no more left to give, it kept going up. There are 1,000 different companies I can show you that have the same sort of history. So what I want to really encourage you to do is stop trying to know the unknowable. Stop trying to know things that you can't know. You can't know what the future holds. Let me just tell you the biggest factors that impact stock prices are things like information, time, risk, various factors like that. And in fact, information, when I say the words information, time, and risk, you don't understand that my brain goes 30 years deep in each of those areas. I don't when you say time, I literally go into a trans like meditative state because I've thought about time from so many different angles and perspectives, mathematically, theoretically, philosophically, all that, right? Same thing is true with information. Information is one of the most important variables in the financial universe. That's why information is so closely guarded in financial markets. That's why Martha Stewart is doing TV shows with Snoop Dogg, because she went to prison because she had access to information she was not supposed to have. Because information is money. Right? This is why, as I believe, as Black people, we should have as much information as possible. Same thing is true with risk. Risk is interesting because with risk is a very complex idea. You know what it means to be in a risky situation. A lot of you know that. My wife talks about in the 90s when she went to a Tupac party in Vegas and she walked in and she saw girls with mini skirts and being dragged into the VIP room and all that. And she said, I got to get out of here because I'm feeling a little risky in here. This does not feel like a safe space for me. So she wouldn't beg for her money back. It was her last $20 and the bouncer gave her $20 back, even though they have a no refund policy. So she felt the risk in the room, right? So we know what risk is. But risk is very, very deep. Risk is like the boogeyman, where you have the things that you know, the things you don't know, and then you have the things you don't know you don't know. So you have the risk that you're aware of, but then there's a universe of risks that you can't see because it has not presented itself yet. These are called black swan events. So the risk that I see in the stock market right now are the numerous infinite number of black swan events that might present themselves and suddenly become the thing to think about when it comes to stock prices. Like, for example, how many of you really thought that 2020 and 2021 would be dominated by a pandemic that would pretty much shut everything down economically? None of us thought about that in 2019, 2018. That wasn't even in our consciousness, but that was a risk factor that was always there. And just because you don't see it there doesn't mean it's not there. But also, here's the other crazy thing about risk is that just because you see it doesn't mean it's actually there. Like, we watch the local news. My mother-in-law watches the local news and she thinks that everybody's getting killed. Why? Well, because she turns on the TV and there's always somebody dying. So she thinks that she walks on the porch, something bad could happen to her. But we know that that's not the case. But here's the thing. Even risk that isn't real can have a real impact on asset prices. So even risk that is completely imaginary, that's why they measure things like consumer confidence and the VIX, which is the fear index, fear gauge, stuff like that. They measure these things because they know that sometimes if you imagine something to be real, it becomes real. right? Which is crazy, right? So that spills the financial stuff into the areas of psychology and philosophy and therapy and everything else, right? So long story short, let's circle back. Let's summarize this. Stop trying to predict things you can't predict. If you like Chipotle as a company, why not add it to your portfolio? It's better than spending your money at the mall. That's how I kind of look at it. Even if the stock does not do great, you made the best decision you could based on the information you had at the time. And also, if you do things like dollar cost averaging, like if a person has simply invested, let's say $50 a week in Nike stock since 2016, you would be filthy freaking rich. That's it. Very basic. So market timing and predicting, it's more like a sport. It's not really something that has to be done for you to actually build wealth. So I hope that drawn out discussion was beneficial to you. And actually, let me give you guys the stock that I'm going to buy right now in case you're interested. It's actually a renewable energy stock called Next Era Energy, and the ticker symbol is NEE. Nancy, Erica, and it's priced at $70 per share. And Next Era Energy engages in the provision of renewable energy, operates through the following segments: FPL and NEER. The FPL segment involves the generation, transmission, distribution, and sale of electric energy in Florida. The NEER segment produces electricity from clean and renewable sources, including wind and solar. The company was founded in 1925 and headquartered in Juno Beach, Florida, and this is a stock that I'm going to purchase. So feel free to take a look at it. Again, not investment advice. The bulls are saying that this company's management, the management's long runway of capital investment opportunities support our expectation that annual earnings growth can reach the top half of management's 6 to 8% target through 2027. The company has benefited from renewable energy federal tax credits, but state renewable portfolio standards, corporate purchases, and attractive economics are also supporting renewable energy investments. So NEE is, according to bulls, they believe that this is a good investment. It's not the one that's gonna, the one stock ain't gonna get you out the hood. So make sure you're diversified. Diversification is important, but that's a stock I'm going to look at. Not investing advice, just me sharing what I'm looking at. Okay. All right. So let me get to your questions again. All right. Claudia, Dr. Boyce, I'm in London, UK, signed up for Robinhood and Trading 212, trying to purchase shares in VOO. However, Robinhood does not support, and Trading 212 has S&P 500 ETFs. Is this the same as VOO? Yeah. There we go, Claudia. And shout out to Black London. I every time I think about Black people in London, I smile because y'all gave me so much love when I was there, and I haven't been there since 2017 to do an event. Well, actually, when I was there with my wife, I did do like kind of a pop-up event, and a lot of you came out. I appreciate that very much, and I just love y'all. I love London. I think Black Americans, we can learn a lot from what's happening in Black London because I saw a lot more stable families. I saw a lot of Black professionals that just really are doing amazing things, and I really think that you should be proud of that. So anyway, but yes, if you're investing in an S&P 500 index fund, that's very close to VOO. The $5 a day plan, which is, again, that's free. Blackwealthmasterplan.com is where you can go. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. It's very, very simple. And literally, if a person simply bought SPY or VOO and did that consistently and didn't sell the asset, your family will be rich in less than a generation. And also remember this, that I mentioned to you all, I used to talk about investing for your children, and that message resonated with a lot of you. I probably said it to 50 million people by now or something, but really I realized that the message could be refined in a way that allows us to be a little more selfish. So even if you're a parent who hates your kids, then this can work for you, because remember, wealth is it's an asset. It's a thing. It's this thing that can be used to achieve certain goals and to meet certain needs, similar to like a car. And so in our household right now, our biggest dilemma is we have two cars, but we got four grown-ups in the house, or two kids who think they're grown, and then me and my wife, we really are grown-ups. And all four grown-ups want to use the two cars. Well, you know what? We share cars. When one of us isn't using the car, the other one is. And wealth is the same way. When you're investing for your children, you're really not just investing for them, you're investing for yourself. But I sat with a couple yesterday. We did a consultation, and it was a young couple. The father was 30. Well, not the father. They don't have kids yet, but the man was 33. His wife was 29. And I just, had so much fun talking to them about, the next 20 years, because I was 33 20 years ago, and I was just sharing everything I could share with him about that. And I said, you're gonna have kids, right? And they said, yeah. I said, okay. So yeah, so when you're investing now, you're investing for your kids, and time is your greatest asset. So the sooner you get started, the sooner you can build that wealth. If you give me enough time, I can make anybody into a millionaire. It's very easy to make anyone into a millionaire if they have time and consistency. Just like it's no different. It literally mathematically is no different from walking from one side of the city to the other. If you have enough time, it doesn't even matter if you're walking really slow. If you give yourself enough time, there is a certain amount of time that if you keep walking and you walk consistently in the right direction, you will have an accumulation where will have covered any distance that you can imagine. So you give me any distance, any rate of progress, and even the slowest walker on the planet, you give me enough time, I can get them to any destination. So think of wealth as a destination. If you think of wealth as, I don't know, I want to have $1 million in the bank, that's your destination. Well, if you give yourself enough time and you're very consistent in the accumulation process, then you will eventually reach that $1 million mark. So don't let anybody make you think that wealth is elusive, or that wealth only comes to the rich or whatever. They got rich because somebody made a plan and somebody executed the plan. Somebody got to the destination. And then once you accumulate that wealth, you're able to give that to the kids after you finish using it. So I told them, I said, look, this is your money. You're making the investments for you, but then your children are a part of you. So whatever benefits you is going to benefit them. On the negative side, whatever harms you is going to harm them. If you're not healed and fixed and you're doing terrible things to yourself, then chances are you're going to be doing terrible things to your children. If you're making bad choices, then those bad choices will curse your children. So make the good choices, and then you can bless the kids, and they can have this wonderful life, and then their kids will have a wonderful life. And that's how wealth kind of gets created. Another reason that people don't build wealth tends to be either they don't believe they can do it, because everyone tell the propaganda is that it's impossible unless you were born rich. They don't, or maybe that no one ever incorporates or instills either the discipline or the requirement that they build wealth. So, for example, it's very easy to build wealth. It would be really easy for me to build wealth for anybody in here if I was able to force you to do what I told you to do, right? Not that I would want to do that. I don't want to be a dictator, but if I had that power, and to use it in a good way, I would force you. I would say, no, we're going to take 10% of your check and we're going to put this in the stock or your stock portfolio every week, whether you like it or not. And then you're going to build wealth from that. And that's actually what's already happening to you. You already have bills you're forced to pay. If you don't pay your cell phone bill, they cut your phone off. You don't pay your car note, they come and take your car. If you don't pay your rent, then you have no place to live. So you already have forced savings in your life. The only difference, unfortunately, is that forced accumulation is going to the benefit of other people. It's not going to your benefit. But because when it comes to your benefit and your wealth, it's like optional. It's like, yeah, save if you want to, do what you want to do. And that's, I think, very harmful, because then what happens is that there's a lot of financial security and financial anxiety and economic stress that emerges, because sometimes it's hard to do stuff if nobody makes us do it. It was really hard for me to lose weight before my wife was really kind of nudging me every day and saying, "Hey, boys, let's get up and go run. Come on, boys, let's go run." Before, when I made the decision, I never did it, and that's why I kept getting fat. All right, so let me keep reading here. How can I give my 14-year-old grandson Chipotle stock? Zakia, I would buy it for myself, and then maybe you can tell your son that you're getting it for him, or and then when he gets old enough, let him get an investment account, and maybe you can buy him some shares through the account. I think that's the easiest approach. I mean, you can gift people stock and actually buy the stock certificate. I got to find a website. There used to be a website, I think it was called Gift to Stock or something, but I think it went out of business. But you could actually buy a stock certificate and have that given to somebody in your family. And if you want to do that, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's good maybe for illustrative purposes or to symbolic effect, things like that. But really, if your goal is just to make sure he has the benefit of owning the stock, I would just buy it for yourself and then just let him know I'm putting something aside that's going to be for you. But I would not, I don't believe in giving kids a whole bunch of money. I think we've talked about that. I think the kids, unfortunately, they don't have the economic consciousness or the maturity nor the appreciation for how hard you had to work for that money. And if you ever want your money to disappear, just give it all to a kid. Um, Do you have other energy ETFs like URA? Yes, I do, not Natika. I have URA, uranium. It's a uranium stock. Uranium is supposed to be in short supply. Most estimates, most experts predict that uranium is going to be a high demand asset in the near future. Sherelle, what do you think about the latest news regarding Maxion Technologies? I don't know anything about Maxion. Um, Maxion, Maxeon. I don't know the company. I haven't followed um the news, but let me see. Okay, so Maxion Solar. Oof, Lord Jesus. Ooh, Lord. Oh my goodness. Oh, oh Lord. Oh, oof. Oh, oh. I don't like what I'm seeing with this company. Maybe this could be kind of a long shot bet, like betting on that horse that has 80 to 1 odds or something and it may hit, but there's nothing about this company that tells me this is a healthy company. The stock has dropped in the last 5 years, the stock has dropped 99.44% in the last year. In fact, the last year it's dropped 99%, whatever that is. And I can see they're losing money hand over fist. So they're probably struggling for cash. I know that they're suffering major net losses. There's no indication recently that things are getting better for the company. So this company is probably in danger of bankruptcy. And so if you want it, and then they're based in Singapore and so when you talk about foreign companies that are struggling financially, that's very risky. But then again, the stock's 18 cents. So if you're in a gambling mood, maybe you buy a few shares and just maybe if it goes from 17 cents to actually while I was talking, it went from 18 cents to 17 cents. That's how bad this stock is falling, it looks like. So maybe it goes up to $1 or something and you make a bunch of money, but I wouldn't bet my retirement on that. I wouldn't put a substantial part of my portfolio in it. I would do something stupid like for fun, like maybe buy like 100 shares, which would cost like $17 or $18. I mean, it's better than going to Applebee's or something, right? Because you never know. Maybe the stock will go up. So let's see. Let's do it together. I'm gonna buy 200 shares of Maxion Technologies. It's gonna cost me $35.88. So let's see how the investment goes. So if you guys want to ask me in class one day, how did your Maxion investment go? I can tell you. Now I am a shareholder. I now officially own a percentage of Maxion Technologies, but I did not buy that stock because I think it's a great company. I just bought it just for fun because sometimes even bad companies have stock price increases, or maybe they get a buyer, or maybe somebody comes along and gives them the funding they need to survive. That can move the stock price up. But this one's on life support for sure. All right, so let's see here. Sean, can you take a look at Gush for me? I've had three and a half years. It's made me a lot of money. Would you call this stock? The premium looks good. Also feels one to be married to, even if I'm not making contracts. Okay, Gush. Let's look at Gush here. Okay. That's the Direxion Daily S&P Oil and Gas. Okay, so it looks like it's okay, it provides 2x daily exposure to an equal weighted index of the largest oil and gas exploration and production companies. Okay, so maybe, who knows, maybe a stock like this is good to own if you think that there's going to be tension in the Middle East or something. It looks like it's done well in the last year. It's gone about 18%. Not much. I don't know if it's kept up with the market though. I don't know what the market's done exactly this year, or maybe it's right at the market. When I look at the options on the stock, yeah, I mean, it's not terrible for selling options. I mean, I don't hate you for it. I mean, it just means that your preference with this asset is you like a little leverage, a little extra risk. Some people like that. Some people have a high risk tolerance or risk appetite. It's like spicy food. This is a spicy stock. So, yeah, I mean, why not? It looks like it's fun to kind of mess around with. It could be considered possibly a good long-term investment, but you got to be careful. Actually, scratch that. This stock has actually gone, it says it's gone down 95% in the last 5 years, which is kind of alarming. I don't know what the story is behind all that, but I wouldn't fault you if you enjoyed owning the asset. Remember that when they have a company like this, if I say to you, like, I think that this is a bad stock, that does not mean it's a bad investment for everybody. Because think about this, this stock has trading volume of 387,000 shares yesterday, I believe, which, and let's see, I don't know how many outstanding shares their average volume is 491,000. So that means that there are hundreds of thousands of people who think this is a perfectly fine investment. So don't think that because I personally say, oh no, I wouldn't mess with that, that means that it's a stock no one would mess with. It's like dating. You know, when somebody says, I don't like that guy or I don't like that girl, it doesn't mean nobody wants them. It just means that person, it doesn't see that person as a good fit. So that's the same way with stock. So if you like it, then yeah, I think there's a lot of fun you can have with that stock, 100%. Okay, so let's keep going. Next question. Let's see. Marianne says, first grandbaby, is the 529 the best option? I think 529 plans are great for children, grandchildren, all that stuff. A lot of y'all are grandparents. I'm a grandparent. I can't believe it's kind of weird, right? But I take pride in it. And it's exciting to know that you have the ability to shape their lives into whatever you want it to be. You know, you've got, 50, 60-year head start on them, and their lives are just getting started. You know what's down the pike for them, if nobody prepares for them. And so I think that the ultimate sign of love is to, use some of those assets and start planting those seeds for them. If I have a 3-year-old grandchild, which I actually do, I know that I've got about 22 years or so before he really needs money and he's in a financially conscious situation. In 22 years, I can take a small amount of money and turn it into a very large amount of money. It's very easy to do. In the $5 a day plan, I was explaining that if you invested simply $5 a day in the S&P 500 and you give yourself 20 years for the money to grow, that kid's going to have over $100,000. And I can tell you what, $100,000, 20 years, 25 years from now won't be what $100,000 is now, but he'll appreciate that money. That money will still matter for him. And if 100,000 ain't enough, that's fine. Just do $10 a day. Then it goes to 200,000. Or maybe you do $20, maybe, or sorry, yeah, $20 a day, which makes it into 400,000. I bet $400,000 will be a lot of money in the year 2045. And the thing about it is, what's really sad is that there are millions of kids where nobody's doing that for them. Nobody's even thinking about the future because people can't think about the future. People are not very conscious. They're not imagining what life will be like in 2040 and 2050. I think about that all the time. I always do. And a lot of people just don't think about it. And then it gets here and then your kids are in the mud just like you were. They're struggling financially. They're all stressed out. It's only going to get worse. Inflation ain't never going away. Inflation does benefit the elite and it benefits those who own assets. That's why they'll never stop inflation, because with inflation, they use inflation as an indicator of a growing economy. And so when they have a strong economy, it tends to boost inflation, and inflation is typically hand in hand with a strong economy. And the problem is that it's very strange because it's like we'll see the inflation and we'll say, wow, the economy's really taken off. And so we got to watch the inflation, but we know inflation tends to go hand in hand with a booming economy. But then workers' wages don't keep up with the rate of inflation. So there's like a little bit of wage suppression that occurs due to the fact that the elites who decide how much inflation we're going to have and all this other stuff, they're also the ones who don't necessarily work very hard to make sure that workers' wages and incomes keeps up with inflation. They don't care. They just say, "Hey, you know what? If you don't want to take the job for $20 an hour, we'll bring in some Mexicans that'll do it at that price." That's the logic. So to me, the ultimate form of economic protection for yourself and your family is to invest in stocks and things like that, and stocks and real estate mostly, so that your wealth will keep up with the rate of inflation and will keep up with where the elites put their money. Congressmen, and I told you I don't like politicians that much because they're just a bunch of selfish bastards who do what's best for themselves. So I don't ask politicians to do what's best for me because I don't think they're going to do what's best for me unless it's already the best thing for themselves. What I do is say, okay, what are they doing? Where are they putting their money? Where are their economic interests? I'm going to get on the same boat as you because I know that you won't sink a boat that you're on, you selfish bastard. You understand? Like this idea of altruism and people just doing the right thing just because that doesn't typically happen very much in a capitalist society, because I told you capitalism is a form of economic pimping. That's what it becomes in its worst form. And I just really think it's important to understand that. So anyway, let me keep going. Barbara, is having a dividend stock a better strategy for an individual 65 and older to have passive income? I think the best form of passive income is selling stock options, but dividend stocks do exist. I created a list of dividend stocks that I put together. I'm going to try to see if I can find that list for you, and I'll put it in the chat so everybody can grab it. Or also maybe what I can do is I can text it out. Get on the text list, and you get on the text list for Money in the Morning, and I'll send it out to you guys. The way you get on the text list is text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to the number 87948, and I'll send that list of dividend stocks, and I'll also send you an invitation to join us for Money in the Morning, our financial consciousness training. All right, so let's see. Next question, and I'm gonna try to find that list and just put it in here too before we're done. I just have to go dig through all my stuff. All right, so let's see. Next question is not on my screen. Okay, here we go. What are your thoughts about GOVX? Okay, GOVX, GOVX, GOVX. That's GeoVax Labs. Okay, the company's had some trouble. This dropped by 93% in the last 5 years. They're losing money hand over fist. This is a company in distress. If you think that the company can survive, then maybe an investment just sort of is sort of a hope that perhaps this company will get out of whatever tough situation it's in. Pharmaceutical companies have all that jump risk I mentioned to you all, where the stock can really jump like crazy. We had a stock in class we were talking about, and the week after we talked about it, it went up an insane amount of money, and that was because it was a pharmaceutical company, and that's kind of what they do sometimes. But they can also go down by a lot of money too. So you don't want to ever assume that it's going to be one way or the other. It can be both. As long as you're ready to accept both, then that's okay. But if you get to the point where you think that market prices can only go up, then that's kind of where you're putting yourself at risk. All right, so let's see here. Next question is APLS. What are my thoughts on APLS? Let me look it up. Yeah, I remember us talking about that stock before. Applied Sciences, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Apellis Pharmaceuticals. Apellis Pharmaceuticals. Okay. That's let's see here. That's another company that's had some issues. The last year has gone down 60%. Um, the analysts seem to like it. They're losing money, but they're losing less than they were losing before. I don't think it would be a terrible, a terrible risk or a terrible investment to make if you're into pharmaceutical stuff, based on the caveats that I mentioned before. Let me see. I'm trying to find that list of dividend stocks. I can't find it right here, so I gotta go and dig it up because I don't know where I put it. All right, so let's see. Next question is from Natika. Okay, what do you think about Samsung Electronics? I think Samsung is a great company. I like Samsung. I like, they compete with Apple. They're good at making money. I don't see anything wrong with that organization. I think it's just in terms of solid companies. A lot of times, if you're not sure about, sort of whether an investment's worthwhile, I think just sort of looking to see if that company is just a solid company can go a long way in terms of letting you know what to do over the next 5 or 10 years. Because while it's impossible to tell you what a particular stock is going to do in the next 2 months, 3 months, or whatever, it's not hard to tell you what a particular industry is going to do over the next, say, 10, 15, 20 years. Okay. So it's very easy. Stevie Wonder can see that AI is going to be the next big thing. AI is similar to what the internet was. In the year 2000, if you go back to what people were saying back then, every single person knew that the internet was going to be the absolute economic beast of our economy. What they did not know was which companies were going to dominate, or exactly how much money would be made from the internet. So a better investment in the internet in the year 2000 would not have been to go and invest in the best companies of that industry. The best investment would have been some sort of fund that will allow you to be exposed to all the different companies that are the .coms and the internet companies and things like that. And then maybe adjusting through time. So as Facebook comes along and some of these and Google starts to grow, maybe dollar cost averaging is creating a diversified portfolio of stocks that are all connected to the internet. Do you see? Like, so you spread your money out. That way you're able to still take advantage of the industry, adjust to the changes that are occurring, and be a part of it without betting all of your money on one horse. I don't think that's a good move. Now, I did find that list of dividend stocks. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it here in the chat. If you guys want to take a look at it, I jokingly called it my list of dividend monsters. So when you get to the page, you're going to literally see a bunch of little monsters, little financial monsters sitting at a table because I'm just goofy like that. In case you don't know, I do have a really goofy side. Like I surprise people sometimes because they come to my YouTube channel and I love to play video games sometimes. But because I'm old and it takes a long time to learn one game, I just decided to really practice Call of Duty. So I get on there with a few of my friends who are all my age. These are my boys, and we get online. We play Call of Duty. We talk crap to each other. And if you have questions about stocks and stuff, you can come in and ask me questions. And in between me getting shot in the face on the game, I will answer questions and talk to you. So feel free to take a look at that. Marianne says that the link won't open. Can anybody click on that link and let me know if it opens? Give me a yes if the link works. I just put that link in the chat, and I can also text it out a little bit later if you have trouble getting to here. Give me a yes if you're able to see the link. Okay, Josephine says yes. Okay. Josephine, you always come through. All right, who else? Ryan. Okay, Ryan says yes. Okay, so Marianne, you may want to try a different browser. That may be the issue there. All right. Let's see here. Okay, so how do you know when to sell off a stock? I think you mentioned you sold off some of your Apple stock. Okay, so here are some of the reasons that you might sell a stock. One reason that isn't always the best reason, in my opinion, is that you know that it's going to go down because nobody knows it's going to go down. Remember, when Apple was trading at $38 a share, a lot of people sold because they thought it had hit its peak. Or actually, it was 54, and then it went down to 38. So then all those people who sold at 54 were like, "Yeah, I'm glad I sold. I made the right decision. I'm so smart." Right? No, you're not. You just think you're smart. You were smart in 2019, but you look real stupid in 2024. You're feeling stupid in 2024 because the people in 2024 are looking back at you with the benefit of time and saying, "Why would you sell Apple stock at $54 a share? Apple's now trading at 2019." So nobody can predict. I'm just telling you. I've seen all the thousands of research papers and all that. It's not. It's just not. It doesn't work. Here are the reasons why, according to financial theory, that people might sell a stock. Number one, for what they call liquidity reasons. You just need the cash. You got something, you got to pay a bill. You have to make a margin call. You have to pay taxes or something. That's when you might sell. Another reason is because you see another investment that you'd like to make. You just, for whatever reason, believe that moving your money into this other space is going to give you a better ROI. They call that the efficient use of capital. One rule of finance is that capital must be put to its best available use. It must be efficiently used. So that's another reason. You just say, hey, you know what? I have this money in Apple stock. I want to sell my Apple stock because I want to start a business with my wife, and I believe that this business is going to make me more money than my Apple stock. A third reason that you might sell stock is because you want to diversify. You just don't want all your eggs in one basket. A lot of times when you hear about athletes or people entertainers going broke, it's because they put all their money in one investment. And they made the horrible mistake of believing that because that investment did so well in the past, it's going to keep on going up. And anybody who believes that kind of thing, I just tell them, go read the story about all the hundreds of thousands of people who lost their whole retirement because they put all their money in Enron stock. When you look at the history of Enron stock price, I'm gonna see if I can find it because I think it's a great illustration in terms of not falling for that trap when it comes to the stock market. Let me see if I can find a graph that shows me Enron stock price. Okay, is there anything out here? Let's see here. Come on, show me, give me something. All right. So anyway, so with Enron stock price, it was it was one of those things where this company seemed like they couldn't lose. Like they just really came off like this company that was destined to win. And I'm looking at the chart. The chart I have in front of me is not good enough that I'm going to put up here. I really want to see the bigger picture because I want you to really kind of understand why people thought that Enron stock was going to be, this amazing investment for the rest of their lives. So basically, people had their money in Enron stock, and they would sort of just keep reinvesting all the dividends, and they would put any extra money they had into the stock. And if you ask them, like, well, why do you keep doing that? They would say, well, because it's a good stock. This company's made me so much money. I'm going to keep investing in the company that's made me money. And what they did not know, they hadn't read the thousands of research papers that say that past performance is not an indicator of future performance. In fact, if you listen to most investment advisor commercials, they will tell you that at the end of the commercial. If you listen to, when they're talking real fast, terms and conditions apply, and past performance is not an indicator of future performance. Blah blah blah. Blah. Stock market investing involves risk. Blah blah blah. Right? They do all that because they're legally required to do this. And one of the things they're legally required to let you know is that past performance does not indicate future performance. Why? Well, because everybody thinks that it does. So sometimes you sell because you just want to spread your money out. You had a good run. You bought Nvidia when it was cheap. Congratulations. But that is not a reason to double down and triple down because you're feeling this what they call the momentum effect. It does exist sometimes. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying that it's not as real as you think. And for as many people that there are who will brag, and get on Twitter and say, "I look at how much money I made," there are just as many people who got economically devastated and they're not telling anybody. You don't announce to the world when you got fried financially because you made a bad move. So diversification reasons might be what every mutual fund manager does is when they have a stock that takes off and just goes to the moon, they immediately start going into protective mode. They immediately start thinking, how do I make sure that this run does not beat me up? So I'm going to take some chips off the table. I'm going to sell some shares so that this stock does not become more than, say, 5 or 6% of my total portfolio. They have rules where they have to keep less than 5% of their assets in any one investment. They can't put all their eggs in one basket. Okay. And then also just spreading out across asset classes is important. So one example was in 2021 when the market was doing really well and I was making all this money and it was great. I immediately got worried and I said, okay, let me take some money out. I took a big chunk of my portfolio out and I went and bought a house. And that's the house in Atlanta I've told you guys about. And I did that because I know real estate is a sturdier, or it's a not sturdier, but it's a solid investment because real estate is very real. It's tangible. It tends to maintain its value a little bit better. And also, I didn't know what was going to happen with the stock market, and it just turned out that the market pretty much did. It collapsed the next year. 2022, it wasn't a good year, and I was glad I made that move. But did I know exactly what was going to happen? Not really. But it's like sort of when you had a good run you immediately want to think like a quarterback. Okay, I broke away. You ever see a football game where the guy breaks away and he starts running down the field, but he's holding the ball out, and so the defensive back chases him down and knocks the ball. And first thing they do when they tackle you in football is they do this. They practice like swipe, knocking the ball out of your hand, and that's because you had a good run, but you didn't think about protecting the ball. So when you start winning when it comes to investing, you have to make sure you protect the ball. And so, for example, I did the stormproof investing training to show you 7 different ways to protect your portfolio. Anybody who wants to take a look at that, feel free to go to stormproofinvesting.com. That's stormproofinvesting.com if you'd like to take a look at that. And it's yours for life. All right, so let's see. Hillcrest Energy. What do I think about Hillcrest Energy? I think energy generally, I think I'm a believer in energy because all the indicators tell me that energy is going to become more scarce. There's going to be more competition for energy acquisition. And now Hillcrest, I don't know much about Hillcrest as a company in particular, but I can tell you what I think. HLRFT. You know what? I don't think Hillcrest is on. It's not on Robinhood, and that's the only app I have open. So yeah, so if you log in at the blackstockmarketprogram.com and you want to leave that question for me, I can go look it up on my E-Trade account, but it's not on Robinhood. So it sounds like it's a stock that's not widely traded. I don't know if it's over the counter or pink sheet or something, but that to me is an indicator that maybe that's not a great place to put money. I believe that most of your money, stock market investing wise, in my opinion, not investing advice, but in my opinion, is that NASDAQ and NYSE are good places to be, and also S&P 500 stocks tend to be the best long term. Okay, a couple more questions I'm going to bounce out. Michael Ruff, good afternoon, Doc. How do you feel about Delta Airlines stock? You know what? From what I saw, Delta, I remember seeing some reports about Delta and the airline industry. Airlines are just such a weird industry, but Delta seemed to stand out in terms of being better than the other airlines for a lot of reasons. Yeah, I think it was Delta. I believe it was Delta that was actually able to kind of make a profit and everybody else is kind of getting their butt kicked. I like Delta as a long-term investment. And I think right now it's cheap. It's gone down by about 9% this month. So yeah, I think it's a solid business from what I've read. I know that they have a lot of analysts that are very favorable on Delta. So I'm a big fan of Delta. Do you still hold SVV? SVV. Gosh, I don't remember what it is. Oh, Savers Value Village. I think I bought it because I like the options market but no, it wasn't the options. And no, I do own it. I think I own it. I think it's in my E-Trade account. I just don't remember all the stocks that I buy because I buy a bunch every week. So, but I do believe I mentioned that one and I was buying it as I was talking about it. And it looks like it's doing well. I'm looking at it now. I know it went up today. Let me see how. Oh, 8% this week. Okay. Oh, down 12%. Oh, down. Ooh. Okay, so this one hasn't done so well this year. Okay, let me take that back. Yeah, yeah. So if I own it, a lot of times I'll buy stuff and just sit it in there and let it sit for a while. So, and remember, even when a stock doesn't do what you want it to do, remember that's better than wasting the money. At least it's storing some of your value. So even if a stock doesn't go up the way you hope it will, by investing, you at least give yourself a chance to have your money grow. If you spend your money, it doesn't grow. Dead money doesn't grow into anything. All right. So last couple questions. Okay, you're asking. The Michael's asking about Neo. So let's look at Neo. Um, I like Neo as a company. I think that it seems like they're struggling as a stock. I think Neo's very risky. That's one thing I can say about Neo. It looks like, yeah, and the whole EV market in the US is really having some trouble. So if you believe that Americans eventually are going to come around when it comes to EVs, then maybe Neo is a good place to put money because Neo will eventually emerge once the sentiment toward EVs improves. But it's very risky because the EV market is changing. China's kind of exuding their dominance over it. And a lot of Americans don't want electric vehicles, they want hybrid vehicles. But at the same time, I saw a story about robo taxis. I actually covered it on my Spotify podcast. It's called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. So feel free to look that up. And I actually did a short little segment on it. Oh, everything's like 60 seconds. And basically, the robo taxis are in San Francisco and they're being used like regularly. Like you can go to San Francisco and get a robo taxi. I think that's going to be nationwide. I think eventually, nationwide, you're going to have driverless cars everywhere. The trucking industry will benefit tremendously once we get over our fear of driverless vehicles. Because even though driverless cars can have accidents, they have far fewer accidents than human drivers. Human drivers are the ones you should be scared of because they're the ones who are texting on their phones and going to sleep and, what are not paying attention. Driverless cars have so few accidents that when it does happen, it becomes national news. Like, what if it was national news every time a human had a car accident? You wouldn't have enough hours in the day to cover all the stories. So, I think that that's the wave of the future. So if you feel that way, then I think companies like Neo could be beneficial. Maybe some sort of portfolio though, with a lot of companies in that industry might be good. So, for example, on Stash, they have different areas where you can form portfolios by just buying like a few shares of some asset that they kind of pull together for you. And I think investing in the industry might be better than investing in just individual stocks. But yeah, I think EVs are going to come back. Also, just AI and all that stuff. I mean, it's all connected, right? EVs and AI. Um, you're not going. You can't put that back in the Pandora's box. It's only a matter of time. Amazon has bought what 750,000 robots, and they've replaced 100,000 jobs already. And that's going to become 200,000, 300, 400, 500,000. They're not stopping. Jeff Bezos is a technologist. Elon Musk is a technologist. Mark Zuckerberg is a technologist. These guys and their teams are on top of AI, and they're going to use AI every chance they get because all these men, every single one of these men, has been accused of workers' rights violations in one form or another. Zuckerberg has been accused of misusing people's data, mistreating workers, and all this other stuff. Elon Musk is just a big old prick. He don't even like black people. He's a apartheid South African guy and who's all up into technology and AI. He fired 75% of the workers at Twitter when he took Twitter over. And then Jeff Bezos has been accused of abusing Amazon workers, where they say that they have to work so hard they don't have time to go to the bathroom. Remember that where the truckers were saying they had to pee in a bottle and all that stuff. They don't want to deal with all that. These wealthy industrialists want to use robots and they want AI as soon as it's available, and the government is not going to stop them. If you notice, all of these people, almost all of them, I don't think Bezos was, but all these people were like brought before Congress and they had all these big hearings And nothing happened after the hearings. It was just like, okay, let's do the dog and pony show. Let's pretend like we're being tough on them. And then let's let them go do whatever they want. They didn't do anything. There was no follow-up to that. And then also what's interesting from a political standpoint is that what one political dynamic, just as a side note, that's actually happening that was really surprising to me is that Silicon Valley is actually embracing Donald Trump now, which is very surprising because before Silicon Valley was known to be very liberal and they've actually leaned right. And the reason they're leaning right is because Trump has pretty much said, I'm not really going to regulate you. I'm not going to push antitrust violations on you or anything like that. So they're going to go gangbusters. They're not going to be stopped. So the AI thing is here. I encourage you to learn it, invest in it, all this stuff, connect to it because that's not going to back up. It's only going to get stronger every year or every month, literally. And in fact, actually, I put together a list of AI stocks if you want to take a look. If you text the word stock to 87948, then you can get the list sent to you. A lot of you may already be on that list, but text the word stock to 87948. And also, as a companion to Money in the Morning, we're doing something called Money in a Minute, where every single day I send you a 90-second training on some topic related to stock options each morning to kind of help you learn it within the flow of your day. So if you're interested in that, just text the word Miami to 87948. Miami stands for Money in a Minute. So that's something that we're testing out in the Black Business School to make financial literacy more of a part of our daily flow. Like I want you thinking about this stuff every single day. That's how you become a financial expert, financial genius. All right. Last quick question. How do you feel about Boeing and Roblox? I don't like Boeing. God, Lord Jesus. They're just the problem with Boeing to me is in a normal world, let me look at Boeing stock. Okay, so Boeing stock in the last 3 months has gone down just only 2%. It's gone down 28% this year, 12% in the last year, 50% in the last 5 years. Um, all that would normally say that this stock is undervalued, possibly, that maybe the market just can't appreciate a great, airline production company. But Roblox, I'm sorry, I got Roblox in front of me. Boeing is so bad that they're almost acting like criminals right now. Like they're literally talking about prosecuting people because they're so bad at what they do. The only thing that's really kept Boeing in business to this point, in my opinion, is that they don't have anybody else that can do some of the jobs that they do. But I literally fear for those astronauts that were on a Boeing rocket ship going to the space station. I said, man, whatever they're doing, their culture is so bad. There's something wrong with Boeing. And so, long story short, I wouldn't touch that company just because what I'm afraid of is not what they've done and what I've seen. What I'm afraid of is all the stuff I haven't seen. Like I'm really sitting here thinking I think it's like seeing a roach in your kitchen. If you see the roach in your kitchen, you know there's not one roach in your kitchen. You know that. Anybody, I don't know if anybody else had roaches in the house. If you didn't, then good for you. You were privileged. Roaches were like siblings to me. I had no fear of roaches. You just flick them off the sandwich and you keep on eating. And so if you come in the kitchen and you see one or two roaches in your kitchen, you know that ain't those are not the only two roaches, right? You kill the first two, you've got a whole family up in there somewhere that you got to find. So I feel like with Boeing, no, I feel like we've only seen two roaches in the kitchen. That's my point. So that's why I would not want to invest in Boeing stock because that information is the biggest driver of a stock price. So information is not just what you know, it's also what you don't know. And then it's also what you don't know. And so with Boeing, what we don't know is massive. What we do know is horrible. What we don't know is probably pretty massive. And what we don't know could be even worse than that. So I would not put my money there. Roblox, eh, you know, it hasn't done so well over the last 5 years, that's for sure. Um, the analysts kind of like it. I know that kids love it. Let me see. I know kids love Roblox in general, so it's kind of like this thing that looks like it's the wave of the future. It looks to me when I'm looking at the story here, that well, there's not much of a story here, so they're not telling me much. Um, I don't have much of an opinion on Roblox. I wouldn't buy it myself, but I don't see it as something that if there are many places you could put your money, I will say this: there are better places to put it than Roblox. How about that? There are so many other companies that are better industries, have better management, where there's much more certainty. But if you have a special interest in this particular industry or you have an affinity for this stock, then there's nothing wrong with owning it. I think it's really okay to just look at a company and say, I want to be in that business and just aligning with that business. It's like if you want to be a hairstylist, sure, maybe you might know that maybe the hair salons are going out of style or something like that, but you just like it. You like the industry. You want to be in it. I think that's okay to invest in something because you like it. I really do. I don't think everything has to be about the money all the time. You don't want to put your money in places where you're going to lose money. But remember, one thing about stock prices is really important. When I was explaining to you all the random walk thing, how nobody can predict what a stock price is going to do. Well, one other thing about stock prices is that the price that you see is the right price at that time. The price that you see is the right price at that time. It's like when I think about my dating life, for example, and you might go back 20 years and say, Boyce, why were you dating this other person instead of dating your wife? Well, because that was the right choice at the right time. I didn't know that I was going to be married to my wife. I didn't know who was going to be my wife. I just made the right choice, which felt right at the right time. Right. So basically, stock prices are the same way. If you ask me, do I think that Roblox is undervalued? The stock is lower. Do I think it's undervalued? I could speculate on that, but I'm speculating on nonsense. I'm speculating on something I don't know. Because remember, information is like, you can think of information flow like a door. There's like a magic door where the information comes out, and when the information arrives, all the analysts put that information into the model and they say, oh, no, this is the new stock price based on this information. But most information about that company is behind the door of time. You don't know what black swan events are going to happen with Roblox in the next few years. You can make predictions, but all the predictions are part of the information that you have access to. Do you understand? The stock price that you see, this is, I hope I don't get too deep with you guys on this, but the stock price that you see is really just this mathematical culmination of all available information out there about the stock, not just information about what has happened, but all information about what is expected to happen. They sat in the earnings call. They listened to the CEO. They listened to the projections. They made the speculations based on what the industry is going to do, what little kids are going to want 20 years from now, all these other things, right? They've looked at all these things, and based on all that available information, they come up with this stock price. They call that price discovery. But again, there are some things. There's some my one of my wife's favorite singers, and she's coming to Chicago, and I want to see anybody know Olita Adams. Olita's the best singer ever. I don't know why she's not famous. Everybody at the BET Awards was twerking. They should have had Alita up there. Alita would be better for the black community. And she has this song where she says, "Everything must change," right? And she says, the young become the old, mysteries do unfold. That's the way of time. I can't sing, but Olita can sing it better. But it's a great song. I used to listen to the song over and over again. The most beautiful song I've ever heard. Well, the thing about that is that's how stock prices kind of operate. That mysteries unfold because that's the way of time, right? As time goes by, more mysteries will unfold about what the true price will be, but you will only know the true price after all the events have happened. But based on where we are right now, if you look at the price of Roblox, the price that is there in the market is the best price estimate available based on all information that has been revealed. And as new information gets revealed, you see the price adjust. Like the price of Roblox probably changes every single day. That's because new information is being impounded every day. So when you ask me, do I think the price is going to go up? Do I think it's a good investment? I don't know. All I can say is that based on all available information, the price that you see is the right price. If I tell you what I think, that is merely an opinion of my assessment of where I think things are going to go from here. That's me saying, this is what I think will probably be behind the door, but nobody will really know until somebody actually knows. So that's I know that I don't want to be too philosophical on it, but that's kind of something I want you to understand because I can tell you 99% of the people I see talk about it online, they just get it wrong. But I understand why, because I studied this stuff 30 years. So it's a different kind of perception of how things work. But I want you to just understand that really when it comes to moving forward with your investing, the biggest mistake you can make when it comes to investing in the stock market is when you don't invest at all. If you allow what you don't know and the fear of the unknown to stop you from taking action, then you are making the mistake that has been proven over time to be the wrong decision. So I would say whatever you do, just do something. Wherever you invest, invest in something. Follow the basic rules. Diversify. Start with the S&P 500 companies, the VOOs and the SPYs if you want to be safe, and just be consistent with it. And I guarantee you'll be doing far better financially over time than 99% of your relatives who are too scared to make a move. So just don't be scared. Make a move. Invest. Plant your seeds. Something is going to grow. I can't tell you what it's going to be, but something will grow. One thing I can tell you is that if you don't plant anything, nothing will grow. Do you get what I'm saying? Let me know if you get what I'm saying. Okay. All right. So we're done for today. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. This is fun. We do the portfolio power play every Tuesday. And also, if you want to sign up for Money in a Minute, that's the first Money in a Minute sequence we put together with stock options. So feel free to text the word Miami. That stands for Money in a Minute. Text Miami to 87948. You can text Miami to 87948. The new podcast I mentioned on Spotify is Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. And also, last but not least, I want to make sure I mention to you guys, don't forget the All Black National Convention is happening October 25th through the 27th in Chicago, which is actually Lombard, Illinois, right outside Chicago. It's a really nice West End, and it's a very nice area. There's a movie theater across the street. There is a Target in the parking lot, actually, and it's just a really super cool, super nice neighborhood, and it's not far from the O'Hare Airport and the West End. We got the rooms down to $131, so the rooms are running out, so you may want to go ahead and book a room under our room rate, and it's going to be amazing. It's the largest gathering on the planet of intelligent Black people who want to specifically solve problems for the Black community in a way that breeds healthy love, healthy relationships, and healthy finances across the board for us and our children. That's what we want. That's the vision. It's very, very simple. So if that's who you are, if that's what you believe, then I encourage you to come to the convention, because the convention is just the place to be. And I'm really proud of the convention also, because we've had some people that have been there that are really doing some amazing things. D1 is transforming all of hip hop. He's been doing a great job. He's been at the convention 4 or 5 times as a performer. Killer Mike just won 2 or 3 Grammys or something, or 3 Grammys at the Grammy Awards. He was on the BET Awards last night. I don't like the BET Awards, but I like Killer Mike. Who else? Infinity Song, who actually was at the BET Awards last night. They performed 2 or 3 times, and so it's kind of become this awesome launching pad of really successful people. And also, in addition, but it's not just the performers we have during the ball, the B1 ball, where we all get dressed up and fancy. We also have tons of learning and connecting. So it's not just a big party at all, but it feels good. It feels more like a family reunion. So we do have fun at the ball, but there's also a ton of experts in every area, from crypto to real estate, to therapy, to science, to attorneys, just whatever, right? So if that's who you are, then join us at the convention. I know you're going to love it. So anyway, if you want to learn more about the convention, you can go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. So have a good night, everybody. Good day. And I hope you guys have a great day. I'm going to go hang out with my wife and eat some lunch. It's Wednesday. This is where we do the free Powernomics training every Wednesday night in the Black Business School. And the reason that Powernomics training is so important is because we know that money is power, and we know that we want to go get some. We want to have power so that others do not use their power over us. And also, for the last several years, we've been reading through every single one of Dr. Claude Anderson's books, because he's the GOAT in terms of individuals that have made tremendous contributions to our society and helped us to just learn the things we need to learn and be who we need to be. And so tonight we're going to do a couple of things. We're going to read in one of his books. His book is called The Black History Reader, and I'll let you guys know what page we're on in 1 second. And also, another thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about a little bit of a current event that I just saw that I thought would be worth analyzing, exploring, and breaking down. Because you know what I do. I do the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. In fact, I have a podcast on Spotify called the Dr. Boyce Breakdown, and literally there's stuff up there every single day. So if you have Spotify on your phone, and you support independent Black media, we would love to have your back. We would love to have you subscribe. And so feel free to look me up on Spotify, look up the Dr. Boyce Breakdown, or the other podcast I have called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. All right, so let me see who's in here. I want to say hi to some of y'all before we jump right into it. Hey, Lori Eubanks. I see you, Lori. Good to see you today. Thank you so much for coming in. Let's see. I saw Karen. Oh, Kendall and Karen from New York. Good to see you. All right. I love this. Bed-Stuy. Rodney Ward, San Francisco. Let's see. Landetz T. Jones. Is that right? I probably said it wrong, but good to see you. Sacramento in the house. I love Black Sacramento. I did an event in Sacramento about 7 years ago, and I never forgot how amazing that city was and just how awesome the Black folks were in Sacramento. DMV for I see Rev Joe. That's all I see of your name. I don't see the rest there. Aquila Hooker, good to see you, Aquila. Taquana Logan from East Rancho Dominguez, California. Did I see East Atlanta for Kwame? Okay, good to see everybody in here. And I saw Black London in the house. Good to see everybody. Okay, so yeah, so here is the first thing that I wanted to kind of discuss and sort of address. Did anybody else hear about this? Did anybody else hear that that BET is on the chopping block in terms of being sold by by their parent massa, Paramount? Because BET is not a Black-owned company. We know this, right? BET it's not Black entertainment television. It's white entertainment television in blackface. That's what that is. It is. It's not a Black company. It's a white company that has Black people in it, that uses Black culture and sells Black culture to you pretty much, and puts gets corporate sponsors to give them money because they go to the corporations. They say, we have, like Trump said, we have all the Black people. We have all the Black people, and we will gather all the Black people to come and watch Sexy Red twerking on the stage. Get it sexy, get it sexy. And when we get all the Black people, they love to buy things. They buy everything. So you advertise to us, you pay us money, pay us billions of dollars, and we will go gather the Black people, and then we're all going to get rich together. And that's kind of what BET is. And BET, in case you don't know, is owned by a company called Paramount Global. And for many years, Paramount Global was run by a family called the Redstone family. The patriarch of that family was a weirdo named Sumner Redstone. He was a funny guy. I don't know I think he's dead. He might, but maybe he's alive. I don't want to kill him too quick. But I think he was like 92 and had like a 35-year-old girlfriend or something. So he was probably doing some old Diddy Hugh Hefner type stuff. And anyway, so the Redstone family, apparently they have run Paramount into the ground. BET, if you work for BET, you better be worried because your economic daddy is having some problems. If you study Paramount Global, you'll see that Paramount Global has a big problem, and their problems can be summarized very quickly in terms of too much debt. They got about $15 billion in debt that they can't really service. They overpay for their content. They put out way too much money for content. Now they don't overpay for BET content. That they overpay for other content. Not, but the BET content they get the discount. And I don't. Yeah, they're not going. Sexy Red probably cost you like $8 in a bag of Cheetos to get her to twerk on stage while she's pregnant or something. So that's cheap. That's there. So BET is, as Black people always have been, BET is the golden asset of Paramount. It is really a nice little business where they're like, hey, we can go buy these Negroes for $1.99 and we can then sell them to advertisers and make our money just like we did in slavery. So it's Sumner Redstone died in 2020. Thank you, Janet. I did not know that he was dead. I could not remember. I don't know the family that well. I know the basics. So let me kind of read to you about the sale of BET and what I've sort of seen, and then kind of give you a Dr. Boyce perspective on this. And just so you know, you know what I am. I'm probably gonna sound like a hater because I am. I kind of am. I hate anybody who hates us. I don't hate, you know what I mean? But I don't, when you hate us that much that you just want our children dead, you want our kids in prison, you want our people as ignorant as possible, you want more broken families, you want to celebrate all the things that harm us. You want to celebrate Black people dying young from diabetes and fried chicken. You want to celebrate mental illness. You want to celebrate busted, broken relationships. You want to celebrate economic despair. You want to celebrate poverty. You want to celebrate the lack of education. That's gonna make me a hater. I'm gonna sound like a hater, so I have to be honest with you. I'm really not particularly interested in having a lot of patience with anybody who's probably doing more damage to the Black community than the KKK ever could. There is no Klansman. There is no Trump supporter. There is no there's no Democrat or Republican that could ever do as much damage to the Black community as BET is probably doing when they celebrate some of the stuff that they celebrate. In fact, if you recall, BET was the network that really, really, really elevated R. Kelly right after he got caught on video with that little girl. If you go back and you look back maybe about 2003, 2002, 2004, something like that, this was way before I was doing any of this. This is way before any of you knew who I was, because I was just on the faculty at Syracuse University. No one knew who I was. Nobody cared. I remember I called my wife, Alicia, who's now my wife. She was my friend back then. And I remember calling her and I said, how in the hell are they putting this Negro on TV and making him the keynote performer? They didn't just, it was right after. If you recall, go look at the history. It was right after this man, was on this tape with this little girl. I don't know if that was the time he peed on the girl or not. I get them mixed up. There's so many pee stories about R. Kelly. And if you remember, the only network that really stood by him was BET. BET brought him on for an interview after the incident, and that was where he was given an opportunity to do some damage control. And he kept saying, "Just focus on my music, just focus on my music," because that's the goal, right? If we get you to focus on how good my music is, then you're going to forget about all these other things that are going on. And then for the BET Awards, I will never forget. I said, I wonder if they're going to have him perform on the BET Awards, because a lot of radio stations had banned his music at the time. Not only did they have him perform on the BET Awards, they gave him the longest set. Like everybody else's performance might have been 3 or 4 minutes. His had to be like 12 or 13 minutes, maybe 15. It was really long, and it was a full-fledged music video, all that stuff. Maybe it was 03, 04-ish, around that time. And I just remember thinking, Lord Jesus, is that all? So y'all really, that's all y'all really care about is the money, huh? And so this is the history. And I'm sorry, I don't think you can be nice about it. What BET kind of does is, I understand what they're seeking to do. They try to balance the crazy and the negative with a little bit of positive, to try to say, well, no, we got this and we got that. And I love that. They have Infinity Song, who performed at the All Black National Convention several times. They were at the BET Awards this year. I think D1's been invited, stuff like that. So I think that their goal is to say, look, we got a range. But I think I was talking to my wife about it the other day, and I said, okay, so if I gave you 30 gallons of Kool-Aid, and it was like the best Kool-Aid you've ever had, but I tell you, oh, by the way, there's about 2 ounces of piss in the Kool-Aid. Like I just put a little drop of urine in the Kool, just a little pee, just a little. It's not a lot. You won't taste it. You won't taste the pee in the Kool-Aid, but because there's 30 gallons of Kool-Aid and just one drop of pee. Is that okay? Like, would y'all drink the Kool-Aid? How many of y'all, yes or no? Would you want to drink the Kool-Aid if it had even just one little drop of pee in it? But it was like the best Kool-Aid you ever had. But it's just one drop, just a little drop of pee in there. What do you think? I don't know. What do y'all think? And I think that's kind of what the point, the argument would be, is that, if you think about it, if someone was to make the argument and say, well, no, look at all the good things BET does, that outweighs the bad things. I think that's an interesting conversation, because then you can make that same argument about R. Kelly or Bill Cosby, or really anybody, any person or entity that's done terrible things. You could say, well, even if you dislike Donald Trump, for example, or if you look at Joe Biden and know that he incarcerated more black men than any president in American history, or you look at Donald Trump and what he wanted to do to the Central Park Five, you can make the exact same argument. You could say, no. But look at all the good things. Look at all the good stuff he did. It's okay. It's all that's forgiven because he did this good stuff. And I think that's not an argument. That's not a debate for me to have for you. That's a debate I want you to have for yourself. And I think all of us have to kind of balance that out and figure that out. Like, what does this look like? So BET is very dangerous, to be honest with you. And I know I upset people over there, and I'd hate to be the guy who's saying these things. But I think that they know these things. They know these things. And the reason I know is because I had a conversation with a guy named TJ Holmes, and back when he worked with BET. And I remember he called me. Somehow Don Lemon gave him my number, and he called me on my phone and we talked. And I think he was surprised that I understood their business model so well. He said, I was in a meeting, and he said, it was almost like you wrote that article as if you were in the meeting with us. I couldn't believe that you wrote. And I said, yeah, well, because I understand how racism works. I understand how powerful media is. I understand what capitalism does. I understand when you mix money and media, that can be a formula for oppression. When you mix money and media, so y'all got to understand this. This is an economic lesson. I'm about to dive into this article in a minute. But when you have the money, which white people have much more than you. So if you measure your success based on how much money you have, then you're automatically going to be a white supremacist. And the reason is because white people have most of the money. That's like a fish measuring it's the quality of the fish by how fast it runs the 100-meter dash. A fish will always be inferior to a panther, because panthers run fast, and fish do not. Fish, they swim. So what the fish would have to do in order to create a level playing field is stop trying to be a track star. Stop trying to be something that you're not. Stop trying to give your opponent the advantage by competing with their rules and their standards. Do you understand? So stop measuring success, your success, my success, black success by how much money you have or how famous you are, how much you're on TV. Because that's something, if you want to talk about this whole oppression, white supremacy thing, well, they own the TV networks. They own the radio stations. They have the capital bases. They own the banks that fund these institutions. So how the hell are you going to compete with that? How are you? You can't do that. The only way you can really win is you have to change the rules. You have to throw out the whole competition altogether and create something that gives you an advantage. So ultimately, when you mix money and we love money, it's really fascinating to me. In case you're new, my background is I'm a finance guy. I've been teaching finance for a long time. When you really consider how much we love money and how much we worship people just because they made money or just because they're on TV, um, it's really fascinating to me because we don't have that much money to begin with. So you can't measure black success based on who has the most money or who's the most famous. Give me a guess if you understand that. We have to pick other criteria. What are those criteria? I'm going to allow you to decide what that's going to be, but it has to be something other than that. So with BET, it's the perfect formula for oppression. And I'm going to read this article to you and tell you what's going on with BET. Another real surprise with this pending purchase of BET is that they cut the price in half. And the price, when Byron Allen made a bid for BET, he bid $3.5 billion. Now they're in talks to sell it for 1.7 billion, according to Variety. Now here's what Variety's saying. Now that was a real shocker to me. I'm like, why? So maybe BET's struggling. I don't know. I mean, this is very surprising when the price gets cut that much. So they said here in this article in Variety, it says BET or Paramount is reportedly in talks to sell BET for 1.6 billion in a buyout led by CEO Scott Mills. I don't know Scott Mills. I guess he's the CEO of BET. He seems like a nice guy. I don't know. He's got a bald head like me, but he's got kind of a little George Jefferson thing going on. But seems like a nice dude. I don't know this man. It says Paramount Global's trio of co-CEOs have publicly said they've hired bankers to evaluate the sale of certain assets. Industry speculation has swirled around BET, which has been the target of acquisition offers in the past. Now, Paramount Global is engaged in exclusive discussions to sell BET in a deal valued at 1.6 to 1.7 billion to quote buyers that include end quote BET CEO Scott Mills and Chen Chu, founder of private equity firm CC Capital, Bloomberg reported, citing anonymous sources. The BET Media Group comprises the BET cable channel, VH1, and other networks, the BET Plus streaming service, and BET Studios. Reps for Paramount Global and CC Capital declined to comment. Shares of Paramount Global rose on the report of the renewed sales talks, closing up 5.7% for the day to $10.72. Interesting, right? The latest reported price range for BET is less than half of the 3.5 billion that media mogul Byron Allen extended to Paramount Global in late 2023. So let's think about this for a minute. Let's be conscious of time for a moment. What month is this and what year? This is July 2024. And just late 2023, you had a bid that was twice as high as what you're selling the company for now. What's happening? That just doesn't add up. It seems to me that Byron Allen was offering you 3.5 billion 7 or 8 months ago, you would have taken the bid. Now, the only possibility I'm thinking about is perhaps they didn't believe that it was credible. Remember, anybody can bid anything for anything. Anybody can pop up and say, "Oh, I'll give you $10 billion for your house or something." But they have to be able to raise the money. And so I think that with Byron, I think the question might have been, can he really go get the money? Or is he just making big bids, hoping he can go raise the money? Is he just doing it for attention? Nobody knows. And I know that with Byron Allen, it seemed to me that the Griot was having some trouble. I know he bought the Griot. I think that they were overspending on their content. I got that sense because I know he had to let a lot of people go. He had to fire a lot of people. The media business is a tough business. So some other bidders were were Tyler Perry and Sean Diddy Combs. Can you imagine if they sold BET to Diddy? Wouldn't that be something else? In August 2023, Paramount called off the bidding process for BET because, quote, a sale wouldn't result in any meaningful deleveraging of its balance sheet. I'm confused. It's just 8 months later. So now it wouldn't. So 3.5 billion wouldn't result in you paying off enough debt, but 1.7 billion will. So I think that what's happened is that Paramount's in even deeper, much deeper trouble than it was at the end of 2023. But I can tell you, as a person who's been following Paramount stock for a long time, that company's been in trouble for a while. So I'm very surprised that they're even talking about this. Let's see here. The three executives running Paramount Global have outlined a three-pronged strategy of job cuts, asset sales, and streaming partnerships to right the ship. The company's going solo for now after controlling shareholder Sherry Redstone, who's the daughter of Sumner Redstone, nixed M&A talks with Skydance Media as those came down to the wire. The leadership trio, George Cheeks, president and CEO of CBS, Chris McCarthy, president and CEO of Showtime, MTV Entertainment Studios and Paramount Media Networks, and Brian Robbins, president and CEO of Paramount Pictures and Nickelodeon, were installed as co-CEOs after Bob Bakish's dismissal. Okay. Another prime asset Paramount Global is expected to shop around is the Paramount Pictures studio. So basically, okay, here we go. Let me move on to they talk about Chris Mills, the guy that I mentioned. I think his name was Chris Mills, the CEO of BET. I hope I got Scott Mills. I'm sorry, Scott Mills. Let's see. They said here, speaking of the June 25th employee town hall, CBS's Cheek said the Paramount's co-CEOs are looking to sell certain Paramount-owned assets. In fact, we've already hired bankers to assist us in this process, blah, blah, blah. Scott Mills has led BET since January 2018, adding CEO to his title in 2021. He first joined BET in 1997 as a senior VP of business development and rose through the ranks over the years to various senior roles. As COO of BET, he led the launch of his Centric channel, and as president of digital media, launched BET Mobile and BET's digital video distribution operations. Okay. So there's more. You can go look up more if you want to. But basically, BET is owned and run by Paramount, as we mentioned earlier, and basically Paramount has too much debt. The traditional media that they built their business on, Sumner Redstone is really good with traditional media and traditional cable. All that stuff's kind of dying. It's kind of going away. And so they're losing money in a pretty horrible way, and they're just overspending on their content. They had this show that I liked called Yellowstone, and they had this writer named Taylor Sheridan who wrote the show. And I guess because his shows were so good, they gave him like the ability, kind of a blank check to just create a bunch of other shows that are on the network. I forgot the name of it. I think one of them stars Sylvester Stallone's like Tulsa King or something, and a couple more. But anyway, the funny thing was that they were, and this is something for you to remember when you go build your own business, is that if you recall, remember the other day, how many of you were in financial consciousness training in the last couple of days where I talked about the free cash flow problem? Does anybody remember when we talked about the free cash flow problem and what happens when companies or even individuals just have too much access to cash? Well, what happens is you become less efficient. You become less financially conscious. You start to just make it rain. You start throwing around. You start becoming a rapper in the strip club, dropping $100 bills in stripper thongs, right? So basically, Taylor Sheridan, there was a deep Wall Street Journal analysis of Taylor Sheridan and the toxic financial relationship between Paramount and Taylor Sheridan, where basically they said that because Paramount Global had given this guy free range to do whatever the hell he wanted, he was creating amazing content, but he wasn't profitable anymore. This man was going around talking to other farmers, from what I understand. At least that's what the report insinuated. He was literally talking to his homeboys and saying, look, these people are suckers. These Hollywood suckers, they got all this money. You can rent your horses for $2,000 a day. You can use I use my property and they pay me $50,000 a day to use my land. He would fly in horse trainers from other states. When he would be in a state with plenty of horse trainers, but he would feel the need to fly his horse trainers in from Texas or whatever. So basically, they didn't sort of consider the fact that yes, you do have a hit. Yeah, you are making money, but you have to remember the most important rule of financial success. It is to live within your means. It is to spend less than what you make. I don't care if you make $1 trillion a year. If you spend more than you make, you're only digging yourself into a deeper and deeper financial hole. And so what happened with Paramount Global as a result, and this just gives you the backdrop, and I'm talking about this because BET is part of the community, and people be out here thinking that it's a black owned company, and it's not. So the thing about Paramount that was interesting, so what happened was Taylor Sheridan, his shows were so good that they got a million new subscribers with Paramount. That's really good. They got a million new subscribers in a quarter. But that same quarter, I think they lost either $1 or $2 billion. They had $1 billion loss. While like literally the greatest period of growth in your company is a massive loss. And so keep that in mind. Be efficient with your money. Be efficient with your income. Conservatism is a culture. And I can tell you that if you don't embrace that, then you could have some financial challenges. And this goes for an individual, this goes for a company, or in everything in between. Okay, so just keep that in mind. I think that's a lesson to learn. I'll keep you posted on what happens with BET and who their new massa is, and maybe maybe Scott Mills will buy it, and then I guess it'll kind of be a black owned company. But the other things, I'd always be interested in who's really funding this, right? Because I'm a believer that it's not the manager who makes the difference, because he's been managing BET for a long time. He's been the economic babysitter of this entity for a very long time. The real power is the person who's actually writing the checks. That's the person who, or the group who has the veto power. And the big problem you have with black media right now, here's the problem that you have. And this is something I want to talk about before we dig into the book. Unhealthy black people are very profitable. Vices and addictions are extremely profitable. Vices and addictions and unhealthy behavior are much more profitable than people living with intelligence, consciousness, and discipline. And what do I mean by that? It's much easier to sell black people fried chicken than it is to sell them health food. You actually have to care about them to get them to buy health food, because you're not going to make as much money. So if money is your only criteria, then you don't sell people things that are going to help them. You sell them their vice. You sell them the things that they want, not the things that they need. And that's the biggest problem that you have with BET, is that there is a part of the culture that has become quite accustomed to all of the cultural poisons that kill our young people at an early age. There's a part of the culture that really embraces the drugs because drugs are fun. I don't use drugs. I never popped a Molly before, but I bet I would like it. I ain't never hit the crack pipe. But if you'd say, well, how do you know crack is bad if you never tried it? Well, no, I know that if I tried, I would probably enjoy it. In fact, if I was to try it, I wouldn't be the man that I am right now. I'd be on here justifying crack use because I wouldn't want to give up that high. The reality is that when you talk about the problems that we have, we're very comfortable in the dysfunction. We're starting to celebrate the dysfunction. We celebrate it because what they do is they sprinkle money on top of it, and they sprinkle fame on top of it. So you look at a young lady like a Krishan Rock. I don't know if you ever know, if you anybody, how many of y'all, I keep up with all the culture. Me and my wife do. I don't know, some of y'all I know don't keep up, but you need to look up Krishan Rock and Blueface. How many of y'all are familiar with Krishan Rock and Blueface? Anybody else? Because I watch the culture, because I like to see, because in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, I talk about economics, but all I talk about is culture. What does a strong economic culture look like? And we don't have one, people. We just don't. We have a long way to go. Well, Krishan Rock and Blueface, to summarize it, they're kind of like the new version of, it's, imagine Bobby and Whitney at 25 years old, but also imagine that neither one of them have any talent. Like Bobby and Whitney could sing. Bobby could dance and jump around and sing and wiggle and all that. And Whitney had the most beautiful voice ever. She actually had to earn her way to fame. Krishan Rock and Blueface don't really have any talent like that. They're not that great. They're okay. I think Blueface made a song or two, but they're not that good. But they're similar to Bobby Whitney. They're just this train wreck in slow motion. Like you're watching these two young people literally kill themselves in public. And the reason it ends up seeming okay is because they've got lots of money and lots of fame, and they've got millions of Twitter followers and Instagram followers that will watch them destroy each other's lives. And Krishan had a baby that my wife is a therapist who can identify things like fetal alcohol syndrome by looking at the face of a child. And she was deeply concerned with Krishan's child because she knows that Krishan loves to party it up. They were at the BET Awards twerking, and, pregnant women twerking and holding liquor bottles. And one of the things, for example, this is one of many things we could talk about, but I'm not going to go into all of it because I don't want to depress anybody. But do you understand that when you're promoting the city girl culture of all these young black women that are being told to go out and twerk and drink liquor all day and have sex with just anybody, fetal alcohol syndrome is literally one of the quiet epidemics that's occurring in the black community. If you look at the symptoms and in the effects of fetal alcohol syndrome, you're talking about significant cognitive delays and significant behavioral problems of millions and millions of black children. I was shocked by how little alcohol the mother had to consume during her pregnancy for fetal alcohol syndrome to kick in. So think about this. You live in city girl life because you've been watching the BET Awards, and Krishan Rock and Megan Thee Stallion told you that's how a young girl's supposed to live. You've been having sex. In case you don't know, sex results in pregnancy, and that means children are going to be born. For those who need a biology lesson, sometimes we forget. And so you're pregnant for maybe 4 weeks, but you don't know you're pregnant. So every week you're getting drunk and getting high every single week. Well, that is where the fetal alcohol syndrome comes from. And what many people, what nobody has talked about, I have not seen anybody on the internet address this at all, is that millions of young children, young Black children, are getting fetal alcohol syndrome because you don't have to drink that much for that to really disrupt the brain of your child. I'm talking about significant neurological problems, like they're slow for the rest of their life and have behavioral problems for the rest of their life. So this is one of the many things that I think has to be addressed, right? Somebody has to talk about it. And when people talk about these things, you can't just say, well, you be hating. That can't be your response. Man, that's not hate, that's love. Now, the real hater are the people who celebrate this kind of stuff, who know what it leads to, who see the millions of Black kids going to prison and getting killed and all this other stuff and think that that's okay. And so part of my job, in my opinion, is as a person who talks to you about money, is I need you to really understand money from a 360 standpoint, which means that money is good, it's nice, but it can destroy you or distract you and mislead you. Money can get you to heaven, but money can also be the devil. Money can be the devil shows up with a bag full of money. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, but BET has become kind of the devil of the Black community. Everything that is harmful and destructive and terrible about being Black tends to get celebrated in these spaces, and they dress it up with money and fame, and we think that that makes it okay. But even before people realized that Diddy was a predator, there were people who always said that, but there were many people who would have argued you down because they would have said, no, 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 Diddy's one of the leaders of the Black community. I mean, process this. Think about this for a moment. One of the biggest predators that in the media right now is a guy who 4 years ago was telling you who to vote for. Anybody remember Vote or Die? He was telling you you got to vote or you're going to be dead or something stupid like that, right? And people were doing this. Millions of people were following the lead of a person who has a complete track record of 30 years of doing horrible, harmful things to people, possibly including starting with killing Tupac, right? So I think generally, and this is where we're going to dig into, we're going to read tonight about Black leadership and the history of Black leadership so you can understand that sometimes you're following the wrong leaders. That's my point. In fact, it's so dangerous to follow a Black leader nowadays, in my opinion, that I don't really want you following any leader. I don't even want you follow. I don't want you following me. I'm just an advisor. I'm a person who's got a perspective. If you'll hear my perspective, then that's all I ask you to do. I'm not asking you to follow me because generally speaking, it is difficult for Black people on a mass scale to distribute a message that is going to be beneficial to all Black families. Most of the messages that are healthy are not going to make as much money as the unhealthy messages that are going to point you to more ignorance, drug abuse, and ratchetism. That's what makes the money. This Black intelligence stuff is not a big money maker. Okay. All right. So let me jump into the book. We're going to read tonight from Dr. Claude Anderson's book, The Black History Reader. We're going to go to page 158. Now, Dr. Claude Anderson, his books, I always have to mention his website. It's powernomics.com. So you can go to powernomics.com. Get all of his books. These are the must-read books for every Black person in America that wants to do better. He's the modern-day Marcus Garvey. He's one of the greatest Black thinkers in the country, which is one of the reasons why he's seen as dangerous even by many HBCUs, because their bills are being paid by people who don't want to see the Black community gain too much power and influence. But if you read his book, Powernomics, it will transform you immediately. And I'm not here to say every entertainer is bad. I can tell you, Kanye West saw Powernomics. He immediately was affected by it. Ice Cube saw Powernomics, immediately influenced by it. Charlemagne the God, Tiffany Haddish, people like that. A lot of celebrities, even Diddy flew Dr. Anderson into his office because he has so much respect for Powernomics. So some of this, so what's going on, in my opinion, is that there are people who know that something's wrong. They just can't put their finger on it. Like they're just not sure. They're like, okay, something ain't right here. It's like you're playing a game and somehow the other team keeps winning. Somehow Massa he ends up with all the money, all the power, and all the positive outcomes belong to him, and you always end up in last place, and you can't figure out. And every time you say, wait, this game seems rigged, he has you brainwashed. He's been educating you and grooming you, right, so he can exploit you, right. Just like a groomer would groom. He's been grooming you through the educational system to buy into a set of ideas where all of the disparities can be explained away. And so you walk away concluding a bunch of nonsense like, oh, well, the reason that white people have all the money is because white people just work harder than black people. And the way to fix those problems is we all got to go vote for our favorite white man, either the old arrogant narcissist or the old guy who can't remember his kids' names right now. Like, that's the guy, that's what we do, and that's going to get us where we need to get to. And so to some extent, the reason that Dr. Anderson is dangerous is because he's encouraging you to wake up. And really, I will tell you, my position is very simple. I'm not really telling you to do what I tell you to do. I'm not telling you to do what I believe you should do. I'm telling you to do what's going to be best for you. And I want you to study that. I want you to figure this out. And again, it goes back to very simple things: health, wealth, and relationships. What does it mean for black people to be physically and mentally healthy? There wasn't much on the BET Awards that led to physical or mental health. None of that. There's nothing about a pregnant woman twerking and holding a liquor bottle that says anything about a young lady having a positive, wonderful life. It speaks that she's going to be abused, assaulted. She's going to be depressed, and have and fatherless for her children. Her children are going to be unhappy. There's going to be a lot of poverty. There's going to be a lot of despair. What's healthy about that? What's physically and mentally healthy about any of that? The second area is relationships. We need families. We lost our families. Who's getting our families back? What is it when you watch the BET Awards? What about the BET Awards on any level, in my view, is pro-family? There's nothing. I mean, if you're highlighting the sexy reddish, type stuff, there's nothing about that that's pro-family. Nothing. There's nothing about that that speaks of responsible planning of when you have a child and who you have a child with. All that's promoted typically is very irresponsible, very sloppy sex. I'm going to go sleep with whoever I want. STDs are very, very high because a lot of people fall into this culture. And also, broken families are very high. A lot of people don't even have the training of what's required to even have a healthy relationship with another human being that is necessary to provide a protective space for a child. So when a child is not protected by a father, that increases the probability that he ends up getting molested, or that he ends up in the street, or that something bad happens to him, or ends up in prison. And then you go down the third area. What does it mean for black wealth to actually go up? There's nothing that I've seen rappers really do that's improved or increased black wealth in the black community at all. Nothing. And then when you turn to the politicians, all they do is they offer you jobs working for white people. So those are the two options you get. You either get a rapper who brags about how much money he has, but ain't putting nothing in your pocket, or you get a politician who says, here, come work for me, Negro. I'll give you a job. I'll help you in your desperate situation. Well, who's giving you the long-term plan that's going to really allow you to have the peace of financial security? Who's really giving you the solutions that are going to allow you to actually prosper instead of just survive? Who's doing that? There's nothing in mainstream media, or very little in mainstream media, that I see that is really sort of doing these things that's really going to get the black community where we need to be. Not only are we being given the wrong medicine, we're being given no medicine, and we're given a bunch of poison disguised as medicine. So that's what I believe. That's my 2 cents. All right, so let me start reading here. And by the way, if you're not on the text list to get invited to Powernomics training on Wednesday, just pull out your phone, text the word greatness, GREATNESS, greatness to 87948. Text greatness to 87948. And also, we have my book is The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can get a copy at drboycebooks.com. Use the code word book club and get 30% off everything in the store. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com, and you can check that out. All right. So here's what Dr. Anderson reveals on page 58 of the Black History Reader that was really fascinating to me. Did you know that black leadership changed their position on immigration around the 1960s? Did you know that they actually had a completely different policy on immigration before the civil rights movement? And basically, whoever was controlling them pretty much got them to pivot and shift in a different direction. I don't know if y'all know this, but let me read this to you. I'm going to tell you, this is what Dr. Anderson says. I literally have not read this yet, so I'll be as surprised as you when I get to whatever he says. So he says here, black leaders and activists unilaterally expressed opposition to the nation's open door policy on immigration throughout the 19th century. These conscious black leaders expressed concern that immigrants were reinforcing the subordination of the native black population, as well as usurping the access of blacks to rights, privileges, employment, education, and wealth building opportunities. The negative impact of immigrants worsened after the Civil War when millions entered the country. After slavery, there was a labor shortage, and one would have logically expected the former slaves. Think about this. You have a labor shortage. You got all these former slaves. You got all these black people, hardworking people that they've been working for free. So you know they're going to make good employees. They've been working for free. So here on page 159 of the Black History Reader, Dr. Anderson is telling you that whatever you learned in school was a bunch of BS. So listen to this. The negative impact of immigrants worsened after the Civil War when millions entered the country. After slavery, there was a labor shortage, and one would have logically expected the former slaves who had been skilled tradesmen, carpenters, blacksmiths, cooks, artisans, and farmers to fill those jobs. But the country recruited and imported European immigrants instead. The pattern was just beginning. For more than a century, black leaders had struggled and challenged the white power structure to close the nation's immigrant doors. So they were asking them to shut the doors. They were like, look, you got your workers here. We got you. We can do this. But they were like, no. Rather than working with you, we're going to go get some people from England. That's what he's saying here. So it says, for more than a century, black leaders had struggled and challenged the white power structure to close the nation's immigrant doors. In his famous 1895 Atlanta Expo speech, Booker T. Washington pleaded with white industrialists, businessmen, and politicians not to look to European immigrants to develop skills and work in their businesses, but to instead look to native blacks. How about that? Washington also pointed out that many already had the skills, attitudes, and experiences to meld into the mainstream society. W.E.B. Du Bois was against immigration and spoke frequently about the downside for blacks of 40 million white immigrants coming into the country, doing the jobs of former slaves and being automatically elevated into an overseen white management class. How many of you have ever heard this before? How many of you have ever heard this anywhere? So maybe their concept in their head was, if you do have black jobs, every job should be a black job. Any job we can do is a black job. A black man can fill that job. So I believe that you have to own the companies and all that for sure. But you can't, Booker T. Washington, that was a great man. George Washington Carver, W.E.B. all these individuals were people who said, yeah, well, some of us want these black jobs. We don't want to have fathers and mothers that are unemployed. We want to have opportunities to make money and to go to work like everybody else. We're already very hardworking people. So stop bringing in outside recruits to replace us. But now, years later, we support wide open. A lot of us just support wide open doors and don't even know why. Only reason you support it is because Joe Biden told you to support it. That's it. That's the only reason you support it. You forgot about the mass incarceration and the crime bill and all. You don't even think about it. That's why Shaquana ain't got no daddy. You're not even connecting the dots on that. You're just so quick to just do whatever they tell you to do that you don't even think about it. I'm not mad at you for voting for Democrats and Republicans. I get that. I know lesser of two evils. Okay, I get it. But still, what I have a problem with is that some of us don't even think about it. Some of us don't even come to our own conclusion. We just say, okay, what you want me to do? What you want us to do? And that's my problem. That's my problem, is that you're not even processing the information. You're not even thinking like, well, what's best for me? You've told me what's best for you, but I need to make sure that what's best for you is also best for me. That's the problem that I have. And that was really the whole crux of why I just really got really annoyed when I would get calls, when I was at AOL Black Voices 14 years ago, whatever, and I would get calls from the Obama administration. At first, I thought it was kind of cool. It's interesting. It's like, oh, wow, okay, President Obama, I'd love to help. But Lord, when I got on the phone, all they were literally trying to do was get me to do what they told me to do. And I was like, who do you think I am? I'm not fit for slavery. I don't do that. And this happens a lot with Black elite people. I'm gonna be honest. That was the gist of the conversation I had with Kanye West. As we get on the phone, he's like, I want you to do this and do that and do that. And I text my friend, I said, does this guy think I work for him? He doesn't. I don't work for nobody. The things that matter to you don't matter to me, bro. I don't care that that you got a million little Asian kids to buy your ugly ass shoes. Those things are overpriced and ugly. You will never, I wouldn't wear them for free. So what makes you think I'm gonna bow to any of this? Like we're obviously playing different games with different rules. This makes no sense to me. So again, what you have in America, generally speaking, is you have a class, you do have that elite class that is very quick to sort of expect that the masses will simply do what they're told. And the unfortunate reality is that they're almost always right. They're almost always correct. The studies show that most people, because they're not sure who they are, they're too scared to be different. They don't want to be seen as radical and dangerous and all that. They just go right along with whatever's cool, whatever's hip, whatever's popular. I can't, that's not healthy. That's not good. So let me keep reading here. So according to Dr. Claude Anderson, and by the way, if anybody asks what page we're on, if somebody in the chat could just tell them so that I don't have to say, I'm gonna say it like a couple of times, but then I see sometimes, then even if I say it 3 times, someone will say, what page are we on again? Just tell them if they ask. If y'all could help me out with that, I'd appreciate it because that's gonna trigger my ADHD and y'all know how I get. All right, so let's pop in page 159, the Black History Reader. So Dr. Anderson mentions Booker T. Washington, W.E.B. Du Bois were very much against wide open borders. Let's see here. When the Black Civil Rights Movement commenced in the late 1950s, the new Black leadership dismissed or ignored the opinions of their predecessors. One can only speculate as to the reasons. Perhaps they did not have the foresight to fully understand the politics of displacement that was occurring, that they were being replaced. Or maybe they were unknowledgeable about this nation's immigration history, where Black people used to have a much larger percentage of the population. Or maybe they wanted to demonstrate altruism, or they simply preferred to ignore or forget history and go along to get along as much as they could. Whatever the reasons, the new Black leadership switched from the anti-immigration stance of their predecessors to being pro-immigration. While the reason for the change in position is not clear, it is clear that they made the switch without fully understanding that providing unearned rights and benefits to people who are from other countries chasing the American dream caused native Black Americans to be neglected, disadvantaged, and rendered invisible in all respects. The old Black anti-immigration fighters must be turning over in their graves. Black civil rights organizations and politicians began to presume alliances with newly arriving immigrants. They began to presume that anybody who comes into the country is automatically going to be unified with the Black community. And I want to ask y'all a question. Give me a yes or no. How many of y'all think that the majority of people that come in from other countries are just, vehemently pro-Black? How many of you believe that everybody who comes from, say, I don't know, south of the border is going to just line up and show up at the reparations rally and and just really make sure that y'all are good? Anybody believe that nonsense? Yeah. So maybe they're making us into Boo Boo the Fool. And I say Boo Boo the Fool because, almost like the little kid, the kid who rode the little bus to school, who thought that people were his friends when really they weren't. So you think that the bully is your friend when really he just beats you up and takes your lunch money every day, or you think that every time he makes a joke and him and his friends are laughing at you, you think that you're laughing together, so you start laughing too, and the kid starts laughing too. Like the slow. So maybe we're like the slow kids on the little bus. Maybe we're the ones who, and no offense if anybody in here rode the little bus, or if you got a relative. I'm not making fun of those people because I think that they're actually smarter than us in certain areas. But really, you think about that. Sometimes you don't know when the joke is on you. Sometimes you don't know when people are laughing with you versus when they're laughing at you. And I think that we, to some extent, fall for the rope-a-dope because many of us get our political habits from people who just told us what to do and what to say and what to believe. We didn't actually form those beliefs on our own. And that's very, very dangerous because propaganda is real. Manipulation is real. This does happen. So let me keep going here. So here's what else Dr. Anderson says on page 160 of the Black History Reader. He says, civil rights organizations and politicians began to presume that there were alliances with newly arriving people from other countries. I'm going to try not to say the word immigrant too much just because I don't want to trigger algorithms because again, there's censorship out here. Those alliances, especially with the Latino community, did not and do not exist. The Latino community firmly denies that such alliances exist, and it takes little analysis to determine that any alliances Black leaders presume are one-sided. Again, like the little kid on the little bus. You think they're laughing with you, they're laughing at you. Black leaders even support policies that benefit immigrant groups at the expense of Black people. Many Black leaders, for instance, support increased immigration, but immigrant groups such as Hispanics, Asians, and Arabs do not commit to or give support to any Black issues. There is no reciprocity, and immigrant advocate groups not only do not represent the interests of Blacks, the very purpose of their advocacy is in outright opposition to Black interests. Why is it that after all these years, leading Blacks cannot recognize circumstances that are harmful to their own people? Why is it that the people permit those whom they have accepted as leaders to continue doing them harm? So he says here, so the next question is question 53. How do immigration policies specifically injure Native Black Americans? So this is a good conversation to have in terms of if someone asks you, like, well, why do you have this issue with wide open borders or whatever? Well, let's see what Dr. Anderson has to say. He says, throughout the history of North America, waves of I'm going to say people from other countries have entered the country to take advantage of the considerable economic opportunities extended to them and to enjoy the elevated status, respect, and privileges they automatically receive over Blacks in the labor force. Since the Black descendants of slaves are not immigrants, they are excluded from the privileged status, benefits, and rights extended to people from other countries and must compete with every person from another country for basic rights and life resources. Immigrants and Blacks compete for space, rights, economics, and privileges. Reaching America has been a dream come true for people from other countries, but it has been a nightmare for many Native Blacks and their forefathers. Space. Although a growing number of legal and illegal immigrants are located in the suburbs, most immigrants find residential and commercial space in urban areas. Once they establish a toehold in the urban centers, they then mark and close the space using their language, culture, or religion as barriers to encroachment. Within the confines of their closed communities, they concentrate their resources and build socioeconomic enclaves or niches. Immigrant niches can be found in most urban areas like Detroit, Miami, LA, Philadelphia, New York, DC, San Francisco, and Chicago. After closing their territories, they mark them for their own cultural image, such as Koreatown, Chinatown, Frenchtown, Japantown, Little Cuba, Greektown, and Mexicantown. As their numbers grow, they spread out and gentrify the Black areas, such as Harlem in New York City, Overtown, Liberty City, and Coconut Grove in Miami, Inglewood, Compton, and Watts in the LA area, and Sweet Auburn in Atlanta. Has anybody seen any of this? Let me know if you've noticed any of this in your communities. Anybody seen any of that? All these formerly Black dominated cities are now occupied predominantly by Hispanic immigrants. Interesting. Numerical displacement means diminished economic and political influence by Blacks in mainstream society. Since 1900, this is interesting, pay attention now, listen up. Since 1900, the Hispanic population increased from 100,000 to 55 million in 2016. They have surpassed and made Black Americans a minority. Hispanics boast that they are now the nation's new majority minority and will gentrify urban residential areas along with whites and Asians, displacing Blacks. And that's what a lot of people in Chicago are protesting right now. They're very, very upset about this. The economic impact. Okay, so the economic impact of immigrants on Native Black Americans is quantifiable. For every 10%, listen to this now. For every 10% increase in the number of immigrants, Native Black income is reduced by 0.3%. Blacks had an earnings ratio of 56 cents to every dollar earned by whites in the 1950s. Because of the Black Civil Rights Movement in the 1970s, Blacks' earnings ratio rose to 66% of every dollar earned by whites. So we went from 56 to 66. However, between 1970 and 1990, there was a 300% increase in the number of legal and illegal Asians and Hispanics that entered the country, and the ratio of Blacks' earnings to white earnings dropped from 66% to 57%. Where it was nearly 40 years earlier. So in 40 years, no progress in that earnings gap. Give me a yes if you follow that, if you understand what I said there. So what he's basically saying is that you are making progress when you have policies like affirmative action that were specifically designed to close the racial wealth gap, specifically designed to address grievances that were grievances that were done to you, right? But then when everything started to dilute, when other people started to jump in and grab your benefits, your income ratio went down again. So this is what he's saying here. In short, the 9-point economic gains due to the Black Civil Rights Movement were wiped out by the 300% increase in immigration population that occurred between 1970 and 1990. Employment, whether the job category, this is where we talk about black jobs, whether the job categories are skilled or unskilled, this nation has a long history of displacing blacks to make employment opportunities for other people. According to a U.S. Department of Commerce survey conducted in 1865, over 100,000 of the nation's 120,000 skilled artisans were Black Americans newly freed from slavery. What? Damn. Did y'all hear that? Let me read it again. This is interesting. According to a U.S. Department of Commerce survey conducted in 1865, over 100,000 of the nation's 120,000 skilled artisans were Black Americans newly freed from slavery. This is when we had trade, y'all. This is when we had skill. Let's pause for a moment and reflect on. Let's do an economic consciousness exercise. Are our kids coming out with skill now? Coming out of high school? Are the majority of our children coming out of school knowing how to do anything? Knowing how to, I don't know, paint things, build things, carpenters, bricklayers, plumbers, electricians, welders. Are they getting any of these trades coming out of school? I mean, I'm gonna just tell you like this, in my opinion, we should be ashamed of ourselves. We really should be ashamed. We should be absolutely ashamed that that people 100 years ago had more skill than we have right now with our bougie asses, our high tech, internet having asses, all these opportunities we supposedly have, all this progress we claim to have made, but our children have less skill than the children had 100 years ago. That's downright shameful. I'm very sorry. That's downright shameful. So anyway, let me keep going here. All right. So let's see here. During the same time that 100,000 of the 120,000 skilled artisans were Black Americans right after slavery, during the same time, 55 to 65% of all Southern farmers were Black and former slaves. Instead of Lincoln's administration mainstreaming the 5 million former slaves, he and his administration chose to enact immigration reform that attracted 26 million Europeans into the country to replace Black farmers and artisans. Initially, newly arriving immigrants replaced Northern native Blacks in the lowest paying and dirtiest jobs. Later waves of immigrants replaced native Blacks in the South as well as the North in skilled trades, artisan crafts, and agricultural-based occupations. For those who would argue that immigrants did not displace Black Americans in jobs and employment opportunities, why are so many of the jobs that Blacks used to hold in hotels, retail sales, restaurants, airports, trash collection, banks, and other local businesses and all levels of government now staffed by Hispanics, Arabs, and other ethnic groups? Many Blacks were displaced by immigrants in business and public offices because they could not speak Spanish or other languages. The actual hidden or structural unemployment rate for Black Americans is nearly 50%. According to a report from the Center for Immigration Studies, matters were made worse between 2006 and 2016 when approximately 50% of all new jobs went to Hispanics. Where's the economic justice for Black Americans? And the scary, interesting part about this is that he's talking about 2016. When he wrote this, he didn't even know about the wide open borders we have right now. He didn't know that we were bringing in 2 million people a month or something crazy like that. Just wide open, literally people climbing through the fence. Like that's very interesting. And what that speaks to is that the future is coming and it does not look bright if your goal is to sort of live off this integrationist dream of sort of like getting the same jobs that your parents would have gotten. I don't think the future looks good for that. I think that specific skills, specific wealth building strategies, specific economic survival methods are absolutely essential for anybody that wants to survive this new economy. And I haven't even talked about AI. AI, if we have, I don't know, 50 million immigrants that come through a fence in the southern border, well, AI is like bringing in 1 billion new immigrants. Like AI is everywhere. AI is going to be all over the place. So you really have to adjust to this new economy. And if you just simply, live as a sheep and do what you're told and just follow whatever they're telling you to do, you're probably going to get displaced. We're already being replaced when it comes to voting and stuff like that. I'm convinced of that. I think that the whole idea that a lot of black people aren't automatically voting blue no matter who is leading them to say, okay, well, we got to get new voters to replace black people, especially black men. You've got these troublesome black men out here who are questioning Democratic Party politics. So we're just gonna get rid of them. We're just gonna deal with something that's easier to deal with. And so that's happening on the political front. I think on the economic front, it's incredibly important to have a strategy. So the solution is wealth building. The solution is twofold. One, in the Black Business School, for example, we believe every black child should learn how to start a business before the age of 12. They should have someone should be buying stock from them from the time that they're born, and also every child should know the difference between ownership and renting. In addition to that, skilled trades are incredibly important. College degrees are nice, but having either a skilled trade or a capital base is typically better. And what I mean by a capital base is just a set of resources that allows you to generate the income that you need in order to pay your bills or to survive financially. I don't think it's very, very safe to send your children into an economy that has proven itself to be racist and has proven itself to marginalize black people for the last 150 years, and just sort of say good luck. I wish you the best. I don't think that they're going to be safe in that situation. So that's a solution. The solutions are out there. I personally think we need infrastructure building. We need investment. Job seeking, chasing down those few little black jobs that they decide they want to give you is not going to get you to where you want to be, typically. Okay, so let's keep going here. It certainly is not a solution for 40 million people. All right, so let's read here. We're on page 163 of the Black History Reader, which you can find at powernomics.com. It says the U.S. Supreme Court's Brown versus Board of Education decision was supposed to have corrected damages inflicted on black students for more than 400 years of zero schools and poor schools. But before any major educational improvements could be made, the immigration reforms of 1965 brought in a massive influx of immigrant minority children, quote unquote minority children, who began to compete with native black children for resources. There are no constitutional mandates to giving newly arriving immigrant children legal or illegal, accompanied or unaccompanied educational advantages over blacks. Prevailing policies and laws, however, give immigrants preferential treatment over blacks. Another area is affirmative action. Affirmative action programs were originally designed to correct injustices to one race of people, blacks, by another race of people, whites, and to eliminate the legacies of slavery and Jim Crow segregation. Today, affirmative action programs have been converted into preference programs for immigrants, though most categories of immigrants are white and have never been negatively impacted by the racism and racial conditions that caused these programs to be necessary. This error can be traced to the Immigration and Reform Control Act of 1986, which effectively required employers to treat immigrants exactly like native-born citizens. Since nearly 90% of all immigrants are classified as white on their immigration records and driver's licenses, why aren't immigrants treated like whites and excluded from affirmative action programs? Why are they categorized with blacks only in the instance of affirmative action? So they don't live the whole black experience, but when it comes time to benefit from being black, everybody wants to be black. But when it's time to really be black and to deal with the struggles of being black, everybody walks out of the room. So he says here, putting apples and oranges in the same categories set up a situation where immigrants of any race displace blacks from the very programs designed to help them. It is not possible to justify including Hispanics, Arabs, Asians, and other immigrants and women who are a majority in affirmative action programs. Yet in 2016, black civil rights leaders, elected officials at the highest levels, and other members of the black overclass publicly supported immigration reform and granting citizenship to 12 to 20 million illegal immigrants that had entered the country since 1990. The black overclass agreed with those who wanted to reach out and invite even millions more immigrants. Our federal and state governments may have reasons to support increased immigration, but they have a moral obligation to avoid and correct the devastating harm it causes native black Americans. I'm done. There's nothing else to talk about. Um, I'm irritated. I'm very irritated because you're really in a fight. Basically, you're really in this fight that you're losing. Collectively, you're losing. But there are solutions, and I think the solutions, I don't see the solutions ever being implemented on a national level. And part of it is because if you go back to the beginning of our conversation where we talked about the BETs of the world, BET, this big white owned company that pretends to be black, that uses black people and sells them and makes billions of dollars doing that. These platforms are not positioned, this overclass is not positioned to do the things that are absolutely essential to really create the sort of um, economic or cultural or educational foundation required for you to truly succeed in this competitive economy. In this society, the more mainstream you are, the more mainstream your ideas are, the more you're relegated to the underclass. Because in the mainstream, there is a presumption that blackness means you're at the bottom. They will always have more sympathy for, I don't know, say a George Floyd situation where a guy gets killed by a cop and everyone feels sorry for a black man. They'll highlight that, but they won't talk about all of the other black men that are just trying to survive economically with their families, or the abuse that happens when men get incarcerated, or what's happening, how our families get broken when you have things like the Biden crime bill where so many men are in prison right now, and all these other variables that are affecting families. I get it. The police shootings are something worth addressing 100%, but that's not really something that is absolutely foundational to the existence and survival of the average black family in America. If you want to look at solutions, here's the deal. I think you have to get rid of the old school black leadership model where you have these civil rights superstars who are, going to be at the Grammys and the Oscars and taking pictures next to the presidential candidates claiming to represent the black community. In almost every single case, none of that ever really works. None of it. I still remember even when President Obama got elected and everybody was so excited about who he was supposed to become for the black community. I was speaking at a church in New York, and on the day he got inaugurated, they changed the words of the song "We Shall Overcome," and they started singing "We Have Overcome." That's what they started singing. And I remember sitting there, I couldn't even sing it. I just kind of moved my lips because I said, I cannot believe we're singing "We Have Overcome." What have you really overcome? Barack overcame a lot for sure. He's president. He should be proud of that. I'm very happy for him. But you ain't overcame nothing. Like what are you getting excited about? And then the same day, I remember a lady came out and she had this real nice picture of Barack Obama. It was like a painting. And I said, "That's a nice painting." And she said, "Absolutely. I just bought it." And she was real excited. She said, "I'm gonna put it up in my living room next to my pictures of Martin Luther King and Jesus." That's what she literally said. She was going to put it up next to Martin Luther King and Jesus, and that was like her inspiration for the day. And I get that. I'm not anti-Barack on any level, but I think that you have to kind of know the difference between substance and symbolism. Also, I think you have to know the difference between um, a pseudo solution and an actual solution. I don't think the solutions for the black community typically are going to be mainstream, led by mainstream leaders on national media outlets, because there's too much money being made from your oppression. There are too many people that benefit from controlling you. If you have a pimp and he's making money from his pack of hoes, because that's what we become. We become everybody's hoe except for, we don't benefit ourselves. We become a pack of hoes. That pimp has no incentive to liberate any of the women or any of the hoes, because he maybe got some male hoes too. He has no incentive to do what's best for those individuals, none. So to some extent, black people, we've always been this commodity for other people. We are the perfect consumer because we will buy anything. We are wonderful for the educational system because they make money when your kids are going to these schools and not being properly educated. There are, we also give away so many things for free. We have the best athletes in the world, the best performers, or the most interesting culture. People can package it up like BET and they can sell it and make money from that. And so there are so many people that are positioned properly to extract things from you. So when you're looking, when the pimp, when the prostitute is looking to the pimp to say, how do I become a better person? How do I do more for me? How do I make my life better? All he's going to do is tell her a bunch of lies. So you have this overclass, these pimps that pretty much Or if you let them lie to you, they're going to keep lying to you. If you let them keep telling you, like, oh, yeah, the best way for black people to move forward is to everybody make sure you vote for the Democrats, and make sure you come to work every day. Make sure you go to school every day. Make sure you go to college and go $200,000 in debt to get a college degree, and that's how you become successful. They're walking you right down the rabbit trap. They're literally saying is we're okay. See, the thing is, people think that there are others who just flat out hate black people. First of all, I don't care if other people like me or not. I assume that they don't care that much about me. If you know, I have a neighbor across the street who has a big Trump flag in his front yard, and I don't hate the guy. I don't like him or dislike him. I don't know if he likes me or not. He has a big pickup truck. He's like a former cop. He could be a black people hating redneck or something. But I don't care. Um, he doesn't care about me. I don't care about him. I don't need him. I don't need him to like me. I just need him to like not bother me, right? So I don't know if there are all these people in the world that just sit around and think how I can, how do I hate black people today? I don't know if there are people out there like that. Maybe there are a few, but I don't think that there are lots of people like that per se. But I do know that if you're talking about people that are going to love you, that has to start with you. And if you talk about people that are going to represent your interests, you have to start with you. And so similar to that prostitute who everywhere she turns, the pimp is always there explaining the world to her. She's going to have to get her validation from somewhere other than the pimp. She's going to have to get her advice from somewhere other than the individual who has a direct incentive to exploit her. Do you understand what I'm saying? So this whole system's designed to benefit from you, to extract things from you. That's just how it's built. So in order for you to find your solution, you're gonna kind of have to wiggle out of that. You're gonna have to spend some time alone and really look at your life, look at your family, look at your situation, look at your goals, and come up internally with the solutions that are gonna liberate you and get you to where you want to go. And you have to know that some of those solutions are gonna cause you to lose favor with your master. If I go, for example, when I go and when I started saying to black people, look, I don't think you have to vote for Democrats or Republicans. I think you should do what's best for you. A lot of people got real mad at me. And I was like, why are you mad at me? They're like, because you're telling black people not to vote. I said, I never told black people not to vote. You're telling black people to become Trump supporters. I never told black people to become Trump supporters. I told them to do what's best for themselves. Why is that such a threat to you? Why is that so bad for you? Well, oh, I get it, because you have a direct interest and you benefit directly from the control and the management of black people. So you don't really have leaders. Leaders are people that lead you to a better life. Leaders are people who improve your situation. You don't have leaders, you have managers. Managers are people whose job it is to keep you in a nice little collective bucket so they can serve you up to the next person that wants to exploit you. They can pass you around. Like Diddy did with some of his victims. Shout out to poor Justin Bieber. I wonder if that's what happened to him. I'm not gonna say one way or the other, but that poor guy, he's been through something, right? So really, the thing is, I think we have to know the difference between people that want to serve the black community versus those who want to sell the black community. That's what you have. So in every election, you have these political bosses who go into, the office typically of the Democrats and sometimes of the Republicans too, and they say, I can deliver black votes. How much you gonna pay me to deliver black people? And then their job is to deliver. And if they don't deliver, then their bosses say, I'm not going to compensate you because you didn't deliver black people the way you're supposed to. Just like a farmer delivering chickens to KFC. You are a commodity. You are a commodity. And I could keep going to other analogies, but I'm not going to keep on dragging this on and on. But I want you to really understand that. So in order for, if you have a prostitute who wants to do what's best for himself or herself, she cannot go to the pimp to get guidance or advice on any level. If you are a chicken and on a farm and all your friends are being fattened up so they can be sold to KFC, you can't go to the farmer and say, what should I do next with my life? What does it mean for me to be a good person? You can't do that. You have to figure that out internally and know that at some point, your interests and the farmer's interests are going to just be different. So your interest, so when you start to become economically independent, an economically independent black community or an economically independent black family is at the very least a family where that family benefits as much or more from its own labor, skills, and resources and intellectual capital than anybody else, right? So economically independent, let's draw a picture of that. What does that look like? Well, if I've got a family and there are 5 of us in the family and we all work 40 hours a week, and traditionally we all go out and we find some white guy to work for. You know, you go work for Ford, you go work for GM, you go work for Walgreens or whatever. We're all giving our 40 hours a week to this broader system that's owned and controlled by other people. So we're pouring into the wealth of other people. And then after we get all our money, we go shopping to pour into the wealth of the people who own the mall. And then after that, we also pay the landlord. So we're pouring into the landlord's wealth. So you're draining yourself by making sure that everyone else is good, making sure that everyone else is well taken care of, because they've trained you to believe that that's what you do in order to be a good citizen. Well, an economically independent family, in my opinion, if you want a direct solution, is a family that says, how do we sort of shift the system a little bit where those benefits, at least a portion of those benefits, are coming to us too? How do I create a win-win with this economy instead of the win-lose that we were raised on? See, you were raised on a win-lose in this economy, and the win-lose means this. It means that you have millions of people in the Black community who work hard every day, went to school, who have been very responsible, law-abiding citizens, who have not broken any laws, raised their families properly, worked their butts off for 40 or 50 years, and are dying with a negative net worth, and somehow you feel screwed and you don't know why. You're trying to figure out, you're like, something isn't right, and I just don't know. Like, how is it that I did everything the way I was supposed to do it, but everybody was winning except for me? Well, that's because you got to really go back and question the assumptions of the game that you're playing. You have to sort of figure out, like, what does that look like for me to pour 40 hours of labor into something that's going to benefit me and the people that I care about, as opposed to pouring 40 hours into something that's not going to give me any benefits? What does it look like for me to spend money on a product that's where the part of that money is going to accrue to either myself or people that are in my space, versus me spending money in a place where those financial benefits aren't coming back at all? Do you understand? You have to think about these things. Critical thinking is essential for anybody that wants to deal with all this. You are going into, in my view, the most complicated economy and society that we've ever had. We've never had an economy, for sure, in American history that's more complicated than the one you're entering into now. You've got illegal immigration over here. You've got corrupt politicians and the failing government over there. You've got artificial intelligence back there. You're going to have to think. You're really going to have to think. And to me, what does that mean? Well, that heightens the importance of little things like the family meeting. Maybe we sit down together as a family and say, how are we going to help each other out? How are we going to make sure everybody in here is good? I've got an extra X number of hours per week that I'm going to put toward one of my goals. How do I do it in a way where I'm winning and you're winning? What partnerships can we come up with that allow us to bring our energy together, as opposed to dividing and diluting our energy by all of us just going out here chasing the black job? Right? Do you understand? That's what we all do that. A lot of us traditionally, we just do that. It's like, you got 3 siblings, all of you are hardworking, smart people, but all of y'all are running off trying to go get some degree and go work for some white man somewhere when you could be working with each other. What is it about white folks in creating businesses and institutions that makes us believe that they're the only ones who can do it? Asian people do it, Arab people do it, Jewish people do it, white people do it. We can do it too. And we are doing it, by the way. So shout out to those of you who are trying. And I just want you to understand that you're gonna fail. It's not gonna be perfect. It's not gonna always make sense. It's gonna be hard, but it's better than the other version of hard, which is where you work your butt off for 50 years and then you die broke, or you die with a net worth that is much lower than what it should be, or you find out that the people that you've been pouring into your whole life are all getting rich every time you're making that car note payment. The car dealer's getting rich. You pay your rent, the landlord's getting rich. You go to work, your boss is getting rich. What about you? Where are you getting rich in this process? And if you can't see where you're getting rich, where you're at least getting a piece of the benefits of all the things that God has blessed you with, then that means you're playing the wrong game, partner. You in the wrong system. You got to fix it, buddy. You got to look around, elevate your consciousness. Consciousness is critical. So again, I want to reiterate, I am not here telling you what to do. When I talk like this, I know that there are people who get mad at me and they think that I'm out here just misleading people and all. I'm not telling you nothing about what you need to do next. What I want to be able to help you do is I want to help heighten your consciousness to the point where when you decide what you're going to do next, it's the right move for you and those kids that you got. It's the right move for your family. I think every parent, some of y'all in here are parents like me. I'm a parent, and my number one goal as a parent is to make sure my kids, I'm not raising no goddamn slaves. I'm not. I'm not raising I'm not raising anybody's servant. I'm just not doing that. I want them, maybe they can serve humanity or something, do good things in the world. I want that, but I'm not raising, I don't want children that were raised under me to go out into the world and be miserable, broke, struggling, selling stuff that they shouldn't be selling just to go pay the rent. I don't want them in that situation. So I think, just something as basic as like loving yourself and loving your kids means that maybe it's worth sort of reconsidering the things that you were told, because a lot of things that they tell you are just wrong. And here's the thing about, and this is the last point I'm gonna make on this about capitalism, the dark side of capitalism, is that they're not just doing this to black people. They're not just doing this to you. They're doing this to everybody. The capitalist system, it harms it harms pretty much everybody, right? Anybody that's in the working class is pretty much getting screwed in America right now. I want to make that clear. So you're not the only ones, but it tends to happen worse to black people because we are so vulnerable. Do you understand? So effectively, when you're in that situation, I think it's important to at least start the conversation by realizing we don't have any friends, we don't have any true allies. Because if you were really an ally, you'd be fighting for us to get that 14 trillion in reparations. But from what I understand about money and power, people don't give those things away easily. I hope that this discussion was beneficial to you. That's what I'm seeing. I thank God for Dr. Claude Anderson for explaining the truth behind the historical immigration policies and what that does to us. I'm not telling you that you have to agree with him. Maybe he's wrong about things. I'm not going to say that he's right about everything, but this is another perspective for you to consider. Okay. All right. So anyway, I'm going to let you guys go. Tomorrow morning, we're going to meet for a financial consciousness training. If you want to join us, we meet every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. It's 100% free to join the live session. So if you want to get an invite, you can text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, if you live in another country and you can't text the word morning, just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. I'll send you an invitation, and we're going to meet tomorrow morning because I want your economic consciousness on 10. That when you have that heightened awareness, you just understand things better and you can get more out of life that you want without sort of hoping that somebody eventually gives you things that people just don't give away. Nobody gives away money and power. You got to learn how to take it. All right. So let's see. Where can you hear the recording? Well, this particular recording, I am streaming on my YouTube channel, which is drboycetv.com. If you want all of the trainings that we've done in this class, we've probably done 200 or 300 by now. You can actually go to drboycebookclub.com, or I think Amani's in the chat. Maybe Amani, if you have the link, you can share the link where if you want to just go get them all and you can share them with your family. There we go. Amani put the link in the chat. So feel free to take a look at that, and all of that's in there. And in addition to that, if you want to get a copy of my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, you can go to drboycebooks.com. That's drboycebooks.com, and use the code word book club, all one word. You get 30% off. All right, guys. Well, have a good night. God bless you. It was great to see you, and hopefully I'll see you guys in the morning for consciousness training. And I wish you the best. So let's educate ourselves. Let's be great. Let's make black people great again. I'm kidding. We've always been great. We never stop being great. It's other people who got to be great again. I don't know about y'all, but I think most of y'all in here have been kicking ass for many years. So everybody ain't losing. So keep on winning. God bless you. I'm Gen X, and then there's millennials, then there's Gen Z. So you got millennials and Gen Z. And there were studies that basically sorted out investors. That was done by Bank of America, and they sorted investors based on whether you were over or under 44 years old. And on these criteria, they were able to identify some differences in terms of how younger folks invest versus, say, people above the age of 45. And I thought that it would be an interesting analysis to kind of think about this in terms of psychology, because all this is psychological. It all comes down to mindset. And as you guys know, in Money in the Morning, we basically are digging into financial psychology and the mindset of investors and what that means. Now, first thing I'm going to say before I reveal this is that it's not as if young people are investing badly, right? They just invest a little bit differently, and I also believe that the cross transfer of information across generations can be beneficial for everybody. Like I think that Younger people can teach older people a few things, and I'll mention that. And then also older people can teach young people some things. And so if you're smart, you'll listen because your grandma knows a couple things. She's seen things that you haven't seen. Your grandfather knows things that you have not experienced yet. And so I know that listening to my grandma, who is the Panther that's behind me, I keep my grandma with me everywhere I go. She's right here. Her name is Felicia, and she's also behind my head. My grandmother, protected me from myself on more than one occasion because when I was young, I was smart, but sometimes we think we're smarter than we actually are. So I had a little bit of knucklehead in me. I still remember my grandmother when she had bought me some savings bonds and that was how she knew to invest. She didn't really know anything about the stuff that we talk about. Like we're far more advanced than previous generations in terms of our economic knowledge. All of us, everyone in here. And she had bought me these savings bonds when I was little, and they all matured. And I got this lump sum of money when I went off to college. And I had this girlfriend at the time, and her car broke down. And I remember I used some of that money to fix my girlfriend's car. And I never forget, my grandmother was so furious. And she wrote a long letter to me. This is back when people used to write letters. She didn't send an email or a text message. She wrote me a letter. That's how you know grandma was pissed. And she wrote me a long letter and I don't know if she thought that I was out smoking crack or what, but she talked, she really was concerned about what I was doing with my money. And it was that experience that reminds me of why I think personally that as you're building this wealth, as you're making these smart decisions to prepare your family for their strong economic future, getting your kids ready, you're doing the $5 a day plan or even beyond that, and really, really preparing a wealth egg or a nest egg for your kids so they can be financially safe. I don't believe in giving all that money over to them when they turn 18. I cannot reemphasize that enough. This is not their wealth. This becomes their wealth when you decide it's their wealth. And this is family wealth. You understand that we are a team, we are a collective. Just like we're gonna we have cars right now. We have a couple cars in our garage, and it's a little bit tough because now we got four people in the house that are of driving age, and everybody's got an agenda. Both of the kids have to get to work, and me and my wife have stuff to do, so we're having a car issue, right? So we're trying to decide how to navigate that. Do we buy them a car? And I said, hell no, I don't want to just buy them a car and give them a car. I don't do that. Again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with you if you've done that. I'm just saying that that's not where I come from. You earn what you get. That's it. I don't know if anybody else feels this way. But I just believe that you're better off if you earn what you get. That way you can get the pride of knowing that you did this. And also, I think that spoiling kids just never seemed to work out right. You know what I mean? I don't know. It just never never seemed to really work out when a kid was spoiled, that they would be better off than they would have been if they hadn't been spoiled. I've just not seen that. So my position on it was no, 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 no. We're not buying anybody a car, but we are going to buy a car. So this is, don't tell the kids. If you meet my kids at the convention or something, don't tell them that this was the master plan. Okay, we got to, like, you know how the man be making plans for black people and they don't tell you what the plans are. Well, in this house, I'm the man and she's the woman, and so we make these little secret plans. This is the conspiracy theory that we always know there's a conspiracy. Well, in our house, there are lots of conspiracy theories. This is one of them. So if you meet the kids, don't tell them this was the plan. So anyway, here's the plan. The plan was, I told my wife, I said, go out and go to the dealership, find a car that you want to get, whatever, just whatever you want to do. I support it. And so we're going to have three cars, and then we'll be able to allow the kids to share the third car, the 10-year-old car that we don't want to use as much anymore, but we're not giving that car to anybody. That's still our car. So this, again, this is a mindset. I'm not telling you what to do, but the thinking was, look, this is not your car. This is the family car, but because we bought it, then we have a little more say in what happens with this car. So you're going to get everything that you need, but you're not going to be able to say, get out of my car, or I'm taking my car, because for you to say to have a car that you say is your car, you're going to have to put some skin in the game. You're going to have to make some investments in, the car that you say is your car. You're going to have to make some investments in the car that you say is your car. You're going to have to put some skin in the game. You're going to have to make some investments in the car that you say is your car. You're going to have to put some skin in the game. You're going to have to make some investments in the car that you say is your car. You're going to have to put some skin in the game. You're going to have to put some skin in the game. You're going to have to put some skin in the game. You're going to have to put some skin in the game. You're going to have to put some skin in the game. You're going to have to put some skin in the game. You're going to have to put some skin in the game. You're going to have to put some skin in the game. You're going to have to put some skin in the game. You're going to have to put some skin in the game. You're going to have to put some skin in the game. You're going to have to put some skin in the game. You're going to have to put some skin in the game. You're going to have to put some skin in the game. You're going to have to p this process in order for you to say that is my car. Because I just, but again, that's a personal bias, right? Everybody has a bias, but I would say whatever your bias is, however you were raised, or whatever you think is best as the leader of the household, and a lot of you are either parents or you're going to be parents, or maybe your grandparents or something. I encourage you to think about the accumulation of any asset, whether it's a vehicle that's declining in financial value, right? Cars are depreciating assets, but they're important assets because you need them to get around. Or you're talking about the stock portfolio. That's family wealth. When you're building this wealth for your kids, that money belongs to primarily you. If you did it, if you're the one who built all this, then that should be yours. That's your empire that you're building. And then also, when you're talking about the transfer of that wealth onto the kids, you have to have discernment in terms of how you do that. Because if you do it wrong, let me just tell you, if you do it wrong, you're gonna lose it all. If you do it wrong, if you're sloppy, if you just say, oh, well, because you're a certain age and because you're my child, I'm gonna give you everything. That don't work out too well. And people react differently when you give them stuff. Again, that goes back to what I was telling you guys in finance. There's all these research papers written on what they call the moral hazard problem. The moral hazard problem basically says that when you get one of the dimensions of the moral hazard, it's a very complex idea, but one of the dimensions of it is that when you give people stuff, they start acting stupid. When you give people stuff, their behavior changes. I remember when that football player Antonio Brown that played for the Steelers and the Patriots and the Raiders. And I think the poor guy has CTE. That's what I think is really going on because he's the Negro is crazy. But anyway, Antonio Brown, he was a great wide receiver. He was very disciplined. He worked really hard. He showed up to practice on time. And so because he was so good, they were going to sign him to this massive contract. And there was somebody who said something that was true, but there's not much you could do about it. But he basically said, when you give him all this money, he's going to act a fool. You're not going to be able to control him anymore. And he was actually right. When Antonio Brown got his money, his behavior no longer made any sense. Now, I personally think that brain damage thing is really big with the football players. So when I see them commit a crazy crime, like there was one guy, Kellen Winslow Jr., I think, who went to prison because he was literally sexually assaulting like old ladies, like 75, 80 years old. That just seems kind of weird. I'm not saying that any type of assault is okay. It's never okay, but it was just weird. It made me think something's got to be going on with his brain. And Aaron Hernandez, who played the same position as Kellen Winslow Jr., who definitely was confirmed to have tremendous amounts of brain damage, was just going to the club and killing people. Like, and it didn't make, and it was weird. They didn't even consider him a suspect because they were like, why would a guy who just won a Super Bowl murder somebody? That didn't make, but it turned out that he had significant mental illness that came from all those hits to the head. So anyway, with that being said, though, just circling back to moral hazard, people act differently when you give them resources and you give them money. That's especially true when you talk about your kids. So when you're talking about how to kind of deal with your children and just sort of what way to sort of distribute the assets, I think it's important to really think it through carefully, because if you don't, you're going to lose everything. There's a show I've been watching. Anybody watch the show on Netflix called The Gentleman? Anybody watch it? It's got one of my favorite actors, Giancarlo Esposito, one of the best actors out here. He played Big Brother Almighty back in School Days. I don't know if y'all remember him. Everybody, if you haven't seen School Days, like, remember when Biden said, "If you don't vote for me, you ain't black." If you ain't watched School Days, I'm gonna have to check your black card, because that movie's a classic. We know it is. But anyway, if you're young, then that's your excuse. So go watch School Days. You'll love it. So anyway, Giancarlo Esposito is in this show called The Gentleman. And it's about this. It starts with this guy who inherits this massive estate and all this wealth from his father, who was the Duke of something or whatever. And they called him Your Grace or My Lord and all this other British crap. And anyway, one of the things that happened was, the way the story starts is that you had the older brother. The oldest was supposed to inherit the estate, and this had been the tradition in the family for 600 years. And so all this wealth that had been accumulated over half a millennia, of 5 to 600 years, was all going to go to the oldest son. And the problem was that the oldest son is an idiot and a drug addict who makes terrible decisions. So the father skipped the oldest son and passed all the wealth down to his second son, who was the one that was the most responsible because he knew his second son wasn't going to mess up the family estate. And so this is what this whole show's about. It's all about money and choices and everything else. And all those things are deeply connected. And so as you're building your empire and preparing what to do with it, and managing risk, we've talked about risk management. I did that whole training with you guys called Stormproof Investing. And we talked about diversification and the use of stock options to protect your portfolio. But the biggest protector in terms of risk is just making good decisions and then making the good decision to put your wealth in the hands of people who are going to make good decisions, who are going to who are skilled at three major things. There are three major skills that make you into a wealthy person. One is the ability to acquire wealth. Two is the ability to preserve wealth. Three is the ability to grow the wealth. So really, it's simple. I would almost call it the football player analogy. And let me explain. I like analogies because it helps us understand that I'm telling you nothing new. Everything that we talk about, you already know these things. Well, if you think about it, what makes a great football team? Well, if you have the ability to get the ball, to acquire the ball, which means you got a good defense. Your defense can get fumbles and sacks and interceptions. Two, you can protect the ball. The quarterback does not fumble. They don't make mistakes. And then you can grow your score. You can get the ball down the field because you have a great offense. If you have those three things, do you understand? Tell me if you get this analogy. If you can acquire the ball, protect the ball, and get the ball down the field, then you will win Super Bowls. So to win Super Bowls in your life, in the game of economics, the very competitive game of powernomics that exists all throughout this world, the game of capitalism, then pick up those three skills and you're going to win. And then you only give the ball to people who also have those skills, right? So if I've got a child who does not preserve wealth, then why would I give all my assets to that person who's just going to be a leaky bucket, who's going to lose everything? And this is what that whole show's about. The Gentleman. There's so many shows. There's so many shows you watch that are really straight economic lessons. There's so many shows you watch. Every time you watch a show where money is discussed and there's a money problem, or people are doing crazy stuff because they need to get money, that's a financial lesson. There's so many different shows I could point out on Netflix right now where money pops up everywhere in these conversations. And this is where you learn it. This is your training ground. All right. So let me dig into some of this study. This is what I kind of wanted to hit on today. And by the way, if you want to copy my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, or Financial Flashcards for Kids, we're halfway through the summer. It's not too late for you to give them something that's going to last for the rest of their life. You can go to drboycebooks.com, and there's a discount code, book club, the word book club. If you use a code book club, you can get 30% off anything in the store. So it's drboycebooks.com. Also, make sure you get on the text list for Money in the Morning. If you want to join the private Zoom for free, or get a notification. A lot of you just got a notification from me. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. All right. So here are a few things that are going on. Basically, a Bank of America study found that young people under the age of 44 are more likely to choose investments that differ from those that are over the age of 44. People over the age of 44 are more likely to lean on the traditional investments, top three being stocks, real estate, and then emerging markets, right? So stocks, the stock market's number one, then real estate. And then if you want to go further, maybe emerging markets, meaning like third world countries. There are funds you can invest in that will let you benefit from other countries. I made a list for you guys of funds you can invest in to make money in India, Africa. I made a list for Africa. I'll text that out to you guys again if you'd like to see it, or you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they can give you access to that. I don't have it in front of me now. Either way, if that were the case, I'd give it to you now. That's kind of what people do over the age of 44, right? So, and it makes sense. The stock market is the number one wealth builder in America. Those who don't participate in the stock market don't tend to build very much wealth. Also, real estate is very, very powerful. Real estate is a great way to have literally a real asset, something you can actually touch, something that's very tangible. So shout out to everybody who owns real estate. I think real estate's fine. I don't personally enjoy being a landlord. I think I've talked to you guys about that. So I choose to make my money by selling stock options and all that to get my income. But still, real estate is fine. And then also emerging markets are nice because emerging markets can give you that excess return because you're investing in these small countries that may grow very, very quickly. Now, um, here's the thing. The truth though is that younger people, typically every generation, they do something different from what their parents did. And a lot of the decision in terms of what they choose to do is informed by their experience, right? So, a person that's under the age of 45, they've grown up with a lot of technology, so they're very comfortable with technology. Younger people tend to be more comfortable with risk because they have a longer time horizon for investment, but then also they are comfortable with risk because sometimes it's because they haven't gone through certain experiences. My grandmother went through the Great Depression, so she was very, very risk averse, very risk conscious. People like Warren Buffett, they saw the effects of the Great Depression, so they're always thinking about the downside. They're thinking about what could go wrong. Whereas if you're a young person and you've only seen the market boom, you've only seen low interest rate regimes, which is what we had going all the way back to 2010, where you could just go borrow money and amazing things will happen after that, then a person like that is more likely to take on leverage and debt and kind of just gunsling a little bit, right? Because they haven't really gone through. In fact, the last 20 years, 25 years or so, you really haven't seen too many major economic calamities. You did have the decline in 07, 08, which was pretty bad for the real estate market. But for the most part, young people haven't really gone through like some sort of like significant economic hell in terms of the stock market, in terms of watching your portfolio go, just drop 60% right before your eyes. They haven't really experienced a lot of that. So a lot of times that can lead to um, different investment behavior of young people, right? And so here's what they found in the study that young people do when it comes to investing. They said that young people they tend to allocate toward real estate at the top of the list, crypto and private equity. That was what Bank of America mentioned in particular. Real estate, crypto, and private equity, as opposed to stocks being at the top of the list. Private equity might be, in some cases, just, your own business or investing in other people's businesses or some of these websites where you can put money in and they can, like I think Fundrise does that, where you're raising money for startups and stuff like that. And what's actually driving a lot of this is that also younger people tend to have a little less patience when it comes to wealth building. They sort of, especially on social media, where there's a lot of incentive or a lot of what's the word? A lot of flashiness in terms of people showing you how much money they made and how they made it quickly. It can make someone feel stupid for doing things like getting up and going to work every day, or waiting 5 or 10 or 15 years for something great to happen. Why would you wait 15 years when you can make it happen in 15 days? And so the lure of the fast money a lot of times can drive certain investments that are extremely risky. And then also they mentioned that younger people have an interest in various kinds of collectibles like watches and classic cars and stuff like that, or even sneakers. And all that's fine, right? Again, I'm not here to tell you that those things are bad. I think that what is interesting though to me is that you should know that there's something that everybody can learn from each generation, and generally speaking, things like crypto are incredibly risky, probably riskier than people can recognize. And they said that some of the reasons that younger people are more likely to deviate toward things like crypto is a lack of trust, a lack of trust in the government. You hear a lot of people talk online about how the dollar is gonna collapse and the whole economy is gonna go to shit and everybody's gonna lose everything, or the government is manipulating you in this way or that way. And I'm not saying those things aren't true. I'm not gonna say that America, I really completely agree with you that America is a country where there are conspiracy theories. There are people in the elite class that make certain decisions that affect the working class that are unfair. I've mentioned to you a few factors. For example, I think they've completely screwed a lot of people when it comes to student loans. So you have a lot of disillusioned people who say, "Wait a minute, I went into debt to go to college so I can do everything right, and here I got all this debt and I'm stuck and I'm not making the money I expected to make." Like all that's real and all that's by design. We've talked about that. But at the same time, though, I think that if this lack of trust causes you to throw the baby out with the bathwater, then that's not good for you, right? If you are just sort of like for example, if you believe that the stock market is a complete Ponzi scheme and you don't participate, well, then guess what? You're missing out on the chance to make money alongside Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia, and the greatest companies on earth. And so really, I think that a balanced approach is more appropriate, where you say, yeah, they're probably doing what's best for themselves. Yeah, the elites are going to be elites. Yeah, they're probably making plans and conspiracies for them to benefit themselves. But that does not mean that I still can't participate in this economy and do well. Also, younger people tend to be more tech savvy. They're more comfortable with technology, which is why things like crypto can be appealing, as opposed to older people who don't trust crypto. I've heard older people talk about crypto like it's just fake money and it's complete garbage. And I think that that's an inappropriate approach, because typically a lot of times the people that will say things like that are people that they know a lot about investing, but they don't know a lot about crypto. You understand? Like, so they'll know a lot about stocks and real estate and business. So that gives them their credibility, but then they won't take the time to really try to understand what's really happening with crypto. Like, what is it? Like, what's really going on here? And I think that that's a little bit problematic and disingenuous. It's almost like somebody who won a Super Bowl who then tells you that tennis is crap, or a pickleball is garbage, right? So if I am a guy who won a Super Bowl, I don't know who's a guy. I'm trying to think. I can't name any Super Bowl winners right now. I don't know. Shannon Sharp. I'm Shannon Sharp, and I won a Super Bowl in football. Um, but and then pickleball comes along, and I say, well, pickleball's a stupid sport, but I know nothing about the sport. If I say pickleball will never take off, nobody likes pickleball, it's dumb. What credibility do I have to really say that? Right? If my credibility is that I won a Super Bowl, well, that's not appropriate credibility. That's not accurate in terms of that's not my area of expertise. Do you understand? So a lot of times people that criticize crypto the most, I've noticed, are people who haven't taken the time to really understand it, participate in it, invest in it. Why would you if you think it's stupid, if you think it's garbage, if you made that assessment from the very beginning? So one of the things I can say that was with crypto, in order for me to critique it, I felt like I needed to understand it. So to understand it, I read a couple books about it and did a lot of research, talked to a lot of people, looked into a lot of stuff. I'm still not an expert on it, but I know a lot more than I did. And if you were to ask me, do I think crypto is garbage? I'd say yes. And if you ask me, do I think crypto is a great investment? I would say yes. And the reason I say that is because not all crypto is created equally, and the future of crypto is very, very vague. Nobody knows what the future of crypto is going to be, because it's heavily dependent on things like regulation. It's dependent on what the economy does. If the economy were to go south, like for example, Sam Bankman-Fried. Anybody know that name? Give me a yes if you remember the name Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX. Did anybody else follow the FTX debacle? Let me know if you followed this. This is really important. Okay, so Sam Bankman-Fried became kind of the king of crypto. He was a guy that was really making what I thought were some strong, solid decisions for a while. I don't think he was just a complete loose cannon wrecking ball, or a bad person the whole time. I think he did make a mistake though, and he did break the law. But what Sam Bankman-Fried did was he came along and he kind of positioned himself in the crypto world similar to where JP Morgan was in banking years ago, where he was literally the single guy who was bailing out the entire industry. He was making these big acquisitions of these companies and doing all these things that were really garnering a lot of respect around the world and everything. And it turned out, though, that he was doing it inappropriately and illegally. He was using money that he wasn't supposed to use. He had money that he was supposed to hold, and he used that money to make investments. He borrowed out. He put his hand in the cookie jar. He borrowed money that he shouldn't have been borrowing, and that was clearly illegal and clearly wrong. Um, but let me also give you the other side of that. That's interesting. So if Bankman-Fried had done the exact same thing, and it wasn't a crypto winter, he not only would he have gotten away with it, but he would still be hailed as a hero. He would be looked at as this guy who was this financial genius. Um, what a lot of people don't know is that a lot of times timing is huge in terms of when people get caught with, various Ponzi schemes. Bernie Madoff got caught because there was a recession. And when there's a recession and an economic downturn and there's fear throughout the economy, that's when the rubber meets the road. That's when people start reaching out and saying, okay, you know all that money you've been holding for me? I need that money by tomorrow. And if you don't have the money, like if the money is out there somewhere, if you've got it planted somewhere in an investment where the paper value, the paper loss is extreme, then you're going to pretty much get caught with your pants down. But maybe if they had called you a month later, you would have had the money. Do you understand? Right? So what happens with a Bankman Fried or a Bernie Madoff, and this is again not to excuse their behavior. I think that it was not just criminality, but it was also criminality that was driven by excessive risk taking. It's almost like someone who says, I'm going to take a risk by breaking the law. I'm going to take a risk by using money that I shouldn't be using or making a promise that I may not be able to keep. And I'm hoping that you don't ask me the wrong question at the wrong time. Do you understand? Or maybe somebody who I don't know if your wife has a boyfriend and she brings him by the house and she's hoping that you're not home, that you don't come home at the time her boyfriend's at the house, right? So basically, because if you come home, then you're going to break down the illusion. You're going to say, wait a minute, you were cheating on me, right? Whereas if you come home an hour later, you would say, my wife is wonderful and she's perfect and she's an amazing person, right? So the thing that's really that I see with that is that crypto's future, similar to the future of a Sam Bankman-Fried, is highly dependent upon what happens with other factors that are unrelated to the quality of their ability as an investor. I don't believe at all that Sam Bankman-Fried is the only person in high finance who has done something that could be defined as illegal. One thing that does happen is that whenever there's a crash, what happens is people start going back and they start doing very detailed forensics and really looking at every little detail to see exactly what you did right. And I guarantee you that 90% of you, if somebody really put a microscope on your life and said, we're going to go through every tax return you've ever filed and verify every single thing you ever wrote off and every little thing you've ever done, they will probably find something. They will probably, there's a chance that they would find something and say, oh wait, look at this, wait, you filed a bank loan you got a bank loan in 2017 and you said your income was 98,200 and we found out your income was only 91,400, so that that's illegal because you lied on your form, and so now we're going to prosecute and all these other things, right? So effectively, when I think about the future of crypto, I think about the Sam Bankman-Frieds in the sense that a lot of people don't even know, for example, that the investments that Bankman-Fried made with the money that he was not supposed to use. So again, I want to be 100% clear. He did break the law. He deserved, what he got, and I'm not here to defend any of that. But a lot of the investments he made with that fake money or the money he wasn't supposed to have, those investments did extremely well. Once the sky cleared and once the crypto winter ended, they had a dilemma. They said, okay, so we're claiming this guy stole people's money, but what do you do if the money is there? Like, what do you do if what do you do if you say, hey, you took $1 billion? That was the biggest critique, right? You stole billions of dollars from people, right? Which again, he did. But what do you do if the thief puts the money back and puts an extra $100,000 in the bank account just for good measure, right? Again, I'm not saying that he didn't break the law. I keep going back to that so we don't misinterpret the discussion here. But but that's what he did, right? So it's crazy. So I don't know what Bankman did or how much he took exactly. So let's say he took $1 billion, right? And then the market crashes because what he did with the money is he took the money, he invested it in stuff, and those investments all plummeted at the same time. Right? So that crypto that he bought for $1 went down to 10 cents. So then the crypto winter ends. So then they say, oh, so you took $1 billion from people because you took the billion, you made these crappy investments, the investments sank down to zero. You're a loser. You stole this money. You're a crook. So then while he's on trial, the crypto winter ends. That 10 cent, asset that he bought is now $1.20. And so all the money's back and then some. And they literally got to the point where they said, to our surprise, not only are we able to give every investor all their money back, we're going to give them an 18% premium on that investment. And what I want you to kind of see with this is not just timing in finance and how important that is, but also just the value of time. If in fact, for Bankman Fried, what he probably really wanted, if he could wish, if he can make three wishes and wish for anything on earth, one of the things he would probably wish for is just more time. Like, give me another 2 years. I promise you, it's going to work out. And time is important because Jeff Bezos, if Jeff Bezos had not been given more time, if he'd run out of time, Amazon wouldn't exist, because there were times where Amazon was deep in the red. There was times where Amazon looked like a terrible investment. Bezos tells a story about how he almost had to shut the doors on the company because he needed $1 million. He said, I had to take 60 meetings to raise the $1 million. I got $50,000 per person, and I had to give away 20% of Amazon to raise that $1 million. And now Amazon's worth, a couple $1 trillion. So all those people made an amazing ROI on their investment. But if they said, you know what, we don't believe in you, this is where financial psychology comes into play. This is where emotion and belief and perception matters. Perception becomes reality in the world of finance, because if they just said, you know, Jeff, we were going through your history, and we found that you have a marijuana conviction from 10 years ago. So you're a felon, basically, and we don't trust you. We don't believe you. So we're not going to give you any money. Then Amazon wouldn't exist, because they wouldn't have enough faith in him to give him more time. And this is one of the things that makes it hard for Black people, especially Black men, to build businesses, is because your margin of error is very thin. I wrote a whole book about this when I was on the faculty of Syracuse, called What If George Bush Were a Black Man? And in this book I wrote in about 2004, was basically to kind of say that we underestimate, from an economic standpoint, how much your prior belief or your confidence in a person or an entity affects the ability of that entity to survive and to thrive. You understand how much perception makes a big difference in terms of the realities, in terms of outcomes. There's a whole statistical theory on this, a whole statistical area called Bayesian analytics, Bayesian statistics, which basically says that if I already have a preconceived belief about you, if I've already got a head full of stereotypes, this is why stereotypes are so dangerous. This is why whenever you hear me yelling and screaming about the way some of these poor female rappers are just dismantling the image of the Black woman around the world in a horrible way, or why it's not cool that Black men are typecast as athletes, comedians, and rappers. Well, the reason that these stereotypes are important is because if people come up to you and they already see you in a certain way, that's going to impact their belief in whether or not they should invest in you. I'm not going to invest in you if I think that you're an idiot, a thug, a criminal, or a loser. I'm not. And it's my decision to invest in you, society's decision to invest in you, that directly impacts your probability of success. So when I tell you all that 80% of Black-owned businesses fail, the reason 80% of Black-owned businesses fail is partly driven by the fact that nobody has faith in Black people. Nobody believes that Black man's going to be smart enough to do what Jeff Bezos did. If he ain't got the million, ain't nobody going to give him the million. They're going to say, oh, well, yeah, he's a Black guy. And those Black guys, all they do is make babies and rap and play basketball and whatever, right? They go to the strip club. They don't sit in the office and grind 14 hours a day to do what's necessary to make a company successful. They're loud and flashy. And if we were investing in him to go and become the next P. Diddy, we'd invest in that. But we're not going to invest in him trying to become the next Jeff Bezos, because Black guys just don't do that. So these perceptions and these stereotypes are incredibly important. And so to circle back, when we were talking about crypto a little while ago, you'll know me, I always circle back. I know I might take you around the world, but I promise I'll bring you back. The perception of crypto is incredibly important in terms of the probability of success in crypto. A lot of times when media creates fear, uncertainty, and doubt, they call that FUD. What that does is that directly reduces the value of the asset, because things exist when you want them to exist. It reminds me of how they had that Cinco de Mayo holiday, and they said that your ancestors are only alive for as long as you remember them. Or when Peter Pan was talking to Tinkerbell, and Tinkerbell, they asked Tinkerbell, do fairies exist? And she said, they exist if you believe in them. So the question is crypto going to be successful, or is crypto going to fail? Well, crypto will be successful if we believe in crypto. If we all collectively believe in it, then we'll all collectively invest in it. If we all collectively invest in it, then it's going to be successful. But the question then becomes, what's going to happen? How's the public going to feel? And how are the regulators going to react to that? If the regulators come in and create laws that undermine the growth of crypto and then create enough fear, uncertainty, and doubt that people don't want to invest in crypto, then crypto will ultimately fail. That will be a bad investment. And so one of the beliefs that I have, if you're talking about safe investing, is I don't think you should have more than 7% of your portfolio in crypto. This is not investing advice. This is just my opinion. This is my belief. But I think that if you have more than 7%, definitely more than 10% of your portfolio in crypto, you're taking an unnecessary amount of risk. And I encourage anybody, do all the alternative stuff. I mean, all these other things are a lot of fun. The private, I think investing should be fun. I think investing in things that you love, it adds an extra layer of joy that comes with investing. It does not have to be boring like watching grass grow. It's not just about the money, it's about quality of life. But at the same time, don't walk past the stock market. Don't walk past the wisdom that your grandfather has just because you want to be new and cool. Just because something's new does not mean it's better. People talk about progressive and futuristic and moving forward as if it's always good. No, sometimes you move forward into a place that is worse than where you were before. Just look at integration. That was so advanced and so forward thinking and so futuristic for Black people, and it only made our situation worse. It made us worse in terms of education. It made us worse in terms of economics. It made us worse in terms of family structure. So stop thinking that everything that's new is better. Sometimes new ain't better. And stop disrespecting the wisdom of your elders. Your elders know, they know some shit, and you need to listen. You need to listen. And then at least you can move forward without making the same mistake that somebody else made 60 years earlier because you don't even know your history. You have to know the history. You have to know. You got to hear the stories from your grandmother and grandfather so you can make informed choices. And so to me, because I go through this sometimes where I'll have people say, Dr. Boyce, we want you to connect more with the youth, and we want you to, and I'm like, yeah, well, I do connect with the youth. I mentor a lot of people. I have young guys I meet with every single day of the week, and I work with them, and I learn from them a lot. But damn it, you're gonna learn from me too. Like I'm not going to just, like, again, it's an interesting, it's got to be an ecosystem in terms of the relationship that older people have with the youth. It has to be an ecosystem. You learn from me and I learn from you. It cannot be just you following me, because then you're not able to express your creativity and your originality. I get that. But then it can't just be me following you, where I am 53 years old doing TikTok dances because the shit's popular. I'm not doing things because they're popular. I'm not one of your little friends. I'm not trying to be that. I'm not trying to be a 53-year-old who's acting like a 25-year-old, because that's not going to work. That's me literally discounting 30 extra years of wisdom that I've accumulated and putting that all to the side because it ain't hip and it ain't cool, and the rappers don't like it. I don't give a damn about that. We got to make each other better. We have to make each other better. So I would say, for sure, based on, if you want a conclusion from today's conversation, every young person needs to be invested. Every single young person who wants to have money, you better invest. Stop thinking that job ain't going to do it for you. That is not going to give you financial security. That's not going to put you where you want to be. You have to invest in something. You have to sacrifice for the future if you want to have a future. Secondly, when you talk about investing, there are basic rules you can follow. Diversification is really important. Never get so enamored with one investment or one stock or one thing that you end up putting everything you have into one space. You have these stories where I saw an NFL player who said he wanted to get his whole paycheck in Bitcoin, and I said, why would you do that? That's the craziest thing in the world. I'm sure it might work out for you, but even if it works out, it's still a stupid decision, because it might have not worked out, and Bitcoin could collapse, and the next thing you know, you've got this worthless amount of money that's coming into your paycheck. That's not very wise. So what you do is you say, okay, I'm going to participate, but I'm not going to dump my whole economic body into that, and what gives you the wisdom to know that that's not the right move is you want to hear those stories about people who did exactly what you're doing, who lost everything. When you're investing, you really don't want to be in a position where you're going to lose everything if something goes wrong. You want to be diversified. That's really important. And then also just being consistent and making investing part of your culture. That's how people win. That's how people succeed. So anyway, these are some thoughts that I had on this topic. I think also from an economic consciousness standpoint, another important thing that I know I did not understand when I was young, but I understand it better as I get older, is that this too shall pass. Sometimes we can get so caught up in a moment where, like you ever see pictures of somebody like from the 70s where literally the dude in the picture was like the coolest, hippest guy in 1974. Like he literally, maybe he looked like Bootsy Collins or something from I don't know, it wasn't Earth, Wind and Fire. It was the P Funk. Like you ever see those P Funk dudes and how they dressed? Like, let me find a pic. I gotta find a picture. It was the craziest thing. Let me see if I can find. Hold on. Let me see. All right. Um, Let me see if I can find one. And just so you know, I love P Funk, and I also love the greatest group of all time was Earth, Wind and Fire. Like Earth, Wind and Fire is the greatest. I met the guy who was one of the guys from Earth, Wind and Fire, the one that played the guitar, that had the big hair. I met him in Los Angeles, and I was going up to get his autograph, and it was kind of cool. Like he was signing all these autographs with all these people, and he saw me in the crowd, and he just stopped, and he said, brother, he said, I watch you every day. And that was kind of cool. That was like my clout moment because all the Hollywood people were like, "Who is this guy? Why is he paying attention to him?" But so I'm kind of like an acquired taste. Some people love what I do. Some people don't know who the hell I am and don't care, and I don't blame them. All right, so here's so if you look at like a picture like this, right? To me, when I see like a P-funkish kind of picture, or I see, like the Funkadelic or whatever, or I see my dad's old pictures where he's got the big hat and the fur coat and like stuff that looked really cool in the 70s. I really wonder, like, I wonder if they would, how they felt taking that picture, right? Like in the moment, everything that you're doing is completely lit. Everything you're doing in the moment is hip and cool, and you're the coolest guy on the block. But you look at that same picture 20 years later, it looks crazy. You look ridiculous, right? And at that point, you can only laugh at yourself. You don't take yourself nearly as seriously as you did when you took that picture. And I kind of think about that when it comes to what's trendy with investing. A lot of times I think when we're young, we get caught in a trend, and you think that that trend is going to last forever. Like you really think that what you're doing right now is going to be the best move for you forever. Like literally I'm overcommitting to the moment. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I want to kind of, and I think that overcommitment to the moment is a type of immaturity that we grow out of. And that's it's important to do that because sometimes overcommitting to the moment, for example, can cause somebody to, when someone takes their life, like a 17-year-old takes his life because his girlfriend broke up with him. That's overcommitting to the moment because he doesn't realize that he's got the rest of his life to live. And 5 years from now, he won't even care about this girl anymore. But in that moment, it seems like that moment is forever. That moment's going to last a lifetime. I feel the same way about when my mother was pregnant with me when she was 17. They told her, well, it'll be easy for you if you just terminate the pregnancy. And my mother was like, no, this baby's going to grow up. He's got a whole life ahead of him. It's going to get better. And I'm glad she had that perspective because it did. It got better. The financial challenges she had lasted about 2 more years. She married my father when I was 3. Things got better. And now my mother and I have had 50 something years of a wonderful life. I paid her house off. I'm here for her. She benefits in a million ways because I'm here. But if she had only been trapped in the moment, she would have never had any of that. The whole 50 something years of our existence together would disappear. Do you understand? So a lot of times I think that with financial consciousness, one aspect of consciousness is knowing that there's more to your life than what's in front of you. That's my point, right? There's more to life than what you're seeing right now in this particular place. There's a big gigantic world and there's a long time series such that everything that's happening, most things that are happening are eventually going to pass and it's going to become the past. So in fact, maybe a good consciousness exercise as an investor is to try to imagine the year 2030. Like try to meditate and imagine it right now. And then think about how you kind of look at the year 2030, right? It seems like it's futuristic, it's way off out there. Nobody's really talking about 2030 in the year 2024. Nobody's talking about 2035, right? But if you go out to 2030, what's interesting to me is that 2030 is to 2024 what 2024 was to 2018. Do you see? And 2018 was just yesterday. Most of you probably remember 2018 like it just happened. And so imagine if, think about this. Imagine if in 2018 you'd invested to prepare for 2024. Like imagine in 2018 if you just made a series of investments in Bitcoin and different stocks, Apple, Nvidia, whatever, and you just consistently invested that money and you said I'm preparing for the year 2024. I'm going to be in really I'm struggling now, but I'm going to be in good shape by the year 2024. And let's say you committed to that and you were consistent and you did what you were supposed to do. Think about where you would be. You'd be in an amazing place. But here's the thing. Here's the problem. Here's the trick. This is the mind trick. It's crazy how this happens to all of us. In 2018, we weren't thinking about 2024 like that. 2024 was the future, right? And the future is always like this ambiguous place that we're never going to arrive to, but we always get there every time. Every time. I assume a lot of you are old enough to remember. Do y'all, any of y'all remember when even the year 2000 seemed like it was way off in the future? Like it was never going to arrive. Like Prince was singing about how he's partying like it's 1999. And and it's crazy to me. It's like, holy shit, like 2000 is a long time ago now. Like that's ancient history. Some of you in here were born maybe after the year 2000. And so time is a sneaky little bastard. It's so sneaky. And but the thing is if you can really gain a connection to it and become very conscious of it and really feel it and flow with it and really respect it and accept it and don't waste it, that's one of your keys to wealth. I've told you all again, as a finance professor, we got to do equations and math. Everything we do is mathematical. The whole language is mathematics. When we've put together these equations that help us figure out wealth and how wealth grows, time is the number one variable in those equations. If you pour enough time into damn near anything that you're doing, you can get to whatever destination you want to get to. If I want to walk from New York to LA and I'm walking 1 inch per hour, walking incredibly slow, but I'm consistently walking from New York toward LA, if I give myself enough time, I can go from New York to LA, back to New York, back to LA, back to New York, back to LA, back to New York, back to LA. Do you understand? Time is the key. Time is the key. And where people lose wealth, in my opinion, is they waste time. You waste time. Or you give up on yourself. You say, "Oh, I'm broke right now. I'm gonna be broke forever." So then you start wasting time. And then next thing you know, you broke in 2015, you broke in 2016, you broke in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. Instead of realizing that if I harness the power of time and then just pivot a little bit and do something a little bit different, and I do that little pivot, I commit to that new set of actions and I do it across enough time, then eventually I'm going to be at whatever destination I'm trying to get to. Do you understand? So don't waste time. Like time is wealth, time is power. Time gives you the keys to the universe, in my opinion. So sit back one day and just meditate and imagine the year 2030 and just say, what am I going to do with this time? And then also time is a blessing and a gift. We're going to run out of time. We're running out of time right now. We have less time now than we had at the beginning of this conversation. What are you going to do with the rest of the time that you have? And when I say this, I really mean this. I'm serious about this to the point that it's almost like religious for me. Every year on New Year's, when I get a little bit sad about the fact that another year has gone by, it's a sadness sometimes, but a happiness too, an opportunity, but a sadness, right? You know what I do? I sit down and I budget my time for the year. I have there's 8,760 hours in a year. We're awake for about maybe 5,000 of those hours, and I will budget that time the same way you budget money. I budget time more than I budget money. My time is more valuable than my money. It's easy. And in fact, even when you get more money, it becomes more deliberate, more intentional. It becomes more apparent because there are people that I can give money to because I've got a little bit of money. But when I give you my time, oh, that means that whatever we're doing better be damn important. Do you understand? So process your time. Your time is that is your gift. That is your wealth. Use it appropriately and invest it properly, and that is what you will get you where you want to be. All right. So anyway, that's it. I hope it wasn't too preachy. I hope that you gained something from this conversation, and also I hope that your investing journey is going well. We're going to be back tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, every single morning. We do this Money in the Morning economic elevation, financial consciousness training. If you want to get notified when we meet, get on the text list. Just pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, if you live out of the country, I know some of you are out of the country, you can't get on the text list if you're out of the country. So just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. All right, guys. So thank you so much for your time. It was great to see you. I hope you have a wonderful day, and let's not